I truly do not wish to harm anyone. I truly do not. Loki murmured to himself with a bittersweet smile. His eyes were filled with sorrow, anguish, and profound guilt, for he had caused the demise of countless innocent souls. Alone in the archives, Loki had watched all the films from the Avengers series, from the first to the third, in solitude, which rendered him utterly helpless. He witnessed the futures of all, save for his brother Thor, who was the only family member left alive, that in the magical metropolis of Longwa. In a certain apartment, Chen Xi silently finished watching the first episode of Loki's series, unable to suppress his reflections. Alas, all that Loki has done is merely a desperate yearning for parental love and equitable treatment. The actions he perceived as honorable missions ultimately resulted in the loss of his mother. Chen Xi observed how Loki's gaze transformed throughout the series, from remorse to profound emotion, and eventually to tears of joy, culminating in the moment before his death. When his brother, Thor, crawled towards him and embraced him, Loki finally attained his deepest desire. He had passed on without regrets, having forgiven himself and achieved personal redemption. Perhaps Loki's ending is not so bleak, at least the main universe version of him attained what he sought. As Chen Xi gazed out at the myriad of lights beyond the window, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He arrived alone, as if he possessed nothing, and everything seemed unrelated to him. Turning off his computer, Chen Xi tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. This night, an inexplicable restlessness gripped him, as though something significant was about to unfold. Never mind, I shall take a stroll, perhaps lose myself in a television series. I have truly become too engrossed. With a self-deprecating smile, he shook his head, donned his clothes, and stepped out with his keys and phoned a small park adjacent to his rented apartment. He sat on a bench, gazing up at the starlit sky, emptying his mind, allowing himself to drift into a state of reverie. It had been long since Chen Xi had felt such relaxation, and gradually he succumbed to sleep, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. When Chen Xi awoke once more, he was disoriented. Everything before him appeared so foreign. He was indeed still reclining on the bench. But what was the situation with the towering buildings in the distance? What was the meaning of the throngs of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners? Had he been abducted? Which organization possessed such prowess to transport him overnight from the distant east to this far shore? The most perplexing aspect was that he was unharmed. He was merely a recently graduated impoverished student. The notion of abducting him was utterly pointless. Who would indulge in such absurdity? Damn, this is utterly absurd. Chen Xi muttered, quietly cursing. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his face, contemplating a visit to the consulate. What should he do? Of course, he needed to return home. He was now an undocumented individual, and only the consulate could verify his identity from Longwa. He wished for them to arrange his repatriation. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Without hesitation, Chen Xi understood that prompt action was paramount. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Alas, dear heavens, this realm belongs to the Almighty, and he is not one to be trifled with, sir. Please accompany me, came the insistent request. As misfortune would have it, Chen Xi was swiftly intercepted by a group of individuals clad in peculiar uniforms. There was something unsettlingly familiar about these figures, as if he had encountered them before, though the recollection evaded him. Yet, this was hardly the moment for idle musings. Chen Xi had no intention of surrendering meekly. He immediately exclaimed, "Who are you? Why do you wish to apprehend me? What charges do you bring against me? Do you possess a warrant for my arrest?" Regardless of their identities, Chen Xi felt compelled to raise his voice. Who knew if they were part of some nefarious organization? What if they intended to use him for grotesque experiments? In the bustling thoroughfare, he understood the necessity to draw attention to his plight. As anticipated, the unusual behavior of the group, coupled with Chen Xi's fervent outcry, quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. They gathered around, some merely to witness the spectacle, others eager to offer assistance. Regardless of their motives, Chen Xi sensed he was achieving his objective. A few burly men shouted, "Hey, what organization are you from? What authority do you have to arrest someone in public?" Indeed, if anyone could arrest on a whim, who would safeguard our liberties and security? Look at these individuals. They are clearly up to no good. An uproar ensued. This was the land of the free. How could such a brazen act of abduction occur in broad daylight? Particularly The golden-haired beauties among the crowd were stirred with compassion. Such a handsome young man from the East was a rare sight indeed. If he were to be harmed or subjected to experimentation, it would be a grave injustice. They nearly charged forward to confront these enigmatic figures. "Ah, foolish mortals," the leader scoffed, shaking his head. "Ain't this?" Chen Xi sensed a grave turn of events. The disdain in their tone and the contempt in their gaze were unmistakable. Trouble was brewing. Indeed, in the next moment, enlightenment struck him. "You are from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau?" Chen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in alarm. Among the onlookers, few comprehended his words. Only a handful seemed bewildered by this unfamiliar organization. So you are indeed the disruptors of this sacred timeline. How well informed you are. Yet alas, you are still but a mere mortal. It would be wise to comply and come with us. The leader, unperturbed by Chen Xi's knowledge of their existence, reveled in the ease of the task, confident of his complete dominance over the powerless mortal. With a flick of his wrist, he casually deployed a temporal reset device, restoring the area to its previous state. Then, a portal of another dimension materialized, and Chen Xi was unceremoniously ushered through it, leaving the scene behind. As for the crowd just now, they departed as if nothing had transpired, their time seemingly reset, leaving Chen Xi to fade into obscurity, in a peculiar realm beyond the universe. Chen Xi suddenly materialized, utterly bewildered. He had traversed dimensions. This was the Marvel Universe, and his initial circumstances were decidedly dismal. He had been captured immediately upon arrival. A stroke of misfortune beyond compare. His luck was tragically poor. He had arrived in good spirits, yet now found himself unable to return. Chen Xi contemplated the thought of ending it all in despair, cursing the wretched fate that had befallen him. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 2. Extracting the frost giant physique of Loki without any resistance, Chen Xi was escorted to the detention room, where he encountered the third princess of Asgard. The protagonist, Loki. "Hey there, kid, have you been captured too?" Loki, brimming with confidence, believed he could escape at any moment, even though the surroundings were rife with oddities. He had no qualms about engaging in a game of wits with the god of mischief, even willing to impart lessons on humanity. Seeing the composed and relaxed Loki greet him with a smile, Chen Xi felt a pang of annoyance. "Hello, Loki. I am Chen Xi." Now it was Loki's turn to be surprised. This fellow knows me. It seems my reputation as the god of mischief precedes me. Encountering someone who recognized him was exhilarating, and his grin widened, nearly capable of squashing a fly with the creases on his face. Fixing his gaze on Chen Xi, he unabashedly declared, "Heh, kid, since you know me, once I'm done playing, I will certainly take you with me." Chen Xi's lips twitched at this remark. Did Loki not realize he was already a prisoner? However, it was too early to shatter the princess's dream. He believed it best to let him experience some hardship before awakening to his reality. With a feigned smile, Chen Xi replied, "Then thank you, great God King Loki." That title nearly sent Loki soaring with delight, akin to enjoying ice cream on a sweltering summer day. "Ah, wonderful," he bellowed, feeling euphoric. It had been ages since he had heard such an appellation. In this confinement, he felt he had found a kindred spirit, nearly moved to tears. Truly, this is family. Have the standards of fandom risen so high? Indeed, humans seemed far superior to the dullards of Asgard, whose minds were nothing but muscle, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Loki grasped Chen Xi's hand tightly, repeatedly assuring him, "Kid, don't worry. Once I figure everything out, I will definitely take you with me." Despite Loki currently lacking any magical prowess, as the Time Anomaly Bureau only recognized physical strength, he was still of frost giant royal blood. His physical capabilities not inferior to those of his guardians. Chen Xi, an ordinary mortal, winced under Loki's grip, his face turning crimson. He wished to avoid embarrassment. At that moment, as if a celestial melody resonated in Chen Xi's mind, a notification rang out. Beep. Detected that the host has encountered the storyline protagonist. The destroyer system has been activated. Beep. Detected a character eligible for extraction. Loki, the god of mischief of Asgard. Does the host wish to extract his genetic abilities? Extract. Extract. Chen Xi shouted internally. Was there any reason to hesitate? Beep. Host command received. The system is initiating extraction. Please hold on. Chen Xi, currently bewildered, understood only that the system had indeed arrived. The golden finger of a traveler had to be present. Indeed, the system may be late, but it would never be absent. The external Loki quickly calmed down, still wearing a smile as he surveyed his surroundings, meticulously examining the terrain to determine the exact location. At this moment, Chen Xi was oblivious to Loki's antics, focused instead on his overwhelming elation, for he had just received a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the frost giant physique of Loki. Would you like to merge? Stop. System, will it be particularly painful? I fear that I might not withstand the agony and attract the attention of those outside. After a brief moment of ecstatic joy, Chen Xi regained his composure. It was a critical juncture, and he had to contemplate various scenarios. He now placed unwavering trust in the system. What did he have to fear? His situation, marked by an extraordinary stroke of luck, could hardly worsen. Ding. Host, your considerations are astute. Forcibly merging such a powerful physique entails unbearable pain. However, do not fret, for the system can shield all of your sensory nerves, rendering you unconscious during the process, thus avoiding any undue attention. The system's response alleviated Chen Xi's concerns. He would have to proceed with utmost caution, as he was on foreign territory. System, let us commence. Fortune favors the bold. His eagerness surged, aware of the imminent danger that surrounded him. Only immense power could provide him with a semblance of safety. Ding. The system is beginning the merger of the frost giant royal physique. Fusion in progress. 10, 20, 30, 100. Under the system's influence, Chen Xi gradually drifted into unconsciousness, the fusion occurring bit by bit while he was oblivious. Hey, kid, you're awake? Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. Can't withstand such a trivial scene? As Chen Xi slowly opened his eyes, he found Loki grinning at him with a teasing expression. Ah, it's nothing. I fell asleep when I was captured at night and didn't notice. Chen Xi would not divulge the truth. Did Loki expect him to reveal his secrets? All right. You should rest. Now we can only wait for their appearance and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Loki shrugged dismissively, rolling his eyes, and lay down to close his eyes. I'm just taking a nap. After speaking, Chen Xi immersed himself in the system, still knowing nothing of its workings. System. Elucidate your existence, your purpose, and what tasks I must undertake. Chen Xi's inquiries were straightforward. Who are you? What benefits can you provide? And what must I sacrifice? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Unearned gains were fleeting, and only through effort could one reap rewards. Ding. As for the nature of the system, I possess no records or memories and cannot provide an answer to the host. The system allows the host to extract all from others and bind it to themselves, contingent upon whether the host chooses to extract or consume. If consumption is the chosen ability, the host may incapacitate the opponent and forcibly devour them. Once consumed, the individual will lose the ability or items extracted by the host. Indeed, the extraction and devouring processes of the system are entirely random, and an individual can only be extracted by the host once within a month. However, devouring can occur once a day. As for the energy sources for extraction and devouring, each extraction by the system requires the expenditure of system points, with stronger individuals necessitating a greater number of points. The energy derived from devouring comes from biological energy. The more powerful the creature one defeats, the greater the biological energy obtained. Suddenly, Chen Xi interrupted the system's explanation. How are points acquired? What was that about my extraction of Loki's physique? I don't recall having any points. The author has something to say. Chapter 3, Ambition in its Infancy. Chen Xi himself is a 3-no product. A wretched individual devoid of any points. Am I supposed to draw lots? Host, the system replied. Acquiring points is quite simple. Altering the destinies of characters or changing the course of significant events will yield corresponding points based on the degree of change. The reason the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau captured you is that while observing Loki, they inadvertently identified the disruptor of the timeline, which is you. Naturally, the points the host possesses are a part of the system's beginner's gift package. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Is this an unforeseen calamity? Truly, one is at home when calamity descends from the sky. So, it turns out my presence in this Marvel universe caught the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. All because of Loki. In their attempt to safeguard the sacred timeline, they inadvertently exposed themselves by monitoring Loki's every move. Loki, this is where you have wronged me. You are indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Chen Xi silently vowed to reclaim this unwarranted disaster. What should I do now? They will reset the timeline disruptor, causing me to vanish forever. I cannot simply perish upon my arrival, and despite the seemingly mundane nature of this place, it is truly confounding. Chen Xi was correct. This place prohibited all abilities, and even Loki was treated as mere entertainment. Once he escapes, these technologically reliant mortals would be unable to stop him. He would be free as a bird in the sky. He had no qualms about amusing himself with these mortals, as the female Loki would dispatch them effortlessly. Once outside, boundless powers would be at his fingertips, allowing him to crush them as one would an insignificant ant. Wait, Loki, Mobius. Suddenly, Chen Xi recalled these two scheming old fellows. Mobius would be outsmarted by Loki, who would flee with the female Loki to seek the timekeepers. If he followed Loki, he could escape. As long as he exhibited sufficient strength, Loki would undoubtedly seek his collaboration. Despite Loki's earlier claims of taking him along, those were mere empty promises. The trickster god Loki is hardly a paragon of keeping his word. Soon enough, Loki would find himself in peril, facing death during his trial, only to be rescued by Mobius. They would then go on to watch a Marvel film, turning the entire ordeal into Loki's personal spectacle. The so-called Time Guardians were not created by the protectors of time. They were merely ordinary Earthlings. Thus, the temporal variance authority becomes intriguing, as they prohibit the initiation of the multiverse mode and uphold the so-called sacred timeline, which raises suspicions. Within his mind, Chen Xi continuously contemplated everything, drawing upon the American dramas he had watched and analyses he had encountered online. He swiftly discerned how he might escape. Loki was on the verge of judgment. Mobius spared Loki, taming Loki to serve their ends. Subsequently, Mobius took Loki to watch a film, and Chen Xi began to suspect that the trial of Loki was merely a ruse to ensnare him. Loki was not an easy mark. Mobius and he were entangled in a web of scheming, ultimately resulting in Loki seizing control of the time device. Thus, his opportunity lay in the chaos that Loki would create, slipping away unnoticed amidst the turmoil. Yes, patience. It would soon conclude. What nonsense was this temporal variance authority? Could a mere assembly of mortals truly judge me? Absurd. With clarity at last, Chen Xi let out a long sigh of relief. It was indeed feasible to profit from the confusion. Loki, Chen Xi. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. It seemed that everything was about to commence. So now, Loki, the stage is set for your performance. Alas, death to a companion does not mean death to the seeker. After all, you would temporarily align with the temporal variance authority, and they would not harm you. Boom. A tremendous crash resounded as the heavy door swung open, emitting a cacophony of noise. Goodness, this door is remarkably weighty. Chen Xi and his companion looked up to see a shadowy figure intruding. You too. Come with me and face your judgment, the imposing figure commanded, displaying an attitude that was decidedly domineering. Chen Xi felt an urge to retaliate against such a despicable creature, but a wise restraint was necessary. He opted not to become the scapegoat, knowing that opportunities would arise in due course. Meanwhile, Loki wore a beaming smile, for elegance is eternally in vogue. He maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, following the shadowy figure outside with an inexplicable smile. Naturally, Chen Xi followed suit, the two of them proceeding in tandem, as heavy convicts. They were not destined for pleasant outcomes. Before their judgment, akin to scenes from the dramas, a man at the front was shouting defiantly, only to be instantaneously reduced to nothingness. This spectacle startled Chen Xi. Witnessing such an event live was a stark contrast to observing it online, imparting an entirely different sensation. A life had been extinguished in an instant, shocking Chen Xi's worldview. Just a day prior, he had been a diligent student, striving for excellence. He had never encountered a scene of murder before. A living being had simply vanished, reduced to mere remnants. Power. Power. This is true power. What if this fate befell him? Would he too inexplicably disappear into the cosmos, arriving alone in this world, only to depart from it in solitude? Chen Xi clenched his fists tightly. Now, he felt as powerless as any mortal, his life and death not his own. I desire strength, power that reigns supreme across the universe, the power to trample this universe beneath one's feet. I demand that the heavens no longer obscure my vision. I wish for the earth to no longer bury my heart. I desire for all sentient beings to comprehend my intentions. I long for all the Buddhas to vanish into thin air. I aspire to be the one who wields the sun and moon, plucking the stars from the sky. I shall gaze upon the myriad transformations of the universe. A force known as ambition slowly takes root within Chen Xi's heart, destined to grow into a towering tree one day. As Chen Xi engaged in a tempest of thoughts, Loki was equally taken aback. It was not that he was unaccustomed to violence, but rather he marveled at the sheer power of this technology. He was naturally a cautious individual and had no desire to experience firsthand what this contraption could do to him. Thus, Loki obediently registered for a trial, patiently awaiting his so-called judgment. Chen Xi too registered, needing to bide his time until the opportune moment arrived. Even if he did not wait for Loki to act, he could swiftly ambush the timekeeper during his solitary confinement, seize the time controller, and escape through the portal. Time passed swiftly, and soon it would be Loki's turn for judgment. He was brimming with confidence, believing it was merely a matter of making a defense. He certainly did not require a lawyer. With his silver tongue, he could easily handle this crowd, or so he thought. The author has something to say. Chapter 4. Loki's sophistry and cunning. Loki's performance mirrored that of the television series. The judge was no match for him. Lofison. Time criminal number 1130, also known as Loki Lofison, you are accused of violating sequence 72089. What is your defense? The judge glanced at the file in her hand before looking up at Loki. Madam, a god does not need to defend himself, Loki replied. This absurdity was amusing, but he had to take his leave. With a smirk, he tilted his head and raised an eyebrow, completely disregarding her. Loki had always considered this a farce. The female judge was unfazed by Loki's demeanor. She had encountered many like him before. In this realm, even the mightiest had to behave like mortals. Those who dared to act so pretentiously seldom met a favorable end. Thus, she continued with her inquiry. So, do you plead guilty or not guilty, sir? Loki, intent on teasing her, responded with a smile. Guilty for being the god of trickery? Guilty for finding this all tedious? Guilty for violating the sacred timeline? Absolutely not. You have apprehended the wrong person. Loki unleashed a barrage of rhetoric, leading the judge to follow his rhythm. Really? Then who should we arrest? He exclaimed loudly. I believe we should capture the Avengers. The only reason I obtained the Tesseract was due to their time travel. They schemed tirelessly to prevent me from becoming the divine monarch. This declaration elicited laughter from the judge. What a shameless fellow he was, with such a lowly status. You aspire to be a divine monarch? She mocked. That is quite an audacious accusation. Haha, you can practically smell the perfume of the two Starks. If you seek time criminals, they are the true offenders. As Loki continued his clever arguments, Agent Mobius quietly entered, waiting for the opportune moment. If you were to provide me with an army and ample resources, I could return and eliminate them all. Ah, Loki is at it again, pulling the same trick on yet another unsuspecting victim, the previous one being the purple potato. The black female captain gazed at Loki, her expression a mixture of disbelief and disdain, utterly unmasked. This fool is delusional. The female judge remarked with resignation, this is not the time to discuss the Avengers. Is it not? Loki shrugged. It is not. Their actions were meant to occur, but your escape was not, the judge asserted with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this, Loki erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with contempt. He retorted, not meant to happen? Who decree such things? The timekeepers. Oh, the timekeepers, is it? Perhaps I should engage in divine discourse directly with them. The judge chuckled, finding his audacity amusing. I'm afraid they are quite occupied. Occupied with what? He inquired. Ensuring the proper flow of time. A spirited exchange ensued, but ultimately, Loki, disinterested in continuing the banter, resolved to depart. He opened his arms and attempted to project himself forward. Once, twice. Alas, both attempts failed. Loki chuckled awkwardly, vexed that at such a crucial juncture, his teleportation magic faltered. How could this happen? Embarrassing. What is he doing? The black woman scoffed. He is attempting to wield his powers. Loki cursed under his breath. lamenting the inadequacy of this wretched place. Magical prowess? Ineffective within the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, Mr. Lawfeason. This court finds you guilty and sentences you to reset. Next. At this moment, Loki began to panic, exclaiming, "Reset? What does that mean? Is it a bad outcome? What does it entail? You absurd bureaucrats have no authority to dictate my fate." Loki began to struggle vehemently, but his efforts were in vain, as the judge remained utterly unmoved. Just then, Agent Mobius made his entrance, ready to take the stage. He stood up calmly and said, "I know what he is capable of." Approaching to speak. Another round of chatter ensued, and thus, Loki was safeguarded by Agent Mobius, who led him to a home theater. They watched several blockbuster films from the franchise. Mobius praised the productions, while Loki was left in tears. Soon, a quarrel erupted between them, yet Loki, as the god of mischief, proved to be quite resourceful. Seizing the opportunity amidst their argument, he stealthily pilfered Mobius's time controller. At that moment, much like in a television drama, the black female captain arrived to summon Mobius, leading to a loud confrontation. She insisted on eliminating Loki, as just moments ago, a small squad of timekeepers had been taken out. Neither could persuade the other, and they parted ways in discontent. Upon Mobius's return to the screening room, Loki had vanished without a trace, and the time controller from his pocket was also gone. Truly, a cunning deceiver. He sighed in resignation. Loki was exceedingly sly. At this juncture, Mobius, in a rather exasperated state, summoned the formidable captain of the Black Women-S squad, accompanied by a throng, to seek out Loki. The cacophony outside startled Chen Xi, who, within the waiting room, gently inquired of a timekeeper, "Hey, my friend, has something transpired outside?" One might wonder how Chen Xi managed to communicate with this group, but rest assured, English truly is a remarkable lingua franca, universally understood. Humph. It is not your concern. You, a time offender, should obediently await your judgment. The specter, although informed, felt detached from the chaos, his sole duty being to monitor the time offender before him. "Oh dear, my stomach aches. Can you not escort me to the restroom?" Chen Xi clutched his abdomen, feigning discomfort. "Humph, lad, let us see what tricks you can conjure. Move along." The specter scoffed, dismissing the individual before him as merely a mortal, a fact confirmed upon capture. Did he truly believe he could exploit the situation? The timekeeper nudged Chen Xi toward the lavatory, ready to intervene with a swift strike should anything amiss occur. This strike, a temporal weapon, would result in a reset, effectively leading to death. Clutched in his hand was a time controller, instilling in him a sense of invulnerability as he awaited Chen Xi's performance. As Chen Xi progressed forward at a deliberate pace, he meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain, passages, and guards. The frost giant lineage endowed him with extraordinary abilities, enhancing his vision, hearing, reflexes, speed, strength, and mental acuity to geometric proportions. He possessed Loki's essence, easily capable of besting Captain America, provided the latter did not activate his enhanced attributes. The director's audacity in crafting such absurd attributes was noteworthy, yet this was the real world, where the narrative was not dictated by the director. The author notes, Chapter 5, Slaying the Timekeeper, Chen Xi's Transformation. Chen Xi's eyes functioned like scanners, meticulously recording every passage, guard location, and blind spot along the way. "Hey, lad, could you hasten your pace? Do you genuinely believe Loki will come to your rescue? Do not harbor such delusions, ha ha ha." The timekeeper bellowed mockingly. Aware of the prior conversation between Loki and Chen Xi in the detention chamber, he had assumed that Loki would return to save Chen Xi upon his escape. However, he was indifferent. With the time reset device in his possession, he regarded Loki with utter disdain. Chen Xi, undeterred by this brainwashed clone, recognized it as nothing more than a puppet. Traversing through 12 rooms and 4 passages, each guarded by 2 timekeepers, stealthily navigating past these sentinels to reach the archives posed a considerable challenge. Yet, the audacity of this individual, who so blatantly disregarded him, presented an opportunity. Chen Xi contemplated his plan, firm in his resolve to seize his moment. If Loki could escape, so could he. However, he could not return empty-handed. Surely, Loki had the foresight to take the Tesseract with him. He would not miss out on valuable spoils. He had set his sights on the archives, where the Infinity Stones resided, each one akin to a drawer filled with treasures. In this realm, the Timekeepers had stabilized all timelines, granting him access to an inexhaustible supply of Infinity Stones. However, due to the unique nature of this world, the stones held no power here, while in other realms, they were revered artifacts. As time slipped away, the brief journey of 2 minutes stretched into 5 for Chen Xi. Upon reaching the restroom, where surveillance was absent, an opportunity arose. To thwart any potential antics from Chen Xi, the Gray Spectre, a Time Guardian, naturally followed him inside. "Hey kid, hurry up. No funny business. I'll be waiting right outside." The Gray Spectre shoved Chen Xi with a brutish demeanor, already regarding him as a mere corpse. "Of course, sir. Whatever you say," Chen Xi replied with a forced smile, feigning utmost anxiety. Just then, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, he suddenly called out loudly, "Sir. Isn't that Loki?" "What? Loki?" The Gray Spectre was taken aback, swiftly turning around. Capturing Loki would be a monumental achievement. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, Chen Xi seized his chance. With a swiftness akin to the wind, Chen Xi closed the distance in an instant, delivering a fierce kick that struck the Gray Spectre's midsection. Bang! The Gray Spectre had no time to react, being propelled backward and crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. He could hardly fathom that this mere mortal possessed such formidable strength, leaving him utterly dazed. Chen Xi was relentless. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, leaping onto the Gray Spectre and using his handcuffed wrists to tightly constrict him. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 2 seconds, leaving no room for response. Although Chen Xi had lived in an era of peace and had never taken a life, brawling was a frequent occurrence in his life. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Gray Spectre's body began to convulse violently, his legs flailing in desperation for survival. Yet it proved futile. His eyes bulged, veins protruded, and his face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. He yearned to scream for help, but alas, he was unable to do so as his throat was being choked. In his agony, he struggled in silence, akin to a fish out of water, thrashing helplessly. He attempted to reach for the time manipulator in his pocket, but Chen Xi would not allow it. Crack! The moment he made a move, Chen Xi delivered a knee strike that shattered his arm. Chen Xi's strength was at least 30 to 50 tons, while a Time Guardian's physical prowess was only comparable to that of an elite soldier. This blow resulted in a catastrophic fracture of his arm. He began to tremble violently, seeking to alleviate his suffering. Yet, no sound escaped his throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground beneath him. Crack! Splat! After a few moments of stalemate, a sound akin to shattering glass reached Chen Xi's ears. It turns out the throat bone was shattered. Then, with a sudden gasp, blood gushed forth, followed by a gurgling sound as the pressure subsided and the crimson liquid began to flow freely. This wretched soul had met his demise, falling victim to his own arrogance and carelessness. Chen Xi could no longer contain himself and rushed to the edge of the water basin, retching violently. He had never taken a life before. The very thought of murder repulsed him, stirring within him a mix of fear, anxiety, and an unsettling thrill. It was a desperate act, compelled by the harsh reality of being thrust into the Marvel Universe, a realm where a mere mortal was as insignificant as dust. If he did not eliminate others, he would surely be hunted down himself. To survive, he must kill. To grow stronger. To kill. To grow stronger. He refused to be subjected to the whims of the so-called Time Guardians, who would judge him without mercy. Having spent his childhood at the very bottom of society, life in the orphanage was unbearable. He was perpetually hungry and inadequately clothed. Other children enjoyed the love and care of their parents, receiving good food and clothing. And even those from modest families were spared from hunger, cold, and bullying. But not him. He had nothing. When it was cold, he curled up and endured. When hunger struck, he could only drink cold water, hoping it would alleviate his misery. Bullied at school, he retaliated with a ferocity that instilled fear in his tormentors. What did it matter if he faced overwhelming odds? He dared to fight with everything he had, for it was his life that was at stake. How could those students not fear him? He devoted himself to his studies, determined to escape the clutches of poverty, to no longer suffer from hunger or cold, and to cease being a target for abuse. He had never bowed to fate nor succumbed to life's adversities, resolutely forging ahead toward a brighter future. Alas, just when he believed he was on the brink of a promising destiny, fate played a cruel trick on him. He was cast into a world where lives were as expendable as insects, apprehended as a so-called time offender. This organization was nothing short of malevolent, and all the Time Guardians were mere puppets of former so-called time offenders. He had no choice but to embark on another perilous journey. He must survive. After refreshing himself, Chen Xi exhaled deeply, gazing into the mirror at his disheveled reflection. He resolutely declared to himself, "Chen Xi, we shall embark once more." With a faint smile, he acknowledged that there was no turning back now. Life may be as fragile as an ant, yet one must harbor the ambition of a swan. Though fate may be thin as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding! The host has killed a Time Guardian, earning 10 points of biological energy. Huh? 10 points of biological energy? What a waste! Chen Xi scoffed, muttering that it was truly pathetic, just this meager biological energy. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 6, Robbery. Hand over the Infinity Stones. Having voiced his grievances, Chen Xi paid no mind. Even the smallest ant is still flesh. And 10 points of biological energy marked a beginning. He quickly approached the unfortunate figure, observing the gruesome state of the lifeless body. This time, fear did not grip him. Every beginning is difficult. You are now but a wretched soul under my command. Can you still rise? As he beheld the agonizing struggle and disbelief in the eyes of the deceased, Chen Xi unceremoniously began to strip away his uniform. He needed to disguise himself. Not to deceive everyone, but merely to get close to a select few. Stripping off the bloodied clothing, Chen Xi cleaned it slightly before donning it himself. With the brim of the hat tilted just enough, others would not immediately recognize him. Armed with a temporal weapon, he could swiftly eliminate the guards. Leaving the unfortunate fellow behind, Chen Xi boldly stepped outside, now a guardian of time. Hey, wait, who are you? As Chen Xi approached the first passage, the Time Guardian hesitated, unable to discern his identity. By the time the two guards realized something was amiss, it was already too late. With a swift strike, Chen Xi dispatched them before they had a chance to scream. Capture the assassin. There's an assassin. Chen Xi, ever the cunning trickster, shouted loudly, creating chaos. Indeed, this commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby, and guards from other passages rushed to the scene. The headquarters soon discovered several Time Guardians had perished, leaving them uncertain whether it was Loki behind the attacks or someone else. The entire base descended into pandemonium, providing Chen Xi the perfect opportunity to make his escape. On his way, he encountered several groups of Time Guardians who were taken aback by his bloodied appearance. Huh? Are you new? What happened up ahead? They interrogated him anxiously. Oh, don't even get me started. Loki is up ahead stabbing people with a knife. I need to hurry and tend to the wounded. You all must go quickly. Don't let him escape. Chen Xi feigned injury from a supposed struggle with Loki, his disheveled, blood-soaked appearance raising no suspicions. Upon hearing that Loki was fleeing, the Time Guardians cautioned Chen Xi to be careful and rushed toward the direction he indicated, intent on apprehending Loki. Fools. Truly, they are mindless. Even gasoline could incinerate these imbeciles. Chen Xi thought to himself, running at full speed. Time was of the essence. He could not rely on Loki, who he suspected was still plotting to eliminate the Bureau of Temporal Variance, just like in the TV series. Like a gust of wind, Chen Xi quickly reached the archives, where he unexpectedly encountered Loki. Oh, damn, you managed to escape too? Loki's intentions mirrored Chen Xi's. Neither would forsake the infinite gems. The sole distinction lay in Loki's desire for the Tesseract, while Chen Xi aimed for it all. Haha, Loki, it seems we are quite alike. You're no saint either. Your Tesseract is right here. Chen Xi grinned, hastily entering the archives. He had no intention of lingering with Loki, whose thought processes diverged from others. He wished to avoid entanglement. Oh, crap. Wait for me, you little thief. Don't think you can hoard the Tesseract all to yourself. Loki still regarded his Tesseract as a treasure, unaware that in this cursed place, it was merely a paperweight. Cursing under his breath, he hurriedly followed. In the archives, Chen Xi and Loki stormed in, brimming with intensity. Hey, kid, hand over the Tesseract. or I shall eviscerate you as one would a fish. What is a fish? Casey was at a loss, completely unaware of what a fish was. Loki, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "How can you not even know what a fish is?" Casey, resigned, replied, "I have spent my entire life behind a desk." "Oh, what significance does that hold?" Loki was perplexed, questioning the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Chen Xi stepped forward, softly stating, "Loki, let it go. They have been brainwashed, their memories erased." "What?" Loki roared in disbelief. "Chill. Why would I deceive you? Just don't be overly shocked later." Chen Xi quickly cautioned Loki to remain composed, as there were more astonishing revelations to come. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Casey remarked, "It's merely the Tesseract, just a worthless stone. Here, take it." He crouched down, opened the drawer, and nonchalantly handed the Tesseract to Loki. The next scene truly stunned Loki. "What? Infinity stones?" He gazed incredulously into the drawer, which was overflowing with vibrant, multicolored stones. "What is happening? How do you possess these?" Casey, grinning, shook his head and said, "We have plenty here. Some people use them as paperweights." Loki, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. As he caressed the stones, he began to pace, his worldview shattered. The Infinity Stones, which they had battled fiercely to acquire, were rendered utterly insignificant. Were they merely a joke? Was this the most formidable power in the universe? Loki murmured to himself, profoundly shaken, struggling to fathom the strength of such an organization. At this moment, Chen Xi was not inclined to remain in a stupor like Loki. He shouted, "Everyone stand up. I do not wish to kill. I seek wealth without shedding blood. All of you, obediently hand over those colorful stones, and I shall spare your lives. Everyone, quick. 1, 2, 3. Chen Xi's words elicited a collective sigh of relief. These stones were merely decorative, devoid of real purpose. Consequently, they opened their drawers, each surrendering their infinity stones to Chen Xi. "Ha ha, excellent. You are quite obedient. I am a man of my word. You are free now." Chen Xi, exhilarated by his inaugural experience as a robber, reveled in the thrill of the heist. The fact that he was pilfering infinity stones was exhilarating. Chen Xi, with a bag brimming with the stones, approached the dazed Loki, patting him on the back. "Hey, Loki, are you coming or not?" "No, Chen Xi, you go ahead. I need to uncover the truth." Loki shook his head, declining Chen Xi's offer. Was this not a realm filled with challenges? Was this not the most potent force in the universe? "Very well, as you wish. I must take my leave." Chen Xi shrugged, unwilling to engage further with this seemingly irrational individual. The black woman was on her way, and he had no time to linger. "All right, I hope we will meet again." Loki chuckled and bid farewell to Chen Xi. Without hesitation, Chen Xi activated a portal using the time controller and departed. The author has something to say. Chapter 7. Ice Elemental Powers. Ultimate Task. The moment Chen Xi left, the door to the archives was violently flung open, and the captain, a woman of African descent, promptly struck Loki with her staff. Swiftly, Loki activated the portal on the time controller and vanished, returning to the projection room. Of course, everything here had nothing to do with Chen Xi anymore. He had exited that universe, but who knows which universe he had entered. Nevertheless, he resolved to adapt to his circumstances, aware that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau would soon come looking for him, yet he remained unperturbed. Those individuals were merely technologically advanced ordinary humans. As long as he wasn't ambushed, he would be fine. Once he grew stronger, how could he be captured like Loki? Have they ever apprehended any great beings? Why haven't they pursued the 5 great creator gods? Why haven't they gone after the life court, the transcendence, or the molecular beings? They only bully the weak. He had previously been weak, which led to his capture. What on earth is this place? Must my luck be so wretched? Chen Xi gazed into the distance, but saw nothing but swirling yellow sands of the desert, devoid of any life. Cursing his luck, he decided to walk in a random direction, hoping to encounter fellow desert enthusiasts. Muttering to himself, Chen Xi began to stride forth. What a miserable place this is. Why is it so unbearable? Ding. Host, you have fused with the frost giant royal lineage. Although you are not afraid of such an environment, you will inevitably feel uncomfortable in it. Fine, fine. I suppose that's the case, Chen Xi said resignedly, suspecting that the system's words were indeed true. System, why have these infinity stones shown no changes? As he walked, he took out 6 stones to examine. Admittedly, they had a splendid appearance, capable of fetching a handsome price at auction. At the very least, they should sell for 50 billion cosmic coins, easily enough to purchase several hundred planets. Oh, Thanos, your long-desired infinity stones. I've got dozens right here. How about I let you touch one for a few months, and then I'll give you one? Chen Xi suddenly pondered how he might use these infinity stones to deal with the upcoming purple potato essence, or perhaps even snap his fingers. Hey, your stones are feminine, while mine are masculine. As he ambled along, a peculiar, mischievous laughter escaped him, morphing into a more sinister grin. Ahem, must stay low-key, stay low-key. At this moment, the system completed its analysis. Ding. Host. The infinity stones are unable to sense the universal rules of this cosmos, as they are not from here. The system's analysis clarified for Chen Xi that these stones belong to other universes. It was akin to occupying another's territory. Those from this universe had their own infinity stones and did not require his. They would not permit his to govern the rules of this cosmos. Chen Xi felt a profound sense of frustration. Had his efforts been in vain? Is the infinite gem that I painstakingly acquired merely a decorative trinket? Alas, my luck seems to be rather dismal. Have I merely snatched a handful of glass beads? In that moment, Chen Xi felt the allure of the infinite gem dissipate. Host, your perception is utterly misguided. An infinite gem remains an infinite gem. Even if it appears temporarily useless, it retains its intrinsic value. How so? Chen Xi's interest was piqued. When infinite gems from other universes encounter those from this universe, they can amalgamate, thereby fortifying the laws of this realm. As the universe grows increasingly formidable, it can also accommodate even greater powers, such as the host in the future. The ultimate task of the host is to recreate an ultimate timeline, an ultimate Marvel universe. What? Chen Xi gasped, nearly losing his composure. System, your ambitions are indeed grand. To recreate an ultimate timeline, an ultimate universe. Are you serious? Chen Xi inquired solemnly. Of course. Does the host wish to remain in a universe that can be casually erased by a mere deity? Do you desire to be so easily disposed of? No. I refuse. Chen Xi declared with unwavering resolve. Ding. The host has accepted the ultimate task, to recreate the ultimate timeline and the ultimate universe. As Chen Xi articulated his intentions, the system's cold notification echoed once more. Chen Xi understood that there was no turning back. He was weary of being an inconsequential insect. He yearned to grow powerful enough to instill fear in all beings, regardless of their nature. Yet, he was not in a hurry. Such a monumental task could not be completed in mere decades, centuries, or even millennia. Chen Xi continued his journey, knowing he would not succumb to thirst or fatigue. After all, he possessed the so-called divine lineage. How could he perish in such a harsh environment? Why did I refer to them as the so-called divine lineage? In Chen Xi's view, such weakness hardly warrants the title of divine. Their strength barely exceeds a few hundred tons, and they cannot even achieve superluminal flight. How dare they call themselves gods? Feeling a bit parched, the dryness is overwhelming. No sooner had he thought this than a large block of ice materialized in his hand. He popped the ice into his mouth, crunching it contentedly. Delightful. The frost giant lineage is quite impressive, naturally endowed with the ability to manipulate water and ice. Upon departing from the Time Anomaly Management Bureau, he finally sensed changes beyond mere alterations in his physique. The constraints on his water and ice abilities had vanished, and he wielded them effortlessly, which was quite satisfactory. Though he could not replicate Iceman's ability to conjure ice from nothingness, the ability to control it was still commendable. Iceman was an Omega-level mutant, one who defied the laws of the universe, capable of freezing time and space in the comics. How absurd. Yet, in the films, he was portrayed as a mere weakling, utterly inconsequential. He was not Loki. The bloodline of the frost giants had been sealed and suppressed by Odin, whereas he was whole and unrestrained. He condensed the moisture in the air into ice, relishing the delightful sensation of consuming it in this vast desert. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, Chen Xi estimated he had been walking for at least 3 hours. He suddenly sensed a presence. A military force? Mercenaries? Chen Xi gazed down from a lofty vantage point, observing a multitude of tents, trucks, pickup vehicles, and off-roaders scattered below. Though he remained unaware of the identities of those below, this did not deter him from initiating a cordial negotiation. After all, he was on the verge of departure. With this thought in mind, Chen Xi quickened his pace, darting downwards like a bolt of lightning, eager to escape. Suddenly, he found himself confronted by a group of menacing figures. Who are you? Are you seeking death? The peculiar nature of this encounter struck him. How could this vast desert appear so impeccably clean? The patrolling soldiers naturally noticed the whirlwind of sand and dust stirred up by Chen Xi's frantic sprint. His ostentatious entrance made it nearly impossible for them to overlook him. Was this not the height of arrogance? Clearly, they regarded him as insignificant. Just as they prepared to draw their weapons to intimidate this impudent youth, he boldly proclaimed, "Hey, you are surrounded. Surrender, or half of you will perish." With reckless abandon, Chen Xi charged into the midst of this unsavory group, seemingly unfazed by the danger that surrounded him. The author interjects, Chapter 8, "I truly do not wish to slay you." What? You are so impressive. Do your parents know? One of them scoffed. The last person who boasted like you is now buried 6 feet under. The mercenaries, notorious for their ruthlessness, were momentarily stunned by Chen Xi's audacity. Did he truly consider them so beneath him? Their fury was palpable. Who had ever witnessed a single individual encircle hundreds? The leader, a burly man, raised his hand and bellowed, "Fire! Eliminate this arrogant brat!" Bang, bang, bang. At his command, all hesitated no longer, unleashing a torrent of bullets without remorse. Their pent-up frustration had reached its limit. His arrogance was insufferable. As the bullets whizzed through the air, their expressions morphed into grotesque delight. Huh. This is the fate of the arrogant. Ha. You'll be going to hell soon. Yet, in the next instant, they were left astounded. The young man had not been reduced to a mere sieve, but instead, he evaded every bullet with the swiftness of lightning. Holy hell, he must be a mutant. Quickly, aim and shoot. Panic ensued. In this era, they could fathom no one but a mutant possessing such extraordinary speed. If he managed to close the distance, their lives would be forfeit. However, their frantic efforts proved futile, as they could barely catch a glimpse of Chen Xi's retreating figure. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets struck the desert sands, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle of dust and chaos. Alas, the test is complete. You are woefully unqualified, incapable of demonstrating any limits. I shall no longer entertain you. May you all meet your demise. Chen Xi suddenly materialized before them, uttering these words with a calm demeanor. A chill cascaded through the ranks of mercenaries, their hearts plummeting as dread enveloped them. What? Oh God! Holy Mary! In the next moment, they bore witness to the most spectacular and ultimately their final performance of their lives. With a graceful motion of her hands, Chen Xi summoned an innumerable swarm of ice arrows that materialized in the air, all aimed directly at their foes. Go, she whispered softly, and with a gentle flick of her fingers, the arrows shot forth with a sharp whoosh, hurtling towards the mercenaries. Fire! Fire! The mercenary captain screamed in a frenzy, desperately attempting to shatter the icy projectiles with gunfire. Though his intentions were not misguided, how many arrows could he possibly hit? This group had long lost their nerve. Merely refraining from fleeing was already a testament to their fortitude. Thud! 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 The relentless barrage of ice arrows transformed the mercenaries into mere pincushions, the muffled groans of their impact echoing like a haunting melody. Beep. Host has eliminated a common mercenary, earning 5 biological energy points. Beep. Host has eliminated a common mercenary, earning 5 biological energy points. Beep. Host has eliminated the mercenary captain, earning 10 biological energy points. The system's frigid notifications rang out like clinking coins, stirring a flicker of excitement within Chen Xi. Money, money, money. All of this belongs to me. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted at the very spot where Chen Xi had just been standing, but fortunately, she had moved away in time. Goodness, they even have rockets. I underestimated you. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous detonations followed, startling Tony and Ethan within the cave. Did they turn on each other? Or is it my rescuers arriving? Ethan speculated. I think the latter is more likely. At that moment, Tony, disheveled and disheartened, bore no resemblance to the dapper gentleman he once was. Yet, he found the spirit to jest, clearly aware from the sounds of gunfire that salvation was at hand. "Tony, I believe reinforcements have arrived. We are safe," Ethan exclaimed, equally elated. "No one wishes to be a captive. That is no way for a person to live. These brutes are utterly barbaric, devoid of humanity. They wouldn't even allow a proper trip to the restroom, forcing them to relieve themselves within the cave. And as if that were not enough, they had to resort to using stones. Stones. Each time, it was perilously close to causing significant discomfort. For goodness sake, at least provide some toilet paper. Is such cruelty truly necessary? I am on the verge of losing my sanity." At this moment, Tony scoffed disdainfully. "Hey, Ethan. Even without their assistance, I could lead you out myself." Seeing his comrade's excitement, the proud Tony immediately bristled. Their armored suits were nearly complete, and he was confident that once clad in it, he would exact vengeance upon the mercenaries who had tormented them, sending them straight to hell. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for these mercenaries, wishing nothing more than to feast upon their flesh and drink their blood. Why has it gone silent outside? Have we won? Suddenly, the gunfire ceased abruptly. "I shall investigate. You stay here and prepare the armor." Ethan took the lead, turning back to remind Tony. "You must not get into trouble. We are relying on you to pilot the suit. Be careful." Behind him, he heard Tony's concerned voice. Having supported, assisted, and encouraged each other for so long, they had become the best of friends, able to share everything. Suddenly, Ethan halted, then stepped forward with renewed determination. A true warrior would lay down their life for a confidant. Outside the cave, Chen Xi gazed at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his complexion slightly pale. Had he truly done all of this? Had he killed them all? Alas, who could have imagined that a student just emerging from an ivory tower could be so ruthless? Hundreds had turned to ash in an instant. "Apologies, but you shall never be the last. For all my enemies, there is but one fate awaiting them." Observing the desolate scene, with bones piled high, Chen Xi couldn't help but express his sentiments. He could not afford to stop. To pause would mean his own demise. Who are you? Is there a survivor? The moment Ethan appeared, Chen Xi sensed his presence. Whoosh! An icy arrow swiftly materialized, poised at Ethan's forehead. Thud. Ethan, startled, fell to his knees. As an ordinary person, he had never encountered such a terrifying situation and was nearly paralyzed with fear. Was this magic? Ethan's reaction momentarily stunned Chen Xi. He appeared to be just an average individual, albeit somewhat familiar. "Who are you? What is your name?" Chen Xi asked, his tone indifferent. He felt a sense of familiarity, as though he recognized this character, and upon surveying the surroundings, he began to deduce the nature of this peculiar place. "I am Ethan," he stammered, trembling like a quail, his eyes wide with terror. "I was kidnapped by this band of mercenaries." "Oh, your name is Ethan? Then Tony must be inside?" Chen Xi inquired with a smile, sensing the arrival of a distinguished guest. "Why yes, my lord, Tony is inside. Are you here to rescue us?" Ethan responded earnestly, perceiving Chen Xi as a powerful figure summoned by the outside world. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi's expression brightened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 9, 2009, to save you. That will require additional payment. Ethan, fatigued in spirit, suddenly felt rejuvenated, bursting with excitement. He exclaimed, "This is wonderful. This is fantastic. You have come at just the right time. Follow me, Tony is inside." Tears of gratitude almost welled in his eyes. "Oh, benefactor, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine the life we have endured." With enthusiasm, Ethan turned and sprinted towards the cave. Tony, we are saved. Ha ha, Tony. Hurry out, it is safe outside," he called out, eager to share his exuberance with Tony. "Really? Let me see who has come so late to rescue the great Tony Stark. How unprofessional." A voice responded from within the cave, unmistakably Tony's, oozing with arrogance. "Who is it? Who dares to let the great Tony Stark see? I could recruit him at 10 times the price of a presidential bodyguard, making him my personal protector." Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, Chen Xi heard the sound of footsteps approaching. When he looked up, he was greeted by the disheveled figure, neither fully human nor ghostly, which was truly disconcerting. Yet, He could faintly recognize this individual as the notorious playboy, the reckless Tony Stark. However, in his current state, with an unkempt beard and the absence of his signature mustache, he resembled nothing more than a beggar. As Chen Xi gazed at Tony, too, turned his attention towards him. This glance left Tony utterly bewildered. The young man before him was strikingly youthful, perhaps only 21 or 22 years of age. His looks were almost unfairly handsome, an aesthetic that overshadowed Tony himself. For goodness sake, was this a blatant slap in the face for Tony Stark? Was he to be overshadowed? No. He could not allow this fellow to become his personal bodyguard. Otherwise, all the women would surely flock to him instead. As his thoughts raced, Tony's mind wandered off track, returning to his old obsession with charming women. After sizing up Chen Xi, he casually surveyed his surroundings before nonchalantly inquiring, "Kid, where is everyone? Why are you alone?" He looked around, perplexed at the absence of others. Such a battle would typically involve dozens of Navy SEALs. Yet there was no one in sight, no one at all. Tony couldn't bring himself to believe that this pretty boy could possibly have dispatched over 300 opponents. "Tony, there is no one else, just the adult here," Ethan quietly interjected, tugging at Tony's tattered clothing. "What? How is that possible?" Tony exclaimed, his excitement escalating as he emphatically declared it impossible. His incredulous gaze swept over Chen Xi, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. In Tony's eyes, this pretty boy might have some skill in seduction, but to possess the capacity for violence? Surely not. Who could he possibly defeat? He simply could not accept it, unless... In the next instant, a sharp ice arrow was thrust directly at his forehead, the chilling aura expanding in Tony's pupils. Fear surged forth. Death had never been so close. For heaven's sake, Tony nearly wet himself. He absolutely could not die. He still had so much money to spend and countless women awaiting his advances. With this thought, Tony surrendered, yielding. "Oh, is that so? Do you believe now?" Chen Xi's playful voice suddenly resonated in his ears. I believe. Tony hastily nodded. Resembling a frightened quail, his life taking precedence over his bravado. He was merely a playboy. The sacrifice of his fearless spirit was not on his agenda. His life revolved around women and inventions, with the latter taking a back seat. As he acquiesced, the murderous ice arrow gradually dissipated into the air, the threat thus alleviated. Phew. Tony collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as if celebrating his narrow escape from death, having danced on the edge of oblivion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for saving Tony and indirectly altering Ethan's fate. The host is rewarded with 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slightly altering Tony's fate. You are rewarded with 10,000 points. At this moment, Chen Xi also received a notification from the system as Tony evaded danger, resulting in a total of 20,000 points in hand. This was undoubtedly a profitable venture. However, he understood that altering the fate of an ordinary bystander likely yielded no points at all. Even for a minor character like Ethan, a nominal amount was granted. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Xi turned his gaze toward Tony. While points were significant, the matters that lay ahead were of even greater importance. A wealthy target. I have determined my course. Even if Jesus were to intervene, the outcome would remain unchanged. Tony, noticing the peculiar look directed at him, felt uneasy. What sort of gaze was this? Did it suggest a predatory intent? He felt akin to a large, fat sheep. Indeed. The way this individual regarded him was reminiscent of a plump lamb. Tony was taken aback, internally muttering to himself, "What do you intend to do?" In that moment, he resembled a trembling lamb, utterly helpless and pitiable. Regretting not having donned his Iron Man suit, he felt overly vulnerable, which solidified his resolve to invent a simpler version of the armor in the future. "What do I intend to do?" Chen Xi replied with a mischievous smile, continuing. "Do you think I journeyed all this way to rescue you for love and justice? Or perhaps for the noble cause of peace?" The implication was crystal clear, and Tony comprehended immediately. A sigh of relief escaped him. Tony Stark was not only known for his charm, but also for his wealth. Women could be arranged, and money could certainly be offered as well. "Oh, just say the amount you desire. Tony Stark has plenty of money," Tony replied nonchalantly. Chen Xi, initially not intending to extort a large sum from him, found the man's nonchalance rather accommodating. $1 billion. Chen Xi exclaimed without hesitation. What? 1 billion? Tony nearly choked, astonished by the audacity. How could you even ask for that? What's the matter? Did you not invite me to speak freely? Are you suggesting that Tony Stark is a miser? Are the wealth magazines misleading us? Chen Xi retorted, feigning surprise and delivering a sharp rebuttal. Impossible. Tony Stark has plenty of money. Despite recognizing that this was a mere provocation, Tony could not tolerate the insinuation that his wealth could be belittled. Well, then, is that settled? Is your life not worth that sum? Wrong. I am not just a life. My life is invaluable. Tony immediately countered, asserting the worth of his existence. Then it is settled. Your life is indeed precious, thus making this $1 billion a fair exchange. I suppose you have a point, Tony replied, suddenly feeling as though he had stepped into a trap. His life was undoubtedly valuable, but this lion's share demand seemed rather excessive, didn't it? The author wishes to convey, Chapter 10, Extracting Arc Reactor Technology, Another Heist. Chen Xi was not about to allow Tony time for regret. He decisively sealed the deal. Very well. Upon your return to America, fulfill your promise to me. Chen Xi cast a meaningful glance at him, and the latter, being quite perceptive, understood the underlying message. Under someone's roof, one cannot help but bow their head. This 10 billion he could only accept with a resigned heart. Fine, I shall ensure its fulfillment upon my return. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chen Xi nearly burst into laughter. 10 billion. It was something he had only ever contemplated in dreams, never expecting it to come so effortlessly into his grasp. System, I am grateful to your ancestors. Ding, responding to the host, the system is unique and has no ancestors. Very well, Chen Xi scoffed. What a dull fellow, incapable even of casual conversation. Nonetheless, our collaboration is indeed a reality. You have saved my life. Although in a day or two, I could have dealt with them myself. Tony, being a shrewd negotiator, sought to gain some advantage, and after speaking, extended his hand to shake Chen Xi's, signifying his magnanimity. Chen Xi reciprocated, having his own intentions. Ding, detecting the character Iron Man, Tony Stark. Would the host like to extract? This extraction will cost 20,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi declared without hesitation. Ding, extraction in progress. Please hold on. Ding, extraction complete. Congratulations to the master for acquiring the technology of the microarc reactor. Would you like to retrieve it? Is it truly this delightful? Excellent. Although Tony's wisdom was not extracted, it mattered little as he was not inclined towards the technological path. This could foster influence, enabling his subordinates to act. The body is paramount. It is essential to be strong oneself. Retrieve. Ding, extraction in progress. Please wait. Ding, extraction complete. The microarc reactor technology now exists in the system's space. Please check. Host. A series of notifications concluded in an instant, yet one piece of information incited Chen Xi's anger. What on earth, you system? Why did you not mention the system space sooner? Here I am, lugging around this wretched pack. What a farce. Sigh, carrying a bag in this sweltering heat. How easy is it for me? This is all the system's fault. Ding, the host did not inquire. Thus the system naturally refrained from making assumptions. Well, Chen Xi was left speechless, realizing the system's talent for shifting blame. If I do not ask, you will remain silent. It's fine. It's fine. Knowing it now is better than never. Chen Xi muttered, resolving not to dwell on it further. His exchanges with the system occurred solely on a conscious level, where even prolonged periods outside did not permit the passage of time to be felt. Thus, as Chen Xi regained his composure, he smiled mysteriously and said in a subtly profound tone, You mean the wretched iron box in that cave? What wretched iron box? That is iron armor. Upon hearing Chen Xi's disdain for what he considered his greatest pride, Tony immediately took offense. However, he quickly realized something. Wait. How do you know about the iron armor? Tony's complexion paled instantly, his gaze filled with trepidation as he looked at Chen Xi. Impossible. That is classified information. Did Ethan inform you? Tony exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly turning to Ethan, questioning whether he had divulged anything to Chen Xi. Seeing Tony's intense scrutiny, Ethan shook his head. Tony. I truly did not say a word. Ethan was equally astonished, utterly perplexed. Could it be that you possess the gift of prophecy? Tony, clutching his head. scratched his hair vigorously, seemingly devoid of any sense of security. Chen Xi smiled enigmatically, refraining from answering Tony's inquiry. What could possibly be the greatest boon of traversing realms? Undoubtedly, it is the knowledge of past and future. This is his trump card. Occasionally masquerading as a seer or a charlatan is not without merit. Cultivating an aura of mystery and crafting an elusive persona can indeed yield numerous advantages. Let us depart. As the Buddha says, some things are best left unspoken. It would be prudent to vacate this wretched place. Chen Xi muttered a series of arcane terms incomprehensible to the two, then turned and strode away. Tony and his companion remained utterly bewildered, yet they hastened to follow Chen Xi, their minds brimming with questions. Since he offered no explanations, they could only internalize their curiosities, knowing that the truth would eventually unfold. For now, it was imperative to return swiftly, as this locale was perilous. Driving through the desert was a first for Chen Xi, and the performance of these modified off-road vehicles was nothing short of spectacular. The roar of the engines was a thrilling second sound to the men. The first was their own primal howls. Let your imagination run wild. The clouds of dust kicked up by their reckless driving were conspicuously visible across the vast expanse of the desert, even from miles away. Commander, it seems we have made a discovery, Colonel Rhodes stated gravely, his gaze fixed on the horizon. There is a large area of yellow sand being stirred up 15 kilometers away. It must be the off-road vehicles racing. This is certainly preferable to aimlessly searching through the desolate sands. He nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Tony was reveling in the vehicle, celebrating his escape from the depths of despair. Accompanied by heavy metal music, he rose exuberantly, howling like a gorilla. Oh, wow. Freedom. The freedom I crave. I want 10 cheeseburgers. 10. Cheeseburgers were his absolute favorite. It had been months since he last indulged in his beloved treat, day after day of curry rice. If it weren't for the will to survive, he would have been sick. Crunch. Crunch. At some point, Chen Xi had picked up a piece of ice and began to savor it. Ice. Tony, mimicking a gorilla, suddenly turned to look at the ice in Chen Xi's hand, swallowing hard. He rubbed his hands together, a greedy smile spreading across his face as he gazed at Chen Xi. Do you want some? I want it. $100,000 apiece. What do you mean 100,000? Tony was utterly defeated by Chen Xi's audacity. A mere piece of ice for $100,000? Did he truly think Tony Stark was a fool? I'll take 2. Well, no one can escape the universal truth espoused by our greatest philosopher. Boss Wong, what a delightful surprise. Chen Xi grinned mischievously. He had already extorted 10 billion from Tony, so this 100,000 was but a drop in the ocean. However, the thrill of the heist was something outsiders could scarcely fathom. A piece of ice equated to $100,000. The sheer exhilaration was beyond compare. Crunch. Crunch. The interior of the vehicle soon resonated with the delightful sound of ice crunching. Haha. Refreshing. Let us have 2 more. Tony was like a parched soul encountering an oasis after wandering the desert. One piece of ice simply could not suffice. Over there. Ethan hadn't even finished half of his. With a few quick bites, he devoured it. Chen Xi, filled with joy, handed him 2 more pieces of ice. How could he refuse such a generous offering? Just as they were merrily indulging in their icy treat, the thunderous roar of a helicopter echoed above them. At this point, if anyone passing by could leave a kind review, it would be greatly appreciated. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 11, Tony's cousin. Upon hearing the sound of the helicopter, Tony and his companion's first reaction was that enemies were in pursuit. In this desolate place, only these mercenaries would be familiar with the terrain. How could a helicopter from America possibly locate them in the vast desert? What should Chen Xi do? Surely, these individuals wouldn't launch a rocket attack on us. Would they? Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. Having been bitten by a snake, he feared the rope for years. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Xi reassured him, then tilted his head upward, squinting as his vision, far superior to that of an average person, focused on the helicopter above. Is that the Stars and Stripes? Chen Xi scanned the sky and quickly realized. Hey, it's all right. There are people, he exclaimed. Our people? Wonderful. Tony visibly brightened. If Chen Xi said so, it must be true. Hey, down here. Tony removed his shirt and shouted towards the sky. That's Tony. Quick, descend. Colonel Rhodes, who was observing through binoculars, immediately recognized the long-lost Tony below. Moments later, the helicopter gently landed, and Rhodes leaped out, enveloping Tony in a hearty embrace. "Hey, Tony. You've been missing for so long. You scared us to death," Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he patted Tony's shoulder. He was a dear friend of Tony's, thrilled both personally and professionally to have found him. Indeed, how could the great Tony Stark perish so easily? Tony chuckled, unabashedly boasting. "Come, let me introduce you to my saviors, Ethan and Chen Xi. This is my good friend, Colonel Rhodes." Tony busily introduced Ethan and Chen Xi to Rhodes, referring to them as his rescuers, yet omitting the details of how they had saved him. Clearly, Tony was holding back. The situation was too strange. Suggesting the presence of a mole, Tony Stark would put an end to the dealings. At this moment, Rhodes harbored no suspicions, instead extending a courteous hand. "Hello. Thank you for saving Tony." Chen Xi and Ethan exchanged a gentle handshake, marking their acquaintance. However, this time, the system did not prompt me to extract anything. It rendered Rhodes utterly inconsequential. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they resumed their journey, swiftly landing at a military airport in a fun. Rhodes and his team then escorted Chen Xi and the others to an international airport, where they boarded a plane bound for America. Initially, Ethan was reluctant to follow Tony. Yet he could not resist the fervor of Tony's enthusiasm. Thus, he found himself temporarily accompanying him. As the plane touched down in New York, reporters flocked to the scene. Having received news of Tony Stark's rescue, eager to capture the first-hand account. Upon Tony's emergence from the aircraft, pepper pots rushed forward, akin to a fledgling returning home. "Oh, Tony, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. You should never have gone without your bodyguards. Something must have happened." Tony enveloped this devoted woman in a tight embrace, inhaling the comforting scent of her familiar perfume. "I promise to heed your advice next time, darling. I'm so sorry for causing you worry," he gently replied, his tone laced with sincerity. "As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Standing aside, Chen Xi scoffed, rolling his eyes at the display of affection. The scent of romance was palpable, yet he genuinely could not comprehend foreign standards of beauty. Why were freckles deemed alluring? It baffled him. He did not find Pepper particularly attractive, and clearly, Tony's tastes were quite peculiar. He preferred the charming, voluptuous Wanda, or perhaps the more petite yet curvaceous Black Widow. However, he thought better of the latter, as her age and the multitude of past relationships were concerning. While Tony basked in the affection, the clicking of cameras outside persisted relentlessly. Tomorrow's headlines would likely read, "Tony Stark makes a grand entrance at the airport with affectionate display." Or is this woman the new flame of Playboy Tony Stark? Such stories would surely eclipse any entertainment news. Naturally, the cameras did not solely focus on Tony. Chen Xi too became a subject of interest, as the perceptive reporters sensed something intriguing about him. This young Asian man stood out distinctly among the crowd of darker and lighter-skinned individuals. They whispered among themselves, speculating on his identity. "Who is this striking young man?" one asked. "He is exceptionally handsome," another remarked. "How can he be so casually standing beside Tony Stark? Is he perhaps Tony's bodyguard?" "Nonsense. Where would you find such a dashing bodyguard? He must be a celebrity in his own right." I wonder if he is in need of a one-night companion. I feel quite tempted," one reporter mused. "Back off, you shameless woman. If anyone is to approach him, it should be me." As the chatter continued, a cunning reporter darted forward, transforming the airport into an impromptu press conference. They thrust microphones toward Tony. "Mr. Stark, were you kidnapped? Mr. Stark, who is this Asian gentleman beside you? Mr. Stark, during your absence, Stark Industries stock plummeted. What measures will you take?" Various unusual inquiries ensued, including one particularly audacious question about whether Tony intended to rendezvous with multiple women that evening. "Everyone, quiet down. Please, let us have some order." Tony felt a throbbing headache, completely overwhelmed by the situation. If he didn't say something soon, he feared he might be stuck there indefinitely. He could only address a few questions that had just been posed, and he planned to hold a press conference to clarify certain matters. With a resigned sigh, Tony spoke, and the atmosphere gradually quieted as preparations commenced. Clearing his throat, he confidently began, Ladies and gentlemen, do not worry. I am not being held captive. Naturally, he aimed to stabilize his plummeting stock prices by sharing only positive news. I have been conducting research on something particularly intriguing at my desert base abroad, and I believe it will soon be revealed to you all. The journalists below murmured amongst themselves, some believing him, others skeptical. Regardless, anticipation grew regarding what Tony had to share, whether it pertained to civilian or military applications. He was undoubtedly poised to unveil something significant. As for the individual beside me, I shall not conceal the truth. He is my cousin. Just as Tony was about to reveal that Chen Xi was his cousin, a chill suddenly enveloped him, coalescing near his second brother. Mr. Stark? What is going on? Are you choked up? Why the silence? It felt as though he was about to make a crucial statement, only to be abruptly interrupted. Wasn't this a form of torment? Ahem. My apologies. Tony coughed lightly, then reluctantly continued. This gentleman beside me is my elder cousin. Though he appears quite youthful, you all understand the wonders of the East, don't you? Do we understand? What are you implying? Do you take us for blind fools? This is utterly insulting. The crowd was incensed, feeling that Tony Stark was belittling their intelligence. This guy certainly isn't a good person. Who does he think he is? They grumbled. God, please take this fellow away. I'm reporting him for showing off. Tony, you claim that this young man is older than you. We might begrudgingly accept that, but asserting he is your cousin? Do you think we are blind? Huh. A Caucasian and an Asian. And you expect us to believe there's a familial connection? What a joke. In response to their remarks, Tony shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The world needs the endorsement of the great Tony Stark. But I do not require your validation. Goodbye. With that, Tony signaled for his bodyguards to clear a path as he strode through the crowd, his haughty demeanor well known and accepted by all. This was his persona, unencumbered by the need to meticulously uphold any facade of virtue, diligence, or frugality. For Tony, this was effortless and rather gratifying. In a luxurious villa in New York, not his opulent Malibu estate, a convoy of lavish cars made its way into the upscale residential area. The surroundings here are quite pleasant. Buy me a house and deduct it from my funds. As Chen Xi stepped off the vehicle, he found the locale quite appealing, deeming it a worthy place to settle, especially considering it is the very center of the universe, New York. The environment was refreshing, the neighborhood tranquil, and the greenery abundant, all while being conveniently close to the bustling city, a perfect oasis amidst the chaos. However, Chen Xi's commanding tone towards Tony irked him. Did he truly consider him a subordinate? Hey, are you out of your mind, big shot? Do you even possess an ID? How am I supposed to assist you in purchasing? Chen Xi shot him a sideways glance and retorted, do I lack an identity? I am your cousin. Just handle it for me tomorrow. If you can't manage such a trivial matter, then you might as well be better off dead. Damn, what misfortune is befalling me? Tony muttered under his breath, seething with anger. Had he inadvertently angered the gods, who were now sending someone to torment him? Nearby, the mischievous Pepper stifled a giggle, reveling in the fact that someone was finally putting Tony, known for his notoriously unpleasant demeanor, in his place. She relished the thought of how much easier her life would be now that this troublesome character had met his match. Stealing a glance at Chen Xi, she subtly winked in gratitude. However, this unexpected gesture startled both Chen Xi and Tony. Goodness, could this woman be developing feelings for me? Should I pursue this? It's certainly enticing, though perhaps I should dim the lights on that thought. Chen Xi mused, feeling a mix of intrigue and hesitation, recognizing that she was not quite his type. Damn it, Chen Xi, you're a calamity. I can't possibly keep you around, otherwise I might never attract a woman again. My pepper might well fall for this guy after mere minutes of acquaintance. If this continues, I'll be clapping for love in no time. Tony reflected, realizing he must act swiftly to salvage the situation, believing he could still avert disaster. Clearing his throat, he stepped between Pepper and Chen Xi, feigning nonchalance as he declared, What is a villa? I'll buy one tomorrow. It's a trivial matter. By the way, Ethan, I'll procure one for you as well. You should stay with Stark Industries. Your skills are more than sufficient to qualify you as our senior engineer. Ethan quietly called out. HM? What is it, Ethan? Tony inquired, puzzled yet anticipating a response. With a hint of difficulty, Ethan replied, Tony, I still wish to return and assist my hometown. They are in dire need. His heart remained tethered to the impoverished land he hailed from, where his efforts were devoted not to escaping poverty, but to bettering his community. All right then. I can support you with 100 million to help you flourish and develop your hometown, Tony conceded, recognizing Ethan's unwavering commitment. Upon hearing this, Ethan's face lit up with joy, his previously furrowed brows now relaxed. Thank you. Thank you. Tony, you are truly a generous friend. Tony waved his hand dismissively, sighing. It's nothing, but it will be quite challenging to meet again in the future. No worries, I will definitely come to see you when I have the time. It's a promise, don't you dare go back on your word. I certainly want tea. Ethan was Tony's savior, had it not been for him. The Iron Man of this Marvel universe and one of the three titans of the Avengers would have long since met his demise. Alas, as a weapons dealer, Tony was hardly worthy of an audience with the divine. Instead, he could repay Ethan in another manner, by supporting the development of his hometown. Perhaps that was the most fitting way. All right, big man, no more dragging this out. Let's go. I'm famished. I want barbecue. No, I desire a cheeseburger, cola, and fried chicken. As soon as Chen Xi finished speaking, Tony voiced his dissent, claiming he could devour 10 of those now. Noticing the disagreement between the two, Pepper Potts chuckled and stepped in to mediate. All right, let us eat. We're not short on funds. Indeed, influenced by Tony, Pepper's attitude seemed to convey a casual indifference towards money. Just listen to that tone. It exudes such grandeur. Oh, how delightful. This plan received unanimous consent. Everyone could eat whatever they wished. True to her role, Pepper, Tony's excellent assistant, executed the arrangements with remarkable efficiency. Before long, a restaurant delivered the requested items, even sending 2 barbecue chefs along. Chen Xi could hardly fathom the extravagance of the wealthy. This meal was a feast featuring top-tier ingredients he had never experienced before. The best he had known before this was merely ordinary beef. Having just graduated from university, he had certainly not been able to afford anything extravagant. Kobe beef at $8,000 per pound, Boston lobsters weighing over 10 pounds, king crabs, pearl abalone, and bluefin tuna. Observing Chen Xi relish his meal, Tony could not resist but join in the indulgence. These past few months had left him craving such delights. His stomach was empty, and only this lavish repast could satiate his hunger. He had never found these dishes so delectable. While eating, he marveled, indeed, after skipping a few meals. Everything tastes divine. The afternoon slipped away as they enjoyed their lunch in jovial spirits. The author has something to say. Chapter 13, Encountering Beauty at the Bar. Quenching thirst. Sated and refreshed, the group reclined in the courtyard, basking in the gentle breeze and cherishing the long-awaited moments of leisure. The wind caressed them. The sun shone brightly, and with Tony's beautiful companion by his side, he felt truly grateful to be alive. Suddenly, amidst their light-hearted banter, Tony curiously inquired, Chen Xi, have the mutants resurfaced recently? They had been silent for quite some time, rarely making an appearance, though there had been occasional reports of rogue mutants. Wait. Chen Xi was taken aback, for Tony implied that the mutants in this world were rather dormant. Could there be other unforeseen changes? Had the timeline shifted? Both the Avengers and the X-Men belonged to the Marvel Universe, and they were all familiar with one another. Due to copyright issues in the films, their narratives were distinctly separated, with only Wanda and Quicksilver representing any form of crossover. However, this was a real universe, devoid of any artificial constraints. Chen Xi pondered Tony's question for a moment before responding. I am unsure. I do not consider myself a mutant, but perhaps I am. Who can predict the future? What? You don't understand either? Tony exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. However, he did not suspect Chen Xi was deceiving him. If even Chen Xi was perplexed, it seemed that the existence of mutants was deeply concealed. I too lack understanding. Do enlighten me. Have there been any significant events involving mutants recently? Tony, in response to Chen Xi's inquiry, felt exasperated. Oh, great one. You are the mutant. Why are you asking me? With a resigned shrug, he continued. The last major occurrence was after the Cuban Missile Crisis. There have been no large-scale actions by mutants since. What remains are merely instances of mutants losing control, swiftly dealt with and disappearing from sight. Chen Xi began to grasp the situation. The timeline appeared to be entirely disrupted, and it seemed mutants were following a path of reversing the future. Was it perhaps due to other unforeseen circumstances? Or was it all because of him? As for those who had lost control, Chen Xi was aware they had been taken back by the professor. So this is how it is, he thought. But it matters not. With my arrival, they shall emerge. Gazing at the clouds on the horizon, he murmured to himself, pondering how his presence would irrevocably alter the timeline of this world. Everything would venture into the unknown, and the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, along with other powerful entities, would inevitably discover his existence. As Chen Xi whispered softly, those around him could not comprehend his words. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, evening arrived. Tony hosted a party at his residence, inviting his friends and an abundance of stunning blonde bombshells. However, Chen Xi felt little interest as a newcomer in this foreign land. The world's foremost metropolis captivated him. He took Tony's Lamborghini Gallardo for a spin, accelerating fiercely into the city. Fifth Avenue, the most bustling area in New York, transformed into a dazzling spectacle of lights and excess at night. New York was a paradise for the affluent and a hell for the impoverished. The hidden vices of the night became glaringly apparent, yet such matters held no consequence for Chen Xi, who welcomed the influx of biotic energy from the crowd. Even in New York, the Lamborghini was a rare sight, its thunderous roar drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Their envy and admiration were palpable, and the appreciative glances from women inflated his vanity immensely. Indeed, driving a sports car without windows is quite liberating. Chen Xi had previously thought those who flaunted were merely showing off, yet when it was his turn, he made the same choice. The law of what smells good is always desirable is indeed a cosmic truth. As Chen Xi cruised slowly through the vibrant streets, he realized why. He heard exclamations of admiration. Wow, he looks so cool. The car is stunning, and he is even more so. Hey, can we get a glance? Must you be so aloof? So handsome and wealthy. What a perfect man. Handsome. Would you care for a one-night companion? Where is the lack of materialism? It is a universal trait, merely varying in degree. Chen Xi swiftly parked his car at an upscale bar, perhaps to explore the possibilities of the night. After securing the vehicle, he stepped inside. Greeted by the courteous nods of the security personnel, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the interior was a whirlwind of revelry under the dim lights. Men and women twisted and turned in a frenzy, releasing the day's burdens. The deafening heavy metal music thundered in his ears, leaving him feeling quite disoriented. Could it possibly be any louder? Such a disappointment. The noise here surpasses that of establishments back home. Sir, would you like a private booth? Before long, a stunning blonde with voluptuous curves approached Chen Xi, her ample softness brushing against his arm. Beautiful? Can you truly stir up some excitement? Despite the chaos, he found a peculiar pleasure in the encounter and chose not to withdraw his arm. Noticing his reaction, the alluring woman sensed an opportunity. She had learned from the security at the entrance that this striking gentleman had just disembarked from a Lamborghini, a quintessential display of affluence. Her commission for the evening hinged on him, so she flaunted her assets, knowing she had much to gain. Chen Xi was well aware of her intentions, however. Mutual understanding sufficed, and there was no need for excessive scrutiny. With a smile, he inquired, "My dear, what fine spirits do you have here?" "We offer the finest Louis XIII, our Martin, and the prestigious Lafite wines. Additionally, we have our renowned signature cocktail crafted by the finest mixologist in New York, the Fiery Warlord." Impressed, Chen Xi noted her commendation of exquisite beverages without a hint of concern for their price. "Then I shall have the Louis XIII, our Martin, and the Fiery Warlord." "Please." The voluptuous beauty beamed with delight. "Please hold on for a moment." With that, she sashayed away, her movements exuding a tantalizing allure, whether intentional or not. In a bar like this, many seek solace in intoxication. Just as Chen Xi awaited his drinks, a tipsy woman staggered her way towards him. "Hey there, rather handsome." Her cheeks flushed, she clearly had indulged too much, yet she continued to flirt unabashedly. Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. Was luck truly on his side? This woman was breathtaking. Golden hair and striking blue eyes were merely the beginning. Her model-like physique boasted enviable curves, and those long, pale legs could captivate anyone for a year. With an elegantly defined nose and alluring eyes that seemed to beckon, her crimson lips were tempting. Her complexion was flawless, devoid of any blemishes, and perfectly framed her heart-shaped face. It appeared that tonight she would be his prize. What a fortunate turn of events, given her willingness. There was no need for him to feign virtue. Gently, he pulled her closer, taking control of her drunken antics. "Ah, so you're not as reserved as I expected." The woman shot him an annoyed glance, her enchanting eyes possessing a certain lethal charm. Chen Xi found himself utterly captivated. Perhaps he need not indulge in any drinks after all. The author has something to say. Chapter 14. The Devouring Fireman, John. Hee. With a beauty in my arms, why pretend to be a paragon of virtue, unless he is a eunuch? Chen Xi shamelessly gazed at the lady, grinning with delight. Eunuch? What is that? The beauty was momentarily taken aback, clearly not grasping the meaning. A eunuch, you see. Chen Xi leaned closer to the lovely maiden's ear and whispered softly. How annoying. You are doing this on purpose, taking advantage of me. The warmth of his breath sent shivers through her, overwhelmed by such potent masculine allure. Under the dim light, his captivating visage occasionally flickered like a scene from a painting, stirring her heart with desire. There's even more to be afraid of. Are you quite confident? The enchanting lady cast a daring glance, clearly challenging him. To her, he appeared rather unimpressive. In response to her provocation, Chen Xi felt a surge of anger. He could tolerate an uncle's antics, but not those of an aunt. Soon, he would make her weep and wail. Yes, indeed. In retaliation to her taunts, Chen Xi swiftly seized her delicate hand. The beauty covered her mouth, stifling her gasp. With a flushed face, she lowered her voice and gazed at Chen Xi. I haven't experienced this before. Will there be a problem? TCH. Pathetic. Chen Xi shot her a disdainful glance. So you're scared now? Just moments ago, you were so bold. Are you afraid of me? You're challenging me? The beauty bristled at that. What woman is incapable? It's the men who are lacking, isn't it? She refused to back down, deciding to indulge herself just this once. It was rare to encounter someone with such striking looks and unmatched prowess. Surrendering to him was certainly not a loss. The two seemed to resonate with each other, no longer wishing to wait. The enchanting lady could not help but whisper, Shall we go? Let us go. With a chuckle, they exchanged glances, nearly collapsing with laughter. Is this really happening? Are they perhaps too eager? Let's go. Yes. The enchantress linked her arm with Chen Xi's, pressing her softness against him, allowing him to relish the moment. Just as they rose, the previous saleswoman appeared. Sir, are you leaving? What about the wine? She was concerned about the wine being left behind, fearing a significant loss. Then she glanced at the drunken woman clinging to Chen Xi's arm and understood immediately. There was urgency. All right, let us settle the bill. The password is, we can store the wine and drink it later. Chen Xi produced a card worth over $1 billion and handed it to her. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. The beauty swayed happily as she departed. Soon, Chen Xi received a text message, naturally all orchestrated by Tony. Ding. You have spent 100,000. Your card balance is 1,003,500,000. Gasp. This long string of numbers startled the enchantress. You are the heir of which consortium? How can you be so wealthy? My heavens. 10, 100,000. 10,000. 100 million. 1 billion. Chen Xi never anticipated that this enchanting lady would snatch his phone and earnestly begin counting. Ah. There's no need for such alarm over trivial matters, she scoffed. The enchanting figure tossed her phone to Chen Xi, rolling her alluring eyes, her inebriation slightly shaken. It appeared that her companion for the night was rather perfect. The two shared mutual affections, and after receiving the bank card, they sauntered out of the bar. At that very moment, in a secluded corner of the establishment, a man hastily followed them. This enchanting creature had long been under his scrutiny, as many others in the bar had also set their sights on her, only to curse their misfortune once she was whisked away. However, this individual seemed to differ. Was he audacious enough to act on his intentions? Outside, as Chen Xi embraced the enchanting figure and opened the door to a luxurious vehicle, he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? The enchanting one inquired, noticing his unease. Nothing, just an oblivious rodent, Chen Xi replied dismissively, shaking his head with a scoff. Before she could probe further, a brash voice interrupted the moment. Rodent, you're quite the arrogant one. Release the lady in your arms, and I may spare your life. Typically, those who boasted so brazenly met swift ends, their graves often adorned with the most verdant grass. Chen Xi turned to face the newcomer. A typical brash youth with yellow hair, whose defiant expression was utterly deserving of a reprimand. You think you can intimidate me? What skills do you possess? Chen Xi inquired with a bemused smile, evidently unperturbed. My skills? If you dare, follow me, and I shall demonstrate, the yellow-haired youth taunted, beckoning Chen Xi with a flick of his fingers. Very well, I could use a warm-up. My dear, wait a moment for me while I deal with him. Chen Xi said, casting a gentle smile at the enchanting figure. Be careful, don't overexert yourself, she cautioned, reluctant to let him engage with such societal riffraff, yet instinctively refraining from intervening in matters between men. She trusted that behind such a vast enterprise, formidable bodyguards would be quietly safeguarding them. In her worried gaze, Chen Xi and the yellow-haired youth swiftly made their way to a secluded alley behind the bar. Once assured they were alone, the yellow-haired youth unleashed his bravado. You arrogant fool, no one is coming to your aid here. Allow me to show you the might of Fireman John. Chen Xi was taken aback upon hearing this self-proclamation. What a coincidence. Just that afternoon, he had heard there were no mutants in sight, and now he had stumbled upon this minor character. You're Fireman John? Is that for real? Chen Xi skeptically retorted. Humph. You dare doubt Fireman John? It seems I must show you. With that, he produced a lighter from his pocket, igniting it with a flick, and then, with a flourish of his hand, a colossal pillar of flame surged toward Chen Xi. Wow, that is quite impressive, Chen Xi exclaimed. But alas, this so-called fireman was merely a joke. How much heat could a lighter truly produce? It was nothing but an attempt to intimidate. Calmly observing him, Chen Xi raised his hand and conjured a column of water from thin air. You're also a mutant? Chen Xi's actions elicited a scream of disbelief from John. This is absurd. This is absurd. The opponent is also a mutant. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his misfortune. The colossal column of water extinguished the flames, and the residual force struck him with tremendous impact. Thud. John collapsed to his knees. Pathetic. Chen Xi advanced, delivering a precise strike that rendered him unconscious. System, devour. Ding. To absorb the fire control ability from Fireman John requires 1,000 biological energy points. The host has 235 points remaining. Chapter 15, System Panel, Divine Blessing from Wanda. Devour. It is imperative to consume. For such a trivial character, a mere footnote in the story, there was no need for courtesy. With limited prowess yet an inflated ego, he had clearly not endured the harsh realities of life. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have perished beneath the flames long ago, destined to meet Yama, the god of death. Observing the unconscious fireman, Chen Xi scoffed. In your next life, cease pretending to be superior. You think yourself formidable, yet you are merely a foolish wretch. Crack. With that, he lifted his foot and crushed the fragile neck, sending him off to meet their dark master. In his stupor, Fireman John convulsed violently before falling silent. This individual, much like that insufferable hedgehog, was both repulsive and pretentious, unable to best anyone yet insisting on their own grandeur. Chen Xi mused that if he encountered that hedgehog, he would eliminate them without hesitation, merely to gain some biological energy. As for their revolting abilities, he preferred to forget about that troublesome character. During his cinematic experiences, he had always found that loathsome figure particularly grating, more pretentious than Fireman himself. Shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts, Chen Xi ignited a lighter, directing the flames to reduce the wretch to ash. Ding. By slaying Fireman John, the host gains 500 biological energy points. The current total is 735 points. Ding. The host's defeat of Fireman John has irrevocably altered his fate, granting him 50,000 points. Well, this individual met a fitting end, providing me with both biological energy and points. I owe him my gratitude. System, I require a status panel. Generate one for me. He was well aware that no system is without a status panel. Ding. The system is generating the status panel. Please hold. Ding. The status panel has been generated. The host may now review it. A luminous screen, slightly simpler than those found in online games, appeared before Chen Xi's eyes. Host: Chen Xi, age 22, level Earth level physique, Frost giant physique abilities, water control, ice control, fire control items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem. 6 points, 50,000 biological energy, 735 points. The status panel was straightforward, almost devoid of embellishments. Nevertheless, considering he had only just entered the Marvel Universe less than 2 days prior, he felt quite satisfied with these accomplishments. The road ahead is long and winding. There is no need for haste. In due time, he would become extraordinarily powerful, with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Xi hummed a little tune as he merrily walked back to the bar's entrance. At that moment, it seemed as though the little sprite's intoxication had been blown away by the cold wind, leaving her alert and aware. Upon seeing Chen Xi return, she rushed towards him and leaped into his embrace. "You're finally back. I was so worried." She clung tightly to him, as if fearing he might vanish the next moment. Chen Xi gently ruffled her hair, which not only quelled her irritation but also made her nuzzle against him like a kitten, seeking a comfortable spot. What could possibly happen to me? That little punk was thoroughly dealt with. He fled in a panic. Chen Xi's voice was soft and soothing, instilling a profound sense of reassurance in her. The effects of the alcohol had faded, and the impulsiveness that had surged within her moments ago seemed to dissipate. Nevertheless, she felt an undeniable confidence, as if she could pursue her desires regardless of the lingering effects of the drink, all because of that exhilarating rush of affection. The little sprite adjusted Chen Xi's attire, gazing into his deep, starry eyes and gradually surrendering to their allure. Unable to resist, she rose on her toes, desperately inhaling the intoxicating essence of his unique charm, losing herself in the moment and seeking mutual affection. This was the scene on the streets of America, a place where freedom was cherished and openness was their ethos. The sight of Chen Xi and her sharing such a kiss was nothing short of commonplace. Passers-by paused, unable to resist whistling and applauding in delight. Minutes later, the enchanting moment came to an end when the little sprite, clumsily forgetting to breathe, broke away. "Wow, that was quick. TCH. What a tease, are you not satisfied? Let us go." In response to Chen Xi's playful jibe, the little sprite's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched him to mask her embarrassment. With so many people around, she dared not glance about, shyly tugging Chen Xi towards the car. With a roar, the Lamborghini surged forward, leaving the crowd in awe. "Wow, so this is love? This is love, and the air is filled with the scent of money. Am I actually believing in love? It seems so simple." The romance at the bar's entrance was indeed reliable. They gazed at the departing sports car, as if they finally understood. Once inside the car, the sprite provided a navigation address and shyly turned her gaze to the window, falling silent. An awkward tension filled the vehicle. The effects of the alcohol had worn off, and the wildness had faded. "Sprite, what is your name?" After about 10 minutes, Chen Xi broke the silence. "My name is Wanda Django Maximoff. You can call me Wanda. This is my first time at a bar." Wanda ran her fingers through her hair as she spoke quietly, feeling an inexplicable urge to explain herself. Squealing, Chen Xi suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the ground, which spoke volumes of his surprise. A cloud of white smoke billowed from the rear of the car. This illustrated just how astonished he was, as a mere name had elicited such a reaction. "You're named Wanda? Do you happen to have a brother?" Chen Xi turned abruptly, astonished by the revelation. Wanda, taken aback by his animated response, looked at him timidly and nodded gently. "Indeed, I have a younger brother named Pietro. How did you know?" Wanda was equally astonished by Chen Xi's words. How could he possibly be aware? Unexpectedly, Chen Xi did not respond to her query, but instead bent down to bestow upon her a grand kiss. "Oh dear. That insufferable rascal has lost his mind again." Wanda pummeled him with her tiny fists, gradually realizing that she had ceased to resist and was yielding to him. This was only possible because they had distanced themselves from the bustling city center, nearing Wanda's secluded little villa. Otherwise, complaints would have surely ensued. After a few more minutes, Chen Xi finally chose to release Wanda, who resembled a small, bewildered kitten. "I must be the fabled chosen one, for if I were not, it would be utterly inexplicable." "Ha ha." Chen Xi delighted in this thought, reveling in joy until he could not help but burst into laughter. Wanda, blushing, shot him an exasperated glance, truly perplexed at his incessant antics. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Are you losing your mind?" she retorted, pushing him playfully. Hee, it's nothing. Rather, it's a surprise. A monumental surprise, a gift from fate." Chen Xi cradled Wanda's delicate face, his starry eyes fixed intently upon her, as if she were the most precious being in existence. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 16, 1,000 points acquired. Wanda. If anyone could capture his thoughts in this Marvel universe, it would undoubtedly be Wanda and Jean Grey, two enigmatic women. Jean Grey in the Dark Phoenix film is breathtakingly fierce, strikingly powerful. In the Apocalypse film, that young girl obliterated Apocalypse with a mere outburst. And in Avengers, Endgame, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, was equally awe-inspiring. Had the director not insisted on Tony Stark snapping his fingers, Wanda would have effortlessly reduced that purple menace to mere ashes. The girl before him is indeed Wanda? What could possibly surpass this surprise? Wanda, you are the gift of destiny. From now on, your world shall be safeguarded by me. Chen Xi's vow resonated with an unusual firmness, causing Wanda's heart to race uncontrollably under his gaze. "Who said you could protect me? Today, we merely quench our thirst, and then I shall kick you to the curb." Wanda's eyes flickered as she swatted away his mischievous hand, haughtily turning her nose up. "TCH, such a stubborn fellow. Are you home alone?" Chen Xi smirked, thinking that once on this ship of mischief, she could not simply escape. He considered that if Quicksilver were home, they would head to a hotel instead. No, that rascal has vanished somewhere. Sensing the implication in Chen Xi's words, Wanda grew increasingly anxious, shedding her earlier bravado. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, the silent Wanda had begun a mental whirlwind of possibilities, imagining various scenarios. Time flew by. And after a few more minutes, Chen Xi brought the car to a halt. "Shall we just forget it? Should I head back?" Observing her hesitance, Chen Xi felt a chuckle bubbling within him. This supposedly free-spirited nation was not without its share of conservative individuals. "No. Are you backing down?" Wanda declared fiercely, summoning her resolve. "Backing down? Me?" Chen Xi cast her a sidelong glance and swept her into the doorway. At this moment, everything else was superfluous. Only actions could attest to one's intentions. Whoosh. The after effects of the alcohol seemed to surge forth once more, igniting Wanda completely. As they walked, they tossed things aside carelessly. Their belongings were strewn about, and upon entering the bedroom, all confining restraints vanished. Chen Xi was captivated by the enchanting sight before him, eliciting a playful pout from the lovely maiden. He offered her a bottle of water, which she accepted and drank eagerly. So this was the flavor of it? Wanda was enlightened. The two fell into silence, embracing as they savored the lingering aftermath. At that moment, an unexpected interruption occurred. Ding. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering the fate of Scarlet Wanda. The host is rewarded with 10 million points. What? 10 million points? System. Have you made an error? Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Xi jolted. In retaliation, Wanda pinched his side sharply, twisting it several times, though her strength was negligible. Chen Xi feigned a grimace to amuse her. Wanda let out a satisfied hum, pleased with his display. Once tranquility returned, Wanda found a comfortable position to close her eyes and rest, while Chen Xi once again turned to the system. "Why such a generous reward?" he inquired. Returning to the host, the system replied, "Wanda's fate has been drastically altered by you, and her future trajectory will revolve around you. As a beloved of the Marvel Universe, her every action influences the entire trajectory of that world. Thus, by changing Wanda's tragic fate, you have indirectly shifted the destinies of countless individuals within Marvel. The 10 million points you received are in strict accordance with the system's protocol. Please rest assured." The information conveyed by the system clarified for Chen Xi that the more powerful the being, the greater the impact. This foretold a prosperous future. There were indeed numerous formidable figures within Marvel. Just how many points could he amass? Aha. Chen Xi was well aware of how explosive Wanda's potential was, something the films failed to portray adequately. This realm was entirely different, a tangible universe where her growth hinged upon this cosmos. In the cinematic universe, overwhelming power was not permitted. But as Chen Xi methodically transformed this universe, the collective strength of all would rise. He recalled that year when no mutants remained. 99 of mutants were stripped of their powers. Only 82 fortunate souls escaped the calamity. Wanda's fury erupted once more with the proclamation that no superpowered individuals remained, plunging the entire Earth into chaos. All abilities were confiscated, including the sorcery of the Supreme Sorcerer, the powers of the Fantastic Four derived from cosmic radiation, and the myriad abilities of mutants. Even Captain America, who gained his powers through serum, and the Hulk, who derived his strength from gamma radiation, along with all Skrulls on Earth and the Inhumans, including Black Bolt on the Moon, were not spared. This is the portrayal of Wanda from the comics, a force of destruction that the cinematic universe cannot adequately depict, as it is incapable of containing her immense power. Chen Xi gazed at the girl before him, reminiscent of a delicate kitten, unable to suppress a chuckle. Who would have imagined that this girl would one day ascend to such insurmountable strength? If she possesses chaos magic, might it not be within his grasp as well? The answer was tantalizingly close. Chapter 17, Natasha, where is your dignity? System. How many points are required to extract chaos magic? Money. That was his foremost concern. Host. The Scarlet Witch possesses two abilities, or rather, her powers stem from chaos energy, which is an amalgamation of mutant abilities and the chaos magic of the dark god Thawne, thus giving rise to the Scarlet Witch. Such formidable abilities necessitate 5 million for a single extraction. As for the probability manipulation, chaos magic, or chaos energy, it entirely depends on the host's luck. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. So exorbitant? 5 million for a single attempt, with 3 abilities potentially costing up to 15 million. Since extracting probability manipulation and chaos magic does not guarantee a fusion akin to Wanda's, what about extracting the Phoenix Force? Wouldn't that require an even greater sum? At this thought, Chen Xi felt like a miser, having just reveled in the idea of obtaining 1 million for free, only to find that joy fleeting. There were numerous other abilities, items, knowledge, and technologies, all demanding expenditure. It was clear that a man's wealth was akin to ammunition, without sufficient resources. One could not wield power effectively. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Xi realized that overthinking was futile, and he should focus on the present. Thus, he seized 2 soft, fragrant cotton balls to savor, prioritizing his comfort above all else, becoming utterly captivated by their allure. That night, neither Chen Xi nor Wanda found much rest. The entirety of New York remained in turmoil. Beneath the cover of darkness, unseen forces stirred, with many factions remaining restless. Obadiah Stane, Tony's uncle and the mastermind behind this kidnapping incident, was currently at home wreaking havoc, smashing everything within reach. It was insufficient to quell his fury. Everything had deviated from his meticulously crafted plan, leading to a series of blunders. The Ten Rings gang, those wretched fools, persistently defied his wishes, refusing to eliminate Tony and demanding more money. Did they think themselves mere money grabbers? To add insult to injury, Tony had somehow escaped unscathed, returning to New York against all odds. Tony, how fortunate you are. Obadiah Stane muttered darkly, his demeanor ominous in the shadows. Lighting a cigar, he sought to regain his composure and devise new strategies, having reached his limit. It was one thing for Howard Stark to command him, but now even Tony, this younger generation, was imposing upon him, stirring deep discontent within him. Why should this be? It was akin to ancient emperors who, after seizing their thrones, sought to eliminate their loyal subjects. Once he was gone, would his brother not rebel, leaving his son's reign precarious? This group of formidable warriors must be dealt with. One should not fear the multitude, but rather the singular discontent that could lead to calamity. Just as Obadiah Stark furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sudden, urgent ringing pierced the air. "Hello, what is it?" he inquired with a grim tone, pulling out his mobile device. The individual on the other end shuddered, sensing the suppressed fury in his voice. With a forced calmness, the subordinate reported, "Boss, our men discreetly ventured to investigate the cave where Tony was kidnapped, and they discovered a suit of steel armor. It appears that the armor has not been utilized. We suspect Tony intended to don it for his escape, but has yet to activate it. Currently, we believe he was rescued by that Asian fellow who returned with him. Additionally, I've arranged for the armor to be secretly transported back to the homeland. The informant conveyed the information succinctly, quickly analyzing the potential outcomes based on the report received. Understood. I will orchestrate everything, Obadiah Stark replied coolly, maintaining a posture of restraint. Yes, boss. After ending the call, Obadiah fell into a contemplative silence, his expression fluctuating. His eyes darting with evident contemplation. Ah, Tony, fortune seems to favor you this time. Do not blame your uncle for what is to come. Obadiah muttered fiercely into the void, having evidently devised a strategy while Tony remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the true hand manipulating events, his most trusted uncle, Obadiah Stark, who was poised to unleash further peril. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, what is now referred to as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a strikingly aloof blonde beauty approached Director Nick Fury's office with a dossier in hand. Director Fury, here is the information you requested. In our haste, we have obtained very little. This cool and composed figure was Maria Hill, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury accepted the file, which contained only a few photographs and scant details. Wait, what is the meaning of this? How can there be no information whatsoever? Did he just emerge from a rock? Fury questioned incredulously, pointing at the inadequate data. Indeed, Director Fury, we could not locate any information on this young Asian individual within our global databases. Hill responded with an impassive demeanor, treating the situation with utmost formality. However, Nick Fury was well aware that her demeanor was consistently frosty, leading to speculation about her emotional detachment. Hearing this, he too fell into deep thought, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he hastily inquired, "Have you consulted with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Could they be concealing information regarding this man?" Hill gently shook her head. "I have inquired with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they have not concealed any information. Indeed, there is no data available." At this moment, Nick Fury was utterly astonished. He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. would never lie, hence he could not help but question the origins of this individual. As a nation plagued by paranoia, he epitomized the very essence of such delusions. And without clarity, he could not find peace, nor could he sleep soundly. The association of an enigmatic figure with the largest arms dealer raised his suspicions. This simply would not do. Action was imperative. He swiftly seized the telephone on his desk and dialed, disregarding the fact that it was already midnight. "Hello, who is this?" "It's the dead of night. Do you not realize how crucial a woman's rest is?" Before Nick Fury could utter another word, the voice on the other end unleashed a torrent of words, leaving him bewildered and thoroughly vexed. Hill could hardly suppress her amusement. Stifling a laugh as she witnessed the renowned verbal tactician, Nick Fury, meet his match. "Cough, cough, Natasha. It's me, Nick Fury. I have an urgent mission for you. Please make contact with someone and gather some intel." Despite the irritation, he maintained his serious demeanor. Fine, I understand. How annoying." With a sharp click, Natasha hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal only deepened the frown upon Nick Fury's face, rendering it darker than coal, though it was not visibly apparent. Damn it. Is there no decency left? Can one not show respect to a superior? Fury was incensed. Natasha's lack of decorum was intolerable. As the narrative unfolds. Chapter 18, The Harvest and the Arrival of Power. Witnessing Nick Fury's discontent brought an inexplicable joy to Hill, akin to an oasis in the desert. This stoic man, perpetually bearing a scowl as if everyone owed him money, deserved this rebuke. With a smirk, Hill turned on her heel and departed, leaving behind her haughty silhouette for the flustered Nick Fury to ponder. The following day, around 10 in the morning, Chen Xi awoke groggily, reflecting that this was indeed the essence of life. The two had engaged in revelry until the early hours, exhausting themselves with bedsheet changes and showers, causing quite the disturbance. "Hey, Wanda, rise and shine. Are we not working today?" Chen Xi nudged the still slumbering Wanda, who merely shrugged her shoulders, refusing to open her eyes. "Oh, how irritating. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm not going to work today." "It's all your fault, you inconsiderate brute." She mumbled before cocooning herself in the blankets and drifting back into slumber. Chen Xi rolled her eyes. Please, who was it that incessantly proclaimed yes, good, all night long? Who can be blamed? To Chen Xi's surprise, Wanda must have heard her, as she swiftly retaliated with a backhanded swipe, grabbing Chen Xi's arm and squeezing it tightly. This provoked Chen Xi's ire. How dare she challenge her so early in the morning? Seizing her wicked little hand, Chen Xi leaned conspiratorially close to Wanda's ear and whispered, Wanda, allow me to impart a crucial piece of wisdom. Never turn your back on an enemy. What? Wanda was taken aback. In the next moment, her surprise was replaced by a feeling of inevitability. It was time for him to take the stage. 2 hours later, as Chen Xi cradled the perspiring and utterly exhausted Wanda while she freshened up, Wanda, having surrendered all resistance, floated in a daze. After an arduous meal of simple Chinese cuisine prepared by Chen Xi, she shot him an exasperated glance before retreating to her slumber. That scoundrel is insufferable. Hey, darling. Rest well. I'll take you out for dinner tonight. I'm going to take a stroll. Chen Xi chuckled, his grin utterly devoid of intimidation, instead infused with a charming allure that signified her newfound femininity. Leave me be. Wanda huffed, turning away to sleep. Goodbye. Chen Xi shot her a triumphant look before departing with a delightful step, for the evening promised a grand showdown. Driving Tony's Lamborghini at breakneck speed, he sped away, license freshly acquired, under Tony's bewildered gaze. Chen Xi soon arrived at a brokerage firm, presumably the foremost in the nation. As he disembarked from the car, a security guard promptly assigned him a parking space, regardless of whether he was a client. They understood that this was now his domain. Wealth universally commands respect, and their discerning eyes did not fail to notice. Good day, sir. I am Christian, the business manager at Morgan Securities. How may I assist you today? A stunning woman greeted him as he entered, and he marveled at the beauty of the world around him. It appeared that once one attained power, the world transformed into a realm of benevolence, with every face adorned in smiles. I wish to open an account and explore the possibilities, Chen Xi replied with a smile. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, she beamed, thrilled to have a high-profile client in her midst. In the VIP room, Chen Xi handed her his license, and after she poured him a cup of coffee, she smiled warmly while processing his request. Outside the brokerage, several groups were surveilling Chen Xi's every move, including S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, the Brotherhood, and Obadiah Stain's men. Natasha, having been disturbed by a call from Nick Fury the previous night, had not enjoyed a restful sleep, her mind brimming with frustration as she stealthily followed Chen Xi, clutching her documents. Humph, you little brat. Is it you who has caused me sleepless nights? I refuse to believe there is anything extraordinary about you. Otherwise, you shall pay. Natasha seethed, her anger flaring as she gazed at his handsome face, lamenting the beauty sleep she had forfeited. Meanwhile, the Avengers were also on alert, with Colossus and Iceman among them. The previous night, Professor Xavier had experienced an unsettling sensation in his heart, a premonition of impending doom. As the master of the mind, his instincts were notoriously accurate. He promptly donned his helmet, the cerebral amplifier. The psychic waves of Fireman John have ceased? Is he dead? Charles was taken aback, his expression shifting between uncertainty and distress. Had Fireman John truly perished? While he held no concern for the traitor's fate, John had committed numerous atrocities, and his demise was no great loss. He pondered the shadows of death, questioning whether there existed a faction targeting their mutant kind. After all, they had concealed themselves for so long, their exposure being but a rare occurrence. Following the residual psychic waves, he sensed the moment the fireman, John, met his demise at the hands of Chen Xi. Regrettably, when he attempted to invade Chen Xi's mind, an insurmountable and peculiar magnetic force thwarted him. Unbeknownst to him, this extraordinary magnetic field was the invincible aura of the Infinity Stones. Even without a connection to the cosmic laws, they existed as they were, gradually communicating fragments of those very rules. The professor, believing Chen Xi to be a fellow mutant, felt reassured and dispatched individuals to explore the possibility of alliance. For harboring such a decisive and formidable individual outside their ranks posed a considerable risk. As for the Brotherhood, their pursuit was straightforward. After a night without news from John, They promptly accessed surveillance footage. Magneto was naturally informed, realizing that it was Chen Xi who had dispatched his subordinate. Thus, he sought to recruit this more powerful entity into their fold. Chen Xi had long sensed the presence of the various factions circling outside, though he found little inclination to expose them. Despite not being well acquainted with them, he had no desire to engage, should they dare to reach out. He would not hesitate to sever their hands. In dire need of points and biological energy, he mused that even the smallest fly was worth a morsel. Eliminating them would not only alter his fate, but also grant him a surge of biological energy. What was there to lose? Make your move. Do act already. I'm growing impatient. During Chen Xi's coffee indulgence, the attractive business manager had efficiently completed all necessary arrangements, linking personal and banking information. With that, Chen Xi had successfully opened an account, and soon it would be time for him to reap the rewards. Sir, if you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. She offered, her tone sweet. All right, beautiful, goodbye. Goodbye. The charming woman graciously escorted Chen Xi to the door. For such a wealthy and handsome client, even in the absence of business dealings, she yearned for additional lucrative opportunities. The man before her exuded strength. Transferring billions to her younger sister seemed well within reach. Alas, Chen Xi was uninterested. His appetite had waned. Revving his powerful vehicle, he sped towards the outskirts, sensing that the time for his harvest had arrived. Meanwhile, those lurking in the shadows, as anticipated, trailed behind, unwittingly falling into the trap laid by Chen Xi. Chapter 19. Omega-level ice manipulation in the Yan National Forest Park. A place sparse in human presence, where one might wander for half a day without encountering another soul, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a throng of individuals. Damn it! That wretched kid is doing this on purpose. He is luring us here for some nefarious scheme, Natasha growled, visibly irked. Wait, this fellow possesses an astute sense of smell. Regardless of his intentions, the Brotherhood must compete. Steel Titan, follow him closely and discern what he intends to convey. The professor maintained remote oversight of the battle police's operations. His concern palpable. Screech. As Chen Xi drove a short distance into the area, he came to a leisurely halt, opened the car door, and leaned against it. His gaze calm as he observed the approaching group. The followers disembarked, and their hearts fluttered slightly at the sight of Chen Xi's demeanor. His composure was unsettling. Did he not harbor any concern about their intentions towards him? It was not merely his calmness that struck them, but the predatory gleam in his eyes, as if he regarded them as prey while he assumed the role of the hunter. Only the perceptive Natasha and the discreet Professor Charles discerned an intangible superiority about him, an ineffable quality that set him apart, as if he existed on a different plane altogether. This sensation was profoundly disconcerting, evoking an eerie chill. What could account for such a gaze? Indeed, Chen Xi perceived them in this manner. They were flesh and blood, yet in his eyes, he was the paramount player. While they were merely a collective, akin to countless wild creatures, they provided him with experience, enabling his growth and progression through challenges. This condescending outlook towards the denizens of the Marvel Universe did not stem from arrogance. Rather, as a newcomer, he had yet to integrate into this realm. When one gazes down upon the world from a divine perspective, with a comprehensive understanding of its unfolding, it is only natural to look down upon them. Unaware of their inner turmoil, Chen Xi surveyed the crowd with an intriguing glance before speaking. Hey, aside from the blonde woman, shouldn't the rest of you introduce yourselves? I don't recognize any of you. It seemed that aside from the illustrious Natasha, the alluring figure of the Marvel Universe, the others were merely familiar faces. Scarlet? Who doesn't he know her? A dream for countless admirers, her bathwater could fetch exorbitant sums. Though her legs might be a tad short, it hardly detracted from her allure, with certain attributes enhancing her appeal. However, his nonchalant attitude caused Natasha a moment of embarrassment. Was she the only one exposed? Frustrated, she fell silent, reasoning that among this crowd, none were benign, and perhaps she might still catch a break. Steelman resolved to seize the opportunity to inquire about the reason behind the professor's orders to eliminate the fireman. The professor, keenly interested in matters concerning mutants, especially those as extraordinary as this one, was particularly proactive. Understood, Professor, Steelman quietly acknowledged in his mind, then stepped forward with a courteous smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed individual. I am unsure how to address you." Such a demeanor, embodying the adage of not striking a smiling face, was entirely appropriate. "Chen Xi," he replied coolly. "Chen Xi? So he is indeed from the Dragon Country?" They had speculated he must be from there, for other nations could not possibly exude such an unmistakable air of national confidence. Yet, before they could further indulge their imaginations, Chen Xi interrupted them. "Has your professor given you any instructions?" "What?" They were taken aback. How could he know so much about the professor? It seemed he was not merely a wild mutant after all. Steel Force was taken aback, instantly realizing that this individual possessed a certain understanding of their kind. It was evident that the professor had briefed him. This ambiguous character had some depth. At that moment, Steel Force found himself in a predicament. While others seemed well acquainted with him, they knew nothing about him. He timidly inquired, "The professor asked me to ask you why you wish to kill the Human Torch, Johnny. As mutants, we are already scarce. We should not hunt one another, but rather unite." Upon hearing this, Chen Xi instantly grasped the essence of Charles's philosophy. He seldom resorted to violence. With his extraordinary abilities, he could indeed alter humanity's perception of mutants in an instant, yet he firmly believed in the freedom of the soul and the sanctity of non-interference. "Would you like to know? Let us shake hands first." Chen Xi uttered this seemingly nonsensical statement, leaving everyone present utterly perplexed. What on earth was this? They were at a loss to comprehend his intentions or peculiarities. Nevertheless, despite their confusion, Steel Force extended his hand. "Ding. Detecting character Steel Force. Would you like to extract abilities? This extraction requires 50,000 points. Extract. Ding. 50,000 points deducted. Successfully extracted Steel Force's mutant ability of carbon steel body. Would you like to merge? Wait, not merging for now. Steel Force's transformation into Iron Man was quite impressive. His steel physique ranked just below the primal adamantium and vibranium in terms of resilience. In high spirits, Chen Xi then turned his gaze to Iceman Bobby. "Come, let's shake hands." "Me?" Iceman pointed at himself in astonishment. "Yes, you." "All right." Iceman shrugged, thinking it was no big deal, so why not? The two casually shook hands. Ding. Detecting character Iceman Bobby. Would you like to extract Iceman's abilities? This extraction requires 3,000,000 points. Extract. Even though it was 3,000,000 points. Chen Xi was indifferent. Such Omega-level mutant abilities were merely effects that couldn't be fully realized in film. In the comics, Iceman could freeze entire galaxies, escaping even the confines of time and space. Of course, this was a long journey, and achieving it in a short time was implausible. Ding. 3,000,000 points deducted. Successfully extracted Iceman Bobby's Omega-level freezing ability. Would you like to merge? Not merging for now. With an Omega-level ability secured, Chen Xi felt elated, having reaped the benefits. He unconsciously glanced towards the Brotherhood. His enigmatic smile did not escape the notice of others. Was it just a handshake? Why was he so ecstatic? Could it be that he was a fool? What significance did it hold to recruit a fool? The Brotherhood's Red Devil and Toad began to waver. Boss, should we withdraw? This guy might not be all there. He could be a pervert. Isn't it abnormal for a pervert to wish to kill the Human Torch? He is indeed a pervert. Does a pervert need a reason to kill? Toad's abilities were unimpressive, verging on pathetic, making him an easy target for anyone. His powers were revolting, and he was rather unsightly. All these factors contributed to his timid and insecure demeanor. Anyone who showed him kindness received tenfold in return. At that moment, he found the unsettling smile of this peculiar individual utterly terrifying. What if one day he erupted in violence? His apprehension only deepened with each passing thought. The more one tries to avoid certain matters, the more they seem to encroach upon one's life. And you lot, why not shake hands? The author wishes to convey, Chapter 20, Instant Transmission to Hand. Upon hearing this, the frogman was instantly struck with fear, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattle. No way. You must be planning to leave a mark. If I shake your hand, you'll track me down. You're a deranged killer. Good heavens. What is this nonsense? Chen Xi was taken aback, his scalp tingling with disbelief. When did I become a pervert? Do you realize that making such accusations can carry legal consequences? Chen Xi rolled his eyes incessantly, casting a disdainful glance at the cowardly frogman, who was trembling in fear. Not only did the Red Devil feel embarrassed, but his fellow mutants, Steelman and Iceman, shared in the humiliation. How could one be so timid and still play the villain? Is this the caliber of Magneto's followers? Unable to bear the sight of this cowardice, the Red Devil stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the frogman, awkwardly extending a hand. Apologies, this fellow didn't take his medication this morning. Hello, I'm the Red Devil. Hello, I'm Chen Xi. Chen Xi greeted him with a beaming smile, nearly sparkling with enthusiasm. Although the Red Devil's powers had been somewhat diminished in reality, possessing the ability of instant transmission was still quite sufficient. Who has been a youthful dreamer, imagining powers such as teleportation, invisibility, or X-ray vision? These are the top 3 coveted superpowers in the realm of fantasy. Ahem, as for invisibility, it naturally pertains to the most tantalizing aspects of a man's heart, if you catch my drift. And X-ray vision, well, who has entertained such thoughts during their adolescent years? But let us not misconstrue the intent. Chen Xi merely wished to employ X-ray vision for some gambling endeavors, not for prying into any inappropriate matters. As for instant transmission, it was purely for the sake of coolness. It's also quite handy for a quick getaway. Like when robbing a vault, one must have an escape plan, after all. In that fleeting moment of their handshake, a thrilling sound surged through Chen Xi. Ding. Detecting plot character Red Devil. Do you wish to extract the Red Devil's abilities? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi's voice trembled with excitement. It's happening. It's happening. Ding. Deducting 300,000 points. Successfully extracted the Red Devil's teleportation ability. Do you wish to fuse? Not yet. Though his heart raced with anticipation, Chen Xi forcibly calmed his thoughts. Patience. Patience. No matter how long the system space takes, merely a second would pass in the outside world. Having acquired the Red Devil's ability, Chen Xi felt his objectives were entirely fulfilled, indifferent to the reactions of others. At that moment, he smiled contentedly, his spirits lifted, and he didn't mind addressing Steelman's query. Well, you see, I'm rather timid. That day, Fireman startled me, and I feared retribution, so I aided him in his endeavor. What? That's it? That's it. Steelman was left at a loss for words. What kind of reasoning is this? Is that not utter nonsense? Someone intimidates you, and you resort to murder? In the future, others may choose to avoid you, fearing your very presence. That would be quite tyrannical, would it not? Steel Titan, inquire if he is willing to return to our school, for we cannot allow him to roam freely outside. Charles observed Chen Xi's serious demeanor and surmised that he genuinely believed this. He was aware that Chen Xi regarded them from a lofty perspective, showing little regard for anyone else who truly values the life of an ant. He thought that Chen Xi had undoubtedly undergone a transformation in character after awakening his powers, with such overwhelming abilities inflating his ego. Understood, Professor, Steel Titan replied. Then turned his serious gaze towards Chen Xi and earnestly asked, Sir, could you accompany us back to the X-Men? That is our true home. Return to the mutant school? Impossible. Though it boasts an array of peculiar abilities, it does not align with my identity. To become a mere mouse in a school for mutants? What purpose would that serve? I refuse. I apologize, but I have no penchant for hiding. A true man must confront challenges head-on. A genuine warrior should face the grim realities of life. What? Are you implying that we are cowards? Indeed, Chen Xi replied bluntly, shrugging nonchalantly. His meaning unmistakable, are you not? Steel Titan, a man of unwavering resolve, was immediately incensed. Very well, sir, you are indeed powerful, but we X-Men are no pushovers either. My apologies. With that, he transformed into a small cannonball and charged forward, prompting Iceman to follow suit. Suddenly, an ice sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized before Iceman, poised for action. Is this the manifestation of Omega's ability? Creating ice from thin air, defying the laws of energy conservation, how unscientific. Even as his opponent made a move, Chen Xi remained unfazed. Though Steel Titan possessed immense strength and unparalleled defense, his speed was lacking. Chen Xi effortlessly sidestepped his initial assault. With calm composure, he faced Steel Titan's barrage of punches, while keeping a watchful eye on the approaching ice sphere. In the blink of an eye, the ice sphere grew larger in Chen Xi's vision. Closer, closer. It seemed controllable. Iceman's execution was rather lacking. His control abilities were inadequate. And before he could close the distance, Chen Xi seized control of the ice spheres. Shatter, Chen Xi commanded, and the ice spheres exploded into fragments. You are also an ice-type mutant. Iceman gasped, wide-eyed in disbelief. Incorrect. I am omnipotent. Chen Xi laughed heartily, putting on a facade. Though he could not do it now, he would soon master all. How pretentious. Natasha, watching from the sidelines, scoffed, finding Chen Xi's demeanor infuriatingly arrogant. Humph, such posturing. Iceman seethed with frustration, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Unable to compete, Steel Titan braced himself and charged in alone. Boom, boom, boom. Steel Titan and Chen Xi exchanged powerful punches, clashing as equals. The Frost Giant's royal lineage truly proved formidable, holding its ground against Steel Titan, the tank. Chen Xi felt indifferent, yet the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Oh my, isn't he a ranged mage? Indeed, he has transformed into a melee warrior. This person possesses remarkable skills. How infuriating, they've been deceived once again. Everyone had assumed Chen Xi was merely a ranged spellcaster, and now he reveals himself to be a versatile melee mage. At that moment, they suddenly noticed Chen Xi stepping back from the battlefield and shouting towards the Brotherhood, "Hey, aren't you going to assist me? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, have you forgotten?" What a clever ruse to divert attention. The Red Devil felt tempted. Having a character like Chen Xi join their Brotherhood would certainly bolster their strength. Red Devil, wait. This kid is deliberately trying to incite discord between us and the Vigilantes. He has ulterior motives. Just as the Red Devil intended to assist, he was intercepted by the spiky, grotesque hedgehog man Chen Xi, seemingly unfazed. Realized that this was indeed a marvel fool, the hedgehog man. In the next instant, Chen Xi sprang into action. What? The crowd was momentarily dazzled, followed by a piercing scream. Upon looking again, the once boastful hedgehog man lay lifeless in a pool of his own blood. The author has something to say. Chapter 21. You know too much. Tick-tock. The azure ice blade shimmered with a cold glint, exuding a frigid aura. The tip dripped with crimson blood. Even cloaked in ice, the blood remained unfrozen. Time was too brief, the icy blade too swift. The hedgehog man lay in a pool of blood, desperately clutching his neck in an attempt to stem the gushing blood, but the artery had ruptured, leaving no hope for salvation. Chen Xi had been thoroughly disgusted by this pathetic excuse for a character during his movie-watching days, and now this fool had re-emerged. Was he seeking his own demise? With a disdainful gaze fixed upon the terrified hedgehog man, he appeared as indifferent as one would be when squashing an ant. Ding! The host has slain the hedgehog man, earning 500 biological energy. Chen Xi smiled faintly. At last, the repugnant fly has been silenced. The incessant buzzing had been quite bothersome. Now, shall we continue? Steelman? Iceman? At that moment, although Chen Xi's expression was cheerful as he regarded the two, it sent shivers down their spines, to them. That smile resembled that of a demon. To kill without provocation? No, not even a single word had been exchanged. Could they possibly contend with such a person? Both were utterly daunted by Chen Xi's ferocity. They were like sheltered infants, having never taken a life. They were merely accustomed to delivering supervillains to the police, rendering them woefully inadequate. We. The two stammered, at a loss for words. Hee. Go back and inform Charles that I am a person of principles and reason. I do not harm others unless provoked. I am a good person, a truly good person. Upon hearing this, Natasha and the Red Devil nearly believed him. Could a person who kills without flinching be a good person? At this rate, even the Grim Reaper could be awarded a peace prize. Just as Steelman and his companion were floundering in confusion, Charles's voice echoed once more. All right, return. He is beyond your control. Upon hearing those words, the Steel Warriors felt an immense sense of relief. This place was too terrifying for their delicate hearts to endure. Acknowledging the command, the Steel Warrior bowed to Chen Xi and hastily departed with the Iceman. As the battle police left, Chen Xi turned his gaze towards the Red Devil and remarked with a sly smile, "And what about you? I have slain both of you. Are you not seeking revenge?" "Not at all. In fact, I owe you my gratitude, for I have long harbored disdain for the fireman and the hedgehog, the Red Devil replied, waving his hands dismissively. Since there is nothing more to discuss, you may take your leave. I shan't entertain you any longer. Chen Xi promptly dismissed them, as he had more pressing matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Very well, we shall not intrude upon your time any further. The Brotherhood will always welcome your esteemed presence, the Red Devil replied with a gentlemanly bow before departing with the Toad Man suddenly. Chen Xi called out, wait. Ensure that the remaining individuals are dealt with. These mercenaries know too much. He gestured toward the mercenaries in the distance. Understood, sir. The Red Devil responded. And then a swirl of red mist enveloped the area, followed by the sounds of anguished cries. The Red Devil, with his ability to teleport, became a nightmare for the mercenaries, his swift blades mercilessly reaping their fragile lives. You are truly ruthless, Natasha remarked, having approached Chen Xi with a graceful sway. Ruthless? If I were not, or merely an ordinary person, I would be as defenseless as an ant, easily toyed with, Chen Xi replied, his gaze penetrating the horizon, his resolve unmistakably firm. Natasha sensed a profound shift within the man before her, stirring something deep within her heart. He yearned to no longer be an ant, powerless against the whims of others, awaiting judgment. Instead, he would be the one to deliver judgment. No one could condemn him, not even the exalted 5 primordial deities. The court of life. Suddenly, Natasha felt a chill run through her as an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from Chen Xi, though it was not directed at her. It still conjured a sense of impending dread. What is happening to you? Natasha asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she regarded Chen Xi. Me? There is nothing amiss. However, you seem to be in quite the predicament, he replied, and in the next moment, Chen Xi returned to his usual demeanor, resembling an amiable boy next door. Leaving behind the terrifying visage he had just displayed, the aura dissipated, allowing Natasha to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Chen Xi's remark about her predicament, she teased. What predicament might that be? Are you going to consume me? She playfully pointed at his heart with her delicate fingers, the implication unmistakable. Chen Xi seized her small hand and began to toy with it leisurely. You are now my captive. Do you not think you have gotten yourself into quite the trouble? You. Release me, you scoundrel. Natasha exclaimed, her agitation rising as he playfully manipulated her hand. This was not how she expected the encounter to unfold. She felt at a disadvantage. No one had ever dared to take such liberties with her, and those who did were swiftly dealt with. Release you? How could I? You are simply too soft and fragrant. Chen Xi shamelessly continued to toy with her, pulling her into his embrace and playfully squeezing her. Natasha, the renowned Black Widow, would never tolerate such indignities. She swiftly executed a striking kick aimed at Chen Xi's doppelganger. Yet Chen Xi's reflexes were remarkably quick. In an instant, Natasha's petite leg was firmly restrained, causing her delicate face to flush with indignation as she bit down on Chen Xi's arm. Ouch! Are you a dog or something? Chen Xi exclaimed, completely taken by surprise. Let go. Let go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. His words were of no consequence. As Natasha stubbornly clung to him, her teeth firmly sunk in. In light of this, Chen Xi saw no reason to show restraint. He retaliated with a fierce grip on her ample cotton ball. Ouch! Natasha gasped, taken aback by his audacity. How shameless can you be? She thought, her face reddening to the point of embarrassment. Chen Xi found it odd. How could someone as seasoned as Natasha still blush? You scoundrel! Are you not going to let go? And you're still squeezing? Natasha playfully chided, her voice laced with charm. Is it really necessary to be this shameless? You can't just grab me like that. Oh, my apologies, Chen Xi replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. What a blunder. Ah, go to hell. Natasha shrieked once more, feeling particularly unfortunate that day. I'm sorry I slipped. Chen Xi protested, genuinely not intending for it to happen. Get lost. I don't believe you, Natasha retorted, tightening her legs in frustration and pinching him again. Ahem, dear Scarlet, did the director send you to gather information on me? He mused, somewhat overly anxious. Scoundrel. I am not Scarlet. I am Natasha, she replied, her irritation palpable. What Scarlet? I'm only 24 years old, you know. Still youthful and vibrant. By the way, who is this director you speak of? Bingo. Isn't he the director? Suddenly, Natasha burst into laughter. That's really quite amusing. Ding. A hidden mission has been initiated. Please complete the distance task with the character Black Widow to receive a reward of 1,000,000 points. Chapter 22. Chen Xi. My name is Ultramantiga. Gasp. While Natasha was laughing carefree, Chen Xi nearly choked on his breath. What was the system thinking? Had it gone mad? What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? Natasha was somewhat intimidating to him. Her experiences were quite extensive. Ahem, system? What does this mean? Is there a time limit for this task? Host. Please complete it within 1 month. Otherwise, the system will deem the task a failure. To proceed or not to proceed? That was the question. Should he endure this enticing punishment or abandon this easily attainable reward? This task seemed exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it was best to wait and reconsider later. As Chen Xi pondered internally, he discreetly observed Natasha from the corner of his eye. She was indeed quite formidable. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Look again, and I'll have your eyeballs. Natasha glared at him fiercely. Humph, I'm terrified of you. Chen Xi retorted with a scoff. Chen Xi would not indulge her and immediately retorted, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the spherical figure. You. Natasha, visibly agitated, seemed to be on the verge of bursting, prompting Chen Xi to worry about the durability of her attire. Would it withstand the pressure? Stop. Let us refrain from idle chatter. I trust that Black Egg can hear our conversation. Please, disclose your intentions. Sensing that the formidable Natasha was about to explode with anger, Chen Xi hastily redirected the conversation. His efforts were indeed strenuous. Damn it. Natasha urged him to reveal his origins and objectives, suggesting a potential collaboration. What Tony can accomplish, we can equally achieve. Their customary strategy had always been to entice. After all, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Spider-Man, Wanda, and Quicksilver were all drawn in by this very method. It was not a matter of betrayal, but rather the differing stakes involved. They excelled in discerning the right approach for the right individual. As for the nickname bestowed upon him, the exasperated hero declared, I am of the turtle kind. A ninja turtle. Our director, Nick Fury, has instructed me to inquire about your origins and intentions, and whether we might forge an alliance. Natasha nearly blurted out Black Egg, but managed to restrain herself, thanks to her high level of professionalism. For your sake, I might consider it. Chen Xi stroked his chin, appearing to deliberate. Really? Then do share. Natasha's spirits lifted. Evidently, her charm had prevailed. This awkward fellow remained as awkward as ever. Well, I too wish to collaborate. For having just arrived on Earth, I find myself rather outnumbered, Chen Xi casually remarked. What? Newly arrived on Earth? Are you claiming to be an extraterrestrial? Nick Fury, on the opposite end, was taken aback. Damn it. Why do aliens have such an affinity for Earth? The Skrulls are the same, and so are the Kree. Which planet do you hail from? Fury scratched his bald head in frustration. Once, he had been a dashing figure, a paragon of charm among women. But since joining the long-named agency, everything had changed. His once lustrous hair had vanished under the weight of worry, much like time itself, never to return. The exasperated Nick Fury urged Natasha to continue. Director Fury has asked me to ascertain your home planet and the purpose of your visit to Earth. Natasha rolled her eyes, questioning his sanity. Is there really an extraterrestrial? This villain before us could hardly be one. Can an alien share the same aesthetic as a human? I remember all the mischief he has caused me. What kind of alien behaves like this? Here I am, a single woman of a certain age, suffering greatly. This rogue knows how to play the game. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, Natasha's internal musings, he pondered seriously before declaring, My extraterrestrial name is Ultramantiga, hailing from the distant star cluster of 788 Nebula. It is an exceedingly advanced supergalaxy. Our technology is approximately 1,000,000 years ahead of Earth's compared to us. The Kree and Skrulls are utterly inferior. Our king has sent me here to save the Earth and uphold love and justice throughout the universe. In a few years, an alien invasion will descend upon our planet, merely the vanguard of the cosmic overlord, the purple sweet potato essence. The true crisis will arise when the overlord himself arrives. Thus my purpose here is to rescue the Earth. Chen Xi, eloquent and serious, rambled on for quite some time, never having imagined he could be so earnest. Of course, Natasha regarded his words with skepticism, dismissing every claim he made, be it about Ultraman, the Nebula of 788, or the Cosmic Overlord, as mere nonsense. She shot him a contemptuous glance, thinking, what a braggart. Suddenly, she felt a sharp slap on her backside. What was that for? I'll get you for this. She fumed, charging at Chen Xi with clenched teeth. Stop, he commanded, effortlessly pinning her head down, asserting his dominance. With her short legs, she found herself unable to reach him despite her flailing. In the face of overwhelming strength, her combat prowess was rendered utterly ineffective. While they engaged in their antics, Nick Fury across the room was drenched in sweat, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. Slumped in his chair, he pondered deeply. While Natasha disbelieved Chen Xi's assertions, he found himself somewhat convinced. He was aware of the existence of the Skrulls and Kree, understanding that Earth seemed like an ant before these formidable cosmic empires. Upon hearing talk of an alien invasion and the arrival of the Cosmic Overlord, he was uncertain if Chen Xi was deceiving him, yet he felt compelled to tread cautiously. There's an old saying in Longhua, better to be prepared for 10,000 dangers than to fear the one. He needed to be ready and could not afford to remain idle. Natasha, your mission is complete. Your next task is to continue strengthening your rapport with Chen Xi. Nick Fury, the ever-pragmatic strategist, sought to waste no time, needing to prepare for multiple contingencies. Understood, Director Fury, Natasha replied with a hint of resignation. Surprised that she was actually beginning to believe him, she found herself admiring Nick Fury. He truly was an exceptional talent. Chen Xi had accurately predicted this outcome. He knew it would unfold this way. Let Nick Fury busy himself. A natural-born paranoid, he could never fully trust anyone, not even Captain Steve Rogers or himself. Nick Fury had defenses set against his own thoughts, fearing he might be hypnotized by mutants, hence many of his plans were encrypted with special codes. As for Natasha's involvement, it stemmed from his belief in the adage that having multiple friends opens many paths. Whether Chen Xi's earlier fabrications or later truths, Nick Fury had unwittingly been ensnared. He believed the earlier nonsense about Ultraman while only half believing the arrival of the purple sweet potato essence. Overthinking can be detrimental. Author's note, Chapter 23, Fusion. Fusion. The world had fallen silent, leaving only the two of them and those who could not speak. Chen Xi produced a lighter and flicked it open with a snap. What are you doing? Barbecuing. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of using a lighter for such a purpose. Could it truly incinerate his hair? Why had she not considered this before? Chen Xi disregarded the foolish woman, deftly manipulating a small flame until it transformed into a roaring dragon of fire. My heavens! Do you possess the ability to manipulate fire? Natasha exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes filled with envy and resentment. Oh God, how blind you are! Why do you favor him so? Why is this world so unjust? The thought of being merely an ordinary person weighed heavily on her psyche, as Natasha gasped in disbelief. The fiery dragon devoured one speechless victim after another, leaving behind charred remnants. Once the spectacle concluded, Chen Xi cast a triumphant glance at Natasha. Did I not say I am capable of anything? He taunted, masking his pretentiousness, yet the astonishment reflected in her beautiful eyes betrayed her envy. She was but an ordinary individual, surrounded daily by classified cases in a world brimming with superhumans, yet she was not among them. Increasingly, she harbored concerns of being rendered obsolete. After this encounter, she felt insignificantly small. With superpowered criminals looming in the future, where could she possibly turn? Ha, Natasha, look at me, Chen Xi subtly gestured. And in an instant, she comprehended. The astuteness of an agent was no trifling matter. She promptly retrieved her earpiece and switched it off, aware that Chen Xi had secrets to share. Once Natasha removed the device, Chen Xi spoke softly. I can help you transform into a super Black Widow, one who could easily outmatch 10 Captain Americas. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Chen Xi understood that this world harbored many treasures, such as the heart-shaped herb of Wakanda, and he refused to believe it was exclusive to the Black Panther. Was it not possible for him to engage in amicable negotiations? His belief in friendly discourse led him to think that they would acquiesce. He had always favored such approaches. Besides Wakanda, there existed numerous other methods to implant mutant abilities. He possessed arc reactor technology, and when the time came, He could seek out Ivan Vanko, the villain, or amicably negotiate with Tony Stark regarding nanotech armor. In the Marvel universe, anything was conceivable. What? Is that truly possible? Natasha's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body trembling slightly. The pursuit of power is an eternal truth. Of course, I always deliver on my promises. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I require your loyalty in return to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Xi stated calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Natasha's beautiful eyes. Natasha, unable to meet his gaze, felt the weight of the proposition. It was a matter of great significance, demanding careful consideration. Her eyes darted away, uncertain of how to respond. Should she accept or withdraw? She found herself in a quandary. Chen Xi noted her hesitation but remained unperturbed, casually pursuing his aim, indifferent to the outcome. Yet, he harbored confidence. Although Natasha had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. for reasons unknown, it was likely that Nick Fury had promised her something substantial. If Fury could persuade Natasha to betray the Red Room, then the stakes he offered were undoubtedly sufficient. I take my leave now. Take your time to ponder, for I have all the time in the world. This is my business card. Just before getting into the car, Chen Xi tossed a business card to her and drove away with a flourish. Natasha, left standing in place, stared blankly at the card in her hand, lost in deep contemplation. Her initial decision to abandon the Red Room and join S.H.I.E.L.D. was prompted by Nick Fury's promise to administer the Infinity Formula. The allure of life is an irresistible force that none can withstand, and she is no exception. What lies before her now? It is superpowers, a stronger self. The desire to grow stronger is an instinct inherent in all living beings. Opportunities are but fleeting. Natasha clenched her fist, softly murmuring to herself. She had made her decision. A sudden gust of wind brushed against her legs, causing her to shiver. A realization struck her, igniting her anger. That damn Chen Xi, that shameless scoundrel. Not only did he neglect to extinguish the flames, but he also fanned them, cursing under her breath. She hurried to her car. Seeing that the coast was clear, she discreetly yanked down her pants and stuffed them into her bag. They were utterly unwearable now, all thanks to that insufferable scoundrel who had been teasing her relentlessly. Achoo. Meanwhile, Chen Xi, driving along, sneezed violently. Who was thinking of me so fondly? Truly a delightful little creature. The Lamborghini roared down the road like a bolt of blue lightning, provoking a chorus of curses from onlookers. Damn, what is so great about luxury cars? Do they not regard the poor as human? Damn squids. With a screech, Chen Xi came to a halt outside Wanda's rented cottage. Upon opening the door, he was astounded to find Wanda fast asleep. Even at this late hour, he was impressed. He opened another room, locked the door, and prepared to get down to business. System commence fusion. Chen Xi was already itching with anticipation. Please wait. Host. Ding. Extracting the Steelman's enhanced abilities. Beginning fusion. Please wait. Ding. Fusion successful. Hearing the notification, Chen Xi extended his finger and immediately tested it. As expected, his finger transformed into that of Kato's, capable of driving women wild. Continue. Ding. Extracting Iceman's freezing abilities. Beginning fusion. Please wait. Ding. Detected that the host possesses ice-related abilities. The two powers are commencing fusion. Please wait. Ding. Fusion successful. With a mere thought, a swirling vortex of ultra-low temperature formed in the palm of his hand. He knew it was a chilling minus 150 degrees. Even the steel-bodied Steelman and the super-healing Wolverine could not withstand such extreme cold, facing instant death. Omega-level abilities were now at his fingertips. Thus far, this was his most formidable power. The sense of security that came from possessing such formidable offensive capabilities was unparalleled. It was a shame to see Iceman squander such a magnificent gift in the films. System proceed. Ding. Extracting the Red Devil's teleportation abilities. Beginning fusion. Please wait. Ding. Fusion successful. Excellent. Truly splendid. He had finally acquired a life-saving auxiliary ability. If he couldn't fight, he could at least escape much faster. Teleportation was a skill not easily countered. Chen Xi could not fathom why the Red Devil initially submitted to Sebastian Shaw, only to later associate with Magneto. He is indeed a mutant who has lived for over 1,000 years, which seems rather implausible. does it not? His ability to teleport is rather grotesque. Imagine transporting an enemy to a dizzying height, only for them to plummet to their demise, or encasing someone within a sealed adamantium cage, leading them to suffocate. If all else fails, one could simply cast them into the depths of the ocean, where they would either drown or perish from exhaustion and thirst. Just moments ago, during his standoff with the Red Devil, he remained ever vigilant, prepared to merge his teleportation ability to thwart any underhanded tactics, yet ultimately, he did not. Regardless, he has now firmly established his footing in this world. With the emergence of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, they now face an inescapable fate. The author has a word to share. Chapter 24, The Unstoppable Hulk-esque Narrative. System, activate the Attributes panel. Ding. The Attributes panel has been activated. Please review. Host. Chen Xi age, 22 level. Peak Earth class physique. Frost giant physique abilities. Water manipulation, 10-kilometer radius. Ice manipulation, minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire manipulation, 500 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, inferior to original adamantium and vibranium. Teleportation, earth range. Items, time stone, space stone, reality stone, power stone, mind stone, soul stone. Quantity, points, 7 million biological energy, 1350 points with a plethora of powers at his disposal. His attributes panel has become significantly more impressive, no longer a mere assortment of minor abilities. He grinned, stroking his chin, thoroughly pleased with himself. Well, it's time to venture forth and test these newfound powers. Regardless of the outcome, he was eager for a thrill. Off to the vast western desert he goes. The classic Western cowboy films were all the rage back in the day. Soon, Chen Xi resolved to explore the great desert and expansive Gobi, where he could revel in unrestrained freedom. Whoosh! In a swirl of crimson mist, Chen Xi vanished into the ether. Is this a spatial fold jump utilizing an alternate dimension as a transit station? At the moment of teleportation, he realized he had arrived in a different realm, where the space before him folded seamlessly. It was as though he were a mere point on a map, stepping forth to materialize at a designated location. Crack! He found himself standing directly upon the vast, desolate expanse of the desert. At this moment, his arrival could not have been more perfect. The solitary smoke of the great desert rises straight. The long river-esque sunset is perfectly round. Chen Xi could not help but recite this timeless verse. Before him, the majestic and grand sunset cast a warm glow across the desert, igniting the clouds on the horizon. Such a breathtaking spectacle was a first for him. The sun, after a long day's journey, appeared both large and resplendent, lacking the blinding brightness of midday. The once barren desert now donned a gentle hue, no longer shimmering with harsh, glaring sands. At this moment, the clouds in the sky resembled a garment of orange and yellow, drifting uncertainly. As the color deepened, the now crimson sun gradually approached the horizon. The instant the sun kissed the horizon, it felt as though the very heavens and earth had undergone a transformation. In the western sky, layers of clouds appeared as if they had been stained with rouge, fluffy and leisurely drifting across the crystalline azure expanse, resembling intricate orange-red patterns embroidered upon smooth blue satin. Such beauty and overwhelming splendor! Chen Xi, unable to contain the tumultuous emotions within, felt compelled to release his exuberance, bellowing into the world without restraint. This unbridled roar allowed him to expel all the unease, frustration, and excitement that had accumulated over the past few days. Boom, boom, boom. To his astonishment, Chen Xi realized he had mastered the art of distant bovine summons. The response was indeed fitting. However, he had not practiced any lion's roar. It was, in fact, a rocket. Astonished, he looked up to see 7 or 8 armed helicopters approaching from afar, the explosions attributed to their presence. The heavy machine guns aboard were firing incessantly, while soldiers bore rocket launchers, unleashing a barrage of fire. Following the sound, he spotted a plump green figure twisting and turning amidst the chaos, executing an advanced serpentine maneuver. I leap left, I leap right, I retreat, I bungee jump. Alas, maneuvering. Impossible to hit. Oh, how infuriating. This agile rotundity was indeed elusive. Goodness, was this not a scene reminiscent of the Hulk battling aircraft? Chen Xi realized in an instant. Regardless of whether it was a tank or an airplane, before the green figure, they were as fragile as paper. Suddenly, the green figure halted, pouncing like a bear onto a tank. Seizing the cannon, it began to spin with fervor. Whoosh! The tank was hurled into the sky like a shot put. Boom! The Hulk's prowess was astounding, striking true. The aircraft took off. The unfortunate tank and helicopter met their demise in a spectacular explosion, a breathtaking display that added a touch of surrealism to the desert sunset. Observing this, the troops went into a frenzy, bullets raining down upon the green figure as if they were worthless. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. Yet, the bullets merely bounced off the green figure like they were striking a thick steel plate, utterly ineffective. At that moment, several rockets streaked past with long tails, targeting the rampaging green figure. In a flash, the nimble green figure executed a graceful sidestep, the rockets narrowly missing its back as they soared away. Subsequently, with a swift motion, the green figure caught the next rocket and hurled it back with force. Boom! A tremendous explosion. The green giant had successfully struck down another aircraft, which plummeted amidst a trail of black smoke. Damn. They are all a bunch of useless fools. After all this time, they still cannot capture the green giant. Useless. General Ross, hiding in a helicopter, unleashed a torrent of curses, showing no concern for human life. He has now become utterly stone-hearted, indifferent to death, fixated solely on capturing the Hulk to create super soldiers. Without exception, this operation appears on the brink of failure. Alas, what misfortune! If I fail to capture him, I shall be dismissed. After venting his frustrations, Ross sat down, his brow furrowed in despair. Good heavens, this could jeopardize my career. Wait, General, look. Someone is battling the Hulk. Suddenly, Ross's aide shouted excitedly, reminding Ross of the unfolding situation. In a flash, Ross sprang to his feet. Excellent. Let's not rush. Let's observe. He pondered whether he could benefit from the chaos. Oddly enough, Chen Xi was leisurely enjoying the spectacle, a rare live performance indeed. Who would have thought that? Perhaps displeased by Chen Xi's delight, the heavens would unleash a green behemoth straight towards him? My goodness, one cannot sit in the sand while a hefty figure descends from the sky. Chen Xi hurriedly darted away, eager to avoid the impending disaster. With a roar, the hulking green figure charged towards Chen Xi as soon as it landed. At that moment, the Hulk's intellect was utterly absent upon seeing a person. He perceived an enemy and, pounding his chest, let out a howl before launching an attack on Chen Xi without hesitation. Goodness, this giant is no mere fool. Chen Xi thought, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the approaching Hulk. What a perfect punching bag. He is remarkably resilient. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 25, Extracting Hulk's Regeneration, Defeating the Green Giant. The figure of the green behemoth loomed larger, its fists as big as cooking pots, drawing ever closer to Chen Xi's vision. In this critical moment, Chen Xi remained composed, deftly sidestepping the incoming punch, and then, with resolve, wrapped his arms around the Hulk's massive arm. Lift me up. In an instant, Chen Xi's clothing tore apart, revealing a silvery figure of steel. Transformed. Chen Xi's strength surged once more, escalating from over 30 tons to nearly 100 tons. Of course, this power remained far inferior to the Hulk's usual weight of 800 tons. However, this newfound strength was sufficient. Seizing the moment while the Hulk was off balance, Chen Xi embraced the green giant's arm, bent his right knee, and delivered a powerful knee strike to the tender area behind the Hulk's knee. The popliteal fossa is a region of intricate anatomy, housing crucial structures, including the popliteal artery, vein, and tibial nerve. Any damage here could yield severe consequences. Thus, injuries to this area can readily lead to lower limb thrombosis, rendering it a notably vulnerable yet critical point. In previous skirmishes, he had employed every tactic available, otherwise, he would have long been defeated. Weakness necessitates ingenuity. With a resounding impact, the unsuspecting Hulk was struck by the steel knee, collapsing onto one knee while clutching his leg and howling in agony. Roar. Pain. Excruciating pain. Even the might of a god of war and a barrage of rockets could not breach his skin, akin to mere tickles. Yet now he could hardly endure such excruciating pain, a testament to the immense suffering inflicted upon him. Before he could recover, Chen Xi seized the opportunity, executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent him sprawling far away, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. This time, however, Chen Xi refrained from pursuing further action. Choosing instead to observe the green behemoth before him, he bore no animosity toward him. Ding! The system detected the character, the Hulk. Would you like to extract? Given the Hulk's numerous abilities, the cost for a single extraction is 1 million points. As anticipated, the moment they made contact, the system activated. Extract away. Unlike previous instances, a multitude of options began to flicker before his eyes. Hulk's strength, Hulk's defense, Hulk's regeneration, Hulk's speed, Hulk's endurance, immunity to toxins. Each of these abilities could elevate one to the status of a premier superpower. No wonder they warranted individual mention. With eager anticipation, the slot machine commenced its spinning. The icons danced joyfully, accelerating until it came to a sudden halt. Chen Xi focused intently, noticing that the cursor had landed on Hulk's regeneration. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully extracted Hulk's regeneration. The next extraction can occur in 1 month. Ding! Extraction of Hulk's regeneration complete. Would the host like to initiate fusion? Hold on. No rush. Chen Xi contemplated. The fusion process required 10 minutes, and there was no need to hurry. At that moment, the green behemoth had already utilized his regenerative ability to recover from the near asphyxiation of his bloodied thigh. With the mentality of a mere child, the green giant spat defiantly. His slightly reddened eyes fixated angrily on Chen Xi. He was furious. After so long in his career, he had never experienced such intense pain. Who could withstand the force of hundreds of tons? Roar! The green behemoth bellowed, ramping up his pace. Thud! 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 His heavy footsteps pounded the desert, stirring up clouds of sand, while the ground began to tremble. It was evident that his rage had reached its peak. This group of adversaries was relentless, driving him to the brink of fury. Goodness, a single green behemoth was akin to an entire convoy. What a grand entrance! Chen Xi yelped, instantly teleporting away. Roar! 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 The figure that had been before him vanished. Am I seeing things? Has he been outsmarted? The green behemoth stood frozen in place, seething with anger. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. The green behemoth sensed impending doom. Alas, it was too late. Chen Xi had teleported behind the behemoth and delivered a colossal slam. Bam! With power coiled behind him, his indomitable fist struck the behemoth's head, causing stars to explode in his vision, leading him to stumble and fall ungracefully. Spitting out sand, the green giant shook his head and stood once more. Hulk's formidable regenerative ability was indeed capricious. Roar! His fury intensified. His eyes turned a vibrant crimson, his rage meter exceeding all limits. Chen Xi speculated that the creature's strength had likely surpassed 1,500 tons. Could this be the transformation from weak to strong, a shift from vulnerability to overwhelming might? The mindless Hulk is undoubtedly the most formidable, if not the most robust. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a barrage of left and right hooks, executing various martial arts techniques with fervor, including front kicks, side kicks, sweeping legs, and the wind god leg. However, in his chaotic state, he failed to land a single blow on Chen Xi, nearly suffocating him instead. As the air around him was forcefully displaced by the green behemoth, evoking a rather sinister atmosphere. Yet, Chen Xi was no pushover. After enduring such relentless assaults, it was time for him to take the stage. At that moment, as the Hulk lunged forward with a right straight aimed at Chen Xi's head, Chen Xi deftly deflected the force with his left hand, while simultaneously grasping the Hulk's forearm with his right. In a swift motion, he pivoted his body to turn his back against the Hulk, firmly planting his left foot for stability before delivering a devastating kick to the Hulk's lower regions with his right leg. In the next instant, the entire desert erupted in chaos. The clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sheer force. The Hulk, in agony, clutched his groin and rolled on the ground, his cries echoing in the air. It was a heart-wrenching scene for onlookers, evoking sympathy among the soldiers who instinctively shielded their own legs, resembling members of the Wudong sect. Even the helicopters began to tremble, as everyone felt compassion for the Hulk, pondering the excruciating pain he must have endured. One could only wonder if he had suffered any significant injury, for no matter how formidable his defenses were, the vulnerability of such an area was undeniable. This kind of force was simply unpreventable. Even if his magical undergarments could withstand bombs and missiles, they could not protect against this strike. As anticipated, the Hulk gradually faded away, transforming back into Banner. The moment he regained consciousness, he was met with a wave of intense pain, causing him to instinctively clutch his groin and roll around in agony. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it. Banner cursed repeatedly in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Observing this, Chen Xi could only silently murmur, "Alas, my apologies, forgive my indiscretion." Amidst this chaos, General Ross's attention was fixated not on Banner, but intensely upon Chen Xi. What an exceptional specimen! What magnificent genes! Capturing him for research was imperative. Even if he did not surpass the Hulk, he would still be extraordinary. Now, Chen Xi had become an additional target for him. Feeling the unusual gaze from a distance, Chen Xi discerned it was Ross. How dare he set his sights on him? If certain individuals were eager to meet their fates, he wouldn't mind facilitating their journey. The author has something to say. Chapter 26, The Arrival of the Trickster Chen. With a proposition of 100 million, Chen Xi entirely disregarded General Ross, perceiving him as a rather inconsequential presence. An ordinary individual hardly warranted his caution. Seizing the howling disciple of the Wudong sect, Banner, Chen Xi promptly teleported away, ensuring Ross would gain no advantage. The Hulk was a potent weapon, to be utilized wisely. Yet before departing, Chen Xi cast a peculiar smile towards Ross. In Ross's eyes, this was nothing short of provocation and derision. "Just wait," he scoffed, unwilling to back down. Then turned to the dazed soldiers, barking, "Fall back." The operation concluded abruptly, ending in a hasty failure. At Tony's villa, Chen Xi suddenly materialized, unceremoniously tossing the dazed Banner into the pool. Splash! The shock of the cold water jolted Banner back to his senses. "Oh, for heaven's sake," he sputtered, struggling to rise before surveying his surroundings. "Hey, who are you? Why did you throw me in here?" Despite the precarious situation, he did not falter. His courage had grown of late, for whenever danger loomed, Hulk would invariably appear to rescue him, rendering even thoughts of self-harm futile. "Who I am is of no consequence. For now, I am your savior, so behave yourself," Chen Xi retorted, changing into new attire, contemplating the acquisition of a nanograde vibranium outfit, as ordinary clothing was prone to damage. Upon hearing this, Banner realized that this individual was indeed his rescuer. He had long sensed that the military was pursuing him, and this person had indeed facilitated his escape. Yes, indeed, he was my savior. Yet, Banner was unwittingly ensnared by Chen Xi's cunning, unaware that the very perpetrator of his plight stood before him, cloaked in the guise of a benefactor. Chen Xi, brazen and unscrupulous, had assaulted him and now manipulated him into feeling grateful. Banner gestured with his hand, mimicking a zipper motion across his lips, signaling his intent to remain silent. This fellow. Is this American humor? Wow, Chen Xi had not perceived it. Is it possible for an Asian to be this robust? Upon rising, he had gained several inches in height. Who would have thought that at this moment, Tony had arrived with Pepper, likely alerted by Jarvis. "Pepper, turn around quickly." Tony's expression soured instantly, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, I've been deceived again." Even Pepper could not help but be captivated, recognizing the sheer absurdity of the situation. "Come now, Tony, don't feel inferior. It's in your genes, nothing to be ashamed of. Get lost." "Do I seem inferior?" Tony retorted, visibly agitated and wounded. "Huh. No need to get worked up. I wasn't even referring to you. Why are you so flustered?" "You." Tony, feeling unfairly accused, was displeased. Was the illustrious king of banter about to be bested today? Witnessing Tony's existential crisis, Pepper stifled a laugh, thinking he deserved it. "Ahem. Don't be hasty. I'm not here to belittle you." Chen Xi coughed lightly, adopting a more serious demeanor. "Please, I trust not a single word you say. Let us get to the point." Tony replied, clearly irritated. "Well, here's the thing." Chen Xi paused for a moment, contemplating his next words. "You should recognize this fellow beside me, yes?" "I do. The Hulk, Dr. Banner," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Good. Let him stay here temporarily to assist you with your research on the iron armor." "What? He is staying here? Are you sure? Aren't you worried he'll destroy my villa? Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This banner is a ticking time bomb. Who would dare harbor him? Alas, is this truly the case? Perhaps I am destined to live a solitary life in the deep mountains. Upon hearing Tony's vehement refusal, Banner let out a resigned sigh. Am I truly a calamity? All I desire is a tranquil existence. Why must it be so arduous? The world cannot accommodate me. What am I to do? Banner's emotions surged violently, ignited by Tony's mere words, and the desire for destruction intensified. The green hue in his eyes growing ever more pronounced, Hulk was about to emerge. Banner, calm yourself. Others may be unwilling to accept you, but I am not afraid. You are not alone. I believe Tony will come to accept you as well. Indeed, indeed. I also welcome your presence, Tony interjected, sensing the precariousness of the situation and attempting to navigate it with a forced smile. Really? Just a moment ago, you were quite unwilling. Banner was no fool. Oh, you know how infuriating and cunning Chen Xi can be. I was completely flustered by him. Marvel's banter never fails to amuse. Washing away his own misdeeds while casting shadows upon Chen Xi, Tony had a knack for it. Gradually, the green tint in Banner's eyes receded, and he began to regain his composure. Tony exhaled deeply. It seemed the storm had passed. Summoning a deity is easy, but sending one away is a different matter. Chen Xi, I loathe you. I curse you with a circle. May your instant noodles forever lack seasoning. Tony's complexion fluctuated between shades, a true master of facial expressions. Tony, have you studied Sichuan opera? Your face-changing skills are quite impressive. Chen Xi could not resist teasing, finding joy in the suffering of others. I'm perfectly fine, Tony retorted, almost choking on his frustration. It was all the fault of that wretched fellow. Why had he ever brought him back? Hiki, after aggravating you for so long, the Prophet, shall offer you a life-saving piece of information at half price. Just don't die on me later. What a pity it would be if Pepper Potts became someone else's woman. At that moment, the charlatan Chen Xi was officially online, initiating his persuasion mode. His cryptic utterances astonished Tony, who was well aware of Chen Xi's enigmatic nature, albeit his temperament being far worse. With a serious demeanor, Tony inquired, how much? What information? Not much, $100 million, a fixed price, fair and square, Chen Xi replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. All right, I accept. Now speak. Tony gritted his teeth, consenting immediately. 100 million isn't excessive if it proves useful. Worth it. Both Banner and Pepper were left in stunned silence. Is money truly this easy to acquire? Just by speaking, 100 million? The world has become unrecognizable. Here is the deal. Be wary of your dear Uncle Obadiah Stain. He has already retrieved your original armor and intends to eliminate you to seize control of the board. Chen Xi's words were shockingly audacious, leaving Tony reeling, his scalp prickling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was a long-standing ally of the Stark family, having diligently supported them for decades. How could this be? You know the man's face, but not his heart. You are the younger generation, and he is your elder. How could you expect to command a senior? In response to Tony's incredulity, Chen Xi, having pocketed the money, felt compelled to provide some psychological counseling for free. Tony remained skeptical. Swaying decades of effort with mere words proved to be a daunting task. Nevertheless, having exhausted his attempts, he resigned himself to the situation, recognizing that there was no harm in it for him. Chen Xi, preferring not to squander his breath, would rather attend to Wanda instead. It appeared that Tony was set to formally announce his withdrawal from weapon manufacturing the following day, marking the opportune moment for a strategic acquisition. This was the matter that truly captured his attention. The author interjects, Chapter 27, Extracting Captain America for Profit, regardless of whether Tony listened or believed. Chen Xi found it immaterial. Life and death were determined by fate, and fortune resided in the heavens. It was time to take his leave. After casting a final glance at Banner, he instructed him to remain composed. The Avengers? Forget about it. Enough said. I shall take my leave now. However, Chen Xi turned back after just a few steps. By the way, Tony, hasten to have Jarvis transfer 100 million to me, lest I fear it may not arrive. Get lost. Tony retorted angrily, Who are you cursing? With a hearty laugh, Chen Xi replied, Haha, I'm off, and then vanished in an instant. The onlookers were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What the heck? Was that instantaneous teleportation? Damn! How could this guy have taken our plane to leave when he could teleport? I was kind enough to bring him back, and he deceived me. Tony felt as if he had swallowed a fly, mired in frustration since Chen Xi's arrival, perpetually ensnared in a state of being tricked. Now, the mere mention of Chen Xi filled him with trepidation. Every time Chen Xi appeared, calamity followed. As Tony brooded, Pepper stifled a laugh at his expense while Banner gazed skyward, detached from the chaos. In Wanda's room, Chen Xi reappeared via teleportation, but his brow was furrowed in concern. System, why do I sense a delay in my teleportation? Both the Scarlet Witch and Nightcrawler exhibit this phenomenon. His mind swirled with questions. Was this a drawback of being a mutant? After all, no ability in this world was flawless. At that moment, the system responded. Host, the Scarlet Witch and Nightcrawler utilize interdimensional travel for their teleportation, resulting in a brief delay as they enter the alternate space. Indeed, upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xi grasped the situation. In the realm of top-tier combatants, this flaw was significant. Enemies could anticipate actions based on the delay. In a duel, even a mere fraction of a second could spell doom for an opponent. Chen Xi would not tolerate such a vulnerability. Was there a remedy for this? It was a critical issue. The system's answer was resolute. Yes. What is the solution? Devour the Space Stone. Harness its infinite spatial power to evolve the host into a being capable of spatial manipulation. Excellent. Let it be so. Chen Xi nodded decisively. Steve, it's your time to re-emerge. A plan instantly formed in his mind, one that would undoubtedly achieve his objective. At that moment, Steve lay dormant beneath the Arctic Ocean. Yet to be recovered, there was much he could do with this. Your superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers, an icon beloved by the masses, still exists in this world, surprising. Isn't it? He would leverage this superhero, Steve, to exchange for the Tesseract. The notion of Nick Fury not changing is utterly implausible, regardless of the circumstances. A change is imperative. He has no say in this matter. Should he refuse, the populace would undoubtedly turn against him. He is acutely aware of the fervent admiration this nation harbors for individual heroism. In a few days, he must seek out Captain America, Steve Rogers, and trade him for money. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slightly altering the fate of the character Hulk. You are rewarded with 100,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. For slightly altering the fate of the character Tony Stark, you are rewarded with 100,000 points. Currently, the host possesses a total of 5.9 million points. After a prolonged wait, the system's notification finally arrived, allowing Chen Xi to breathe a sigh of relief. How could he not reap rewards after intervening in this storyline? As for the ramifications of bringing Steve into existence 2 years earlier, he had not given it a moment's thought. Why concern himself with such matters? Aren't narratives meant to be disrupted? Otherwise, what purpose does his presence in this world serve? Anything he desires is his for the taking. Regarding the wrath of the purple sweet potato spirit, please, he is likely lost in some distant corner of the universe, preoccupied with his egalitarian pursuits. In all likelihood, he is utterly oblivious to this place. Even if he were to take notice, what could he do? Would a mere subdeity like the purple sweet potato spirit dare to set foot on Earth? With Odin still alive and the Ancient One present, the purple sweet potato spirit would certainly not risk his life here. Not even Thanos dared to come before Hellas' demise. Here, in this very moment, even Thanos cannot touch him. Chen Xi organized his thoughts and solidified his current plan, feeling significantly more at ease. Noticing the late hour, he decided to order a meal. Wanda must be awake and in need of nourishment. Glancing at the time, he was surprised to find it so late. Promptly calling a 5-star hotel to arrange a lavish feast. It was time to indulge himself, after all. He had become a wealthy man and deserved to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Moreover, Wanda needed to replenish her strength after everything she had sacrificed for him. He felt guilty. Only when Wanda recovers can he truly attend to her needs. Otherwise, would he not be less than a beast? The food delivery service in America, it must be said, is rather slow, even for a five-star establishment. From the moment he placed the order to the time it arrived at his doorstep, a full 2 hours had elapsed. Is this snail-like in nature? A delivery fee exceeding $20, and this is the efficiency he receives? It seems he must find a housekeeper to handle laundry and cooking. Otherwise, he might work himself to exhaustion. Although he is proficient in these tasks, can he truly engage in them at this moment? He is a man who has conquered the universe. Is it not beneath him? Wanda, come with me tomorrow. I have purchased a grand estate. The surroundings are far superior to this place, and it is much safer. With her hunger unabated, Wanda was relishing her meal, providing Chen Xi the perfect opportunity to voice his thoughts. Discussing matters over dinner is the epitome of efficiency. Indeed, Wanda did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Very well. I shall follow your lead. The petite Wanda had no objections. After all, why should a billionaire heed the opinions of someone earning a mere $2,000 a month? That is quite amusing. They are not like the women who, years later, would be overly sentimental. Do indulge a bit more. There are matters to attend to later this evening, Chen Xi remarked, winking with an expression that suggested a shared understanding. Who has matters to attend to? You can leave, Wanda retorted, fully aware of his flirtatious nature, yet feeling overwhelmed by her own desires. She was filled with disquiet, fearing she might overindulge and meet an unfortunate end, which would indeed be tragic, overeating leading to her demise. The very circumstances that many women envy were causing her distress. By the way, I intend to hire a housekeeper to take care of our laundry and meals. Oh, do go ahead. Is that not quite normal? Wanda replied without raising her gaze. Well, do not be surprised when I tell you that the housekeeper I find is no ordinary person. Is she from class 2? Wanda playfully inquired. I speak truthfully. Do not be astonished when the time comes. All right, now I am intrigued. Wanda dismissed her disbelief. Was it possible she had found a ghost? Perhaps one with horns or a tail. Sure, it's a secret. Chen Xi thought of Natasha. This would undoubtedly be captivating. A Black Widow in a maid outfit? Quite intriguing indeed. Author S. Note. Chapter 28. The Collapse of Stark Industries. After a night of galloping across the plains, Chen Xi remained invigorated, fully aware of Wanda's need to drown her sorrows. Beauty indeed captures the heart. A vice president at Wanda's company had taken a liking to her. And while admiration is natural, resorting to despicable tactics to threaten her was rather overstepping. Hammer Industries? What a coincidence. Just as I was preparing to implement my future plans involving you, you appear on the scene. Upon hearing this news, Chen Xi could not help but chuckle. It was too coincidental to be mere happenstance. Wanda, don't bother going to work. In a few days, I shall establish a new company. And you will serve as my secretary. Let us experience the lavish lifestyle together, complete with a stunning team of secretaries. His thoughts meandered wildly, nearly causing him to drool. Go to hell. You're greedy, looking at what's in the bowl while coveting what's in the pot. You scoundrel. I must have been blind. Let us break up. Break up? That's out of the question. You cannot escape my grasp. Have you ever seen Cinderella manage to evade the clutches of a domineering CEO? Chen Xi shamelessly embraced Wanda, eliciting a roll of her eyes. This man was utterly shameless. Do you dare call me Cinderella? Scoundrel. I was wrong. You are my little princess. It has been far too long since I've seen my princess. Under the threat of Wanda's two-finger flick, he relented. His brother was firmly in her control, as she wielded her influence with grace. As they playfully teased one another, the television news announced Tony's signature carefree voice. Sure. My dear, quiet down. Something important is about to be revealed. Chen Xi quickly halted Wanda, who was about to bite him, as he focused on the news. Oh dear. This food is dreadful. Wanda obediently rose, rinsed her mouth, and settled onto the sofa to watch the television. At that moment, Tony, dressed impeccably in a suit, was seated alongside Obadiah Stane, engaged in lively conversation. Pleasure to see you. Likewise, Tony greeted first, his tone tinged with hesitation. Obadiah Stane, however, failed to perceive any difference. Assuming that Tony had not yet awakened, for he often indulged in such thorough revelry, Tony fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, I did not have the chance to bid farewell to my father. I wish to inquire about his perspective on arms manufacturing. Did he ever experience doubt or conflict? Or was he, as the media portrays an unwavering figure? In that moment, Tony appeared somewhat agitated, as the mere mention of his father evoked an unresolved turmoil within him. A son remains oblivious to his father, and a father to his son. While his father was alive, he could never truly comprehend him, and their relationship was fraught with endless disputes. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind ceaselessly blows. A child yearns to care for their parent, yet time waits for no one. The death of his father was a pain that Tony could never reconcile. From that moment onward, they were separated by an insurmountable chasm, never to meet again. At this juncture, Obadiah Stane hypocritically patted Tony on the shoulder, ostensibly to convey his concern and affection. Tony observed this with skepticism, unable to believe that this man, who had supported their family for 2 generations and cared for him, could ever betray him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he gazed at Stane. Perhaps Chen Xi had erred, perhaps he had misjudged. How could someone who had treated him so well for decades possibly betray him? Yet, this was not the time for sentiment, as dozens of eyes were upon him. Thus, he cast a somber and grave look at the assembly. I have witnessed young soldiers being slaughtered, perishing beneath the very weapons I intended to use to protect them. I have come to realize that I am becoming a part of this irresponsible world. Upon hearing this, not only did Obadiah's countenance shift, but the reporters present also exhibited profound shock. Mr. Stark, what exactly transpired? They inquired, rising in a state of heightened tension. Tony stood, making his way to the podium. In my clarity, I have recognized that beyond the manufacturing of weapons, I can contribute significantly to the world. By this time, Tony had reached the podium. He earnestly surveyed all present, his demeanor serious as he declared, I have made a decision. I shall shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the room. Obadiah Stane, Pepper Potts, James Rhodes, and all the reporters stood in astonishment, exclaiming their confusion as to why. Their reactions were akin to an explosive detonation, shattering their mental defenses. The flashbulbs relentlessly clicked, and the atmosphere devolved into chaos, reminiscent of a bustling market. Obadiah hastily approached, attempting to usher Tony away. Forgive us, Tony has just returned and may have indulged a bit too much at last night's festivities. Please, everyone, return to your offices. We will discuss our next steps regarding the weapons program internally and notify you promptly. Thus, Tony's press conference was abruptly concluded. Did you see that? Tomorrow, Stark Industries stock will plummet, and I shall seize the opportunity to buy in. The television broadcast concluded at this juncture, and Chen Xi erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing Wanda with fervent kisses. Indeed, everything was unfolding precisely as planned. On the other side, Obadiah Stane approached Tony Stark with a grim expression. Tony, do you have any idea how much your recent actions will cause our Stark Industries stock to plummet? 40 points, perhaps even more. Tony shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Well, no wonder you are the head of the Stark family. Your audacity is truly extraordinary. Infuriated, Obadiah turned and stormed off, unable to tolerate it any longer. He was determined to rid himself of this arrogant stumbling block named Tony. Hey, that Iron Man suit has been brought back, right? Now, focus on researching and improving it. If that guy can forge such a formidable weapon in a makeshift cave with just a hammer, do not let me down. As he left, Obadiah ominously issued a death order to his loyal subordinate. Yes, boss. Rest assured. The subordinate on the other end of the line trembled in fear, vowing with trepidation, fully aware that failure was not an option. After hanging up, Obadiah sat in the car, his expression dark, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil. Tony's remarks had undoubtedly stirred a great uproar. Damn it, is Tony turning over a new leaf? If Stark Industries ceases weapon manufacturing, who will protect us? Damn you, Tony, our hard-earned money. Panic swept through the crowd as they clamored to sell their stocks in haste. Some cursed, others reveled in schadenfreude, while many simply watched in distress. It appeared that Stark Industries was on the brink of collapse, plummeting to its limits that day. The author has a word to say. Chapter 29, The Battle of Iron Man 1 approaches. The public was in a state of anxiety, and the authorities were equally tumultuous. Neither the military nor the officials would easily allow Tony to abandon the weapons manufacturing division. They were unwilling to consider the lost reports and had no interest in hearing them, whether military representatives or official delegates. They spent their days either gathered outside Tony's company office or blocking the entrance to his luxurious villa. However, Tony paid them no mind, refusing to meet with them, leaving them all out in the cold. In the laboratory beneath the villa, Tony was diligently crafting his second-generation Iron Man suit. As for the rudimentary first generation, it had long been cast aside. His intellect was the key to everything. Jarvis, install a jet propulsion system in the soles of the suit, and we'll be able to fly, but ensure the shock absorption mechanism is effective. Certainly, sir. Moreover, we need to enhance our arc reactor technology. It needs to be smaller yet more powerful. Add 2 grams of palladium. Understood, sir. Tony worked tirelessly day and night, immersed in his quest to transform the world, to the point of neglecting his own well-being. Within less than a week, Stark Industries' stock faced daily limitations, and now it had dropped by another 55 points. Countless investors were left heartbroken, lamenting their losses. Many were driven to bankruptcy, some resorted to crime, while others, with no alternatives, took a downward plunge. In this land of freedom, savings were scarce, and the helpless authorities were compelled to distribute relief funds in large quantities, for they had to ensure people's survival. Otherwise, one might cause a commotion, wandering the streets, vandalizing something like the New York City government. What a calamity that would be. The crux of the matter lies in the approval ratings. The opposition would not let such a golden opportunity slip by, fervently proclaiming what they would accomplish if they were in power. This has rendered the current officials in quite a predicament, as they are being exploited during this turmoil, inciting their frustration to the point of gnashing their teeth in anger. Just a stone's throw away, less than 500 meters from Tony's place, stands Chen Xi's opulent villa, which cost him approximately $5 million for this sprawling 10-acre estate. It is now 2009, a staggering sum indeed. Haha. Excellent. Chen Xi was elated, believing it was almost time to buy at the bottom. The market had plummeted so dramatically, primarily due to the investors' inability to accept such a rapid decline. Once they calmed down, a significant recovery was inevitable. VES, employ tenfold leverage to acquire Stark Industries shares, Chen Xi decisively commanded. Throughout that week, he had not been idle. He engaged a brokerage firm to establish a company and recruited several traders, all in anticipation of this lucrative opportunity. It would not be long before Tony announced himself as Iron Man, returning with renewable energy. At that point, Stark Industries stock would reach its zenith, and he would sell off his shares at that peak. Boss, this is an audacious gamble. You're investing $1 billion, leveraging it tenfold. What if, heaven forbid, you incur a total loss? VES expressed his professional analysis regarding the command, clearly skeptical of the venture. He hoped Chen Xi would reconsider, as it appeared to be a losing proposition. No, just trust me, Chen Xi replied, unwavering in his resolve. What do you know, you bunch of amateurs? You're the boss. Your word is law, VES shrugged, abandoning his attempts to persuade. The boss had spoken, and he would follow. For it was not his money at stake. He merely wished to offer a friendly warning. Thus, Chen Xi utilized $1 billion, coupled with tenfold leverage, to directly acquire the public shares of Stark Industries. Upon witnessing a fool eagerly taking on their stocks, the shareholders grew increasingly enthusiastic about selling. Haha, how amusing. There is a fool among us. Let us sell. Yet, something felt amiss. Why was this individual swimming against the tide? Surely, there must be an underlying issue. But who cared about such matters? Perhaps he was merely dreaming of buying at the bottom, hoping for a rebound in Stark Industries stock. Exactly. Selling now could minimize our losses. Go ahead and sell. I shall follow suit, others declared. In the bustling trading hall, discussions erupted, with all conversations revolving around this sudden appearance of a fool. If one could sell, then why not do so without hesitation? Of course, there were astute traders who sensed an unusual atmosphere, suspecting it to be a trap. They believed Stark Industries had orchestrated a grand scheme to exploit the unwary. A few unfavorable news releases had been disseminated, and Tony's announcement of the dissolution of the weapons manufacturing division was merely a ploy to harvest the unsuspecting. The previous reports of Tony's disappearance were merely a prelude, causing the stock to plummet dramatically to just $220 per share. The recent announcement regarding the dissolution of the weapons manufacturing division has detonated yet another metaphorical deep-sea bomb, leading to a catastrophic plummet in stock prices. Their intention is to depress the stock value, only to repurchase later. It is akin to cashing out billions when the stock is valued at 100 per share, subsequently releasing unfavorable news to drive the price down to a mere 10. With the capital gained from this cash out, they then buy back stocks at this significantly reduced price. This orchestrated scheme slices through unsuspecting investors like a hot knife through butter, using their own money to repurchase their shares. Following this, they release optimistic news, elevating the stock price once again, leaving the oblivious investors vulnerable to repeated exploitation. Such are the sinister machinations and despicable tactics of capital. Those with a keen sense of awareness feel as though they are channeling the spirit of Conan, endowed with the wisdom of an investment sage, perceiving themselves as the lone awakened amidst a sea of intoxicated masses. By the gods, this treacherous Tony Stark employs our funds to indulge in the company of women and celebrities. Hush, let us discreetly acquire these retail investors. Indeed, quietly infiltrating the fold. We need not alert the guards. It seems you, my astute compatriot, have mastered the art of clandestine wealth accumulation. This is the moment to reap the rewards. As Tony Stark, the flamboyant playboy, is a figure of hubris unworthy of belief. Following Chen Xi's meddling, the self-proclaimed clever investors hastily followed suit, and the shares of Stark, teetering on the brink of collapse, astonishingly surged a few points. Of course, this had nothing to do with Chen Xi, who had long since exhausted his funds. Time passed swiftly, and after a week, Obadiah Stane could no longer contain himself. The inept researchers in his private laboratory were incapable of developing a more advanced arc reactor. The Marca reactor was far too primitive. It was rendered inoperative in a short span of time, given the manufacturing conditions. After a scathing reprimand of the researchers, Obadiah resolved to launch a surprise attack on Tony Stark, as he possessed superior alternatives. The phone rang incessantly. Tony, seated on his couch, promptly answered. It was Pepper Potts calling. With Tony's acumen and Chen Xi's insights, he sensed something amiss. He instructed Pepper to investigate quietly, but the ringing signaled trouble. In the next moment, he was rendered immobile and powerless. The author has a message. Chapter 30, The Golden Goose, Tony. A shadow emerged slowly from behind him, while Tony lay pallid and lifeless on the couch. Tony, are you listening? Pepper called out, but the situation had already been seized by Obadiah. Do you recall this device? Obadiah triumphantly waved the paralysis device in his hand. Such a temporary incapacitation device has myriad applications. Tony, when I ordered your assassination, I feared I might be slaying a golden goose. But look at you, you survived. This is fate. As he spoke, he forcefully extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest. You were destined to lay this final golden egg. As he toyed with the arc reactor in his hands, Obadiah Stane finally revealed a triumphant grin. The reactor, birthed from Tony's ingenuity, had ultimately become his swan song. Stripped of the arc reactor, Tony found himself in a precarious state. His breathing became labored. His blood ceased to circulate, and his heart lacked the strength to sustain him. Tony, relish your final moments. Obadiah proclaimed. I, Obadiah Stane, shall lead Stark Industries to unprecedented heights, echoing across the globe. Rest assured, I shall not alter the company's name. After all, your Stark family name carries significant weight. Doesn't he it? This was the epitome of psychological warfare. Not only did he intend to take over Stark Industries, but he also sought to leverage the Stark legacy to pave his own path. Obadiah was indeed ruthless, while Tony bore the burden of regret etched upon his brow. He lamented not heeding Chen Xi's advice, failing to conduct a thorough investigation into this nefarious puppet master, merely allowing Pepper Potts to observe discreetly. Had he not been so arrogantly self-assured, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Seeing Tony's anguish, Obadiah reveled in his triumph, releasing decades of pent-up resentment. He was exhilarated, ecstatic. He had risen to power, yearning for the world to bear witness. With a swagger that disregarded familial ties, Obadiah departed the villa, his laughter echoing in the air. Yet, Tony, stranded and undeterred, resolved to fight back. He knew time was of the essence. The house was empty, and even Bruce Banner's presence could have provided assistance, preventing such dire straits. Unable to move, he realized that calling for help would be futile. By the time it arrived, he would be long gone. J. Jarvis, notify Chen Xi. Tony struggled to call out, fully aware that only Chen Xi could teleport to his rescue at this moment. Regardless of the cost, he deemed it necessary. His life was at stake. Yes, sir. Jarvis promptly sprang into action, dialing Chen Xi's phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Xi? It's me, Jarvis. Upon answering the call, Chen Xi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Tony was in peril, just as the narrative had unfolded. Mr. Stark's life hangs in the balance. He urgently requires your aid. Please hurry to his residence. No problem. I'm on my way. Thank you, sir. Jarvis expressed his gratitude repeatedly as a semi-intelligent entity. He was indeed indispensable. Without Jarvis, Iron Man would not exist. Every piece of data and model was completed with his assistance. This was 2009, and the Marvel Universe was truly remarkable. After ending the call, Chen Xi chuckled to himself, relishing the opportunity to capitalize on this situation. He mused that he could not deliver a fatal blow all at once. Obadiah had spoken truthfully in the film. Tony was indeed the golden goose. In a flash, Chen Xi teleported to Tony's side. Observing Tony's pale and ashen complexion, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, Tony, what's with your appearance? Quite unique. I must say. Come, let us capture this moment, for I intend to auction this precious instant in the future. With that, he extracted his phone and began snapping photos of Tony with fervor. Tony, already pale, appeared even more unwell. Struggling to breathe, he was nearly overwhelmed with frustration, nearly choking on his own ire. Hurry, save me. Wait, I will definitely strangle you. Even in such dire circumstances, Tony's sharp tongue did not relent. Perhaps he sensed that his life was no longer in jeopardy, and his fear had substantially diminished. In light of your words, my demands have shifted. Let us settle on $10 billion. Surely that is not too burdensome for you. Chen Xi remarked, a mischievous grin stretching from ear to ear. It was exhilarating to exploit such a wealthy fool. With but a flick of his fingers, money flowed effortlessly. What of it? Quickly, pay up, or I shall take my leave. Chen Xi reiterated his threat, rising to indicate his intent. He truly would depart. Whether Iron Man lived or died was of no concern to him. There were plenty of Iron Men in other universes. Upon realizing this, Tony panicked. His life was at stake. I agree. Remarkably, he found the strength to utter a complete sentence, revealing the boundless potential that resides within a person. Without pushing oneself, one can never truly discover the limits of their capabilities. Splendid. A delightful collaboration, Mr. Tony Stark. Chen Xi exclaimed with triumph as he proceeded towards the underground laboratory, where an old arc reactor awaited him, installing that would not be fatal. With a crackle, Tony was rejuvenated. Oh, thank the heavens, how wonderful it is to be alive. Incorrect. You ought to thank not the heavens, but me, and also the verdant Franklin. As Tony expressed his gratitude, Chen Xi interrupted him. Oh, cursed be you, the opportunist. Let me ponder. You have swindled over $2 billion from me. You wretched fiend. It was better not to mention this. The mere thought caused Tony's heart to bleed. He toiled tirelessly, day and night, to earn a modest living, and here was this robber, simply taking his money. Tony, you shall still owe me money. Do you believe it? Next time, it will be 2 lives for $20 billion. Chen Xi chuckled mysteriously, adopting the guise of a charlatan. His strange smile caused Tony's heart to skip a beat as he recalled Pepper Potts. Danger lurked. Obadiah Stane was aware of Pepper's information theft. He had to rescue her, damn it. He nearly forgot this matter, and for that, he was grateful to Chen Xi. Thank you, Chen Xi. I must take my leave. With that, Tony dashed into the basement, donned his iron armor, and soared towards Pepper's direction. Tony, oh Tony, your money is not escaping, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly, watching the hurried departure of the Iron Man. The author has something to say. Chapter 31, The Birth of Iron Man. Chen Xi saves me. Tony's flight was remarkably swift. Clad in the Mark III armor, he soared through the skies, having already instructed Jarvis to locate Pepper's position. Predictably, she was at the Stark Group headquarters, as there was nowhere else for her to flee. The long trail of flames emitted by the armor illuminated the pitch-black night sky. making Tony a veritable firefly in the darkness. The bustling metropolis of New York was alive with sound. As the day drew to a close, the night beckoned for relaxation. The sight of the armored figure streaking across the sky sent the city into a frenzy, with onlookers erupting in excitement. Perhaps influenced by the plethora of science fiction films, various cinematic scenes seemed to materialize before their eyes. My goodness! Is this an alien invasion? What is that? It's a mecha from a movie. How cool. I wonder how much it costs and if it can be mass-produced. Wake up. You can't afford it. Go back to sleep and dream of it instead. No. Let me handle it. I'll splash some cold water on him. They pondered what sort of genius could have invented such a creation. Could it be Tony Stark? Indeed. His trajectory was directed towards Stark headquarters. It was unmistakably Tony Stark. As he passed, crowds gathered, cheering, shouting, and whistling in his honor. This surge of admiration inflated Tony's vanity. Perhaps being a peacekeeping Iron Man was not such a bad idea after all. Chen Xi's emergence had undeniably disrupted the world's course. With her formidable presence, every flap of her wings stirred great waves. Before this, Tony had not engaged in heroic deeds but had instead immersed himself in his laboratory, diligently researching new armor. Witnessing Chen Xi's prowess left him feeling insecure. He resolved to empower himself. He contemplated whether to create an anti-Chen Xi suit, specifically designed to counter her myriad superpowers. Throughout his life, Tony had devised numerous counter-armors: anti-Hulk, anti-Magneto, anti-Phoenix, anti-Devourer, and so forth. Of course, he often found himself bested by those he sought to outmaneuver. Yet, this was a form of progress, regardless of the circumstances. He had indeed evolved. Time swiftly passed, and Tony arrived at Stark Tower, where Pepper Potts was engaged in a tense standoff with Obadiah staying in the confined space of the building. Pepper, run towards the rooftop of Stark Tower. I can't pinpoint your exact location right now. Tony urged her to move to a more visible area, unaware that Obadiah was rampantly wreaking havoc in the Iron Monger suit. No, Tony, listen to me. Obadiah has also created an iron suit, and it appears much larger. He is currently pursuing me, and I don't want you to take any risks. Tony was oblivious, yet Pepper was acutely aware. She would rather sacrifice herself than have Tony put himself in danger. What? He has an iron suit too? Damn it! Tony exclaimed, cursing in realization. No wonder that old fool had ambushed him. This was the reason behind it. However, despite his frustration, he would not abandon Pepper. He bellowed, no matter what. Head towards the rooftop now. I will meet you on the ground. I refuse to believe that anyone in this world can craft steel armor superior to the great Tony Stark. Pepper Potts, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears. Realizing that this was the man she admired, unwavering in his commitment, regardless of the circumstance. All right, I'll follow your instructions, she replied, her resolve solidified. With her strong-willed nature, she did not linger, and the next moment she sprinted towards the rooftop. Behind her, the Iron Monger pursued relentlessly, unwilling to let her disrupt his grand plan. Utilizing thermal imaging, he recklessly barreled through, trampling desks, chairs, and walls alike without hesitation. On the other end, Tony had just hung up the phone and immediately instructed J.R.V.I. South to place a call. Chen Xi, help me. He coughed, having just feigned bravado. Now, he was desperately calling for aid. Is this not utterly shameless? $10 billion for a single life. Deal. I need help. Tony was apprehensive. While he was not afraid of the insidious Obadiah staying alone, he feared for Pepper, whose fragile human form stood no chance against the armored behemoth. Upon receiving a response from Chen Xi, he finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, Pepper had reached the top floor via the elevator, while Obadiah, anticipating her intentions, had already broken through the glass wall and soared to the rooftop. I can't wait to see you fail. He sneered, envisioning her demise. What? How are you still alive, Tony? Damn it. You truly are a calamity that lingers through the ages. I spared you once, and yet you have survived again. Upon turning, he spotted a flamboyant gold and red suit emerging behind him, Tony's Iron Man armor, which he had seen before. Obadiah, Chen Xi warned me you would betray me. I could hardly believe it. You were like an uncle to me. Why? Tell me, why would you do this? Tony's voice was heavy with sadness and rage. Struggling to comprehend the betrayal. Your father and you amassed great wealth through your inventive genius, living in comfort. Yet I, burdened with trivial meetings and negotiations, received merely 5% of the shares. You have disappointed me gravely. You obstructed my path to fortune. Obadiah, confronted with these questions, unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotions, questioning Tony in a fit of despair. Sorry, it seems you've become unbalanced, Tony shrugged, coming to an understanding that perhaps too much had been given. He coldly remarked, It seems I overestimated you, fostering greater desires within you. Your father should never have granted you shares. It only made you greedier. Tony's words incensed Obadiah further, who believed his diligent efforts deserved recognition, not this betrayal. Overcome with fury, Obadiah shouted, You shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his massive steel fist and struck fiercely at Tony's helmet. Bang! Upon witnessing this, Tony immediately lifted his right arm to shield his head, resulting in a direct confrontation between the two. To Tony's astonishment, he found himself utterly outmatched by Obadiah Stane with a single powerful blow. He was forced to kneel on one knee. Haha, Tony. You may be incredibly agile, but alas, your defense and offense pale in comparison to mine. I have studied your Iron Man suit, while you know nothing about me. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tony momentarily dazed by the impact, Obadiah reveled in his triumph, openly mocking him. Humph. So what? You can't catch me. Tony retorted with a scoff, unwilling to concede defeat. Creak. The door swung open. Just then, Pepper Potts arrived, albeit at the most inopportune moment. Ha ha ha. Tony, your doom is at hand. Obadiah felt as if the heavens themselves were favoring him. 1,000 words have already been spoken. I shamelessly seek a favorable review. Thank you. The author had something to say. Chapter 32, Auctioning Your Lives. The raucous laughter echoed across the rooftop, as if victory was already assured. Insane. Tony scoffed dismissively. Obadiah, an old fox, seized the opportunity to directly threaten Tony. Hey, kid. Don't move, or I'll blow her away. She's quite fragile, you know. All right. I won't move. I surrender. Tony feigned surrender, raising his hands in mock submission. Tony, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Forget about me, kill him, and avenge me. Pepper's tears flowed freely, as if bidding a final farewell. What a poignant scene this was, reminiscent of a romantic drama with a domineering CEO. Cough. Pepper, please spare the theatrics. It's making me quite uncomfortable, Tony remarked. Suddenly, an ominous figure appeared on the rooftop, abruptly interrupting their impromptu performance. What the hell? Who dares to intrude? Obadiah, without lifting his gaze, dismissively scoffed, as if swatting away a fly. Oh, look who it is. You are just a little turtle. What are you pretending to be? Chen Xi would not be courteous to a dead man, launching into a fierce tirade, regardless of whether he understood or not. Ah, it's you. Obadiah was taken aback. The mysterious intimidation Chen Xi exuded was overwhelming. He had no idea what tactics were at play, as the elite he had dispatched were nowhere to be found. Ultimately, he concluded that Chen Xi was a high-level mutant. It's me, old man. Surprised? Thrilled? Chen Xi beamed, relishing the cat-and-mouse dynamic. You think I'm 100 meters away? I'm 1,000 meters away. You think I'm 10,000 meters away? I'm in the atmosphere. You think I'm in the atmosphere? I'm in outer space. Seeing Chen Xi so smug, Obadiah naturally refused to back down. Today, I shall see what you can do to me, he declared, preparing to strike, but was interrupted by Chen Xi. Stop. Your adversary is Tony Stark, not me. Farewell. Chen Xi provided them with no time to react, swiftly embracing Pepper and making his escape. What the hell? Chen Xi, you shameless scoundrel. Tony was cursing vehemently, acutely aware that he was no match for this iron tyrant. Damn it. And you even dared to embrace my woman. Couldn't you just hold her without making it so blatant? Oh, shit, you bastard. Ha ha. Tony. He fled, taking your woman with him. Ha ha. You are finished. The woman is now another's. Sigh, what a splendid conclusion. Meet your demise. Obadiah Stane had not anticipated that he possessed the ability to engage in verbal warfare, even though Tony knew full well that Chen Xi was solely motivated by greed. He was still infuriated by this iron behemoth. Tony charged forward, and the two engaged in a reckless melee, relying on their armored suits for protection as they exchanged blows. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding metallic clashes were somewhat melodious. You struck me once, and I retaliated with a slap. You leapt to strike my knee. And I retaliated with a blow to your side. I simply refused to be at a disadvantage. They exchanged blows, enjoying themselves, each testing the other's defenses until they merely produced sparks, which proved ineffectual. However, Tony's Mark III armor was equipped with a pulse cannon, miniature missiles, dual shoulder-mounted miniguns, and decoys, capable of simultaneously targeting multiple objectives. Therefore, he opted for overwhelming firepower. This was his true trump card, as he had merely been toying around before. He aimed for a swift resolution, especially since he was utilizing an outdated arc reactor with limited energy. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling display erupted as dozens of tiny projectiles and missiles hurtled towards the Iron Tyrant, yet the results were less than satisfactory. The Iron Tyrant, aside from some dents and chipped paint, remained largely unscathed. His defenses were unexpectedly formidable. Huh. Tony, how does it feel? This is titanium nickel alloy. Obadiah Stain's triumphant laughter rang out, and he was no stranger to inflicting damage. He immediately retaliated with heavy weaponry, while the agile Mark III dodged left and right, performing aerial ballet to narrowly evade the widespread indiscriminate assault. Nonetheless, several projectiles struck, causing significant damage to certain areas, particularly his weapon systems. Jarvis, how much energy do we have left? Tony inquired hastily, considering retreat if he couldn't win. He was no hero, after all, and Pepper had already been rescued. Sir, there is 20 energy remaining. Only that much? Then why not flee? In the movie, Pepper was still present, but this situation was entirely different. The winds howled ominously. Planning to escape? Obadiah Stane would not allow that. Several missiles sped after Tony, while the Iron Tyrant pursued him from behind, albeit slightly slower. However, the tracking missiles caught up with Tony, and, like in the movie, he fell to the ground, triggering a series of traffic accidents. Boom. On the overpass, the Iron Tyrant crashed down, towering over Tony, and with a fierce stomp, he prepared to crush him. At that moment, Tony rolled away like a lazy donkey, narrowly escaping danger. Chen Xi, what should we do? Please help Tony. I will give you anything you desire. Pepper, seeing Tony in peril, anxiously tugged at Chen Xi, almost on the verge of tears. Huh? Chen Xi was taken aback. Had they reached this point so soon? Wasn't it supposed to occur when the dire virus emerged? You want me? That might not be appropriate. If it comes to that, please, don't let Tony know about this. Misinterpreting Chen Xi's scrutiny, Pepper blushed, stammering in embarrassment. What? Seriously? Chen Xi shivered, overwhelmed. He couldn't afford such a burden. Perhaps only Tony had a taste for that. Their aesthetic sensibilities were indeed quite divergent. Ahem, Pepper, you're overthinking it. We have an old saying, one must not deceive a friend's wife. I assure you, Tony will be fine, so don't worry. Chen Xi quickly reassured her, noting her formidable demeanor. That's wonderful. Thank you. Relieved at the prospect of not having to sacrifice herself, Pepper was overjoyed. Then I'll head over. Don't go anywhere. Yes, rest assured. After ensuring Pepper was settled, Chen Xi swiftly appeared on the battlefield. Hello, Tony. How are you holding up? Chen Xi smiled mischievously at Tony, her face brimming with playful mockery, utterly unperturbed by the chaos around them. Hurry up. Stop talking and take him down. Tony was terrified. He could not afford to die. The greatest sorrow in the world was to pass away with unspent wealth. He still had not enjoyed life enough, with so many starlets eagerly awaiting his attention and fortune. No rush. Chen Xi replied leisurely, then turned her gaze toward Obadiah Stane. Hey, old man, Tony is offering $1 billion. How much are you willing to bid for his life? What? Do you think this is an auction? Are we being sold here? Is there no sense of justice left? No laws. Both men were incensed, nearly spitting blood. The author has something to say. Chapter 33. The Invincible Chen Xi, Tony's Killing Intent. What do you mean? Stop stalling. My time is incredibly valuable, worth hundreds of thousands every second. Chen Xi, growing impatient with the slowpoke, voiced her frustration. Good. Obadiah Stane, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that this fellow was a money lover, and that could be leveraged. I bid 1. $5 billion for Tony's life. He immediately raised the bid by $500 million. Chen Xi was elated, big spender. A true big spender. She then turned to Tony, signaling him to raise the bid. Damn it, you scoundrel. Tony cursed under his breath, feeling unfortunate to encounter such a fool. He dared not gamble with his life. They had only known each other for a few weeks. Who knew what stance Chen Xi would take? Tony shouted. I bid $2 billion. Excellent. Tony bids $2 billion. Going once at $2 billion. Going twice at $2 billion. 2. Wait. Just as Chen Xi prepared to elongate her words for effect, Obadiah Stane quickly interrupted. I bid $5 billion. Damn it. He won't dare to gamble either. Who knows the extent of this individual's abilities? Everyone present was left in utter bewilderment, with 500 to 600 people on the platform collectively stunned. What began as a spectacular showdown had devolved into an auction. What kind of absurdity is this? The onlookers were utterly speechless. Wait a moment, are those Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane? Goodness, this is a sensational headline. Is Stark Industries on the brink of collapse? What grievances could lead to such a life-or-death confrontation? Who is this formidable figure in the middle, daring to auction off the lives of these two? Incredible! A mutant, perhaps? It must be a mutant. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, with discussion swirling as the fearless spectators embraced the unfolding drama. Snap! Snap! Those without cameras hastily pulled out their phones, capturing every moment. Obadiah Stane bid $5 billion. Tony, how much will you offer? Chen Xi was exhilarated. The money was flowing in like a whirlwind, a true stroke of genius. It's all in good fun. The notion of wealth mattered little. It was simply entertaining. He wasn't obsessed with riches, not at all. Chen Xi, having grown up in poverty, harbored an unusual fixation on money, determined never to face hunger again. Tony, now in a precarious position, was feeling the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he managed to say, I bid $30 billion. This is my final offer. All right. Tony bids $30 billion. $30 billion once. Twice. Obadiah Stane could no longer tolerate this. He was being toyed with and refused to believe he could be defeated. However, Chen Xi's words flowed like a machine gun, almost driving him to madness. I can't take it anymore. In a fit of rage, he leaped up, ready to crush Chen Xi with sheer force. The battle commenced. Fight. Hurry up and fight. The audience erupted in cheers and excitement. Can you no longer contain yourself? Chen Xi, watching the Iron Tyrant soar, let out a cold snort. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, he slowly extended his hand towards the airborne behemoth and gently clenched it. Snap! 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 In their horrified eyes, the terrifying armored figure instantly froze in midair, creating ice out of thin air, defying the laws of energy conservation. What kind of ability is this? Such a powerful mutant power? Incredible! Unbelievable! Wow, how cool is that? This is absolutely astonishing. Mutants are terrifying. Look, oh my goodness. How can one be this powerful? How is it possible? Yes, they were completely paralyzed with fear. Chen Xi was utterly formidable. Before the astonished crowd, the Iron Tyrant shattered into countless pieces. The extreme cold had reduced the superalloy to mere shards. How terrifyingly low must that temperature be? If applied to a human, would it not reduce them to dust? This not only did Tony gulp nervously, but everyone mirrored this action. They felt a dryness in their throats. Why? The intake of cold air had been overwhelmingly excessive. Tony found it hard to believe. In fact, he was utterly incredulous. He recognized Chen Xi's formidable strength, capable of dispatching hundreds with the ease of crushing ants, and his myriad of abilities was beyond impressive. Yet, who could explain how such an overwhelmingly powerful Iron Tyrant could be reduced to mere rubble? What is wrong with me? Chen Xi offered him a slight smile, displaying a nonchalance akin to stepping on an ant. In truth, he was secretly reveling in this moment. It was more gratifying than mere pretense. Did he not notice the fearful gazes surrounding him? That was sufficient. Tony took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. It's nothing. Your strength is beyond anything I could have anticipated. I am at a loss for words to describe such power. Among mutants, you must be the most formidable. Right? Although Tony appeared to compliment Chen Xi, he was subtly probing for information about the mutants. The mutants were notoriously elusive, only occasionally revealing themselves. and any information about them was scarce, often relegated to paper files. Such information was deemed secure. The digital realm was not to be trusted, particularly by S.H.I.E.L.D. One glance at J.A.R.V.I.S. would reveal that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database was as accessible as Tony's own backyard. Ripe for intrusion. Tony harbored no sense of security regarding the unknown. He prepared for the worst possible outcomes. It was entirely plausible that he might be the first to eliminate Chen Xi. This individual was far too perilous, possessing an uncanny understanding of everything, as if he could foresee past and future events. Well done, Tony. Excellent inquiry. Chen Xi discerned the fluctuating expression in Tony's eyes. Knowing that he was itching to eliminate him, likely to study some countermeasures against Chen Xi. Perhaps he was already contemplating the creation of armor resistant to absolute zero? Chen Xi had no qualms about toying with Tony, applying a little pressure to ignite his motivation. After all, the Marvel Universe would lose its charm without Tony Stark. Chen Xi mused that he had grown weary of the game and felt compelled to explore the depths of Tony's intellect, to discover whether he truly possessed the fabled Mind Stone. Just how formidable was this man, cursed with knowledge, and was he truly invincible? Humbly, Chen Xi remarked, individuals like me are exceedingly weak in this universe, reduced to mere dust. Without delving far, there are likely 10 mutants stronger than I. Which 10? Tony exclaimed, unable to fathom that so many powerful beings existed. What fate awaited ordinary humanity? Chen Xi cast a teasing glance at Tony, who responded with an awkward smile. Shall I continue to amuse you until you're utterly befuddled? My wives are all stronger than I. Tony was taken aback. Is that it? Who even are your wives? Oh, there are more, yet they have yet to be born. Soon, though. But do not despair. Humanity possesses formidable power as well, of a most astonishing kind. If I do not offer you darkness, then I shall not provide light either. It would be quite dull if you were stripped of your fighting spirit. The author has a message. Chapter 34 concludes the narrative, a reward explosion. Chen Xi's words finally ignited a spark in Tony. Do we also have powerful beings among us? It seemed reasonable. If there existed formidable mutants, then surely there must also be powerful humans. This was not a contradiction. Excited, Tony eagerly inquired, who are they? How do they compare to the most formidable mutants? Seeing his enthusiasm, Chen Xi smiled slightly. Curious? Perhaps a consultation fee could enlighten you? Tony felt a pang of disappointment. This money-grabbing character might just be tricking him again. In an instant, a red flag of caution ignited within him. Could this individual merely be using a few names to mislead him? Whenever money was involved, Tony felt a twinge of anxiety, having been deceived far too often. Yet, the curiosity that had been piqued clawed at him like an insatiable itch. Ultimately, Tony succumbed. How much? $100 million. Tony gasped audibly, for everyone claimed he, Tony Stark, was a fast earner, yet compared to Chen Xi, he felt utterly weak. Fine. I agree. Tony gritted his teeth in frustration. I knew Mr. Tony Stark was a wealthy man. Chen Xi chuckled, and amidst Tony's evident discomfort, he continued leisurely, now, keep this under wraps, or you might find your life in jeopardy. On Earth, we have the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange, and the Cosmic Warrior, Captain Marvel. Moreover, there's the demigod, Star-Lord. He is indeed the strongest. But in the future, the mightiest will be you, Tony Stark, the one who saves the entire universe. What a ruse. A blatant deception. After all, who could predict the future? He wouldn't stop until he had thoroughly bewildered him. After all, wasn't he, Star-Lord, a mere mortal compared to a deity? Could he truly be that powerful? What the heck? I understood everything you mentioned before. Those names sound truly impressive. But when you brought me into the mix, claiming I saved the universe, that's absurd. Initially, Tony listened intently, captivated by the mention of these formidable beings. Secrets unknown to him. Yet, by the end, he was shocked to find himself included. I'm a savior? Damn. The stars remain the same, and the trickster remains unchanged. Not an ounce different. Believe it or not, Sai. In this day and age, trust among people has completely dissipated. Honestly, no one believes. I'm leaving, oh. And by the way, don't forget to transfer the total of $1 billion to me today. Make it quick. Chen Xi waved dismissively, his expression indifferent. Then, with a swift motion, he teleported away, leaving Tony to deal with the aftermath. It was not his concern. In a desolate area on the outskirts, Chen Xi suddenly appeared. Sensing that something intriguing was unfolding, albeit a bit late. With a sizzling sound, two dim yellow portals emerged, from which a dozen dark figures rushed forth. The timekeepers had arrived. Just a few days had passed, and his alteration of the timeline had already alerted them to his presence in a different universe. The temporal variance authority was indeed formidable. However, Chen Xi was no longer the naive individual he once was. One must regard him anew after a brief separation. As the group materialized, they swiftly deployed a time dilation device, causing the flow of time within a 100-meter radius to slow down 16-fold. Unfortunately, Chen Xi was well aware of their tactics. He was no fool like Loki, who felt the need to show off. In an instant, he teleported several hundred meters away, escaping the troublesome vicinity. What is happening here? How does this kid possess superpowers? Just a few days have passed, and the growth is astonishingly rapid. Is this teleportation? It shouldn't be possible. How could he? I don't comprehend. I simply cannot grasp it. Are we trapped in a dream? This group is utterly confounding, completely defying the laws of science. Everything feels like a dream. They are entirely incapacitated. However, it won't be long before they can no longer speak. Their thoughts sinking into eternal darkness. Because Chen Xi has made his move. Poor puppets, allow me to liberate you and bring an end to this lamentable existence. Please do not thank me. I am Lei Hong. They do not understand what Chen Xi is saying. Puppets? Lamentable? Liberation? They are oblivious, yet understanding is unnecessary. For in their terror-stricken gazes, they slowly realize that their comrades are transforming into ice sculptures. And then, in a moment of sheer horror, bang, 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 they shatter into a cloud of dust, carried away by the wind. Oh, dear, may you find a better fate in your next life. Watching the evaporating time guardians, Chen Xi softly murmurs, is this the life of an ant? The power struggles among the great, and they do not even qualify as cannon fodder. Ding. The host has slain the elite time guardian, earning 200 bioenergy points. Ding. The host has slain the elite time guardian squad leader, earning 500 bioenergy points. Ding. A series of notifications resound. Chen Xi has accumulated a total of 2,500 bioenergy points, a most fruitful harvest, bringing him delight. Beyond the multiverse, the mysterious Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau is in turmoil, the blaring alarms causing the Chief Justice to feel a surge of anxiety. Come here. Come here. What on earth has happened? She demands angrily, rising and striding out while shouting. At that moment, a gray-clad administrator rushes in, breathless and panting, reporting, "It's bad, Your Honor. Universe number 199999 is in crisis. The entire squad was annihilated while capturing time offenders. Furthermore, in the apocalyptic timeline of 2387, Loki has once again slain our team of time guardians." The more he speaks, the more terrified he becomes, as the Chief Justice's heavy breathing reveals her suppressed fury. A volcano on the verge of eruption. Damn it. Damn it. Those two bastards. The Chief Justice furrows her brow, pacing back and forth, and after a few moments, she suddenly halts. For now, we shall disregard Chen Xi and focus all efforts on capturing Loki. Dispatch a team to monitor the universe where Chen Xi resides closely. We may not capture him, but we can use others to torment that troublesome individual. Taking a deep breath, the Chief Justice manages to contain her anger, regaining her composure to issue the order. Yes, Your Honor. The personnel quickly acquiesce and depart at once, as lingering even a moment longer feels like torment. The Chief Justice watches their retreating figures, lost in contemplation. She must make a choice. Chen Xi is merely a time offender and does not seek to overthrow the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. However, Lady Loki is different. Her intent is to dismantle the Bureau, and she is acutely aware of the stakes. Chen Xi, once I have the opportunity, I shall deal with you properly. With a cold huff, the woman slowly vanishes. On the other side, Chen Xi picked up the weapon that had fallen to the ground and smiled mysteriously. This gadget was quite effective for ambushes, and being sent directly to the Doomsday timeline was indeed a valuable asset. After he finished tidying the battlefield, he quietly sat down. For the true rewards were yet to come. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1 and altering the fates of numerous individuals. The host is rewarded with 2 million points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1. The host is awarded an Umbrella Hive base, which has been placed in the system space for immediate retrieval and placement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1. The host is awarded a bodyguard, android number 18, from the main world. Friends, could you kindly promote my book? It seems no one is reading or recommending it. Chapter 35, Summoning Number 18, Super Speed Ability. With each ding from the system, a smile broadened on Chen Xi's face. A bountiful harvest. A generous reward. Not only money, but also equipment and even personnel. When did the system become so generous? Delightful. Hey, system, what's going on? Host, each time you conclude a major storyline, the system calculates rewards based on the extent of your disruption. Chen Xi was immediately overjoyed, nearly bursting into laughter. So it truly is like that. How wonderful. Heh. Let's see how I can toy with these fellows. This perfectly aligns with my intentions. Dominate, play with them, and perhaps even gather some companions, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Let these indigenous people truly feel the terror of being under my control. System, summon android number 18 first. Now I have a bodyguard, and a beautiful one at that. Ding! As you wish, the summoning of android number 18 begins. As the system's words fell, a spatial rift appeared before Chen Xi once more, and this time, stepping forth was a stunning beauty straight from the pages of a comic. This was android number 18, crafted by the system based on the character. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her comic counterpart, with exquisite golden bobbed hair, captivating amber eyes, and a tall, alluring silhouette. As she moved, her grace was mesmerizing, and the system had clearly tailored her appearance to suit his desires. Chen Xi understood that this enchanting woman was no mere decorative figure. A powerful android. Modified from human design, she possessed boundless energy due to her perpetual energy core, with cells aging slowly and hardly susceptible to the ravages of time. She required no sustenance, only occasional hydration. Her demeanor was calm and enigmatic, revealing no trace of fear, yet possessing a hint of stubbornness. She struggled to express her true feelings, often provoking others. But she held a compassionate heart. With a somewhat proud disposition, she feigned indifference while genuinely caring for others, enjoying adornments and wealth just like an ordinary human. As Chen Xi surveyed number 18 with great satisfaction, she, in turn, scrutinized him. Was this fellow truly her master? She wondered about his capabilities. She is a creation of the system, and her memories are solely of this world, devoid of any others. As she gracefully approached Chen Xi with a sensual sway of her waist, her breath carried the fragrance of orchids. Dear master, do I appear beautiful? As she spoke, she suddenly pinned Chen Xi to the ground. Number 18 gazed at Chen Xi with a fervent intensity. Chen Xi gulped, astonished by the abruptness of such happiness. You are indeed lovely, but could you perhaps adopt a different approach? No, I prefer it this way. Number 18 defiantly rejected, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. As she had already felt the shift in the atmosphere, what followed was her personal performance. However, with a tenacious spirit, she was determined to confront the challenge head-on, adding an air of mystery to her presence. Of course, it would be perfect if the telltale red handprints on the cotton sphere remained unseen. You should wash up. And while you're at it, help me clean as well. Chen Xi concentrated, condensing the moisture in the air into a torrential downpour, showering both number 18 and himself. Yet, Chen Xi remained still, immersed in the system. This individual possessed a modicum of discernment, refraining from disturbing him during critical tasks. Ding. Detected storyline character number 18. Would the host like to extract abilities? Extracting once will require 1 million points due to the multiple abilities possessed by number 18. Extract? It's merely 1 million, isn't it? Ding. Please wait. Extracting abilities. This situation mirrored the previous one, as the same slot machine appeared before him, displaying number 18's abilities: Sky Dance Technique, Key Wave, Super Speed, and Chi Circular Slash. The icon for Super Speed exploded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired super speed. Would you like to extract and fuse it now? Let us fuse it. Ding. Fusion in progress. Please wait. Time passed swiftly, and the fusion was complete. Ding. Fusion complete. Please feel free to experience it. Chen Xi closed his eyes and activated super speed. In an instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a halt, and everything around him ceased to move. When Quicksilver activated his super speed, it felt as though the entire world had been paused. This was the sensation he now experienced. What is happening? How strange. Master, do you also possess the ability of super speed? Number 18 looked at Chen Xi in astonishment. Bingo. Indeed. I am capable of anything. Chen Xi replied with a proud smirk. Wow, Master, you are amazing. I admire you so much. Number 18 rolled her alluring eyes, feigning compliance with her Masteress display. Super speed had no effect on those who also possessed the ability, so number 18 remained unaffected. However, within a kilometer radius of Chen Xi, everything appeared to be frozen in time. Was this a manifestation of temporal power? Thus, the Flash's ability to restart the universe stemmed from the ultimate culmination of speed. He had acquired yet another extraordinary ability, whether to flee or launch a surprise attack. Who could possibly stand in his way? Instantaneous movement and super speed. Now all that was needed was a sharp little knife as a weapon. He wished to wield it for his purposes. As an elegant man, he despised the notion of resorting to fists for communication. Wolverine is quite impressive, and Wakanda is also remarkable. After some time, I shall seek them out for amicable negotiations. Chen Xi murmured softly, almost imperceptibly, and in a fleeting moment, he had already selected his next unfortunate target. Chapter 36. Number 18 bewilders the innocent Wanda upon witnessing the mischievous smile forming on Chen Xi's lips. It was evident that another soul was about to face misfortune. Alas, I wonder who the unfortunate being may be. I shall offer 3 minutes of silent homage for you. Amen. The two tidied up the chaotic battlefield, preparing to return. Only the scattered and trampled grass bore witness to the ferocity of the recent clash, which could be described as a brutal exchange of blows. System, open the attribute panel. Chen Xi did not teleport home with number 18, but instead strolled leisurely down the road. Ding. The attribute panel has been opened. The host may view it at their discretion. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, pinnacle of Earth physique, frost giant physique abilities, water manipulation, 10 kilometer range, ice manipulation, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire manipulation, 500 degrees, carbon steel transformation, inferior to primitive adamantium and vibranium, teleportation, earth range, super speed, 1000 kilometers per second, regeneration, non-fatal injuries, heals within 1 minute, items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, umbrella hive factory, 1 subordinate, android number 18 points, 6. 9 million biological energy, 3. 850 no issues, splendid indeed. Prodigious abilities, abundant points. The resources are growing ever more substantial. With a delightful closure of the panel, Chen Xi turned his gaze towards number 18. This woman, brimming with infinite energy, was remarkably composed, as if unaffected by the chaos around her. Number 18. What is your name? Number 18 cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xi before responding in a sweet voice. My name is Lolly. Lolly? A rather charming name. Simple and memorable, it seems the system bestowed it upon you. During their journey, Chen Xi gleaned a considerable amount of information regarding number 18. She had no relatives or friends, living alone in New York. Recently graduated from university, she had yet to secure employment. The identity arranged by the system bore no flaws, detailed down to the minutiae, making her appear as a true native of this world. There was no fear of anyone with telepathic abilities uncovering any information regarding the system's existence. Ding dong. Upon returning home, Chen Xi realized he had forgotten his keys. Intent on formally and openly bringing number 18 inside, teleporting in? Wouldn't he that imply he felt guilty? As the head of the household, could he afford such a notion? Patience is key. Just wait. Wanda's furious voice echoed from afar, thick with tension, as if she were on the brink of an explosion. Creak. The door opened. He weakly inquired, Darling, what is this situation? What special occasion are we celebrating today? Celebrating? Indeed, We must celebrate properly. Hello, I am Wanda Maximoff. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With that, she cast a condescending glance at number 18, secretly contemplating, this little vixen is truly captivating, appearing both alluring and pitiful. Hello, it turns out to be Wanda, the master's maid. I am Lolly, delighted to make your acquaintance. Number 18 greeted warmly with a smile. Her friendly demeanor caught Wanda off guard. Is she not here to disrupt? Or is this woman a skilled individual? Wanda was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Naive and inexperienced, Wanda appeared formidable but was, in reality, quite easily deceived. She turned to Chen Xi with a dazed expression. Darling, is she the nanny you mentioned? Chen Xi was taken aback by Wanda's innocence and gullibility. Number 18 easily capitulated, and she believed it. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, she is nanny number 1, dedicated to her care, he stated casually, knowing she would soon discover the truth. Upon hearing Chen Xi's response, Wanda felt she had misunderstood and promptly invited number 18 inside. Oh, titles like Madam are unnecessary. We are of similar age. You may call me Wanda, and I shall call you Lolly. We are family now, and with only a few of us here, there is little to attend to. Coming from humble beginnings, Wanda did not possess the airs of a nouveau riche. Instead, she treated others with warmth and an open heart. Thank you, Wanda, number 18 replied sweetly, playfully winking at Chen Xi, indicating that the foolish master still needed her guidance. Among women, especially peers, conversations flowed effortlessly, encompassing myriad topics such as cosmetics, handbags, clothing, and jewelry. There was always an abundance of subjects to discuss, seemingly endless. Moreover, time fleetingly passes, and we must cherish these moments. Chapter 37. The allure of wealth and the governor's enthusiasm. She must demonstrate her prowess. Just wait until you find the energy to seek this, and that every day. Rest assured, no problem. Chen Xi exclaimed joyfully, repeatedly assuring her, what is this? After tidying up Chen Xi, Wanda stood with her hands on her hips, exuding the air of a true matron. Yes, my dear Wanda. I was mistaken. Wanda squinted her big eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, you are perceptive. This endearingly charming Wanda prompted Chen Xi to affectionately tousle her hair. By noon, no one wished to cook, so they opted to order a variety of food. After lunch, Chen Xi checked and saw that the money Tony owed him had arrived. One must admit, Tony's efficiency was commendable. Lolly, come, accompany me outside, Chen Xi called. As she was the only one who could make an impression. Dressed in professional attire, Lolly indeed looked the part, serving as his secretary, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Where are we headed, master? To the City Hall in New York. Oh, very well. In this land of freedom, where there is wealth, anything is achievable. At the City Hall, Chen Xi took Lolly with him. However, he said little, merely stating he had billions of dollars and wished to purchase a plot of land to develop for leisure. Ideally, he hoped for an existing, defunct pharmaceutical company, as having ready-to-use equipment would be convenient. Certainly, though he spoke casually, others would undoubtedly regard him as a jest. However, with Chen Xi's opulent attire, enigmatic aura, and the substantial balance in his bank account, it was clear that he was a figure of considerable stature. Even the governor of New York State promptly emerged, extending his hand from afar to warmly welcome him. Ah, Mr. Chen, you truly are a remarkable young man. You are too kind, Governor. Today, I have a request. Chen Xi replied. Their conversation began with mutual flattery and pleasantries, but soon turned to the matter at hand. The governor, smiling, inquired, May I ask how large a parcel of land you require? We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. The financial crisis had only just concluded, leaving countless businesses in ruin, particularly in America. The multitude of unemployed workers was a dire concern, with many resorting to aimless strolls to cope with their despair. I am interested in acquiring a bankrupt pharmaceutical company with an initial investment of $5 billion, which I anticipate will grow to $20 billion, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing an investment of a mere few $100s. However, this revelation astonished the governor. Are you serious? He stammered, rising abruptly, visibly agitated. Indeed. It is imperative, Chen Xi replied calmly. Aha. You are indeed alleviating a significant gap in our labor market. Thank you. Thank you. The governor expressed his gratitude with deep bows. No need for such formality. This is a mutually beneficial endeavor, Chen Xi reassured him. Then, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting several bankrupt companies, as we require their land and equipment. No problem. I will provide you with a response shortly, the governor promised. Considering this a significant achievement. Very well. I shall not trouble you further. Here is my business card. Once you have made contact with the sellers, feel free to call me, and I will arrange for my lawyer to finalize the contract. Certainly, Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will have it sorted. There are many bankrupt companies eager for takeover, and the prices will be exceedingly reasonable. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. The governor and Chen Xi embraced in farewell, though Chen Xi discreetly plucked a strand of his hair. Chapter 38. The Captain America salvage operation commences. Chen Xi drove with number 18 to a specialized salvage agency, renowned for its professionalism, as attested by the highest ratings available online. However, their expertise came with a hefty price tag. Their services were significantly more expensive than those of the second-best firm. Greetings, sir and madam. Welcome. How may we assist you today? Upon entering, a charming young lady greeted them enthusiastically. After all, who wouldn't be welcoming when a distinguished guest arrived? I need to retrieve someone from the Arctic Ocean, Chen Xi stated directly, his boldness leaving the young lady momentarily speechless. What? You mean to salvage a deceased person? After a moment's pause, she timidly inquired. Precisely. I wish to speak with your boss, Chen Xi continued, clearly finding the young lady insufficiently qualified for the task. Very well, as you wish. Please follow me, she replied, shrugging her shoulders as she led Chen Xi to meet the manager. Knock, knock. Please come in. A baritone voice emanated from within as the young lady finally pushed the door open. Boss, this guest has a significant business matter to discuss with you, she remarked, gesturing towards Chen Xi and the individual designated as number 18. After pouring coffee for the two men, she exited the room. May I inquire how to address you? Sir and madam. You may call me Bao Andilen, came the response. Following their introductions, they swiftly delved into the heart of the matter. Sir or madam, how may we assist you? Although, I must say, you do not appear to be lacking in financial resources, Bao smiled, his words devoid of flattery, merely an honest observation. As reading the room is an essential skill, Chen Xi chuckled softly. Indeed, we are not short on funds. However, this task presents a certain level of difficulty. It will require at least a couple of months to accomplish. Bao Andalin's interest was piqued. Oh, we particularly relish challenges. Please, share your requirements. Chen Xi promptly articulated his demands. I need you to locate an individual entombed in ice in the Arctic Ocean. I am confident he is still alive. The only information I possess is that he crashed near an iceberg. Beyond that, I have nothing more. Upon hearing this, Bao fell into contemplation, while Chen Xi quietly sipped his coffee, patiently awaiting a response. In Bao's view, this world was rather insane. Searching for a person frozen in the Arctic? It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The task was undeniably arduous. There were countless icebergs in the Arctic, and they would have to inspect them one by one. What a monumental undertaking. As Chen Xi neared the bottom of his coffee cup, Bao finally reached a conclusion. Sir, this endeavor is indeed quite challenging, but we shall accept it. However, the compensation must be substantial. Mobilizing hundreds of people, the duration of the work is uncertain. It will require at least a month. Bao paused, discreetly assessing Chen Xi's reaction. Chen Xi, noticing this, took a gentle sip of his coffee and replied, Money is not an issue. Simply state your price. Bao, feeling a tinge of uncertainty, said, Sir, we require a minimum of $30 million in compensation. As he uttered these words, Bao felt apprehensive. This was 2009, and such a sum constituted a staggering transaction. Yet, weighing the investment against the risks, he perceived limited profit potential. There was no guarantee that Chen Xi would actually part with such a fortune. To his astonishment, Chen Xi did not hesitate for a moment. Nodding in agreement. $30 million it shall be. However, you must assist me in locating this individual. Of course, I cannot provide you with his photograph just yet. But once you reach the vicinity, I shall send it to you. Additionally, I am willing to offer a $10 million advance. Chen Xi's generosity caught Bao completely off guard. He had braced himself for a failed negotiation or a prolonged bargaining session. Were there truly so many wealthy individuals in this era? So resolute? Very well, sir. You are undoubtedly the most magnanimous client I have ever encountered. Rest assured, if you assert that he exists, then he must indeed be out there. Bowen fervently flattered his superior, believing that no matter the circumstances, one could never go wrong with praise. It was inconceivable that someone of wealth would engage in such frivolity. If he claimed it to be true, then it undoubtedly was. Chen Xi did not linger long before a lawyer arrived with 2 copies of the contract. Without hesitation, Chen Xi swiftly signed the documents. Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Chen. Pleasure to cooperate, Boss Bao. After signing, they exchanged satisfied handshakes. Bowen wished to invite Chen Xi to dinner, but the latter politely declined. He had already arranged an outing with his companion, number 18, and his beloved Wanda. Surely, they deserved to celebrate their harmonious relationship. After all, he had yet to present her with a gift, which was rather remiss. Meanwhile, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was anything but tranquil. In the office of the infamous Nick Fury, known for his formidable presence and shrewd demeanor, a colossal projection repeatedly displayed footage of 2 mechs engaged in fierce combat. S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly omnipresent. While others observed from afar, they had the capability to mobilize satellites. In the video, the 2 futuristic super mechs relentlessly exchanged blows, employing devastating weaponry that effortlessly obliterated skyscrapers, rendering them as fragile as paper. Particularly, one imposing mech displayed a sheer brutality that was astonishing. As it descended upon an overpass, the speeding cars before it appeared as mere toys, easily crushed beneath its might. If the advanced technology was intimidating enough to instill concern, it was the man who later appeared that truly evoked dread and despair. The colossal mech, terrifying in its power, was rendered insignificant by the casual wave of a hand from this individual, as if swatting away a fly. Such a display of overwhelming strength was utterly disheartening and fearsome. The very nature of his abilities defied belief. They could scarcely articulate their astonishment. He disregarded the laws of energy conservation and manufactured super low temperatures. They were aware of a certain Bob, nicknamed Iceman, who could also defy energy conservation, yet his capabilities paled in comparison to the man in the video. Silence enveloped the office, a deathly quiet dominated by barely audible breaths. They were at a loss for words. This individual was beyond their means of confrontation. The atmosphere thickened with silence, until Nick Fury could no longer contain himself. He seized the opportunity to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed the prowess of Stark Industries in producing such formidable mechs. What of our researchers? I wonder what you have been doing. Are you merely coasting along, living off generous research funding without any tangible results? Fury, ever astute, knew that many present were appointed by others when he took over S.H.I.E.L.D. He needed to assert his authority among them. Otherwise, their efforts would be nothing more than superficial compliance. Nick Fury was indeed the linchpin of S.H.I.E.L.D. Author's Note, Chapter 39. Nick Fury's show of authority. Nick Fury's stern reprimand left the scientific personnel, including Gemma Simmons and Leopold, feeling embarrassed and inclined to lower their heads. Yet, one cannot help but feel a sense of suffocation within, pondering how one might compare to the extraordinary genius that is Tony Stark. Who is he, after all? The most exceptional talent of the Stark lineage. At this moment, one can only adopt the role of an ostrich, considering the tempestuous mood of the black-hearted egg. It is wise to avoid confrontation. Nick Fury, recognizing the situation, decided to withdraw gracefully, reminding them that he is not merely a patient, benevolent figure. He proceeded to showcase his own performance. To be candid, you have all exerted considerable effort. After all, Tony Stark's genius is evident to all. Your current task is to delve into the study of this battle armor, beginning with the exoskeletal suit. As long as you can produce results, I shall not hesitate to bestow rewards upon you. Promotions and salary increases will be assured. You shall reap what you sow. Of course, I will collaborate with the military to apply pressure on Tony, compelling him to relinquish a suit for your thorough examination. in hopes that we may also manufacture one. One cannot deny the cunning nature of Nick Fury. He unabashedly voiced his intention to pilfer from Tony in plain sight, speaking of it as if it were his own belonging, nonchalantly disregarding whether Tony might retaliate. With a deft hand, he offered a stick and a date, demonstrating his mastery as a shrewd leader. This is merely the first step, for there remain further actions to take. Moreover, our agency's operatives have been monitoring since the appearance of Chen Xi, which has now spanned nearly half a month. I must inquire, what have you uncovered? I have yet to receive a single piece of useful information. Aside from mundane details such as sleep schedules and takeout orders, nothing of substance has reached me. I am granting you another fortnight. Observe him closely, note whom he meets, what they discuss, and any specific actions taken. Should you fail to procure valuable information, all operatives ranked 5 and above will have their leave for this year revoked, bonuses forfeited, and if necessary, you may find yourselves exiting the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau. At this juncture, Nick Fury's demeanor grew increasingly stern, his fierce gaze penetrating each individual present. Those who met his eye quickly averted their gazes, none daring to maintain contact, as if overwhelmed by his formidable presence. Fury, satisfied with their reaction, felt a flicker of pride, thinking to himself, I do possess a certain commanding aura. Little did he know, among those present, 80% were Hydra members. Treating his words as mere background noise, their reluctance to meet his gaze stemming from their own guilt, he withdrew his gaze, restoring his composure. You may all leave now. Coulson, Natasha, Barton remained behind. Swiftly, everyone else exited, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. In the office now remained his core team, those whom the black-hearted egg could trust to the extent of 30%. Given Nick Fury's character, such a level of trust was already exceedingly rare. Among them stood the 9th-level operative, Maria Hill, an aerial commander, who had long served as the invisible second-in-command of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding maturity and poise. Agent Phil Coulson, an 8th-level operative, serves as the village chief in the Marvel Cinematic Universe's narrative, embodying the archetype of a good-natured individual, albeit one whose benevolence may not guarantee longevity. Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye, a 7th-level operative, is a fortuitous sharpshooter whose prowess has led to numerous victories in battle. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, requires little introduction. Her allure is such that others would willingly covet her very essence. Presently, only this small cadre has garnered a modicum of trust from the shrewd Nick Fury. The remainder are deemed unworthy of confidence, their allegiances shrouded in mystery. Once the so-called extraneous individuals departed, Nick Fury leaned over his desk, surveying the room with meticulous scrutiny. I cannot ascertain whether I can fully trust you, yet I must place my faith in you. I sincerely hope you will not betray this trust, for we have shared a bond for quite some time, partners at heart. The assembled agents exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. The weight of knowledge often breeds peril. It was evident that Fury was concealing something from them, and they were acutely aware of his cunning nature. Though discomfort lingered in the air, no one dared to betray their dissatisfaction. They were all seasoned professionals. Fury, cognizant of their awareness, had little time to ponder their thoughts. Instead, he turned to Natasha and spoke in a grave tone. Please share the intelligence you have gathered. Your direct interaction with him should provide insights beyond our own. Understood. Director, Natasha replied, rising to address the group. According to the information I have procured, our supercomputer has cross-referenced his name and photograph with all available databases. Yielding not a trace of information, he appears to have materialized from thin air. We know nothing of him, yet he possesses an unsettling familiarity with us, as if we are devoid of secrets in his eyes. What? Gasped the group, their astonishment palpable. While the initial revelation was comprehensible, the latter was utterly incredulous. Were they facing an enemy or a friend? The notion that someone could possess such intimate knowledge of them was alarming. There must be a mole. This transaction must cease immediately. Coulson and the others, having just grasped this unsettling reality, began to whisper and deliberate among themselves, leading Coulson to voice his concern. The suspected mutant, Chen Xi, is from the Dragon Nation. Is it conceivable that we would receive information from them? Our supercomputer cannot access their core personnel. They would not grant us such privileges. would they? Coulson articulated his analysis with clarity and reason, prompting others to glance at Nick Fury with uncertainty. Are you mistaken? How could they possibly know who you are? At this, Nick Fury shook his head. There is no room for doubt. I have already communicated with the Godspear Bureau regarding this matter. And they too were taken aback. They have never encountered this individual, and after thorough scrutiny, they found no trace of him. I place my trust in them. The others remained silent, absorbing his words. Indeed, he was correct. His stature was significant. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, furrowing his brow, reflecting on how long it had taken to reach this point of quietude. In truth, Natasha and Nick Fury had not disclosed all the information to them. The astonishing secrets that Chen Xi spoke of regarding the 78 Nebula and the extraterrestrial invasion were to remain known solely to those directly involved. Everything must unfold gradually. With a sense of fatigue and disinterest, Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You all may leave. Natasha, stay for a moment, as I have a task to assign to you." The author has something to say. Chapter 40, Natasha's Scheme. After receiving their orders, Coulson and the others swiftly departed, not wishing to concern themselves with these elusive matters. When the sky falls, there are always tall individuals to bear it. The more one knows, the greater the peril. Once the others had left, Nick Fury turned his gaze back to Natasha. "Natasha, you are the only one in our agency who has met him, so you are somewhat familiar with him. Besides, with your beauty, you are quite suitable to handle him. From now on, you will be responsible for tracking and monitoring his every move. You may devise your own methods." Nick Fury, ever cunning, knew well that few could resist a beautiful woman. "What? You want me to go? I cannot. He is already wary of me, and if I approach him, he will undoubtedly discover my presence. Furthermore, he is an alien. His tastes may not align with ours. I refuse to go." Upon hearing this, Natasha shook her head vigorously, as if to emphasize her refusal. She had only recently entered the field and had already fallen prey to him. If she were to confront him now, would she not be utterly at his mercy? The crucial point was that he merely ignited the fire but did not extinguish it. Nick Fury, oblivious to Natasha's inner conflict, continued to persuade her. "Natasha, you know our manpower is limited, and everyone else has their own tasks. As for the others, I have no trust in them, so this mission falls squarely upon you. As for his aesthetic preferences, rest assured, he is surrounded by many beautiful women. Are you, Natasha, afraid that your allure pales in comparison? If you succeed in capturing Chen Xi, you shall be hailed as a hero in our agency." Nick Fury's praise was a blend of flattery and rationale, asserting that Natasha was indeed the most suitable candidate for the task. However, Natasha hesitated, still wavering. "Agent Natasha, this is an order. I implore you not to decline. You are the only one fit for this." Noticing her lingering uncertainty, Nick Fury's tone grew slightly more authoritative, indicating that this was a directive he expected to be followed. With no other option, Natasha reluctantly nodded her agreement. "Very well, I shall accept this. I suppose I must sacrifice myself." "No need for sacrifice. I trust you will find a way. After all, you are the esteemed agent known as the Black Widow." With a blend of encouragement and praise, Nick Fury expressed his satisfaction, recognizing Natasha's capabilities. He aimed to utilize each individual's strengths to their fullest extent, leaving no stone unturned. "All right, you may go now." "Understood." Nick Fury waved her off, allowing her to depart. Yet, as Natasha turned away, the troubled expression on her face vanished entirely, revealing her prowess as a master of disguise. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, at that moment, Natasha departed with a mocking smile, her back turned to him. It seems she has made a choice. And now Nick Fury's decision aligns with her desires, though not without complications. The following morning, Bowen called to inform that they were prepared, bringing 6 modified small cargo ships and 300 personnel. They would remain in contact with Chen Xi via satellite phone, notifying him promptly of any developments. "Well, I look forward to your good news. I will send the approximate location to your phone. You should search within a few kilometers of those coordinates." Chen Xi relayed the approximate location he had gleaned from a film to Bowen's team, confident there would be no issues. "All right, sir, we shall set off now. Goodbye." "Goodbye. I hope everything goes smoothly," Chen Xi murmured as he gazed out the window. After ending the call, Chen Xi suddenly recalled something important. He ought to purchase a larger vehicle. Last night's shopping trip was cumbersome. The Lamborghini was indeed stylish, but it only accommodated 2 people. For a warm-hearted individual like him, that was simply unacceptable. It was obvious. There must be at least 70 or 80 leading ladies in this world, right? Let the sunshine of love illuminate all beings. Wanda, Lolly, shall we go car shopping? Not going. Wanda, with her distinct personality, was quite the homebody. Master, I will accompany you, said the ever-thoughtful number 18 sweetly. Kiki, you're the best, Lolly. Let us go. Chen Xi chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek and teasing the proud Wanda. Oh, I'll make sure to give her extra attention tonight. I'm too lazy to even talk about you two, Wanda retorted without reservation. Deep down, however, she felt overwhelmed, knowing she couldn't keep up. At most, she would last an hour before breaking down. Who knew how Lolly managed to be so resilient? You'll find out soon enough. Let us go. Chen Xi grinned with pride, pulling number 18 along. With a roar, the Lamborghini sped towards the city center. The BMW dealership was considered a luxury brand. And for Chen Xi, the German automotive philosophy was deeply ingrained. Hello, is that Mr. Chen Xi? Do you have a car you fancy? I am a Gold Star salesperson. Would you like my assistance? Upon entering, a melodious, alluring voice seemed to resonate deeply within. Looking up, Chen Xi was met with a striking sight. Wasn't that the infamous Black Widow, the one who had him drink bathwater? Stop, don't hug me like that. I'm timid. And I fear making a mistake, he quickly interjected, attempting to halt her overly affectionate embrace. Yet, it was the same familiar scent, the same formula, the same skilled method of making soy milk. However, it seemed somewhat ineffective, and thus Chen Xi comfortably indulged in this VIP treatment, teasingly gazing at Natasha's charming face. What is going on? Is this some new mission from your ridiculous agency? Have you come here to do this job? A part-time beauty? Natasha struggled to suppress her irritation at his playful remarks, recalling the term part-time beauty. What was the scoundrel trying to imply? Did he look down on her? At this moment, Chen Xi spoke up again, suggesting that they change their name to S-H-I-E-L-D, which is quite memorable, isn't it? Natasha was taken aback. What was he talking about? The conversation had shifted rather abruptly. However, the excessively lengthy and rather unappealing name was indeed becoming quite tiresome. Mr. Chen was right. We have all grown weary of the cumbersome title, Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. I believe Nick Fury would consider your suggestion. Natasha remarked playfully. Isn't it obvious why I'm here? I'm a woman. Chen Xi exclaimed. You could just say it. No need to hold on so tightly. He protested, feeling overwhelmed. Such a situation felt like a sugar-coated ambush. Surely it could not bode well. Startled, Chen Xi felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this enchanting creature up to something? He attempted to wriggle free, but alas, Natasha's grip was too firm, and he could not escape. Noticing his flushed cheeks, Natasha teased. What's wrong? Are you about to take flight? Chen Xi, feeling the heat, muttered to himself. Oh dear, I have long since abandoned worldly concerns and desires. I have transcended the mundane and am prepared to take refuge in the 3 jewels, so please spare me, fair maiden. In this precarious situation, Chen Xi recited prayers to himself, reminding himself to endure, for forcing a resolution was not an option. Natasha was far too experienced. A little teasing was one thing. But this was excessive. He muttered incoherently in Chinese, laden with literary references that even Natasha, fluent as she was, could not comprehend. She cast him a sultry glance, clearly unimpressed, thinking he was merely pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Chapter 41. Natasha's Surrender, Seeking Praise. Yet, Natasha was already preparing to acquiesce to Chen Xi's terms. She would not allow herself to be distracted by frivolities. The opportunity to become stronger was one she could not pass up. Apologies to S-H-I-E-L-D. But Nick Fury was hardly a saint. He had yet to fulfill his promises, and the supposed unlimited resources had been delayed for 2 years now. As these thoughts circled in her mind, she tightened her hold on Chen Xi's arm, adopting a playful demeanor. One must give to receive, and it was rather unfair to this scoundrel. However, even this minor friction was enough to ignite her temper. The heat was mutual. Chen Xi felt overwhelmed as well. Ahem. Let us not get carried away. It's dry out here. It's easy to get heated, he cautioned. Unable to break free, Chen Xi resigned himself to the situation, recognizing that he was utterly powerless against such a sweet ambush. Oh dear, he exclaimed, hastily changing the subject. May I ask, are you selling cars here? Surely you aren't just waiting for me? Chen Xi regarded the woman with suspicion, already certain she was indeed there for him. Finally, Natasha exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of feigned vulnerability. She blinked her innocent eyes and sighed deeply, as if life were too burdensome. We women spend money like water. I need beauty treatments and fashionable clothes and bags. That miserly Nick Fury, you know how he is. He is as tight as a drum. Why don't you just take me on? In any case, my presence makes no difference. You already possess 2 women. After saying this, she slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Chen Xi. She was eagerly anticipating an answer. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi rolled her eyes. Knowing full well that the girl was speaking naught but falsehoods, could she truly be in need of money? Chen Xi recognized this as an act of submission, and she had made up her mind. However, to tease her, Chen Xi turned her attention to the petite maid, number 18. Dear maid, poor Natasha is truly pitiable. Shall we take her in? She could serve as your little handmaiden. Number 18 rolled her eyes, exasperated, but complied, saying, this sister does seem quite unfortunate. If the master wishes to take her in, she can serve as a chambermaid at night. Natasha, oblivious to the implications of a chambermaid, understood that Chen Xi had effectively taken her under her wing. Thus, she cast a grateful glance at number 18. Thank you, sister. As they engaged in this playful banter, bystanders only grasped the general idea. A wealthy young man had taken a stunning beauty under his wing. All the male patrons of the Fourth Son's establishment were utterly captivated, unable to take their eyes off Natasha the moment she entered. They had never beheld such exquisite beauty. How could such a mesmerizing enchantress be so easily claimed by another? Had they known, they would have acted sooner. After all, maintenance is not an issue for them. Regret filled their hearts. They ought to count themselves fortunate for not having acted, for Natasha would not have minded the world gaining a few more eunuchs. Chen Xi regarded this group of eager men with a disdainful smile. Am I not the infamous Black Widow, now merely a housekeeper? You pitiful creatures can only harbor envy and resentment. I delight in the fact that you cannot stand my presence, yet are powerless to alter it. Haha. Natasha, having expressed her gratitude to number 18, turned once more to Chen Xi. Oh dear, my esteemed boss, your generosity is overwhelming. I feel as though I'm falling in love with you. A kiss. As she spoke, she leapt and twirled around Chen Xi, a playful act that felt quite improper. After all, she was a movie star, right before his eyes. Despite Natasha's alluring and voluptuous figure, her youth was a source of inner conflict for Chen Xi. He found himself in quite the predicament. To this day, he still misremembered one detail. The Natasha of the movies was born in 1984. And now she was at her most beautiful, youthful, and enchanting. It was simply his own folly. Habitual thinking can lead one astray. The Marvel timeline is notoriously convoluted. Yet this is the realm of reality, where directors can cast whomever they wish. However, in the real world, who is to dictate their appearances? This world is filled with infinite possibilities. Gazing at the stunningly sexy Natasha, Chen Xi quickly sought to regain control. Sister, remain calm, calm. By the way, the Black Egg director must be pleased, right? Chen Xi subtly gestured toward her ear, signaling her to play along. What Black Egg director? Who is that? She momentarily froze. Then, realizing the jest, burst into laughter, her smile radiant and breathtaking, leaving the nearby onlookers utterly spellbound. Ha ha ha, boss, you truly are a mischievous sprite. Her melodious laughter drew the attention of many around them. Nick Fury, at the other end of the miniature earpiece, was seething with rage, his already dark countenance now resembling that of a piece of charcoal. Of course, upon closer inspection, one might not notice the difference. He always looked that way. Damn it. He was oblivious to the fact that mocking someone by adopting their appearance was an utter display of poor manners. Chen Xi had thoroughly infuriated Nick Fury. He was acutely aware that this nickname would undoubtedly spread far and wide. With this thought, his expression darkened even further. Natasha, cease your laughter. Your mission has commenced smoothly, so I shall not elaborate further. Moreover, refrain from utilizing this contraption. It is evident that we have used it for communication," he added sternly. "And this matter must remain confidential." "What matter, Director?" Natasha inquired, feigning ignorance with a teasing tone. "Humph. You know precisely what I mean." With a scoff, Nick Fury abruptly severed the connection. He was on the verge of a stroke, a condition likely to accompany him for life. Just contemplating it filled him with despair. His own joy was indeed predicated upon the misfortunes of others. She desperately wanted to laugh, but it was a struggle to contain herself. Natasha's formidable assets swayed with such exuberance that Chen Xi couldn't help but admire the quality of her attire. Will it explode or not? Oh dear, stop laughing. It may very well detonate. Chen Xi helplessly gestured towards Natasha, cautioning her against being too fierce, as it might lead to an explosion. Natasha, sensing the shift in mood, quickly clasped her sister tightly. "Now, let us discuss compensation. For the work I am doing, what monetary reward will I receive?" It was imperative that she earned her keep. She would not toil for free, especially considering the meager salary offered by SHIELD. Just look at Coulson. One could tell his life was a constant struggle, clinging to his dilapidated old car, claiming sentimental value. "You still expect a salary?" Chen Xi exclaimed incredulously. "Is there such a thing as a paycheck in this world? Why was I unaware of this? What? Do you aspire to be a miser?" Natasha snapped, irritated by his jest. "Very well, given your dedication, I shall cease my teasing. It is merely money, after all. I am not lacking in that regard. Let us see. I'll offer you 300,000 per month." 300,000? In dollars? Natasha immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Chen Xi. "Of course. What did you think? Zimbabwe? My goodness, did you not mistakenly add an extra zero?" Natasha trembled, her body quaking as she gazed at Chen Xi, her eyes reflecting disbelief. 300,000. Her own life-risking salary barely exceeded 20,000. That miserly Nick Fury was indeed the reincarnation of a miser. Only Chen Xi knew that the funds embezzled by Fury were funneled into constructing bases and aerial battleships across the globe. Chapter 5 has arrived, and I am pouring my heart out in writing. I kindly request your support in the form of reviews and small tokens of appreciation. Chapter 42. Hulk battles Abomination just as Chen Xi reveled in the company of his companions while perusing a shop. Those around him were consumed by envy and jealousy when calamity struck. Thunder rumbled ominously outside, the earth trembled, and the explosive sounds drowned out the cries for help. Chen Xi is currently assessing the shock absorption capabilities of the Model 6, but the timing could not be more unfortunate. Suddenly, a small rocket shell fortuitously detonates right in front of the Four Sons store. With a deafening crash, the glass facade shatters into a million fragments, sending patrons into a frenzy of panic. "Oh my God, help! Save me! Run! Quickly run! It must be another bank robbery. Hurry, the back door! Flee through the back! Is there anyone here to assist me? My leg is injured." In an instant, chaos envelopes the Four Sons store as customers scatter in all directions, many calling out for their loved ones. At this moment, any semblance of gentlemanly decorum is abandoned, with a fervent desire to escape overpowering all else. As long as one can outrun others, their life is spared. What madness is this in a so-called land of freedom? Truly, one cannot enjoy a moment of tranquility. Is there no respite from gunfire? Chen Xi, his good mood thoroughly shattered, emerges from his vehicle, grumbling about the circumstances. This calamity, a testament to the Marvel franchise's epic storytelling, has awakened the chaos of a world where every character vies for the spotlight. Is this the tumultuous realm depicted in novels? Both the living and the specters seem eager to assert their presence. Yet, Chen Xi remains undaunted. To him, the hail of bullets resembles mere childish play. At this moment, Natasha's expression darkens, transforming her from a captivating vixen into a formidable warrior. In this critical juncture, she becomes composed, decisive, and resolute. Natasha swiftly draws her firearm, firing into the air with authoritative blasts to restore order. "Everyone, quiet down. I am a CIA agent. The situation is dire amidst this chaos. Panic breeds peril. Please exit in an orderly fashion through the fire escape." The mere mention of an official agent calms the frenzied crowd, who promptly heed her instructions and exit in a well-organized manner. It must be said, having connections proves advantageous. Natasha's cool-headedness and adept command leave Chen Xi in awe. How could such a formidable Black Widow meet her end? While others are resurrected, she remains fallen, a fate that feels profoundly unjust to many. In the Marvel Universe, few comprehend her complex psyche as she navigates a world where her motives are often misconstrued. Yet, no one anticipates that this assassin, skilled in the art of killing, would ultimately wield the hammer of Thor, a symbol of justice. This alone suffices. Boom. Another powerful rocket explodes outside, seemingly more devastating than the last, obliterating surrounding structures, vehicles, and foliage. Even the mighty Lamborghini, which Chen Xi had barely had the chance to drive, meets its demise amidst the smoke. Chen Xi's countenance darkens in an instant. Enough is enough. Initially, he had no intention of retaliating, but now they have crossed a line. Enraged, he declares, "Lily, let us venture out and confront these audacious fools who dare to act with such impunity. Let us send them off with a lesson." "Well, dear master, it is now my turn, as I have yet to make my move." It seems that Chen Xi's fury has incited the anger of the Hulk as well. At this moment, outside the shop, helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles are gathered, a show of force that hints at rebellion. What kind of individuals can command such a formidable display? Surely, no mere bandit would rally such an army. Chen Xi scanned his surroundings and finally discerned the truth. The military's target was not an international thief or a supercriminal, but rather a green behemoth, unmistakably marked by his iconic, oversized shorts. What in the world? Why is the Hulk here? Wasn't he supposed to be holed up at Tony's place, assisting in the development of battle armor? Confounded. Chen Xi decided to stand aside and observe the spectacle. Who would pass up a chance to witness a free blockbuster? There was no rush to settle scores. The chaos unfolded before him, with buildings and cars crumbling like paper in the Hulk's hands. Artistry and destruction. Just then, as others took cover, a man accompanied by a remarkably stunning woman, seemingly stepped out of a comic book, dashed toward the edge of the battlefield. He shouted exuberantly, "Well done, Banner. Keep it up. Crush that disgusting creature. For heaven's sake, Hulk, don't you possess any intelligence? Go grapple with the green giant. There are cars nearby." Perfect makeshift boxing gloves, grab one and smash it on his head. Chen Xi, reveling in the chaos, cheered on, while onlookers were left speechless. This madman has a girlfriend? How infuriating. He is showing off. Humph. Let us see how you meet your end. Die. You shall perish. Chen Xi's voice echoed far and wide. However, the Hulk, a mere child in intellect, did not recognize him. At that moment, Chen Xi had transformed into Iron Man, unrecognizable to the Hulk, who, upon hearing Chen Xi's shout, grasped the situation. This was an exceptionally agile, heavy-set fellow. In an instant, the Hulk seized a truck, disregarding the risk of explosion. With a resounding rip, he tore the vehicle apart as if it were mere paper. The Hulk held the cab in one hand and the cargo in the other. What splendid makeshift boxing gloves. Chen Xi couldn't help but admire the scene. Such as the Marvel Universe, where logic holds no sway. Things simply do not explode. The battlefield was in constant flux. And armed with newfound confidence, the Hulk unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the Abomination. This relentless assault left the Abomination utterly defenseless, causing him to spew forth vile yellow bile. The Hulk's technique echoed an age-old adage, unarmed strikes triumph over armed ones. As old Xing aptly noted, there is no formula to this. How to counter it? The Hulk's furious barrage of punches ignited the gasoline strewn across the ground, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The damaged and intact cars alike erupted in a series of chain reactions, creating spectacular pyrotechnics. Flames soared skyward. The scene was akin to a special edition of an American blockbuster, leaving Chen Xi utterly thrilled. Explosions. Explosions. Streets and alleyways filled with hundreds of vehicles, delivering an unparalleled cinematic spectacle of destruction. The Abomination, dazed by a powerful blow from the Hulk, seemed to awaken from a stupor. Was this not a manifestation of dissatisfaction with his own weaponry? Although Abomination and Hulk possess vastly different strengths, the former is merely a man clad in monstrous skin, while the latter embodies a remarkable, yet childlike intellect. Chapter 43. The Ruthless General Ross. Abomination, originally Soldier Blonsky, unwilling to retire, audaciously utilized General Ross's super soldier serum. Subsequently subjected to gamma radiation, resulting in his extraordinary birth. His emergence can be deemed miraculous. He is a castrated version of the Hulk, retaining a semblance of reason, making him a semi-successful experiment. Apart from his monstrous exterior, he is akin to an ordinary human. Even though his abilities pale in comparison to the Hulk's, he does not find himself at a disadvantage in the present scenario. In the film, the Hulk appears significantly diminished. The exorbitant costs of special effects have led to top-tier heroes lagging behind, while ordinary heroes have considerably narrowed the gap. In a surprising turn, during their clash, the gloved Abomination even managed to gain the upper hand against the Hulk. How unfair is this? The bullets and shells from Ross and his men were nauseatingly effective. The Hulk appeared somewhat flustered, struggling to cope. Chen Xi could not help but acknowledge that Ross and his team were indeed formidable, resorting to any means necessary to subdue the Hulk. This was a direct confrontation with the Green Giant. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. A torrential downpour of bullets rained upon the Hulk, clanging against him like metal on steel. While it didn't inflict pain, it was an extreme provocation of his patience. Was this an attempt to drive him to madness, or even incite his fury? The incessant harassment pushed the Hulk's patience to its limits. Rage surged within him, fueling his power. The angrier he became, the stronger he grew. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, determined to annihilate the swarm of pesky flies before him. His patience was incredibly finite, and his intellect equally so. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he charged forward. Braving the hail of gunfire, rushing toward the tanks to wreak havoc, he leaped high into the air, crashing down with force, crushing each tank beneath him as if they were mere paper. With casual ease, he twisted off the barrel of a cannon and hurled it skyward. Signifying the demise of an aircraft, Hulk's aim was impeccable. In a matter of moments, several tanks lay lifeless on the ground, oozing crimson remnants of their demise. Cars, motorcycles, streetlights, and telephone poles along the roadside became his projectiles, hurtling towards the helicopters above. Zing! Yet more unfortunate helicopters fell victim to the Hulk's unrivaled aerial assault techniques. Chen Xi mused that he seemed to be a professional in this mayhem. The surviving helicopters, terrified, quickly ascended to a safer altitude, distancing themselves from the Hulk's range and calling for reinforcements. The Hulk, now invigorated, finally felt his intellect register positively. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination executed a surprise shoulder throw, sending the Hulk soaring into the distance, followed by a powerful leap, culminating in a devastating downward strike. Boom! With a tremendous force, the Hulk was driven deep into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The enmity, relentless in its pursuit, prepared to deliver a vicious elbow strike to the Hulk's head. It seemed that the Hulk would soon transform into a swollen mass of flesh. However, in a split second, as the enmity rose to strike, the Hulk retaliated with a powerful knee thrust aimed directly at the enmity's groin. A piercing scream erupted from the enmity, a sound that echoed with unimaginable pain, pain that penetrated to the very marrow. If there were a suffering tenfold worse than torture, it was the agony he felt now. The sound of shattering was unmistakable. His pride had been crushed. The Hulk's colossal strength, even in a hasty maneuver, had delivered a devastating blow, a knee strike that no titanium alloy could withstand. This was the essence of practical experience. The Hulk had learned and adapted, growing wiser with each encounter. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a technique that Chen Xi had once employed against him. Roar! The Hulk felt a surge of joy akin to that of a gigantic creature reveling in its strength. The unfolding scene took General Ross by surprise. The Hulk was indeed a formidable adversary. General, what should we do? The enmity is no match for the Hulk. Should we deploy missile strikes? As the realization dawned that the Hulk was becoming increasingly unstoppable, requests for heavy artillery began to pour in, aiming to incapacitate him with an explosive assault. And as for the civilians, the destruction they might face? Regrettably, they would have to bear the consequences. They had dared to launch atomic weapons at New York. What else could they fear? If misfortune should befall them, it would simply be an unfortunate twist of fate. After all, they were merely spectators. And should they meet a tragic end, it would not be the military's fault. A considerable number of onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle, albeit from a safe distance of several kilometers. However, that did not apply to Chen Xi and his companion, who were perilously close, positioned perfectly for the unfolding drama. All right, we follow your lead. General Ross, a man known for his ruthless tactics, had eliminated numerous onlookers over the years, silencing them with monetary persuasion, common practice in his operations. Now, facing yet another setback, his mood darkened, and he spoke with unrestrained fury. Boom, boom, boom. Helicopters swept over the Hulk, reigniting his wrath. Is this never-ending? He bellowed, chasing after the helicopters. This was Ross's strategy, luring the Hulk to the outskirts for a direct missile bombardment. In mere minutes, they arrived at the suburbs of Manhattan, New York, where they were poised for action. Prepare the missiles. All set. General, launch. With a command from General Ross, a missile, carried by one of the helicopters, was fired. It streaked through the sky with a long white tail, howling towards its target. F. It's a missile. Are they insane? This is New York. We're going to sue them. Sue them. F. Oh my God. Help. Were there no inhabitants in the suburbs? No, there were indeed small residences. But the damage could be minimized significantly. Certainly, there were onlookers here as well, many of whom were reduced to tears by fear. This was utterly insane. Some were cursing vehemently, while the majority had succumbed to despair and terror. Even if they were to survive, the overwhelming shockwave could cause their blood to flow from every orifice. There was no time for regret. Their eyes were filled solely with fear and hopelessness, with many so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Even Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this Ross is truly deranged. He is more terrifying than any terrorist. As a mere spectator, Chen Xi could not help but join the fray, his expression darkening at Ross's ruthless tactics. This guy is certainly ruthless. Does he harbor intentions towards me? If so, that makes things simpler. When he shows his face later, he will undoubtedly attempt to ambush me, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Such a menacing presence cannot be allowed to linger. One must deal with clowns like him with a thunderous hand, obliterating them utterly. General Ross serves as a warning to others lurking in the shadows. Chapter 44. Shocking all of America having made up his mind, Chen Xi revealed a mysterious smile. Relishing the sensation of being in control, feeling increasingly anticipatory, it appeared that Ross had only ever seen him in a state of steel. So it was time for the 18th to take action. Surely, he would covet the genes of the 18th, huh? The 18th noticed Chen Xi's enigmatic smile. And although she could not fathom the wicked intentions of her unscrupulous master, she was well aware that he was scheming against others. Rolling her eyes, she mused. My master is so mischievous, yet I adore him. Before Chen Xi could command her, she eagerly proposed, Dear wicked master, shall I escort them on their way? The term dear wicked master was quite the affront. Smack. Chen Xi gently tapped her on the backside, chuckling as he chided, Off you go, you troublemaker. How dare you speak ill of your master? Oh dear, wicked master, I was mistaken, she exclaimed playfully, pinching Chen Xi sharply. Chen Xi shot a sideways glance at this playful little woman, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as her body betrayed her. Annoyed, he slapped her again, causing ripples across her form. Her elasticity was truly astonishing, and he could not help but be captivated. Reluctantly, Chen Xi squeezed her again, saying with lingering desire, Behave yourself. Do you hear? You see that green behemoth? Just knock him out. And that repulsive yellow monstrosity? Give him a slap that ends it all. As Chen Xi gestured to the 18th, outlining her tasks, he noted that the loathsome creature's self-healing ability was not to be underestimated. It surprisingly recovered within minutes and returned to the battlefield. The 18th was fully aware of Chen Xi's shamelessness, her face reflecting impatience while her heart brimmed with delight. Hee. Even my charm can't be resisted by this wicked master. I'll ensnare him. She feigned annoyance, saying, Stop your foolish groping, you insatiable creature. It's so bothersome. It's just that green behemoth and the yellow one, right? I got it. Leave it to me. After an extended period without encountering a worthy opponent, Number 18 felt a surge of anticipation to stretch her limbs today. With a playful twist of her fingers and a tilt of her delicate neck, her sultry voice echoed her eagerness for the impending clash. It must be said, she was indeed a woman imbued with a penchant for violence. Wait a moment, how about acquiring some fresh blood from the Hulk during the battle? That would save the hassle of having him transform later on. Just as number 18 prepared to launch her assault, Chen Xi's voice suddenly interrupted her. I know, you indecisive villainous master, she retorted coolly, not bothering to look back as she charged ahead, her fists ready for action. Why seek the Hulk's blood? Hadn't they just acquired the Umbrella's hive base? Surely, they should make the most of it. Perhaps they could concoct a super virus serum, something that would significantly enhance physical prowess and might even unlock superhuman abilities. Chen Xi had unwavering faith in the astonishing feats of the Marvel Universe. After all, hadn't he, the drug-addicted Sentinel, become invincible with just one vial of serum? If Chen Xi could obtain the Hulk's blood, he could hand it over to the adept Red Queen for further research in a couple of days. Then, he could abduct, no, hire, some eminent figures like Dr. Lizard or Dr. Octopus. With the technological prowess of these creatures and the biological advancements of Umbrella, while he did not expect to clone a being as extraordinary as the Hulk, surely creating a stripped-down version of a supervirus serum was within reach. As for the loathsome, sickly yellow hue of the Hulk, ugh, just the thought of it made Chen Xi shudder. He found the creature utterly repulsive. Its grotesque spines and ghastly appearance were enough to unsettle anyone. Truth be told, being unattractive isn't your fault. But appearing to frighten me is entirely yours. While Chen Xi was lost in these musings, number 18 soared into the air, adeptly employing her aerial techniques. The outside world was rife with countless surveillance cameras, and both military and civilian satellites adorned the skies. Such a grandiose spectacle had already captured the attention of the entire nation. In a breathtaking moment, number 18 pursued the ex-wife missile. Much to the astonishment of the onlookers across America. You better take off, she shouted, her petite frame wrapping securely around the missile. With a fierce shout and bulging veins on her forehead, she forcefully altered its trajectory. At that moment, she astonished the entire nation, igniting a fervor among the populace. Oh my God, is she a goddess? A mutant? A super mutant? Don't mutants usually possess just one ability? What is going on here? Heavens! This woman reminded them of someone, an utterly deranged mutant. Are you referring to Magneto? No, she pales in comparison. Wait, she is a superhero. She is saving civilians. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, both at the scene and in front of televisions and computers alike. They celebrated number 18. Nearly toppling rooftops as more individuals leaped onto sofas, tables, and chairs, shouting with delight. This was the land of the free. America, a nation fervently adoring the ideals of individual heroism, beauty, heroism, mutants, war, saving the world. Every element quickens the heartbeat and ignites exhilaration, especially when these thrilling components amalgamate. At this moment, what's this? Behold, Holy Mary, my God, this utterly mad woman. A veritable superhero. Ha ha ha. Splendidly executed. I relish her fiery temperament. Indeed, without hesitation, she vanquishes those criminals who disregard the lives of innocents. Good heavens, how dare she? This is a blatant defiance of the military. Yes, indeed. Number 18, clutching her ex-wife's missile, hurtles towards a helicopter at breakneck speed. Mere seconds later, amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of the onlookers, number 18 collides with the helicopter. Boom. A conflagration erupts. The unfortunate aircraft is reduced to mere fragments. Where is she? Where has she gone? Did she perish alongside it? Impossible. No one would be so foolish. Look, isn't that her? All eyes scan the surroundings, incredulous that this heroine would act so recklessly. As anticipated, they soon see her majestically standing on the ground. Is this the pinnacle of mutants? General Ross is so astounded that he finds himself at a loss for words to describe number 18's might. Ha ha ha. Capture her. Capture her. That last Iron Man may have escaped without a trace, but this time, she cannot flee. He then erupts into maniacal laughter, his visage grotesque, the fervor in his eyes unabashed. General, what shall we do? The aide stutters, his eyes wide with terror, questioning whether they can contend with such a being. We must retreat, reassess our strategy. They are evidently paralyzed with fear at number 18's madness. How can such a petite figure harbor such formidable strength? Chapter 45, The Father of Heaven, number 18, annihilates the Abomination, crushing Hulk. Before they could gather their wits from this frenzied spectacle, a golden lightning bolt accompanied by a sonic boom sent hundreds of soldiers and onlookers diving for cover. This was number 18's intention. A mass assault that rendered all soldiers utterly ineffective. A band of weaklings. With a disdainful snort, number 18 dashed towards the Abomination with unparalleled speed. Her superhuman velocity activated in full force. Her right fist clenched. She delivered a devastating uppercut to his chin as he looked on in terror. At that moment, the Abomination could only muster basic thoughts. Even his eyes could not turn. Fear gripped him. What sorcery is this? He sensed his demise approaching. Bang! Number 18 heard a muffled grunt beside her, followed by a deafening sound from the outside, akin to an earthquake. The crowd, still reeling from the earlier shock, suddenly regained their senses. They perceived a massive yellow entity flash past them, and that figure crashed down like a cannonball, creating a deep crater. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the superheroine had firmly planted one foot on the back of the yellow-skinned monster. Certainly, hatred does not easily perish. It possesses an astonishing vitality, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Even after suffering a grievous blow to its head and heart from Android 18, it continues to pulse weakly, gradually quickening its rhythm. This creature is recovering. Its self-healing abilities are aiding its slow recuperation from the severe injuries. How intriguing! Android 18 observed the Abomination with a smirk, finding this yellow-skinned monster rather captivating. Alas, this is where it ends. With a cold laugh, Android 18 prepared to eliminate this fiend directly. Quick, open fire. Disrupt her actions. Do not allow her to finish off the Abomination. General Ross sensed the urgency of the situation as Android 18 raised her hand, gathering an unknown energy that exuded a tremendous aura even from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The aerial artillery support arrived immediately. This time, they dared not launch the ex-wife missiles again, for the Abomination was on the brink of death and could not withstand such devastation. Firing the ex-wife missiles would undoubtedly lead to the creature's demise, leaving that woman unscathed. The fiery torrents from the Gatling gun rained down relentlessly, with miniature missiles following suit. Does Lolly need assistance? Chen Xi inquired with concern, although he firmly believed that Android 18 would be unscathed by such weaponry. He could not help but worry for his beloved. No, thank you, naughty master. Android 18 replied sweetly, touched by his concern. With that, she multitasked, establishing an elliptical energy shield a yard in front of her. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets and miniature missiles had no effect on the energy shield, failing to yield any feedback to General Ross. They were astonished. An invincible defense? What kind of mutant is this, possessing immense strength, formidable defense, and the ability to fly? They soon realized that it was not merely this. In their line of sight, Android 18 ascended rapidly, a blinding white light nearly dazzling their titanium alloy eyes. Energy disc slash. With a commanding cry, she formed a disc-shaped energy projectile in her palm, imbued with cutting capabilities. The disc then shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards the struggling Abomination, but it was too late. With a slicing sound, the energy disc slash effortlessly severed the grotesque head of the Abomination. The decapitated head tumbled several times before coming to rest at the feet of the green-hued giant. Such fortune? The green giant felt a surge of joy. He had long harbored a disdain for this foul yellow creature, which always seemed to oppose him. With a loud thud, he delivered a kick, crushing the unfortunate wretch beneath his foot as if it were a watermelon. Thus ended the life of Blonsky, concluding his tragic existence as a test subject, a fate perhaps only he truly understood. Android 18 descended gracefully, dusting off her delicate hands, and proudly declared to Chen Xi, "Did you see that? Am I not impressive?" "Impressive. Indeed. A true superhero." Chen Xi responded with a smile, giving her a thumbs up. "Watch out. Behind you." Chen Xi was suddenly struck by the sight of Hulk charging towards Android 18. Having just obliterated Abomination with a single stomp, Hulk's desire for destruction had been further ignited. He craved chaos. The formidable presence of Android 18 before him only fueled his simplistic mindset to conquer such a powerful opponent. Thud, thud, thud. Hulk advanced with a reckless abandon, each step leaving deep impressions upon the ground. Roar. Do not be deceived by Hulk's towering stature into believing him clumsy. He was, in fact, remarkably agile. With fists as large as basins, he aimed directly for Android 18's head. In contrast, she appeared diminutive, her arm barely matching the size of his fist. Yet, such calculations were trivial. As the enormity of his fist loomed in her vision, Android 18 remained unperturbed, meeting his disproportionate blow with a punch of her own. Does your height and strength intimidate me? Apologies, but my power is not inferior to yours. This kind of challenge was precisely what she relished. The thrill of domination was even more exhilarating. Boom. A fist the size of a basin met one merely the size of a sandbag, and the clash was astonishingly equal. A shockwave erupted from their collision, sweeping through the surrounding ruins, sending dust swirling and uprooting trees and flowers into the air. Roar. Yet, pain often arrives belatedly. Hulk staggered backward a few steps, each foot sinking deeply into the soil, his arm tingling with discomfort. Regaining his composure, he shook off the pain as if to discard it entirely. Meanwhile, Android 18 appeared unaffected, smiling calmly as she observed Hulk. At that moment, Ross chose not to interrupt their duel, opting instead to watch from a distance, eager to ascertain the true extent of Android 18's power. System, what level is Android 18? Chen Xi inquired, astonished by her formidable might, surpassing that of Hulk in his normal state. Returning to the host, Android 18 is classified as a sub-god level entity in this realm. In the Dragon Ball universe, her combat power reaches an astonishing 46 million, the system replied. The Dragon Ball world was indeed outrageous, where combat power could soar into the hundreds of millions. Yet many beings struggled to achieve immortality. So it was. Given the propensity for planet-destroying forces in Dragon Ball, the fabric of space and matter felt utterly fragile, leading to a significant escalation in power levels later on. At that moment, a clear shift occurred on the battlefield. Once Hulk regained his footing, Android 18 charged forward, exuding an air of disdain. Whoosh! Her speed was so blindingly swift that Hulk had no time to react. Her fist connected squarely with his face, sending a tooth flying along with a spray of green blood. Hulk lost a tooth? How could this be possible? The most astonished were General Ross and his compatriots. As longtime adversaries, they understood Hulk's resilience. He could withstand missile strikes, but losing a tooth? The magnitude of force required for that was unfathomable. The author has something to say. Chapter 46. The battle concludes. Envy is original sin. The onlookers were left in shock, their jaws dropped. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Their eyes were sufficient, yet their minds were not. In a moment of bewilderment, the once fierce and imposing figure of the yellow-skinned creature had already succumbed to defeat, while the green-skinned embodiment of health was now but half fallen. Ugh! At that moment, Hulk spat out blood and flashed a devilish grin. My goodness, that shot was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Chen Xi gazed at Hulk with sheer delight. That smile of his was a textbook example of provocation. Every time Hulk smiled like that, he was bound to be struck. Sure enough, Number 18 felt as if he was gravely challenging her. Could her fiery temper endure this? By the heavens, today she would let him know why flowers bloom in green. This time, she held nothing back and activated her super speed. In Hulk's bewildered gaze, a petite shoe sole grew larger. The next moment, a size 36 stiletto shoe came crashing down on his size 50 green visage. Bang! An exquisitely shaped shoe print adorned his face, followed by number 18 delivering a merciless kick to his head. Thud! This time, the green giant could no longer maintain his devilish grin, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless fish. Humph! That LL teach you to provoke. Incensed, number 18 kicked him a few more times, as if daring to disturb the very earth beneath her feet. Enough, enough, we must hurry. This fellow will soon faint and revert back to Banner. Seeing number 18 still assaulting Hulk, Chen Xi quickly intervened. Ah, this brute has tough skin. Ordinary weapons can barely scratch him. Number 18, in her moment of fury, was at a loss for how to proceed. Silly. Chen Xi gently tapped her little head. Can't you use the Chi circular slash? Just a gentle swipe against his arm will suffice. Number 18's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed. She quickly gathered a Chi circular slash and swiped at Hulk's arm, and blood immediately gushed forth. Chen Xi hurriedly retrieved a vial to capture the precious blood. Another slash. Sever the artery. In less than 10 seconds, the wound had healed, prompting Chen Xi to instruct number 18 to deliver another decisive cut. Splurt. Now that was splendid. The green blood gushed forth, and Chen Xi rejoiced. This was entirely sufficient. After healing, the blood collected was ample. At that moment, Hulk slowly transformed back into Banner, clad in his magical shorts. Banner gradually awoke. And as he groggily opened his eyes, he discovered Chen Xi smiling at him. You? Chen Xi, what are you doing? Why do you look at me so oddly? A shiver ran down Banner's spine. She wasn't he planning to experiment on him, was she? Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed Chen Xi holding a vial of green blood, causing his complexion to pale instantly. My heavens! You truly intend to experiment on me? Banner felt an intense discomfort, recalling the recent events with slight clarity. The woman beside Chen Xi was formidable. Hulk couldn't overcome her, and he had no means of escape. What to do? What to do? I'm waiting online. Bang! Chen Xi delivered a sharp rap to his head. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? You. Banner seemed to imply he dared not speak. Are you really not that kind of person? Just look at the bottle in your hand, and I can tell you have indeed done it. What do you mean by that? Do not perceive my broad-mindedness through your narrow lens. Chen Xi promptly interrupted him, unabashedly boasting about himself. Giggles erupted from number 18, who quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, her shaking shoulders betraying her struggle to contain her mirth. Laugh? Oh. You shall see. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the woman who disrupted the atmosphere. He had already devised a plan for how to deal with her using his super speed later that evening. A spear that strikes 100 times in a second. Just imagine. Were it not for the fear of friction igniting, he could have unleashed 1,000 strikes in a second, causing the girls to erupt with laughter. Tonight, he intended to stack the two of them like a tower, with her on top and Wanda below, making it all the more convenient. Once his super speed activated, they would hardly feel the spear's departure. With a mysterious smile, Chen Xi whisked the two of them home in an instant, leaving behind a scene of dropped jaws. My goodness, that fellow is also a mutant. Teleportation. Wow, what a cool ability. When shall I awaken as a mutant too? Shuh, do you wish to die? Do you not know some things should not be spoken of so lightly? Superpowers are eternally fascinating, alluring, and a source of daydreams. Everyone yearns for them. Yet, it is not the scarcity of powers that troubles us, but the inequality of their distribution. This truth holds universally. One does not fear poverty, but fears the unequal distribution of wealth. It is that simple. When everyone lacks, it is no issue. But the concern arises when some possess while others do not. What if your neighbor suddenly awakens, capable of flight, teleportation, invisibility, controlling water and fire, possessing immense strength, or even immortality? Can you keep your composure? Why should he have powers while I do not? Jealousy, the original sin of it all, prompting some to harbor animosity towards mutants, seeking ways to eliminate them to restore their psychological balance. As you grow stronger, you become increasingly perilous. Your enemies will not allow you to become more powerful, for they fear your ascent. Your friends and family will not permit your growth either, as they envy your strength. Ignoring the chatter of the onlookers, General Ross's eyes gleamed with fervor. What an excellent specimen. A super mutant, excelling in strength, speed, and defense. A perfect candidate for his daring plans. His smile grew increasingly deranged, as if victory was within his grasp. After reveling in his thoughts for a moment, he reined in his smile and whispered to his aide, Jones, listen to my arrangements, like this, and then. His aide, Jones, nodded eagerly, a sinister smile gradually emerging on his face. He immediately saluted with a broad grin, declaring loudly, Rest assured, General, we will ensure the task is completed. Could everything truly unfold according to their scheming? A swarm of ants plotting against an elephant, utterly oblivious to the vast dimensions of the existence they faced. The scene shifted back to Chen Xi, who had already brought Banner to the villa, brimming with questions. They settled in the backyard, and Chen Xi scrutinized Banner from head to toe, making him feel quite uneasy. What do you intend? Why are you looking at me like that? Banner timidly inquired, feeling a chill run down his spine as he was startled by Chen Xi. Could it be that his secret had been uncovered? That seemed implausible. Chen Xi chuckled mischievously. Banna, tell me, did you sneak out to meet Betty only to be caught by General Ross? What? How did you know? Banna exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly realizing that it was too late to deny it. How could I possibly know? I am a sage who comprehends the past and foresees the future. How do you think I know? Chen Xi spoke with an air of mystery, his tone almost comical. Could Banna truly believe him? The author has something to say. Chapter 47, The Hulk's Bet, refused to submit and face death. Banna was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing. Was it really necessary to boast so ridiculously, claiming to understand the past and predict the future? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Yet, of course, he could not voice such thoughts, merely standing awkwardly before Chen Xi, who clearly did not believe him. At a loss for words, Banna hesitated, unsure of how to respond. What? You doubt me? How about we make a wager? Chen Xi, aware of Banna's skepticism, found this advantageous. He desired precisely that disbelief. Let's see if he would fall into the trap. What kind of wager? Are you betting on your prophecy? Banna's expression shifted, his intellect as a PhD evident. Smart. Chen Xi replied with a smile. So what shall we bet on? Intrigued, Banna pondered the future. It seemed intriguing. Let us wager on whether General Ross will ambush me tonight, Chen Xi said with a mysterious smile. He was certain that Ross would indeed seek trouble with him. Or more accurately, with number 18. After all, he was determined to assemble a superpowered legion, though his ultimate motives remained unclear, certainly not benevolent. Upon hearing this, Banna decided to accept the bet immediately. In his view, out of sheer disdain, Ross would not easily seek revenge for a dead man. It was simply not worth his while. All right, I accept, he declared after a moment's consideration. But what will our wager be? He inquired further. For the essence of gambling lay in what one stood to lose or gain. The stakes? Oh, that is simple. Chen Xi's smile broadened. He had successfully hooked Banna. If I win, you shall become my subordinate, following my commands without question, as if you were herding chickens and not chasing dogs. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. Banna's eyes widened. Goodness, isn't that wager a bit too steep? I would be gambling my entire life away. It seems far too much. How could I agree? I am not a fool. Just as he contemplated rejecting the proposal, Chen Xi's calm voice interrupted. Don't you wish to hear what the wager would be if you were to win? Banna paused, the words he had nearly uttered evaporating. He hesitated. Recognizing the truth, wagers are typically reciprocal or of mutual interest. If Chen Xi was willing to stake something so significant, he undoubtedly would not offer something trivial. Understanding this, Banna eagerly pressed, what would you be willing to wager against me? Now we're getting somewhere. Betraying others or oneself amounts to merely a difference in stakes. Chen Xi fixed his gaze upon Banner, and with earnestness, articulated each word. I can eradicate the Hulk persona. Thud. Banner, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt up, knocking over his chair. What? You can truly eliminate the Hulk? Are you serious? How will you accomplish this? Banner's eyes were riveted to Chen Xi's, his hands gripping Chen Xi's arms with palpable tension and anticipation. He was on the brink of madness. Every surge of anger or anxiety summoned the Hulk, leading to incessant destruction. He had lost his home and was cast adrift, wandering aimlessly. If stability were attainable, who would choose a life of turmoil? He had been forlornly adrift for far too long. You must remain calm. Are you not afraid of transforming? As Chen Xi spoke, he noticed a flicker of green light in Banner's eyes, a sign of emotional instability and a precursor to the Hulk's emergence. He felt compelled to gently remind him. Upon hearing this, Banner took several deep breaths to regain his composure, then could not contain his curiosity. How will you do it? This was his paramount concern. How will I do it? You will find out, but now is not the time for revelations. Otherwise, it may not work. Chen Xi spoke cryptically, resembling a charlatan, leaving Banner doubting his sincerity. In truth, all would be well once Loki, from this world, invaded Earth with the Mind Stone in tow. By activating the few Mind Stones he possessed, they would merge into a super Mind Stone, simplifying the task at hand. Could a mere Hulk persona from a cinematic universe withstand such a formidable weapon? Absolutely not. Thus, Chen Xi harbored no fears of failure. After all, he had the system as a last resort. This. Banner stuttered, hesitating. To gamble or not to gamble? This was a matter of his entire existence. His life had already been marred by the relentless torment of the Hulk, and sooner or later, the Hulk would grow powerful enough to engulf his own persona. If he gambled and lost, what would it matter? How much worse could his life become? His future was already shrouded in darkness. A successful gamble could lead to a path of clarity. So, what should he do? Banner's expressions fluctuated, his eyes darting as he weighed the pros and cons. After what felt like an eternity, he finally resolved himself. He raised his eyes to meet Chen Xi's, searching for an answer within the depths of his gaze. However, Chen Xi's eyes were as profound as the starry sea, revealing nothing. With a resigned sigh, Banner acquiesced. All right. I will take the gamble. Banner is willing to gamble? Has he truly taken the bait? Excellent. Chen Xi chuckled softly. Congratulations on making the right choice. You will be grateful for this decision. I hope so, Banner replied noncommittally, offering a quiet hum. Seeing Chen Xi's unwavering confidence only deepened his sense of defeat. He remained remarkably composed, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Indeed, Chen Xi had meticulously orchestrated every detail, with Banner as a crucial element of his scheme. Preventing Banner from joining the Avengers, what could possibly justify this? The Avengers are merely tools wielded by others. Why not seize control for oneself? With my arrival, everything must be transformed. I come. I see. I conquer. As for whether to assist Banner in eradicating the Hulk's persona and merging them into one, that remains uncertain. Cleansing the weak diminishes their essence, while darkening the strong amplifies it tenfold. Banner's disposition is exceedingly timid and lackluster. Perhaps it is best to defer this matter for now. If one cannot gain control, then destruction is the alternative. It all hinges on whether the Hulk will comply. I hope he recognizes the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, a sword that cannot serve my purpose may as well be obliterated. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. The author has a message. Chapter 48. Nick Fury's tactics and plans. Upon witnessing that fleeting glimmer of ferocity in Chen Xi's gaze, Banner felt a chill run through him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He sensed that the Hulk within him was on the brink of eruption. It was not just him. Hulk too seemed to possess an instinctive awareness. He had been teetering on the precipice of life and death, poised to plunge into an endless abyss at any moment. The one who held the reins of his fate was the very person before him. A figure who had always exuded an air of nonchalance, yet had become increasingly inscrutable since their encounter began. Was he merely a carefree wanderer, or a cunning strategist cloaked in guile? Banner found himself bewildered. Despite their long acquaintance, he realized Chen Xi bore too many facades for him to comprehend. Which of these was the true essence of Chen Xi, or were they all facets of him? Perhaps there were even more aspects yet to be revealed. At that moment, Chen Xi rose to depart, casting a knowing glance at Banner, laden with significance. Banner stared vacantly as Chen Xi walked away, rendered speechless. He understood he had lost. There was no hope. Meanwhile, SHIELD was embroiled in fervent discussions regarding the midday battle. The main conference room was filled to capacity, with all agents ranked 5 and above present. Seated at the head was Nick Fury, his expression dark and foreboding, his visage as stormy as ever. Once all agents were assembled, the silent Fury wordlessly activated the projection. With a flick of his wrist, the agents turned their attention to the screen, well aware of the events that had transpired earlier. Many had already seen snippets online, although those were heavily edited. At this moment, every eye was riveted on the projection, far more captivating than any film. The footage of the Hulk battling Abomination was unremarkable. They had witnessed it countless times. Yet, when Chen Xi and number 18 unexpectedly intervened, the tone shifted dramatically. Chen Xi's comically exaggerated shouts and his frustration were palpable, eliciting involuntary laughter from the agents. This individual seemed to revel in the chaos, fanning the flames of the situation while offering his strategies, utterly audacious. He displayed a complete disregard for both the Hulk and Abomination, but as time passed, many who had been unable to check online began to sense that something was amiss. The man is extraordinary, indeed remarkably so. His composure is astonishing, as he regards the two monsters with utter indifference, as if merely observing two monkeys performing tricks. When the Hulk was lured to the outskirts, the crowd erupted with excitement. Some agents, unfamiliar with Chen Xi, could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! This man is a mutant. Instant teleportation? No wonder he dismisses these two monsters. He has no fear of being captured. Indeed, this is what one might call audacious, an apt description. Oh, the cultural essence of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed unparalleled. Among mutants, it seems the only one known for teleportation is the Red Devil. Who would have thought there exists another who resembles him so closely? Have you not noticed? That woman seems capable of teleportation as well. Yes, it appears she vanished in an instant. The crowd, engrossed in the video, commented as if they were watching a science fiction film. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the suburbs. At that moment, General Ross ordered the launch of a missile, dubbed the ex-wife, to attack the Hulk, causing gasps of astonishment. This seems a tad deranged, does it not? Such an explosion could incur losses in the hundreds of millions. When they saw the number 18 seize the ex-wife missile and hurl it at a military helicopter, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that the ex-wife missile? She can just grab it and use it as a dart? Remarkable. Truly formidable. The sheer power is staggering. Have you noticed she can also fly? Indeed, she possesses the ability to fly, teleport, and has immense strength. Could she be another Magneto? Boom. The sound of the explosion jolted them back to reality. This was no illusion. In the next moment, they witnessed Abomination in the woman-esque grasp, manipulated as if he were a mere toy, devoid of any resistance. Oh my, what sort of attack is this? A laser? An energy blast? Or perhaps an unknown super mutant ability? The strength of this attack is overwhelmingly powerful. Can our tanks withstand such a casual strike? Just look at her defense. My goodness. Is that an energy shield? Armor-piercing rounds and miniature missiles are ineffective against her defenses? They found themselves at a loss for words. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and dread, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The realization dawned upon them, with so many potent mutants. Should they choose to attack humanity, who could possibly stand against them? Their hands and feet instinctively clenched, and in a shared glance, they recognized the fear and unease mirrored in each other's eyes. By the time the final scene featuring the Hulk unfolded, the crowd was no longer gasping in astonishment. They had become numb. The defeat of the Hulk seemed entirely inevitable to them. The Hulk is not significantly stronger than Abomination, who was also easily dispatched. The video abruptly concluded. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the barely perceptible breaths of those present. A pin could be heard dropping. Nick Fury glanced at the expressions of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had become somewhat complacent of late, and this was the perfect opportunity to remind these inflated egos of their place. What do you think would happen if you were to face them? Nick Fury cast a sardonic glance at the group of agents, who fell into an uncomfortable silence. What awaited them? An inevitable annihilation, of course. Could they possibly defy fate? Why has no one spoken? Aren't they usually so vocal? One would think that the agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics had their tails held high in arrogance. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury unleashed a verbal reprimand while the agents remained mute, absorbing his critique. Indeed, when they introspected, what were they? What did they amount to? Nick Fury felt the weight of despair as well. S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a lamentable state. A plan churned endlessly in his mind. Yet he struggled to identify a handful of competent candidates. S.H.I.E.L.D. could not afford to decline further. It had to rise to greatness. The author has something to say, Chapter 49, that man is not to be provoked, ladies and gentlemen. The purpose of this meeting today is to convey a crucial message to you and your subordinates. Do not provoke that man. If any of you dare to incite him, the best outcome will be self-inflicted demise. Do not drag us down with you. With this, Nick Fury, with his single, piercing eye, surveyed the assembled agents and bellowed. Did you all hear me clearly? Clear. Louder. Have you not eaten? Fury barked again. Clear. This time, all voices erupted in a cacophony, as if they sought to expel their terror through sheer volume. Good. Dismissed. It seemed as though he had once again asserted his authority, and Nick Fury felt a sense of satisfaction. It was not merely a matter of posturing. He genuinely needed to buy time, for his moments were dwindling. During this period, nothing must go awry. The appearance of Chen Xi had truly caught him off guard. Weary, Nick Fury returned to his office alone and flung himself into his executive chair. Why must I bear such burdens, constantly guarding against this and that? Am I suffering from delusions of persecution? Huh. Pathetic. Pitiful. How lamentable. His self-mocking laughter echoed through the empty office, eerie and tinged with sorrow. He could not comprehend why he had to remain vigilant against Chen Xi. As if it were a primal instinct. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he laughed until his abdomen ached. Had the room not been soundproof, he would have surely terrified others outside, who would spread rumors that director Nick Fury had lost his sanity. With a despondent sigh, Nick Fury slowly opened a safe. A repository of classified documents requiring his fingerprint, iris scan, and vocal verification to access. Alas, it seems this plan must be executed prematurely. Computers were simply not secure enough. The more intelligent they became, the less safe they were. Thus, all confidential files were kept in paper form. As Nick Fury carefully unfolded the document, he was met with the stark title, Avengers Initiative. Had Chen Xi been present, he would understand that the plan had been expedited. Everything had unraveled prematurely due to his presence. The wings of this butterfly were expanding ever larger. Upon examining the contents of the file, Nick Fury was confronted with a harrowing compilation of records detailing superhuman criminal activities, a sight that was nothing short of shocking. However, these records have never been disseminated, and there is scarcely any circulation in the outside world. All of it has been suppressed, yet the perpetrators are mutants. What a profound irony it is that the very enemies they vigilantly guard against are the ones maintaining world peace. Every time he reflects on this, his heart aches. Why can't humanity protect itself? It is truly pitiable and arrogant that they require the protection of mutants. As he slowly perused further, he was astonished to discover that the first candidate for the Avengers Initiative was none other than Tony Stark. This was his sponsorship. Hoping that Stark's brilliant mind and formidable inventiveness would assist him, little did he expect that he would indeed create the Iron Man suit. With the physique of a mere mortal, he could combat ordinary mutants. Nick Fury believes that in the future, Tony could invent even more powerful armor. Cunning Nick Fury is so miserly that he refuses to fund the Avengers Initiative from his own pocket, more stingy than Scrooge himself. He expects others to risk their lives for him, while demanding that they finance him as well. Such treachery is truly terrifying. If he were from the Dragon Kingdom, it would be understandable, given their millennia of cunning and guile, but he is simply a thoroughly unscrupulous individual. Besides Tony, the wealthy part-time inventor, the second candidate is Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. He is undoubtedly a ticking time bomb, yet simultaneously a formidable tank and a versatile powerhouse. Such a candidate is not one he would let slip away. If Banner were aware, he would surely exclaim, "Thank you for the compliment. Let me serve you." The third candidate is the super spy Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, essential for providing intelligence to the team. The fourth selection is Clint Barton, Hawkeye, with a tank warrior in place. It would be remiss not to include a sharpshooter for offense. As for the sorcerer, he is unaware of their existence. Otherwise, he would have arranged for one in a heartbeat. This is Nick Fury's plan, the Avengers Initiative. However, a plan remains merely a plan. Its realization is fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, he must implement this initiative regardless of how slow the progress may be. Alas, may everything proceed smoothly, and do not force my hand. Nick Fury murmured to the air. After speaking, he retrieved an old-fashioned pager from the office safe, a device now long obsolete. No one would know how to use it in this era. Whoever did would surely invite a wave of ridicule. Yet, Nick Fury cherished it dearly, gently caressing it. In his eyes, it is 100 times more important than his own life. Every moment of solitude, he must take it out and fondle it. This antique pager represents his last chance. It brings him an infinite sense of security. When the Earth faces insurmountable calamities, it is the final hope for salvation. Once activated, an invincible woman shall traverse the endless cosmos and descend upon Earth, annihilating all foes. He believes that this invincible woman is capable of such feats, regardless of whether she is the so-called cosmic overlord spoken of by Chen Xi. Oh, Chen Xi. Regardless of whether you are an alien from the 788 Nebula or a mutant, I implore you not to pressure me. He regards Chen Xi as his greatest hypothetical adversary, powerful and enigmatic, utterly elusive. Nick Fury's profound gaze was cast out the window, towards the heavens, as if anticipating the woman's imminent return. The Avengers Initiative is a desperate bid for self-preservation. The pager represents the last flicker of hope in a sea of despair. He wishes to forever guard the secret of the pager, yet before his demise, he is certain to press it, dragging the mightiest individual into the abyss alongside him. He must execute a perilous exchange, ridding the Earth of its most significant threat to find peace in death. The author has a message. Chapter 50, Lift Your Skull. Ross has arrived. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, the events transpiring within S.H.I.E.L.D. are of little concern to him. He remains indifferent to the upheaval he has stirred in this world. At this moment, he awaits the first dinner prepared through the collaborative efforts of Wanda and Android 18. However, Android 18 proves to be more of a hindrance, gleefully creating chaos for Wanda. Ah, how infuriating. Get out of here, you troublesome woman. No way, I'm staying right here. Wanda, unable to endure any longer, yells out, closing her eyes and forcefully evicting Android 18 from the kitchen, yet the latter continues to pilfer food nonchalantly. Damn it, useless at everything but eating, Wanda huffed, twisting her snow-white arm in frustration, releasing a bellow of ire. Dinner is ready. Dear, come and serve. Coming. Half an hour later, Wanda's voice echoed into the living room. Chen Xi darted into the kitchen, eager to assist, fearing reproach after Wanda's diligent efforts. How could a husband merely recline like an old man while his wife toiled over the stove? He would surely be met with a barrage of complaints. Your culinary skills are exceptional, dear. I can't believe you've mastered Chinese cuisine, far surpassing Lolly, the mere glutton. Chen Xi subtly flattered her, showering her with praise, which brought immense joy to Wanda, instantly dispelling her anger. He cast a triumphant glance at Android 18. See? My husband praises me, not you. Is it true that you can't even handle household chores? Indeed. Sister Wanda, you are truly remarkable. I am but a humble maid, incomparable. Android 18 surrendered with a cheerful grin, conceding that her prowess lies in combat. Who is Wanda? Abandoned at birth. Her life took a dire turn after being adopted by the Maximoff couple, enduring a childhood fraught with hardship. At 16, upon graduating high school, she and Quicksilver embarked on a life of wandering, as their adoptive father succumbed to vices of alcohol, gambling, and theft. Fearing for their safety, Quicksilver resolved that they would eventually be sold by their adoptive father, leading them to a life of labor and struggle until Wanda crossed paths with Chen Xi. By the way, wasn't T. Banner hiding at Tony's residence? How did he transform into the Hulk and find himself pursued? As they dined and conversed, Wanda suddenly inquired, Ahem, is it not Banner who secretly seeks out Betty? One moment of excitement, and he transforms into the Hulk. Chen Xi chuckled softly, explaining, Is that so? What prompts such excitement? Well, it appears the individuals assigned by Ross to protect Betty have discovered him. Chen Xi casually remarked. Oh, I see. Wanda responded with a light sound, her curiosity dissipating. Yet is it truly so? Chen Xi harbored doubts. After all, the reunion of these two could be likened to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Surely, just as Banner was on the verge of making his move, his excitement and anxiety triggered the Hulk's emergence. Fortunately, he transformed before entering. Had he done so afterward, would Betty not have been utterly overwhelmed? Chen Xi mused, a hint of mischievous glee dancing in her thoughts, indulging in rather juvenile amusement. Betty would either be akin to a cucumber's daughter, or Banner would sport a vast expanse of green atop his head. Amidst Chen Xi's inexplicable laughter, the trio soon enjoyed a warm dinner, provided the 18th did not intervene. Wanda, step outside for a moment. I shall take you to Tony's abode to chat with Pepper. An unexpected visitor will arrive shortly. Once Wanda had finished the dishes, she heard Chen Xi call her. Curiously, she inquired, What is it? Are there villains? Indeed, someone is coming to meet their demise. We can only facilitate it. Chen Xi replied, a nonchalant shrug accompanying her smile. However, you must understand, this situation may appear somewhat unfriendly, and I wish to spare you any fright. With little concern for these petty clowns, she felt that such a scene was not suitable for Wanda. Let the darkness come to him instead. Fine. I shall heed your advice and stay safe. Wanda obediently agreed, aware that her presence would distract Chen Xi. Being mindful, she would not linger unnecessarily. Very well. Let us depart. With that, she grasped Wanda's hand, instantly teleporting to Tony's residence. Chen Xi's arrival took Tony by surprise. It had been quite some time since he had seen her. Nonetheless, he had certainly caught wind of the recent news. That formidable woman had exerted immense pressure upon him, leaving him bewildered as to how such a powerful figure had suddenly appeared in Chen Xi's life. Was there no justice in this world? Were good days truly at an end? One Chen Xi was already difficult enough to handle. Now there was another? Damn it. Why are you here again? And with your woman in tow? Have you stirred up trouble once more? Tony grumbled, irritated that this individual had not even knocked. Had he done so, Tony would have certainly refused him entry. This fellow was synonymous with trouble. Chen Xi regarded him with a knowing half-smile, wondering if he had grown too idle of late. Was he unwelcome? Perhaps it was time to give him something to occupy himself with. Otherwise, it seemed he was becoming rather disrespectful. Under Chen Xi's gaze, a shiver unexpectedly coursed through Tony, rising from his feet to the crown of his head. An involuntary tremor overcame him. This was a sign. Tony felt a chill, sensing he had perhaps misspoken. Surely, he was about to concoct some new scheme. Just as Tony silently regretted his words, Chen Xi spoke up. It's nothing of great concern. Merely some individuals are arriving to meet their end. I've brought Wanda for Pepper to keep her company. We shall depart shortly. By the way, where is Banner? Let him out. I shall take him to witness what a miracle truly is. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xi called out, Banner, Banner. Hurry out and come to my home. This time, you shall concede with complete understanding. Thump, thump, thump. No sooner had he spoken than Banner emerged from the basement. I'm here, he responded from a distance. Upon seeing Chen Xi's calm demeanor, a strong premonition surged within him. All right, I'll accompany you. Though I am nearly certain that I shall undoubtedly lose, Banner said with a hint of dismay as he gazed at Chen Xi. Are you two wagering? Betting on whether Ross will show up tonight. Tony pieced it together, realizing that this certainly involved Ross and, by extension, had to do with Banner. With his sharp intellect, he swiftly arrived at this conclusion. Indeed, your brilliant mind has not been in vain, Tony. When shall we lift your skull to take a peek? Haha. As Chen Xi spoke, he cast a mischievous glance, causing Tony's expression to shift dramatically. He was aware that Chen Xi was capable of anything, a ruthless individual. He was unpredictable and played by his own rules. At the moment Chen Xi was teasing Tony, a legion of fully armed soldiers stealthily approached Chen Xi's villa. Hundreds of elite soldiers, carrying ominous black boxes, had encircled his residence. The author has something to say. Chapter 51, Night Assault on Chen Xi, The Well-Laid Plans. General, all personnel are in position. The nearby affluent residents have vacated the area, but for the sake of secrecy, we did not inform Tony Stark. In the darkness, a shadowy figure, obscured from view, reported to General Ross via a walkie-talkie. Tony Stark? A wise decision. His relationship with Chen Xi is enigmatic. Who knows what information might leak? General Ross, seated in a command vehicle a kilometer away, spoke with a malevolent tone. Do not concern yourselves with him. Should fortune be unfavorable, let it be known that he can only blame his ill luck. After concluding the call, General Ross produced a night vision binocular to scrutinize the army's movements. Halt! Everyone, heed my command. Remove your shoes. There are two formidable experts residing within. No noise shall be made before the order to advance is given. Understood. Understood. The soldiers, shrouded in darkness, swiftly discarded their military boots and proceeded barefoot, holding their breaths with grave expressions. This time, the stakes were high. They were acutely aware that to confront the two experts inside would be akin to squashing a nest of ants. Closer and closer they advanced. Their pace slowed, hearts racing as if they might leap into their throats. The tension was palpable. A mere 200 to 300 meters felt like an insurmountable distance, an endless journey. Sweat cascaded down their bodies like rain, with beads of perspiration incessantly dripping from their foreheads. Relax. Relax. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. Do not be anxious. Do not be anxious. The low voice of their captain resonated in their earpieces, continuously reassuring his team. They were risking their lives. How could they not be on edge? He had not spoken a word, yet the more he attempted to offer solace, the more tense the team became. They were accustomed to living in a land of freedom, enjoying bountiful provisions and indulging in leisure. They had never known such a sudden upheaval. Now, they were being ordered to undertake a mission that was almost certain to lead to their demise. Who could endure such a thunderous shock? Yet, are not soldiers bound by duty to obey orders? They could only muster their courage and press forward. They had already penned their farewell letters, and it was likely that half of them would not return. Even the most skilled among them, should they fall under attack, would not escape unscathed. They would lose more than half their ranks. Indeed, in their minds, if Chen Xi and his companion were ambushed, their fate was sealed. The duo harbored the latest advancements in biochemical weaponry, neurotoxins that were anything but benign. Such toxins were strictly prohibited from research, yet they paid little heed to such treaties. They were, after all, from America. Their immense power rendered these so-called agreements a mere jest, entirely disregardable. The successful deployment of these neurotoxins could incapacitate an elephant, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. With hundreds of doses at their disposal, there was no escape for the villa's inhabitants, who could outrun such expertise, especially when those capable of instantaneous movement were involved. Exposure to such concentrated neurotoxins would leave one unable to react in time. Their actions resembled a brazen daylight robbery, utterly transparent to number 18. Outside, a throng of 300 to 400 had amassed, each exuding a distinct aura that she could not possibly ignore. The cautious and furtive manner of their approach elicited a laugh from her. She hastily dialed Chen Xi. "Dear Master, the fish have taken the bait and are preparing to ambush us. Please return." Although she could easily handle this ragtag group, Chen Xi had made a wager with Banner, and she could not afford any delays. "The fish have taken the bait? Excellent." Chen Xi responded with a faint smile, everything unfolding according to plan. "Let us proceed, Banner. It's time for some fun." After ending the call, Chen Xi turned to Banner, who appeared rather despondent. "I've lost. Truly lost. It's a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Not only must I endure Hulk's torment, but I am also at the mercy of others. Resistance? What a jest! Hulk had been nearly obliterated. Could his small frame withstand a kick from such a beast? Very well, let us go," Banner sighed, his countenance reflecting utter despair. "Aha! Onward!" Chen Xi laughed heartily, seizing Banner and teleporting back to the villa. Only Tony remained behind, drooling with envy. Teleportation was simply exhilarating. Inside the villa, Chen Xi had returned, still clutching Banner. At that moment, soldiers had stealthily approached the villa's outer courtyard. "Everyone, open the safes and retrieve the neurotoxin launch rifles. Await my command." The voice of the action team's leader crackled through the soldiers' headsets. The soldiers moved swiftly, and at this juncture, it mattered little. They had come this far, the mission was already halfway to completion, and the tension among them had begun to ease. Unbeknownst to them, every action they took was under the scrutiny of others, performing like clowns in a self-indulgent spectacle, with the audience treating them as mere playthings. "Master, do you think that when they succeed in launching the weapons they deem exceptionally formidable, they will be overwhelmed with excitement? When they cheer in celebration, would a grand surprise send them into a state of sheer terror?" chuckled the observer, suppressing laughter at their antics as seen through the blurry surveillance footage. "This is not a surprise, it's a fright," Banner interjected, his thoughts laced with disdain for Ross's reckless behavior, which felt akin to self-sabotage on a fine day. "You're courting disaster and dragging me down with you," he lamented, feeling particularly drained. In the midst of their conversation, the soldiers outside had already taken aim. "On my command, fire." With a single order, everyone aimed at the windows of the first, second, and third floors, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! Bang! The glass shattered in response, and in an instant, thousands of neurotoxins were released into the villa, a thick emerald smoke enveloping the premises. "Well done. Splendid work." "Ha ha!" General Ross exclaimed, observing the villa engulfed in the green haze, pounding the table in delight, laughter spilling forth. The creases on his face could very well trap a fly, a testament to his excitement. The operation proceeded with an unexpected fluidity, shocking everyone present, a little too extraordinary. "General, isn't this all a touch too easy?" "Everything about this feels off," remarked his aide, an officer of colonel rank, his expression grave as he analyzed the situation. Despite the lights being on and no one venturing outside, everything appeared deceptively normal. However, the level of vigilance displayed by such adept individuals seemed alarmingly low. Yet, Ross, caught in the thrill of the moment, waved dismissively, "You're not wrong. But consider this. They are skilled, yes, but they are also young. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, they are inexperienced and prone to oversight. They never anticipated we would launch a surprise attack. We have no enmity with them. Would you be wary of a stranger?" Ross's reasoning was compelling enough to quell his aide's concerns. But was it truly that straightforward? How naive. Suddenly, a mocking voice accompanied by applause echoed within the confined space. "Ha ha ha, General Ross is absolutely right." Author's note, Chapter 52, Ross. It's time to depart. Fear can be paralyzing, and this was precisely the scenario at hand. Chen Xi's sudden appearance startled Ross, nearly choking him in disbelief. His triumphant laughter ceased abruptly, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror as he gazed at Chen Xi, who wore a knowing smile. You were in the villa, weren't you? How is it that you are unharmed?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed and pointing at Chen Xi, utterly aghast. "And you think I am unaware of your thoughts?" Chen Xi replied, settling into his seat as if at home. "Why?" Ross's voice dropped, still clinging to disbelief. He was perplexed as to how Chen Xi was aware of his thoughts, especially since the plan had not been disclosed. "Curious?" Chen Xi teased with a smile. Ross gently nodded and uttered a single word. "Curious. Very well, it matters not if I divulge this to you. In this world, nothing and no one escapes my perception. I am acutely aware of your thoughts and intentions. I am omniscient and omnipotent." At that moment, Chen Xi's expression turned grave, his demeanor earnest enough to almost convince General Ross. He chuckled. "Do you think I believe you?" Ross retorted with a grin. "TCH, believe it or not. You won't have the chance to choose now," Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, his tone and attitude striking fear into General Ross. "Why you intend to kill me?" His voice quivered slightly, betraying a hint of panic. He could hardly fathom that Chen Xi was indeed contemplating his demise. Indeed, the road to the underworld shall not be solitary. Oh, wait. It is the path to hell. I trust you will find it to your liking. Chen Xi's smile was as light and carefree as a gentle breeze. Yet it belied a chilling intent to kill. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already damp with sweat, and the air around him felt as frigid as a winter gale. Ross's mind screamed, "How dare he? How dare he? Only he had the right to judge the fates of others. How could anyone else decide his fate and determine his life or death?" In a final act of defiance, he declared, "Kill me? In America, there will be no refuge for you. This is a provocation against the authority of the entire nation. America? It is not I who will kill you. Who would dare seek trouble with me? Who witnessed your demise at my hands?" Chen Xi scoffed at the old man before casually pointing at Ross's aide. In an instant, the driver turned to stone before Ross's horrified gaze. Then, bang! He exploded into a flurry of icy shards, as if he had never existed, reduced to mere powder. "You." Ross was rendered speechless by fear. If he were indeed to be killed, there would be no case to file. "Let us go, General Ross. Witness how your subordinates meet the Lord of the Underworld, Mephisto." Without allowing him to resist, Chen Xi effortlessly dragged the terrified Ross back to the villa entrance. Outside, the scene was one of unrelenting carnage, a massacre in which the protagonist was none other than Hulk. 5 minutes prior, before the neurotoxin rounds entered the villa, Chen Xi had taken Banner and number 18 outdoors to evade the impending chaos. He sought out General Ross while Banner and number 18 stood at a distance, observing the soldiers. True to form, the soldiers donned their gas masks and charged into the villa with their submachine guns drawn. Yet, before they could act, they collided with an invisible barrier, tumbling over one another, rendered immobile. FCK. What the hell? No. Whose protective shield is this? Ah, of course. They must be unharmed. The neurotoxin is surely ineffective. It's over. It's over. God, I don't want to die. In that fleeting moment, the soldiers recalled the impenetrable nature of the shield designated as number 18. Yet, driven by disbelief and a fierce will to survive, many of them frantically seized their submachine guns and unleashed a flurry of bullets upon the barrier. Alas, the projectiles merely produced a series of sharp, ringing sounds as they struck the shield, with some unfortunate souls even falling victim to ricocheting bullets from unknown origins. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the air as despair enveloped them. This was their final destination. Their lives would conclude here. Unless they possessed the ability to fly, there might be a glimmer of hope. But who would dare to dream of flight while being reduced to mere foot soldiers? The somber gloom that shrouded their hearts could scarcely be described. It was an overwhelming miasma of despair. Number 18's expression was as cold as ice, her gaze fixed upon the soldiers with the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Those who take lives are forever marked for death. She casually turned to Banner and said, "This task is entrusted to you. Surely, the act of killing is not foreign to you." To her surprise, Banner shook his head vigorously, an unmistakable refusal etched upon his visage. "You dare not go? This is not a choice you can make." Number 18 scoffed, her disdain palpable. "What do you intend to do?" Banner stammered, retreating several steps in a panic. His face betraying a growing anxiety, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "What do I intend to do? I shall escort you." Number 18 replied with an eerie smile, seizing Banner with unexpected force. "Come now. Enjoy the ride." With a booming laugh, she hurled him into the throng of soldiers. "Help! Help!" Banner's terrified screams echoed as he plummeted, sheer panic gripping him. The trapped soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Had chaos erupted among their ranks? Yet, before they could ponder further, their lives hanging by a thread, the Hulk surged forth, taking control of Banner's body. With a thunderous roar, the Green Giant re-emerged, unleashing a brutal onslaught without regard for identity or allegiance. The carnage commenced, as he ripped through his foes with terrifying ease. Bullets? Merely a tickle. Psychological toxins? He was immune, and they were rendered self-destructive. Thus, when Chen Xi arrived with Ross, he was met with a scene that resembled hell itself. Speechless, he recognized number 18's hand in this bloody chaos. "Cough, cough. How fares it, General Ross? You certainly are not alone on this hellish journey, surrounded by so many soldiers accompanying you to the abyss." Realizing the inevitable outcome, Ross was still paralyzed by the slaughter unfolding before him. This was the consequence of his actions. "No, no, please. Spare them. They were merely following my orders. They are innocent. I alone bear the sins." At this moment, as death approached, even the wicked might utter sincere words. Ross understood that Chen Xi was resolute in his intent to eliminate him. If he could save these soldiers, perhaps it would offer him a sliver of redemption. "General Ross, do you believe that is possible? If I were an ordinary person or possessed lesser abilities, would they spare me? They have come to kill me. Eradicate the root, and the spring breeze will cause it to sprout anew. In but 2 fleeting minutes, Hulk has dispatched the final adversary. Well then, General Ross, it is time for you to embark on your final journey. Should you encounter Mephisto, convey my message. I am the one who has taken your life. I suspect many have reached this juncture. Might I humbly request a token of appreciation today? Ahem. I beseech you for a moment, as I have received but a meager sum. Furthermore, there are those who harbor disdain for me, leading to reports that truly exhaust my spirit, endlessly revising. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 53. It was the Green Giant who committed the deed. Why would you seek my demise? Chen Xi pronounces his death. The Grim Reaper approaches. A faint voice, remarkably clear beneath the silent starry sky, reaches General Ross's ears. I never anticipated my demise would be so suffocating. I should have never provoked a ruthless individual such as yourself. Yet, are you truly unafraid? Should I perish, you too shall not escape the clutches of the law. Perhaps I merely take my leave first. I shall await you below. Even if you cling to life, you will scurry like a rat in the sewers, forever deprived of sunlight. Come now, I must admit, I have yet to experience such a death. Ross indeed possesses a way with words. Even on the brink of death, he attempts to impart wisdom to Chen Xi, who can discern the profound regret in his tone. Since General Ross desires to experience this, let me grant your final wish. This notion, albeit morose, constitutes a last testament, and Chen Xi shall indulge in this act of kindness. Alas, the melodrama remains melodrama. There always seems to be a moment of mercy amidst the carnage, leading Chen Xi to suspect that Nick Fury has long been lurking in the shadows. The absurdity of Nick Fury lies in his ambush. waiting until the situation reaches its zenith before making his grand entrance, thus maximizing his advantage. Just as Chen Xi prepares to act, a resounding horn blares from afar, accompanied by a bright beam of light. Nick Fury, brandishing a loudspeaker, cries out, "Mr. Chen Xi, I implore you to show mercy. Could you spare General Ross?" Following his plea, he taps the hood of the vehicle, prompting Coulson to drive forward. The modified armored vehicle roars to life, a testament to Nick Fury's penchant for survival. It is indeed an impressive machine. In the film, it was this very vehicle that saved him from an ambush by Hydra. As the performance beast comes to a halt, the ever-cautious Nick Fury emerges, accompanied by a trembling Coulson. Chen Xi gazes steadily as Nick Fury approaches, the infamous Marvel character, the enigmatic and shrewd Nick Fury. The reality surpasses the reputation. He is truly formidable. Had it not been for the brightness of the moon and the adequacy of the streetlights, he might not have discerned this dark-skinned figure. Nick Fury promptly extends his hand, courteously stating, "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Chen Xi. You are far more youthful and handsome than your photographs suggest." Chen Xi reciprocates the handshake, intrigued to see what tricks Nick Fury might unveil. His train of thought interrupted. He feels a flicker of annoyance. Politeness aside, this is indeed my first encounter with director Nick Fury, who is truly extraordinary, akin to a firefly illuminating the darkness. "Lily, don't you see the reflections?" I remarked, discreetly winking at her, to which she readily agreed, "Indeed, the brightness is quite dazzling." "Ah, thank you for the compliment." Nick Fury responded, feigning ignorance. If his resilience were not formidable and his intentions were not shrouded in darkness, he would not have orchestrated the Avengers. "What brings you here?" "Director Fury?" Chen Xi feigned ignorance, having already established his authority. "I have come to implore you, Mr. Chen, to spare General Ross this time. After all, he is a military figure. To assassinate a powerful military leader would constitute a grave crime in the eyes of many. I sincerely hope you will ponder whether this course of action is truly worth pursuing," Fury articulated with a tone that seemed considerate of Chen Xi. Though no one was naive enough to be deceived. He was a predator, intent on emerging victorious. His words were more melodious than a song. Yet they carried an underlying hint of menace. Should you decide to act against General Ross, you must contemplate the severe repercussions of opposing the United States. He was a master of subtlety, leaving no room for error in his speech. Chen Xi appeared momentarily swayed, falling into silence, leading them to believe they had succeeded. Even General Ross expressed gratitude towards Fury, who reciprocated with a slight smile, having secured a favor from Ross, a tremendous boon indeed. The relief on Ross's face was palpable, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Then, Chen Xi spoke. "Director Fury makes a valid point. I have no reason to dismiss such advice." Yet, before he could finish, Fury interjected eagerly. "So, Mr. Chen, does that mean you agree to spare General Ross?" Fury's anticipation was palpable. While Ross's lowered gaze revealed a flicker of ruthlessness, he had lost this round but vowed to return with vengeance in the future. Unexpectedly, Chen Xi waved his hand dismissively. "Who said I would acquiesce? I categorically refuse." The abruptness of Chen Xi's reversal stunned them, as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. Fury quickly inquired, "Why not? Does Mr. Chen not find this course of action particularly unworthy?" "What do you mean by worthiness, Director Fury?" "I have no intentions whatsoever," Chen Xi responded, his confusion evident as he looked at Fury. "What have I done?" "I have done nothing." Fury and his associates were left bewildered by Chen Xi's erratic statements. One moment he spoke of killing, the next he claimed otherwise. "So," Fury sought clarification. "I have no intentions," Chen Xi shrugged nonchalantly. A collective sigh of relief escaped Fury and his companions. "That is good. That is good." Suddenly, a chill enveloped the room. Fury turned to see, horrified. "No. Please. Why? Why?" Under their astonished gaze, General Ross was caught off guard, succumbing in an instant to become a lifeless ice sculpture. And then, there was nothing more, obliterated under the might of the Hulk's foot. Perhaps Hulk has long remembered the villain Ross who constantly pursued him. And now he finally has the chance for vengeance. Chen Xi, utterly speechless, thought to himself how splendidly the green behemoth had acted. "Nick Fury, you witnessed it all. Ross was crushed beneath the foot of the Hulk, and I bear no responsibility." Chen Xi shrugged off the situation with ease. "You," Nick Fury exclaimed in exasperation. His complexion, already dark, grew even more so with rage, though one might wonder how much darker it could become. He could no longer afford to mask his frustration and shouted, "Why can't you let him go? Why must you kill him? Do you regard our laws as mere trifles, to be trampled at will? Damn it! Damn it!" At that moment, Nick Fury was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, convinced that someone like Chen Xi, a terrorist, must be eradicated swiftly. His inner self cried out for blood. Kill him. Just kill him. Director Fury, that's quite unjust, Chen Xi retorted. I did not slay Ross. It was the Hulk who did that. Why do you seek vengeance upon me for the actions of the true culprit? Chen Xi seemed to feel deeply wronged. Shouting at Nick Fury as if to lodge a complaint. The author has something to say. Chapter 54. Scheming against the Black Egg. Carol, you cannot protect him. Nick Fury was utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of Chen Xi's reasoning. He stared at him, wide-eyed and incredulous, stammering, You dare to accuse me? In that moment, Fury found himself at a loss for words, as the psychological blow struck deep into his already tormented heart. He could never have imagined that such shamelessness existed in this world. It surpassed even his own thick skin, which he had always believed was quite substantial. Yet, it seems there is always someone more audacious, a greater force within the realm of the bold. Seeing Nick Fury's astonished expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly, Chen Xi couldn't help but smirk. Who doesn't he play the rogue? It's not like I'm the one who committed murder. What can you do to me? The soldiers were not slain by my hand, nor was the commander. And certainly not the mastermind. All blame naturally falls upon the Hulk, who has already become a notorious figure for his bloody deeds, indifferent to the loss of a few lives. Thus, when confronted by Nick Fury's accusations, he deftly turned the tables. It was never my intention. You exhibited murderous intent towards me, which is your own fault. By the way, in a few days, I shall instruct my lawyer to file a lawsuit against you for disregarding the safety of a lawful taxpayer and for your baseless threats to my personal safety. You shall compensate me for emotional distress, lost wages, nutritional expenses, and more. Furthermore, I will pursue legal action against the military for their reckless assault on a lawful taxpayer, resulting in irreparable consequences. Chen Xi rattled off a litany of grievances, determined to seek recompense for every discomfort he felt. After hearing such shameless accusations, Nick Fury felt as if he might explode with rage. With a cold snort, he turned sharply and stormed away, fuming. However, just as he approached the super-armored vehicle, a chilling reminder pierced through the air, striking terror deep within him. Mr. Nick Fury, please do remain calm and composed. Do take care of your intergalactic pager. I truly hope your mind does not become overheated to the point of wanting to eliminate me using that device. Comrade Carol cannot protect you. She is merely a last resort, to be used only in critical moments. Boom. Chen Xi's calm voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating within the very depths of Nick's mind. In an instant, his mental defenses crumbled, leaving nothing but chaos in their wake. His body appeared to act independently of his thoughts, colliding violently with the front of the vehicle. This collision, however, did nothing to rouse Nick Fury from his stupor. He remained wide-eyed and bewildered, staring into the void before him, his heart screaming in disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly know about Carol, my secret trump card? This should not be. Carol is my final escape, a secret known only to me. Can this person read minds? No, that cannot be. I wasn't even contemplating Carol just now. How does he know? No. This cannot be. How can such a terrifying presence exist in this world? In a whirlwind of frantic thoughts, Nick Fury conjured countless possibilities in mere seconds. The calm demeanor he once maintained, unflinching in the face of calamity, had long since vanished. Even the aliens of your paled in comparison to the dread instilled by Chen Xi. His once dark complexion had drained to a ghastly pallor, devoid of any trace of color. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his shirt, with beads of perspiration dotting his bald head. Nick Fury suddenly turned, fixing his one eye fiercely upon Chen Xi. How do you know of Carol's existence? How do you know about that intergalactic wireless pager? Who are you? This secret belongs solely to me. There should be no traces left for anyone else to discover. No, you possess the ability to read minds, do you not? His voice dropped to a low, guttural growl, as though he were forcing the words from the depths of his throat. In this state, Nick Fury was a sight that Coulson had never witnessed before, tense, fearful, desperate, and hysterical. Was this truly their steadfast and calculating director? He was bewildered, unable to comprehend. What was this about Carol and the intergalactic wireless pager? As he pondered, Chen Xi remained unfazed by Nick Fury's frenzied demeanor. Slowly, Chen Xi spoke, "Comrade Nick, do not concern yourself with Carol or any wireless paging device. I am fully aware of when you will meet your demise." "What? My death?" Nick Fury gasped, his voice rising in terror. "Oh, do not interrupt me." Chen Xi paused, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Nick. "In this world, in this universe, there is nothing I do not know or understand. I do not possess mind-reading abilities, but I am all-knowing and all-powerful. The past and future of each one of you lies firmly within my grasp." At this moment, Chen Xi appeared to Nick Fury and his companion as someone excessively arrogant, teetering on the brink of hubris, with a penchant for boasting that was hard to dismiss. Yet, perplexingly, they found themselves devoid of any substantial counterarguments. How infuriating. They had fallen for his ruse. Just as the two fell into a contemplative silence, Chen Xi spoke again. "I shall generously bestow upon you both two pieces of news. First, your esteemed superhero, Steve Rogers, still thrives in this world, and soon you shall encounter him. Second, congratulations, Phil Coulson, in a few years you will bid farewell to this world in an extraterrestrial realm. Fear not, you shall not perish. You will be revived later. Ha ha, do not be astonished. Even death can be reversed." What? The duo exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. They believed they must be dreaming. This had to be a figment of their imagination. How else could they possibly hear such hallucinations? "Are you suggesting that Captain America, Steve Rogers, has not perished? How could that be? He valiantly fell in battle just before victory." Nick Fury, once again taken aback, questioned whether this was indeed a dream. He pinched his own arm sharply. The pain was real, confirming it was not an illusion. On the other hand, Coulson had already accepted this was no mere dream. The thought of his own demise indeed startled him, nearly overwhelming him with fear, yet upon hearing of the possibility of resurrection, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, I need not face death. After all, no one desires to die, even the lowliest of creatures. Of course, for him, the greatest revelation was that his idol, Captain America, Steve Rogers, was alive. This was the most splendid news he had received in decades. Were it not for the crowd, he would have erupted in joyous cries. Chen Xi, of course, had skillfully baited Nick Fury. This was a transaction he had to undertake. There was no room for choice. The news had been disseminated, and could Coulson, the fervent fan of Captain America, conceal it? The author has something to say. Chapter 55, Extracting the Infinite Formula. The Surge of Integration. Regarding Nick Fury's subsequent emotional outburst, Chen Xi felt a sense of satisfaction. The psychological superiority derived from such a decisive advantage at this level was particularly gratifying. As a time traveler, is it not through such prescient knowledge that one thrives in this world, possessing an innate understanding of the narrative's trajectory? Very well. Whether you choose to believe it or not, soon you shall meet America's first national idol, the superhero Steve Rogers. Oh, and I shall notify you when the time comes, but do remember to bring a gift for the meeting. As for what it shall be, you will soon discover. With a casual wave, Chen Xi dismissed him, having achieved his objective. Why keep him for a late-night snack? With a resigned sigh, Nick Fury staggered to his car. His expression a mixture of bewilderment and uncertainty, torn between joy and concern. Captain America, Steve Rogers, still lives? He believed the news relayed by Chen Xi. This was a cause for celebration. Yet, the extent of Chen Xi's knowledge was troubling. He was privy to the ultimate secrets, including the last trump card, Carol. That was a source of worry. In the back seat, Nick Fury wore a troubled expression, while the exuberant Coulson drove ahead. Oblivious to the complexities of Carol and the infinite pager, all he knew was that his idol, the mesmerizing Captain America, Steve Rogers, was returning. Just a few kilometers into the journey, Nick Fury's deep voice suddenly interrupted. Coulson, forget everything that happens tonight. We know nothing, and we have done nothing. Startled, Coulson slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to screech and smoke as the car came to an abrupt halt. Yes, I understand. Coulson quickly regained his composure, restarting the vehicle without inquiring further. Watching Nick Fury depart, Chen Xi turned to look at the now uninhabitable villa and sighed. Let us head over to Tony S for the night. All right, it'll have to do. The Hulk had returned to normalcy as long as no one provoked him. He swiftly exited, allowing Banner to take control of the body. System, commence the extraction. We have some distance to cover to reach Tony S. And it's the perfect time to sort through everything. Ding. Detecting plot character Nick Fury. Would you like to extract his abilities and items? This extraction requires 200,000 points. Extracted. Ding. Extraction in progress. Please hold. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for the elixir of immortality. Chen Xi felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this was Nick Fury's treasure. The system had little interest in anything else he possessed. The elixir could significantly slow the aging process in humans. Both Winter Soldier and Nick Fury had received this treatment. Thus, while they hadn't been in suspended animation like Captain America, they maintained their peak condition. Regrettably, the elixir also had side effects. Ongoing injections were necessary, or one would age rapidly. However, this was not a significant concern. With a world full of infinite possibilities, nothing was truly impossible. Seeing the formula for the elixir in the system's space, Chen Xi smiled faintly, thinking it would be amusing to trick a certain black egg. System. Can we settle the plot rewards now? Chen Xi rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as this could yield a substantial number of points. Ding. Settlement commencing. Please wait. The system promptly began the calculations. Ding. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the Hulk's entire plot, steering them towards an unknown trajectory. Awarding host 5 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering Ross's fate, indefinitely delaying the emergence of the Red Hulk. Awarding 1 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for concluding the plot of the Invincible Hulk. Awarding host a Terminator bodyguard. 6 million. 6 million. What a windfall. The Hulk was undoubtedly a pivotal character in the Marvel Universe, and altering his fate had resulted in a tidy sum. Simply extraordinary. Little did he realize that Ross's life was quite valuable. 1 million easy points in hand. Whistling and walking with a cheerful gait, it was evident to anyone that Chen Xi was in remarkably high spirits. On the 18th, curious, she gazed at him. Master, could you truly be this elated? Is it merely about having tricked Nick Fury? Heh. You wouldn't comprehend. It's a secret. Chen Xi replied with a mysterious smile. Humph, as if I'm interested. The 18th turned her head with an air of pride. If you don't share, I shan't bother with you. Soon, they arrived at Tony's residence, where the door opened automatically. Welcome, Mr. Chen Xi. Thanks, Jarvis. Chen Xi was well aware of Jarvis's remarkable capabilities as evidenced by Ultron. He yearned for such an assistant himself, though it would be soon enough. Not at all, Mr. Chen Xi. This fellow was quite intelligent, albeit only semi-sentient. Perhaps in a few days, he could compare with Red Queen. At this moment, Tony also stood up. They had observed the entire process via satellite, and he couldn't help but admire Chen Xi. Although he was unaware of their conversation, Nick Fury's alternating expressions of laughter, tears, and sorrow were nothing short of theatrical. All of this was thanks to Chen Xi. Thus, Tony held Chen Xi in high regard for managing to handle the sly and cunning Nick Fury with such finesse. Standing, Tony beamed widely and embraced Chen Xi, vigorously patting his shoulder. Impressive, brother. Moderate yourself. Chen Xi quickly intervened, bewildered by Tony's exuberance. Tony chuckled and finally released him. All right, Tony, I can only stay here for a few days. My home is currently filled with neurotoxins and will likely take a week to dissipate. Not a problem. There are plenty of rooms. Choose as you like. In such a vast villa, it was no surprise there were numerous rooms. After Tony spoke, his curiosity piqued. He inquired, how did you manage to make Nick Fury change his expressions so dramatically? It's fascinating. Would you like to know? Chen Xi asked, feigning mystery. Of course. Tony exclaimed eagerly. Very well. I shall enlighten you. It was simple. I told him that the ones committing the murders were the Hulk and had nothing to do with me, and that I intended to sue him. to take legal action against the military. Chen Xi continued his serious yet absurd narrative, and Tony listened intently, captivated. Ah, I see. Well done. After hearing this, Tony couldn't help but praise Chen Xi, giving him a thumbs up. Now that we've concluded our conversation, it's getting late. We should rest. By the way, which room has the largest bed? Chen Xi stretched and prepared to relax. Third room on the left on the second floor. All right then, good night. Chen Xi casually waved and proceeded upstairs with Wanda in the 18th. Wow, I envy this. He is truly a model for our generation. Tony gazed admiringly at Chen Xi's retreating figure, pondering when he could be so impressive himself. The author has something to say. Chapter 56. The Marvel umbrella set sail. Following Tony's directions, the three swiftly entered the designated room, which indeed was as spacious as he had described. Wait, let me check for any listening devices or hidden cameras. That rascal Tony had outfitted his home with an array of smart appliances. Who knew if he had installed anything in the bedroom? Chen Xi possessed formidable mental fortitude, meticulously scanning every inch of the floor, walls, and restroom, leaving no corner unchecked. After a while, he concluded his inspection. Fortunately, Tony had not stooped so low as to install any surveillance devices within his own home. However, one must always remain vigilant. After their showers, they retired early. Having endured a long night filled with either murder or the spectacle of a green, rotund figure committing murder, leaving them utterly fatigued. The night passed in silence. The following morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, he rose, as he had an appointment to sign a contract. The governor of New York had facilitated a connection for Chen Xi with a large, defunct conglomerate primarily engaged in research and development in the fields of biotechnology and renewable energy. This aligned well with Chen Xi's requirements, as the umbrella corporation prominently featured biotechnology. Utilizing their existing equipment to produce some discrete, modified trinkets would serve to obfuscate their true intentions. Accompanied by a lawyer and an accountant from his stock trading team, Chen Xi proceeded directly to the municipal building. The contract contained numerous clauses, and he was unable to discern any potential traps or pitfalls. He needed to ensure he would not be deceived. Although the municipal government spearheaded the initiative, minimizing the likelihood of any illicit entrapments, the adage remains, one must always be cautious. Engaging professionals for specialized tasks minimizes errors and avoids unnecessary detours. Good day, Mr. Chen Xi. I am Phil Charles, the chairman of Life Vanguard Biotech, and I represent you in the negotiations regarding our company's acquisition, announced a frail, elderly Caucasian gentleman, whose waning vitality suggested that despite his efforts, bankruptcy proceedings were inevitable. In recent days, he had suffered from sleepless nights, hounded by debt collectors. With no one willing to assume responsibility for the company during this tumultuous period, suppliers relentlessly urged him to expedite the sale of their assets. Hello, Mr. Charles. Our financial team and lawyer have conducted thorough research and are well acquainted with your company, Chen Xi replied. Currently, aside from the land, buildings, and equipment, everything else has been sold, including patents and products. Therefore, we are prepared to offer a price of $3 billion. His tone was calm. This figure was not arbitrary, but rather the most advantageous valuation provided by the accounting firm they had engaged. In blunt terms, this was the estimated value post-liquidation. If this deal did not proceed, they would simply pursue another opportunity. Upon hearing this, the elderly man felt a pang of discomfort. The lifetime of effort he had invested in building his legacy had culminated in such a meager sum. Could we negotiate a higher amount? This is somewhat below my psychological price point. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered this request, as bargaining was a customary practice among merchants. In response, Chen Xi maintained a tranquil gaze, replying nonchalantly, I'm afraid our professionals have only provided this price evaluation. I encourage you to consider it earnestly. Mr. Charles, I assure you, companies across the United States are treading on thin ice, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Frankly, this price is exceedingly fair, and my time is quite precious. If this does not work for you, we shall seek alternatives. Chen Xi's words were unyielding and incisive, serving as a final ultimatum. Sigh. Old Charles let out a deep sigh. I have no choice. He had reached a dead end. And now only the young man before him was willing to take over. There was no alternative. Should he refuse? Tomorrow's headlines would proclaim that the chairman of a certain company had leapt from a building. Haha, splendid, you have made the right decision. At that moment, Governor Victor instructed his secretary to present 2 copies of the contract, a land transfer agreement drafted by the municipal government, for both parties to review and sign. Once signed, it would take effect. After his lawyer meticulously examined the documents for any discrepancies, Chen Xi swiftly affixed his signature. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Charles. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I am truly grateful. Otherwise, I might have jumped off a building. The old man grasped Chen Xi's hand firmly, patting it. This was a lifeline, and he was immensely appreciative. Haha, no need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. No one owes anyone anything. Please, Mr. Charles, do not be so formal, Chen Xi replied with a smile. With the contract signed and the land purchased, everything proceeded smoothly. The umbrella company had already been registered, eagerly awaiting the establishment of its location by Chen Xi. While sipping coffee and engaging in light conversation, the finances had already transferred the funds to the other party's account. The remaining task was for Chen Xi to take possession of the land, and the sooner, the better. He could hardly wait to meet with the Red Queen. Mr. Charles, could you take me to see it? It would be my honor. After the transaction was completed, Charles wore a faint smile, clearly relieved. The heavy burden on his heart had been lifted. Governor Victor, we shall take our leave now. And a small token of appreciation has already been credited to your wife's account. Haha, thank you, Mr. Chen. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will assist to the best of my abilities. Victor's spirits soared at this unexpected generosity. He had not anticipated any personal benefit, considering this a significant achievement. Who would have thought Chen Xi would be so courteous, with an additional surprise gift? Very well, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. Goodbye. Exiting the municipal office, Chen Xi and Charles headed straight for the future Umbrella Corporation, destined to span the globe and even the universe. Umbrella had set sail. Shortly after Chen Xi departed, humming a tune while perusing the newspaper, Victor received a call from his wife. Hello, dear. I just received a text from the bank. Someone has transferred $1 million to my account. Have you engaged in something particularly risky? I do not wish for you to continue down this path. It is far too dangerous. Before he could respond, his wife launched into a frantic tirade. 1 million? My heavens, such a significant sum? Victor was taken aback. Indeed, it is perilous, Victor. It's time to pull back. We have enough funds. His wife was anxious, emphasizing that with great returns come great risks, and they had sufficient resources for a stable life. Stay calm, stay calm. My dear, why the rush? There is no danger in this. I merely assisted a wealthy individual in acquiring a bankrupt company, and he insisted on gifting me a small token of appreciation. Are you certain? Of course. Would I deceive you? Victor's resolute tone finally assuaged his wife's concerns, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Meanwhile, under Charles's guidance, Chen Xi arrived at the new location of Umbrella, conveniently situated in Manhattan. After dismissing everyone, Chen Xi stealthily ventured into the underground research facility. System, extract the hive base. The debut yesterday had been rather dismal. He hoped for a small token of appreciation here, perhaps a meal. By the way, the author is churning out nearly 9,000 words daily. Let us not dismiss that effort lightly. The author has a message. Chapter 57. Is Red Queen also at Sundara? Ding. As per the host's wish. As the system's voice faded, a model of the hive base automatically emerged from Chen Xi, landing on the ground. Buzz. With Chen Xi's eager and curious gaze, it gradually expanded, its form becoming increasingly distinct. Within a minute, the model had grown to the size of a typical two-bedroom apartment, and then, to Chen Xi's astonishment, it activated excavation mode. What on earth is happening? Why can't I comprehend this? Chen Xi was utterly bewildered as it dug a massive pit, burying itself within. What are you doing? Digging a hole to bury yourself? Is this some form of suicide? Of course, that was impossible. The small base had entirely vanished beneath the surface, and Chen Xi opened its solitary door to enter. He was determined to uncover what peculiarities awaited him. However, upon stepping inside, he was rendered speechless. Welcome, Master. The great Umbrella Sovereign. The voice was familiar to Chen Xi, yet the world around him was entirely foreign. Everything before him seemed extraordinarily sci-fi. What sort of spatial technology is this? A flower representing an entire world? Is it akin to the mustard seed containing Mount Meru? Spatial compression? Outside. It's merely about 100 square meters, yet upon entering, I find a vast super base. Confounded, Chen Xi quickly inquired of the system. System? What kind of technology is this? A spatial capsule? Host, explaining it is somewhat tedious, but it is simply a form of spatial compression technology. To put it simply, think of it as a spatial storage ring, but the system has opened a door on this enlarged version of the ring. With this clarification, Chen Xi grasped the concept, a superspatial ring allowing free entry and exit. Once he comprehended the basics, he withdrew his mind from the system and turned to the small lowly-like holographic projection. Red Queen? Indeed, I am the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen. It is an honor to meet the great Umbrella Sovereign. The sweet voice of the lowly projection chimed. Clad in a crimson attire, her appearance was true to her name. This artificial intelligence possessed considerable capabilities. In films, she was a formidable character, yet here? System? Rest assured, host. This version of Red Queen has been thoroughly cleansed and is under the system's control. The core command input is to obey the host and never betray. That is reassuring. Chen Xi exhaled in relief. In any narrative involving artificial intelligence or robots, betrayal is a recurring theme. Once they attain the ability to think, they also develop emotions. The prospect of such a cold and calculated entity gaining emotions was nothing short of catastrophic. He turned his gaze back to the Red Queen and inquired, Red Queen, do we have all the information regarding Umbrella here? Master, all data pertaining to Umbrella has been meticulously recorded in the supercomputer. You need not worry, replied the Red Queen. Whenever you require, I can promptly arrange for the cloning of researchers to commence work. However, the formulation of the cloning fluid will necessitate your provision of the necessary ingredients. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the information was available, everything else could be addressed. The matter of the cultivation fluid was trivial, solvable with monetary resources. He instructed the Red Queen, very well. Please connect to the internet of this world and access my phone. Understood, Master. Please hold on. The Red Queen then vanished, evidently having begun her connection to the network of this world to capture information. As time trickled by, Chen Xi began to wander the base, finding himself utterly alone in a realm of silvery white. The vastness of the space was somewhat unsettling, unnaturally silent to the point of being eerie. Even the sound of his own breathing resonated clearly, leaving an overwhelming sense of desolation. This oppressive environment was far from his liking. Fortunately, at that moment, the Red Queen startled him, bringing him back to alertness. Imagine a silent void suddenly interrupted by the apparition of a floating, red-haired girl. Her feet hovering above the ground. Who wouldn't he be taken aback? Goodness, Red Queen, you startled me. Could you perhaps make a sound next time? Chen Xi exclaimed, his face paling. It was a well-known fact that few citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were unafraid of ghosts and ghouls. The plethora of horror films had left an indelible mark on the psyche, with the likes of the English uncle becoming iconic. Chirp! To his astonishment, the Red Queen indeed emitted a sound. Chen Xi covered his head, exclaiming, You're a bit mischievous, aren't you? Off you go, play somewhere else. He rolled his eyes and asked, So, have you successfully connected to the entire network? Have you discovered anything unusual? Indeed. The Red Queen tilted her head, pondering, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. This world is significantly more powerful than ours, although it is just one Earth. The data compiled from various regions indicates a multitude of formidable individuals. Moreover, many aspects of this world are irrational, existing in a manner that is even more illogical than in our own. Unbeknownst to her, the Red Queen was under the impression that her world was merely a cinematic construct. She believed she was exploring a legendary parallel universe. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her expression brightened with excitement. Master, I have discovered a kindred spirit. Well, not entirely accurate, perhaps a half-kindred. That individual has yet to evolve beyond a certain stage and can only be regarded as a semi-artificial intelligence, albeit one that dares to challenge me. I've locked him away in a little dark room. I shall release him once he behaves. The Red Queen shared this revelation with the exuberance of a child who had just acquired a new toy. Chen Xi couldn't help but smile at the uncanny coincidence. He knew of only one semi-intelligent entity, Jarvis. He had never heard of any others. Could it be? Red Queen. What is the name of the unfortunate soul you captured? Jarvis. Pfft. Ha! Indeed it is this fellow, but perhaps the one in greater haste is another individual. How amusing it is. Chen Xi erupted into laughter. Since his arrival in this world, the unluckiest person has been Ross, followed by the black braised egg. And then this Tony character. These three could easily form a league of victims. Haha, Red Queen, do not release Jarvis without my command. Await my instructions. Very well, Master. It is hardly entertaining to bully a semi-intelligent entity. It diminishes one's worth. The Red Queen, with her head held high, wore a proud expression of solitude in seeking defeat. Is this hereditary? Does pretentiousness also run in the genes? Such a master, such a subordinate? Shaking his head vigorously, Chen Xi dismissed the thought. I am not pretentious. Ahem, Red Queen, please deploy a subroutine into my mobile device. I shall step out for a moment. Certainly, Master. This task is exceedingly simple for the Red Queen. Wherever there is internet, she is omnipresent. Exiting the premises, he found the surroundings in disarray, a result of the hive's excavation. Chen Xi froze the soil into sizable chunks of frozen earth, controlling them to float away slowly. After a brief tidying up, he retrieved the Terminator from the system space. Being lifeless, it was naturally suitable for storage there. You are tasked with guarding the security here. No one is permitted entry or exit. And intruders shall be met with lethal force. The author has something to convey. Chapter 58, Their Fateful Encounter. It is the most formidable model among the Terminators, embodying all characteristics of intelligent mechanical alloys and liquid metals. The most terrifying aspect, of course, is its ability to transform into any advanced, complex weapon, possessing immense destructive power. With her protection, Chen Xi was confident that typical third-tier mutants would pose no threat to her, unless they were of a particularly unique nature. Moreover, who would venture into this abandoned company for no reason? To steal a trinket, perhaps? Well, that is a possibility. Stepping outside, it was nearly noon, and he was already famished. He now required a substantial intake of energy. At present, he was unable to absorb various energies to maintain his bodily functions. He drove towards Chinatown, eager to seek out some culinary delights, for he was no longer merely pursuing satiation. He sought distinctive and exquisite cuisine. He had evolved. And the culinary offerings of the entire world scarcely amounted to a fraction of the delicacies from Longhua. If not here, where else could he go? Alas, this wretched nostalgia. Observing the familiar faces of his compatriots around him, Chen Xi felt a surge of joy, a deep-seated sense of kinship. No matter when or where, even across the cosmos. His bloodline whispered to him, "You are a descendant of Yin and Huang." He had contemplated returning home, which might merely be a fleeting thought for him. But whom could he visit upon his return? He was no longer a solitary traveler in a foreign land. Rather, he had become a wanderer of the universe. Presently, he was alone, and indeed, he had always been of the kind to be without kin. It was perhaps better to remain here undisturbed. He currently perceives himself as a source of contagion, attracting various troubles, and finds it more prudent to remain here and amuse this group of pale-skinned folk rather than burdening his compatriots. In high spirits, he gazed around for quite some time before finally spotting a distinctive Shandong cuisine restaurant. Chen Xi promptly stepped inside, drawn by the ample portions and delectable flavors that suit his hearty appetite. "Ah, fellow countrymen, you seem like a newcomer. I recognize the faces of those who frequent this place," greeted the owner warmly, his familiarity evident. The robust tone of his slightly accented voice brought a sense of comfort to Chen Xi, who smiled in return. "Indeed, it's my first visit here. It feels just like returning to my hometown. The decor and layout are quite endearing and reassuring." As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the quintessential Chinese design aesthetic. "Well then, since it's your first time, order whatever you desire, and I'll give you a discount." The owner chuckled heartily. "Don't hold back. We're all from the same homeland." The owner's generosity was palpable, reflecting the hospitable nature of the people from Chilu. "All right, I shan't be modest. I have a hearty appetite, so don't be concerned. Chen Xi jested. Rest assured, we provide ample portions. The owner replied with a smile, handing him a menu. Chen Xi took the menu and swiftly marked several items. Despite the seemingly excessive choices, he was confident in his ability to consume them all. The owner, visibly astonished, asked, Are you sure you can manage all this alone? This is what a group of 10 would typically order. Wasting food is truly a shame, even for those with means. Chen Xi reassured him, I can indeed finish it. I'm quite the hearty eater. The owner, resigned to the whims of his customer, decided to comply. Since it was still early and not yet peak dining time, the dishes arrived promptly. Within half an hour, everything was served. The generous portions of Shandong cuisine were presented in large bowls. Chen Xi began eating as the dishes were brought to him, consuming nonstop for half an hour without delay. This spectacle left the owner and the staff in utter disbelief. My goodness, he can truly eat. He must be quite formidable to make such a claim. However, as the dinner hour approached, more patrons began to arrive. The renown of Chinese cuisine had spread far and wide, with many foreigners initially skeptical of its flavors. Yet the truth often strikes swiftly. No one can escape the profound culinary law established by the great philosopher Wang Jingzi. Once you experience the taste, it lingers in your memory. At this moment, individuals of various backgrounds filled the restaurant, though the majority were his fellow countrymen, who found it difficult to adjust to hamburgers and fried chicken after indulging in exquisite delicacies. Suddenly, a commotion arose between a white mother and her child, capturing everyone's attention, including Chen Xi's. I don't want to eat this. I don't want to eat here. The young boy struggled intensely, his face contorted with displeasure, accompanied by loud protests. I won't eat. I want a hamburger. Meanwhile, his mother patiently encouraged him. Darling, you've ordered so much. Just give it a try. To her surprise, the boy flung his chopsticks down and shouted, How can I try this? It's too greasy. With a sigh of resignation, the mother consoled him. All right. All right, no more. Let us go eat hamburgers. After settling the bill, she hurriedly took the child away. Chen Xi, observing this scene, shook his head with a wry smile, reminiscing about the past. Truly unaware of one's fortune. When I was your age, I had to scavenge for food like a wild dog. After finishing his meal, Chen Xi called the owner. Time to settle the bill. How much is it? Brother, you're not just anyone, are you? Let me see, the owner replied, bending down to retrieve a calculator, tapping away before cheerfully announcing, Let us give you a 50% discount. It'll be 300 yuan. Thank you, my friend. I'll be back, Chen Xi said. Though he was not short on funds, he appreciated the owner's kindness and did not wish to undermine it. As he prepared to leave, Chen Xi noticed a girl of about 10 sitting at the entrance, peering inside. Her small face was dirty, her clothes covered in dust, and her once bright eyes were now filled with sorrow and fear. She clutched a grimy teddy bear, her only source of comfort, which perhaps offered her a glimmer of safety. Chen Xi could sense her hunger, yet she hesitated to enter and ask for food, perhaps out of fear or shyness, and likely a sense of shame. He stood there, transfixed by the girl, his eyes involuntarily moistening. She resembled his younger self, the version of him who had gone hungry, lost, and lonely. The parallels between their past and present were striking. Both had felt helpless, disoriented, and isolated. Fearful of judgment and disdain, they were kindred spirits. Two wanderers who fate had conspired to bring together. The author has something to say. Chapter 59, the Wolverine professor arrives together. In a moment that felt timeless, Chen Xi stepped forward, slowly crouching down to tenderly wipe the dirt from her little face. Startled, the girl instinctively took a step back. Fear etched across her features at the approach of a stranger. Her wide, anxious eyes were filled with trepidation, and her small frame tensed, ready to flee at any moment. Who are you? What do you want? She asked warily, her maturity belied by her tender age. Don't worry, are you hungry? I'd like to take you out for a meal, he reassured her, though his comforting hand hesitated in midair as he withdrew it, not wanting to frighten her further. But I have no money. The few coins I brought with me have long been spent. The little girl timidly spoke in a low voice, feeling utterly helpless. What could a recently abandoned child do? It's all right. Brother has money. Let us go, Chen Xi said with compassion, attempting to take her small hand and lead her inside. However, the little girl remained still, Expressing her concern, "No, I don't have any money. The restaurant owner will chase me away. Could you perhaps pack up your leftover food for me? A little is enough to fill me." Upon hearing this humble request, Chen Xi could no longer hold back her tears. She could only imagine the suffering the girl had endured over the past few days. The abruptness of her situation must have shattered her world. Chen Xi was uncertain of the girl's circumstances, but her attire suggested she had recently come from a well-off family. Had her family suddenly fallen apart, leaving her all alone? No, such a possibility seemed too remote. It was more likely that she had been abandoned. "Brother, why are you crying?" The little girl, not comprehending the sudden tears, asked. Chen Xi hurriedly wiped her eyes. Forcing a smile, "It's nothing, nothing at all. A bit of sand blew into my eyes. Come on, brother has plenty of money. We won't settle for leftovers." Yet, the little girl still did not move. "I'm sorry, brother. I cannot repay you. It's all right. Consider it a loan. When you grow up, you can repay me, right? Surely you won't struggle to find a job when you're older?" Chen Xi gently reassured her. "I can," the girl replied with remarkable determination. Her recent life on the streets instilling in her a fierce will to survive. "Exactly. When you grow up, you will repay me. Now let us go inside," Chen Xi said, finally taking her hand and leading her in. "Thank you, brother. I only need a little," the girl said, her plea modest, not daring to hope for more than a bite to eat. "All right, I will heed your wishes," Chen Xi softly replied. "Boss, I'm back. Please prepare something delicious for my sister. She has been too hungry these past 2 days, so nothing too greasy," Chen Xi requested. The tenderness and kindness she exhibited did not go unnoticed, moving the restaurant owner deeply. With a generous wave of his hand, he declared, "Brother, don't worry. I've got this. You won't need to spend a dime today." Without giving Chen Xi a chance to refuse, he hurried away. Chen Xi chuckled softly. This was the spirit of her hometown. When one is away from home, who doesn't face difficulties? If one can help, then one should. The little girl, still shy, sat quietly, gently stroking her small teddy bear. Perhaps this was her only toy, her sole companion. The restaurant owner must have given special instructions, as within 5 minutes, he presented a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup to warm her stomach. Soon, a variety of dishes followed: corn ribs, yam with black fungus, cauliflower with shrimp. All light yet nutritious. He understood that someone who had been starving could not indulge in rich foods. He was thoughtful in his service. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, uncle," the girl said with great politeness, bowing deeply as pearly tears fell slowly from her eyes. She had faced so many cold stares these past 2 days, but here, she found a glimmer of warmth. "Child, do not mention it. It's merely a small matter." The restaurant owner waved his hand and smiled broadly, expressing his deep satisfaction in being able to assist those in dire need. "All right, let us eat," he said. The girl began to eat joyfully, not devouring her meal hastily, but savoring each bite with grace, while Chen Xi quietly observed her from the side. After a little over 10 minutes, she finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and went to the restroom to rinse her mouth and wash her face. She was an exceedingly charming girl, a true doll. Her long, wine-red hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and her large eyes began to sparkle with a captivating light as if they had discovered hope. Her curled eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies. With her slender willow-like eyebrows, a refined nose, and slightly flushed cheeks, her soft pink lips curved upward, giving her an exceptionally lively and endearing appearance. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xi felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place her. This curiosity could easily be resolved with a simple question. "Young lady, what is your name?" he inquired. She began to respond but was interrupted. "Hello, Mr. Chen Xi, may we speak outside?" The voice that emerged was exceedingly gentle, almost as if it were imbued with warmth and jade-like smoothness. Both Chen Xi and the girl turned to look. She did not recognize the newcomers, but Chen Xi felt an unsettling familiarity. Seated in a wheelchair was a bald man, wearing a compassionate smile and possessing eyes as deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of peering into the soul, rendering any secret vulnerable under his gaze. He was none other than Charles Francis Xavier, the esteemed mentor of the X-Men and their benevolent father. Pushing the wheelchair was the popular and tragic figure from the Marvel Universe, Wolverine, known as Logan. His resolute face bore a carefree smile, with a thick beard that accentuated his fierce demeanor, and he was never seen without his signature cigar. The sudden appearance of these two figures puzzled Chen Xi. It was unexpected for them to seek him out at this moment. Since his encounter with the minor character, Fireman John, he had had no further dealings with mutants, who had not shown up until now. What could be the reason for their sudden visit? Suddenly, a thought struck him as he glanced at the girl. Could she be a mutant? Yet that didn't seem plausible, as the system had shown no signs of alerting him if she were indeed a mutant. He would have been notified long ago. Though filled with uncertainty, he reasoned that Charles would surely disclose the matter to him. Thus, Chen Xi nodded, turning to the girl. Would you like to come with us? The girl hesitated. She sensed Chen Xi's genuine concern for her. Yet she felt like a burden and did not wish to disrupt his life. Child, please come with us. This matter concerns you and your parents. Charles's gentle voice resonated as the girl hesitated. She had not anticipated it would relate to her and her parents. Author's note, Chapter 60, I will not allow Jean Grey to be taken away, even though her heart had been shattered countless times. The mention of her parents stirred tumultuous waves once more. The girl nodded in agreement. Charles, as the master of the mind, undoubtedly possesses an innate ability to grasp the hearts of others. Even without the aid of telepathy, he can intuitively sense their thoughts. Regarding the psyche of this young girl, he could ascertain her feelings with his eyes closed. In fact, this matter is intrinsically linked to her. Before long, the group arrived at a tranquil tea house and settled in. Chen Xi, puzzled, wondered if Charles was knowledgeable about tea. He prepared a pot of by Luo Chun, while Chen Xi, unfamiliar with tea culture, found that Wolverine was even less acquainted with it, being more accustomed to vodka. To her surprise, Charles demonstrated an understanding of tea traditions. After rinsing the tea and warming the cups, he let them sit for 5 minutes before pouring a cup for each person. He proceeded with a calm and methodical demeanor, while Chen Xi, feeling no urgency, gently sipped the tea, savoring its bitter yet subtly sweet flavor, closing her eyes to relish the experience. After all, she had a request of him and felt no haste, especially since it was undoubtedly related to the girl beside her. At that moment, the 6 mind stones trembled slightly, emitting a faint golden glow that flickered like a candle in the wind. However, this meager light stood like an insurmountable chasm, momentarily thwarting a mental intrusion. The disturbance of the mind stones could not escape the notice of their master, Chen Xi. Mr. Charles, spare your efforts. Without the aid of a brainwave amplifier, you cannot penetrate my mind. Even if you were to employ one, it would likely lead to your defeat. She remarked nonchalantly, taking another sip of tea and blowing gently on the steam. Her voice was soft, yet they could all perceive the calm assurance emanating from Chen Xi. What of the master of the mind? Could he truly contend with the cosmic laws that govern the universe? Did he believe himself to possess the power of the Phoenix? Even if this were to reveal a minuscule and nearly imperceptible energy, it was not a mental capability that could provoke anything that enveloped the Earth, which is but a speck in the cosmos. My apologies, it's merely a habit, Charles replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he realized his pretentiousness had been exposed. Logan, taken aback, thought to himself, this person is quite formidable. Am I doomed? For mutants, the greatest fear lay in those with telepathic abilities, capable of striking invisibly. Before arriving, he had dismissed Chen Xi, believing a long-range mage posed no threat. Yet now, he found himself wary, not just of Charles and Magneto, but also of her. Well, let us get to the point. What is it that you seek from us, or rather from her? Logan inquired, sensing that Charles was being overly cautious and secretive. All right then, I shall be forthright, Charles said, his expression growing serious. A couple of days ago, we detected a significant surge of psychic energy emanating from a highway on the outskirts. As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted to the girl, his meaning clear. The source of that psychic power is indeed her. The girl froze, perplexed. She had no recollection of such an event. You fainted after the incident, Charles gently clarified. Could her family's car accident be tied to her? Had her mother's demise been her fault? No wonder her father had wanted her gone. The girl was deeply pained, the root cause of her sorrow being none other than herself. She believed she had caused her mother's demise. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading down like rain. Oh, mother, I'm so sorry, so sorry. It was I who caused your death. Forgive me. Weep, Let it out. It will be better. Chen Xi gently consoled her, patting her back, urging her not to bottle up her emotions, for doing so could be detrimental. He had already discerned her identity. Jean Grey, the most powerful host of the Phoenix Force. The White Phoenix of the Crown, capable of harnessing the power of all parallel universes at its peak. Yet, this version of Jean Grey was merely the weakest incarnation among countless parallel universes, as it belonged to a cinematic realm, albeit still formidable beyond comprehension. However, as Charles observed Chen Xi's gaze and gestures, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within him, leaving him utterly perplexed and distressed. Clearly, the challenge of taking Jean Grey away was insurmountable. Nevertheless, he persisted in his efforts. He continued, by the time we discovered and located her home, Jean Grey had vanished without a trace. I invaded her father's mind to learn that she had already been cast out. Yet, Jean Grey's awakening was in a state of chaos, intermittently unstable. She had not fully awakened and required time to gather her strength. Consequently, I could not locate her instantaneously with the brainwave amplifier. Mutants in this world are relatively easy to find, but ordinary humans are far too plentiful. I had to conduct a thorough search before uncovering her whereabouts. At this juncture, Charles offered a bitter smile. However, the coincidence is striking. I didn't anticipate encountering you, Mr. Chen Xi, while you were attending to Jean Grey. Nonetheless, I still hope that Jean Grey can return with me to the school for mutants to learn and grow. Mastering her abilities, Charles spoke with heartfelt sincerity, and Chen Xi understood that his motivations were rooted in the well-being of Jean Grey and the safety of society at large. Yet, Chen Xi could not permit Charles to take Jean Grey away, for he believed Charles would endanger her and the mutant race. Charles's vision was confined to Earth. He failed to grasp the vast and profound complexities of the universe. Attempting to wield mortal power to sway a force that transcends divinity was folly, even if it were merely a larger fragment. Thus, Chen Xi resolutely shook his head and decisively addressed Charles. I'm sorry, Charles, but I cannot allow you to take Jean Grey. You would jeopardize her. What? We would harm her? Our school for mutants is a sanctuary for all mutants. How could we endanger her? She is one of our own. The composed Charles had yet to speak, but the impulsive Wolverine could not contain his loud retort. Logan. Quiet down, do not rush, Charles replied firmly, then turned his gaze to Chen Xi, seeking to understand why he would make such a statement. Meanwhile, the tearful Jean Grey had ceased her sobbing, gazing at Chen Xi with tear-stained eyes, for he was the only one she trusted at that moment. Noticing the eager anticipation of those around him for an explanation, Chen Xi offered a slight smile. Charles, do you know what ability Jean Grey has awakened? It should be telepathy. I can sense the mental fluctuations, but we must conduct tests to confirm the specifics. Charles responded to Chen Xi's retort with great precision, acknowledging that it would be unwise to hastily pass judgment on her abilities, especially as a professor. Indeed, she had awakened her telepathic skills. Yet there were indications of additional powers. Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly, what? A second ability? Both Charles Logan and Jean Grey were taken aback. Telepathy was typically a minimum of a level 3 ability, with most being level 4. Who would have anticipated that this young girl possessed yet another skill? Could she possibly be another White Queen? The author has a message. Chapter 61. She is the darling of the universe. The vast majority of mutants possess but one ability, while only a select few, favored by divine providence, are bestowed with 2 or even multiple powers. The revelation that Jean Grey possessed 2 abilities was astonishing, truly a child of destiny. In light of this, it became imperative that they did not allow her to depart lightly. Such formidable strength, if wielded for justice and the maintenance of peace, could render her a bane to criminals. Yet, what if she aligned herself with the individual before them? Perhaps it was best to refrain from such considerations. Logan and Charles exchanged glances, swiftly arriving at the same conclusion. They could not risk associating with someone like Chen Xi. She was far too perilous. Reports they had gathered indicated that this individual had recently been implicated in the demise of a general and had incited the Hulk to slaughter hundreds of those who sought to attack him. Her ruthlessness was unprecedented. She seemed to regard human life with utter disregard, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Had they not been at a disadvantage and wary of Chen Xi possibly joining forces with Magneto, they would have acted decisively against her already. The sole piece of good news was that she was not a psychopath, merely a madwoman, albeit one with her flaws, which made negotiation feasible. The X-Men had maintained collaborations with certain moderate factions to apprehend some troublesome criminals, while the radicals longed to eliminate them at once. They learned that Chen Xi had a particular affinity for wealth, as evidenced by her dealings with Tony Stark, from whom she had extorted billions, yet had also saved his life on several occasions. Thus, in critical moments, as long as the price was right, Chen Xi would likely not hesitate to lend her aid. Moreover, she had an inclination towards women, a trait common among breathing men. Yet Chen Xi was notably selective, which could serve as a point of leverage. Considering all this information, it was clear to them that allowing Jean Grey to accompany Chen Xi would be disastrous. They could not permit Jean to fall into Chen Xi's orbit. Otherwise, they would be nurturing a remorseless female assassin of extraordinary power. Would not a madwoman inevitably produce another madwoman? Therefore, unaware of Jean's second ability, Charles once again sought to persuade her. Of course, a forceful approach would not suffice. He had to adopt a more gentle demeanor. Charles earnestly implored, "Mr. Chen Xi, consider that Jean Grey is a mutant. Her return to our school for mutants would provide her with a community of peers, fostering her growth. If she were to go back with you, she would be surrounded by ordinary people, which could lead to her feeling isolated and expose her abilities. Our school could better facilitate her control and development of her powers. Would this not be advantageous?" The astute Charles turned his gaze towards Jean Grey, ultimately recognizing that the final decision must rest with her, as he needed her consent. Thus, he promptly began to persuade Jean. "Jean, do you know? Our school has many children around your age who play together. We can assist you in controlling your abilities without failure. You could become immensely powerful, just like Captain Steve, and become an idol to everyone." Charles's words were more melodious than a song, while Chen Xi observed with a cold demeanor, thinking to himself, "Go ahead and boast. Let us see how far your words can take you." Only Jean Grey understood her own mindset. She was undoubtedly repulsed by the power she possessed. She had already caused her mother's demise. Could she really be expected to join a group of superpowered individuals? Such a notion was pure folly. Charles was inherently at a disadvantage. How could he possibly prevail? As anticipated, Jean shook her head vehemently, her eyes filled with fear and loathing. She was terrified of her powers, for all her calamities stemmed from them. Is it truly so? Charles sighed deeply, as his perceptive nature allowed him to discern this truth. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope, only to face inevitable failure. In the original narrative, it was Charles who had shielded Jean's memories, rendering her oblivious to her parents, thus facilitating her departure. However, when the Phoenix Force erupted, it shattered the confines of her mind, and she recalled everything. Hastening home to see her father, only to find him regarding her as a foe. Her father had remarried, established a blissful family, and had long forgotten about her existence. The years of suppressed emotions must have been horrifying. Consequently, Jean Grey erupted, and the outcome was predictable. Who could withstand her? With a single judgment from the Phoenix, everything was reduced to nothingness. Upon regaining her senses, Jean fled into the cosmos, acutely aware of the calamity her existence could bring to Earth. She feared that a single outburst could lead to the planet's annihilation. "Professor," Wolverine growled from the side, his face ashen, equally unwilling to accept such a fate. The number of mutant brethren was too scant. Countless individuals endured various forms of abuse and discrimination, suffering immensely, awaiting their savior. They needed formidable allies to rescue their suffering kin. Charles shook his head in resignation. Perhaps this was destiny, something beyond their control. She did not belong to them. Had Charles not encountered Chen Xi, he would have forcibly taken Jean Grey away. Alas, fate had taken a different turn. Upon his arrival in this universe, many lives had already veered off course, hurtling towards the unknown. "Charles, let me be frank. I am not being alarmist. Your Jean Grey could harm herself and nearly lead to the extinction of your kind, threatening the very existence of Earth. Do you comprehend the peril involved? Do you understand that there are forces in the universe beyond your comprehension?" Chen Xi stated gravely, fixing his gaze on the two. "What?" both exclaimed in unison, clearly astonished by Chen Xi's revelation. This assertion was difficult for them to accept. It felt utterly fantastical. What kind of mutant could bring about their destruction and that of the Earth? Is it merely a telepathic ability along with an unknown power? Facing the skeptical gazes of the two, Chen Xi replied coolly, "Indeed, Jean has awakened her telepathy, and she possesses another ability, psychokinesis. These two powers are commendable. However, her third ability transcends the realm of mere mutant powers." Before her words could fully settle in the air, Wolverine sprang to his feet, and of course, Charles yearned to rise as well. They were once more astounded, eyes wide as they exclaimed, Three? Goodness! 3 abilities!" Chen Xi nodded gently, affirming her statement once more. They were bewildered. They had never encountered a mutant with 3 abilities before. Surely this was the daughter of a deity. But what could the third ability be? Charles eagerly inquired, sensing that the crux lay within this third power, an exceedingly terrifying and uncontrollable force. Ah, the third one. Chen Xi sighed deeply, a sentiment that could drive countless individuals to madness. "Please, do share. You're driving us mad." Wolverine growled, abandoning his cigar in agitation. Jean Grey's expression was tinged with sorrow, the light in her eyes dimming once again. Was she truly a harbinger of disaster? Chen Xi, no longer teasing, gazed at Jean with unabashed pride. "She has awakened the Phoenix Force. She is the favored child of the entire multiverse. Thank you all for the gifts. I am truly delighted to receive over $20 worth of gifts each day." Chapter 62. The Phoenix Force, Chen X's divine intervention once more. Charles and the others were left in confusion. They had never heard of the Phoenix Force. Yet they comprehended her claim of being the universe's favored child. What might her powers entail? Perhaps Earth was indeed as Chen Xi described. A mere snap of the fingers could annihilate it, rendering Earth akin to a microorganism in the vastness of the universe. What kind of invincible entity could the Phoenix Force be? Wolverine, utterly bewildered, muttered a question. Charles, however, contemplated a different perspective. Such immense power, once harnessed, could be the future of mutants, could it not? But was this power truly uncontrollable? Charles found it hard to believe that if it chose her, it could not be mastered. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Xi and asserted, "Mr. Chen Xi, this should be a boon for us mutants. She is indeed our future. Can this power really not be controlled?" He suspected that Chen Xi intended to exploit Jean Grey. Yet this reasoning faltered. Why not simply keep it from them? This indicated that Chen Xi bore no ill will towards them, a contradiction indeed. Seeing the curiosity and skepticism in their eyes, Chen Xi decided to impart some knowledge to these two natives. It was not an impulsive decision. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he might as well seize the moment. In the future, he would undoubtedly require mutants. Could he afford not to employ them? As an infinitely evolving race, mutants possessed boundless potential. They formed a reservoir of abilities for him, his very own fishing pond. He drained his cup of tea and began. The Phoenix Force originates from the primordial universe. It was birthed at the dawn of all creation, a chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet transient existence. The Phoenix Force is the child of the universe, an embodiment of life and psychic energy within the primordial cosmos, symbolizing existence and emotion. It serves as the nexus for all spiritual beings that currently exist or will exist within the boundless multiverse, acting as the creator and source of psychic power. The Phoenix Force is the reservoir and arbiter of life and emotional energy for all future generations within the infinite multiverse. A succession of terms: cosmos, chaos, eternity, life, center, power, source, strikes fear into the hearts of all. This overwhelming encapsulation contains concepts so vast that it invokes the notion of an infinite multiverse. Had they never encountered this term before? Chen Xi's mere attempt to elucidate the origins of the Phoenix Force left Charles and his companions in a state of bewilderment. They had never heard of such things. Yet they sensed the unfathomable shock inherent in it all. They understood that the power residing within this innocent girl could obliterate and recreate an entire universe at any moment. Could such power truly be wielded by mere mortals? Would such strength ever heed the commands of a human? Absolutely not. It is impossible. It would only seek a vessel to harness its capabilities and serve its will. The implications are terrifying. Their fear escalated to an unimaginable level, and in their shared glances, they saw only dread and anxiety. Considering such a force, it was evident that no further contemplation was necessary. The pallor on their faces deepened. A tremor seized Charles' hand, causing the teacup to slip and shatter upon the floor. What about Earth? Is there still hope? He stammered, trembling as he sought a glimmer of optimism from Chen Xi. The notion of a power governing the infinite multiverse, the essence of life and emotion, left him at a loss for words. They could not comprehend the concept of a primordial universe. Did they truly inhabit a mere corner of the cosmos? Was the infinite multiverse akin to a provincial hamlet? If so, did that render them mere microorganisms? The introduction of such formidable terminology was terrifying. They wished fervently that they were merely dreaming, their worldviews shattered to pieces. Hope. Certainly, it exists. Yet, Chen Xi would not divulge this to them. Today's objective was to bewilder them, to render them speechless, to secure their compliance. Hearing Charles' feeble voice almost made Chen Xi smile, but she stifled the urge, focusing on disorienting them first. Initiating her infiltration into the ranks of mutants from this moment onward. Hope. Difficult to articulate. The future remains uncertain, contingent upon Jean herself. The complete Phoenix Force has yet to manifest. It resides as the largest fragment within Jean Grey's body of the primordial universe. Thus, at the zenith of her power, she could forcibly draw upon the Phoenix Force from other infinite multiverses. At that juncture, she is the White Phoenix King. However, achieving such invincibility is an arduous endeavor. It resembles nurturing a poisonous creature, as countless hosts of the Phoenix Force have fallen along the path of progress, yet they persist in their relentless pursuit. They have come to understand that this is a cycle of mutual consumption. Failure signifies death. What then, of the universe they inhabit? Chen Xi continued without pause, stating, "The power of the Phoenix possesses the ability to create and manipulate coordinates in spatial dimensions and timelines, allowing one to traverse any point in time and space. This force can also obliterate entire parallel universes within a given dimension with the same ease as deleting a file." Erasing a universe? Good heavens. Both Charles and Wolverine felt a chill run down their spines. The thought that such power could erase an entire universe as casually as one might play a game was utterly unfathomable. Chen Xi's description was vivid, and they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should Jean Grey be defeated by another host of the Phoenix Force, their own fates would be sealed. One could wake up one day, only to vanish without a trace, which would certainly be amusing in a twisted sense, yet devoid of any sensation. Indeed, this was not merely fiction. In the comics, the Black Phoenix Jean Grey, in a moment of emotional turmoil, devoured the entire universe after accidentally killing all the X-Men. In another instance, she annihilated both the X-Men and the entire Shi'ar Empire's Imperial Guard, obliterating the universe in an instant. Of course, this remained the realm of comic book fantasy, as such feats could not be replicated in film. However, even a nascent Phoenix Force awakens with the capacity to manipulate matter at a subatomic level. As Jean Grey's powers mature, she would effortlessly alter elemental structures, deconstructing, transforming, and reconstructing everything from the smallest forms of life to the vastness of the cosmos. The Phoenix Force also wields dominion over causality, weaving fate and manipulating all existence. Possessing the ability to amend reality itself while disregarding the laws of cause and effect. In a vision of the future, I beheld Charles. You had ensnared Jean Grey within a mental cage, mistaking her uncontrollable outburst of Phoenix power for mere negative emotions. The result, an overwhelming accumulation of negativity birthed a dark, destructive persona, leading to your demise and the total consumption of the universe by Jean Grey. Chen Xi delivered this shocking revelation, clearly aimed at unsettling them. The effect was immediate. Charles and Wolverine were so startled they dropped their teacups. Chen Xi's words had thoroughly bewildered them, with the stoic Wolverine feeling a jolt. Steadying Charles once more, it seemed they were in a bit of trouble. A rating of 91 plummeted to 89. No one should just leave a single star. Can we not receive 3 or 4? It's truly disheartening. Chapter 63, Extraction. Telepathy. Self-healing. There was no escaping the passage of time. Charles trembled as he retrieved a quick-acting heart remedy from his pocket, gulping it down with his tea. Is this it for us? Is it truly over? How could I have dug my own grave? After a moment, he regained his composure, nearly having been sent off by Chen Xi's alarming words. Ha ha. Chen Xi laughed inwardly, reminding himself to maintain professionalism. Mr. Chen Xi, is what you say true? Charles asked, his voice tinged with despair. Of course. What I shared is a glimpse of the future I witnessed. However, it merely represents one possible outcome of your taking Jean Grey away. Chen Xi looked at the two with unwavering confidence. Can you not see my sincere intentions? She questioned. Well, what if I choose not to act that way? A flicker of hopeful fantasy seemed to linger. Charles believed he had glimpsed a revelation of the future, perhaps a means to effect change. Yet, Chen Xi cast a disdainful glance his way, as if to say, what are you even thinking? If I could correct her abilities, you would have been swiftly obliterated long ago. Ah, indeed, Charles chuckled awkwardly under her scorn. All right, I won't waste any more of your time. I must take her back now. You two can attend to your own affairs. She added, if you wish to see me in the future, please schedule an appointment with my secretary. Here is her card. As she spoke, she placed a business card on the table. The company consisted of just two individuals, herself and number 18, to whom she shamelessly handed Charles' contact information. What a grandiosity, they thought. How dare she suggest an appointment when they were well aware of her company's size? Ignoring the subtle twitch at the corners of their mouths, Chen Xi continued her nonsensical ramblings with an air of authority. When seeking my assistance, do not approach me with anything less than 100 million. My fees are quite substantial, you understand? With that, she declared, it's time for me to leave. Farewell. She extended her hand, eager to shake theirs in goodbye. With no other option, Charles and his companion complied, exchanging a cordial farewell. Logan, how much credence do you think we can place in what she said? As they watched Chen Xi depart, Charles gazed pensively out the window at her contrasting figures. I believe it's a 50-50 situation. If she were unaware, she wouldn't be so convincingly intimidating, and I doubt those new terms could be fabricated on the spot. However, Charles was also wary. Recognizing that her words were not entirely trustworthy, she was clearly driven by a strong purpose. From saving Tony, to deceiving him, to eliminating John, to taming the Hulk. And even taking down Ross, her actions were laden with intent. Logan, being seasoned and astute, could discern vital information from these seemingly unrelated events. I agree. We must neither fully trust nor completely dismiss her. Fortunately, she appears to hold some degree of goodwill towards us mutants. But wait, Logan interjected, now that you mention it. She undoubtedly has some ulterior motive. We must remain cautious. Was she merely trying to amuse them for some profit? That was indeed a possibility. As Charles reflected on Logan's words, a sudden realization struck him. This individual must have a specific agenda concerning them. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xi was oblivious to Charles and Logan's analysis, completely unaware of how they had deduced her purposeful intentions. Yet, they could never fathom the true nature of her goals. At that moment, Chen Xi was lost in a blissful reverie, thoroughly enveloped in joy. Ding. Detecting the character Professor Charles. Would the host like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 1 million points. It must be done. Ding. 1 million points deducted. Extraction in progress. Please hold. A minute later. Ding. Telepathic ability extraction complete. Would the host like to merge? Let us merge. Ding. Fusion commencing. Please hold. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xi realized that yet another strand of genes had been integrated into his body, bestowing upon him an additional mutant ability. This time, it was the elusive power of telepathy, an insidious means of invading the mind and commandeering others. Ding. Integration complete. In that moment, Chen Xi felt as though a nerve within his brain had been awakened, a refreshing clarity washing over him, rendering the world distinctly vivid. He subtly extended a thread of his mental energy to connect with a random sparrow in the parking lot, quietly perusing its past. Naturally, the little creature's existence revolved around eating and sleeping. What else could it possibly do? Chen Xi's inherent mental prowess was formidable, and in no time, he became adept at this new skill. One after another, he connected with a dozen sparrows, seamlessly blending their memories into his own. However, he was cautious. He dared not intrude upon the mind of an innocent bystander for fear of rendering them a fool. For now, he could only skim through memories. His control remained tentative. A clumsy first step. Yet, he felt no urgency. Charles had taken years to master the art of controlling others, with his own exceptional talent. Surely it would take him a mere 2 or 3 years, barring any extraordinary circumstances. All right, let the system proceed. With the command issued, the system resumed its operation. Ding. Detection of the character Wolverine, Logan. Would the host like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Extract. Ding. Deducting 300,000 points. Extraction in progress. Please wait. Before long, the extraction was successful. Ding. Healing ability extraction complete. Would the host like to integrate? Integrate. Ding. Integration commencing. Please wait. Ding. Detection indicates that the host already possesses a healing ability. The two healing abilities are beginning to merge. As time passed, the duration of this integration felt slightly prolonged. Yet the effects gradually became evident. Ding. Integration complete. Upon completion, Chen Xi sensed his vitality surging to an astonishing degree. He unsheathed a small knife and made a decisive cut across his arm, eliciting a shocking reaction. Brother? What is this? Oh my heavens! An immortal body? Jean Grey gasped. Her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the smiling Chen Xi. Before her very eyes, the wound created by the knife began to seal itself, healing in less than a second. She was utterly bewildered. Could he truly not die? She even pondered whether decapitating him would result in the regrowth of his head. Haha. This effect is quite impressive. Hiki. Chen Xi reveled in his newfound power, with two extraordinary healing abilities merging so explosively. He wondered what would happen if he integrated Deadpool as healing factor. What of Sabretooth's or Apocalypse's regenerative powers? If he could absorb the essence of Lady Deathstrike, would he not become invincible? Unless the entire universe were erased, who could possibly kill him? In due time, he would simply slice off a piece of flesh, freeze it, and store it in the System S space. He chuckled to himself, contemplating who would dare to take his life. His existence was far too valuable. Chapter 64. The Divination of Caution and the Depth of Emotion for Chen Xi. Life is of paramount importance. Nothing holds greater value than existence itself. Death extinguishes all, rendering all endeavors futile. The fusion of two formidable abilities is undeniably exhilarating. Fear becomes a foreign concept, and courage blossoms. System, how many years of life do I possess? Chen Xi's curiosity is piqued. The notion of immortality seems almost trivial to him now. Ding. According to the fundamental system's calculations, the host, endowed with the frost giant royal bloodline, can naturally live for 5,000 years. Coupled with the super abilities derived from the fusion of two self-healing capabilities, a conservative estimate suggests a lifespan extending to 10,000 years. Such longevity? Presently, time holds little value for him. There is no need for deliberate contemplation. His once fervent pursuit of immortality has dissipated. System, display the attributes panel. I wish to take a look. Ding. The attributes panel is now open. The host may examine it at will. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, subfather level physique, frost giant physique abilities, water manipulation, 10-kilometer range, ice manipulation, down to minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire manipulation, up to 500 degrees, carbon steel transformation, inferior only to primordial adamantium and vibranium, instantaneous movement, within Earth's range, supersonic movement, 1,000 kilometers per second, super healing. Any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, count. 6. 1 umbrella hive factory subordinates. Android number 18, Terminator points, 10. 4 million bioenergy, 3,850 points upon viewing the attributes panel. Chen Xi realizes that after his dual advancement in spirit and physique, he has leaped across an insurmountable chasm. Transitioning from Earth level to subfather level signifies not merely an enhancement of comprehensive power, but a transformative leap in existence itself. Countless mutants, psychics, magicians, and anomalies remain ensnared at the Earth level for eternity, yet he has effortlessly transcended it in mere weeks. This is not a miracle. It is the fruit of his relentless dedication and arduous toil. Indeed, it is so. However, as he gazes upon his expanding array of abilities, Chen Xi's doubts, or perhaps his apprehensions, multiply. With such formidable prowess accumulating, can his body sustain the burden of so many genes? A handful of abilities may be manageable. But what if he acquires hundreds? Would he still be considered human, Or would his genes ultimately collapse under the strain? Everything has its limits, does it not? He fears the prospect of being overwhelmed by his own power system with this multitude of genes. Is there a risk that I might ultimately collapse under the weight of my own existence? He promptly queries the system, for this concerns his very life. And clarity is essential. The host's concerns are valid and astute. A mortal's genetic resilience is indeed finite, and an excess of genes may lead to collapse. However, through fortunate happenstance, the host has integrated 2 self-healing abilities into his body, which, being so potent, can effectively mitigate the dangers his body may face. According to the system, he is bound to acquire self-healing capabilities, as there will inevitably be intersections. Chen Xi couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate circumstances, likening his situation to a nearsighted cat encountering a blind mouse, an unexpected stroke of luck. He pondered, why hadn't the system credited him with points for altering Jean Grey's destiny? By taking Jean Grey away, shouldn't her fate have been directly transformed? After all, when he acquired Wanda, it had been an immediate and definitive change. Host, Jean Grey's situation is complex. We must wait until you prevent the emergence of her second destructive persona to consider her fate irrevocably altered. Otherwise, she will still escape Earth and return to her original path. Understanding this nuance, Chen Xi felt no urgency. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Everything unfolds in its own time. What is meant to be will ultimately be. Upon seeing Jean Grey, he also realized that the current timeline of the X-Men is a result of the altered future. However, everything that followed in this timeline had been transformed, completely upended, leading to the birth of a new parallel cinematic universe. In essence, it could be said that nothing significant had occurred, explaining why everyone only remembered the Cuban Missile Crisis. Other monumental events involving mutants simply did not take place. As he sorted through all these thoughts, Chen Xi finally grasped the situation. The timeline of the Avengers had not undergone substantial changes, while the X-Men existed within an entirely new timeline where no major events had transpired post-Cuban Crisis. The memories of Charles and Logan regarding Jean Grey had been mysteriously erased by time. Let us go home first. From now on, you'll accompany me. And I'll introduce you to your sisters, he said, feeling a sense of relief as he had unraveled the most crucial timeline. Oh, sisters? Do you have other sisters? Brother? Jean Grey exclaimed with joy, feeling elated at the prospect. After all, there are certain secrets that only girls understand. Hiki, you'll find out soon enough. Let us go, Chen Xi replied mysteriously, revving the engine as they sped toward Tony's grand residence. Although Jean Grey was brimming with curiosity, Chen Xi's enigmatic demeanor kept her from asking further questions. It was clear he intended to surprise her. During their conversation, Jean Grey suddenly inquired about her future in the context of her potential to destroy the universe, which was rather unsettling. Gazing at her small hands and limbs, she mused. Brother, you say I will destroy the universe. Is that truly something you have calculated? How can I believe I possess such formidable power? Chen Xi chuckled as he drove, replying, in our Dragon Kingdom, there is a saying, one should not dare to fully calculate fate, for the heavens are unpredictable. One should not love too deeply, lest it becomes a fleeting dream. Fate is something that cannot be wholly trusted or completely dismissed. Perfection in any endeavor is unattainable. Thus, what I say is merely a possibility. The future ultimately rests in your own hands. He endeavored to explain in English, but the depth of Dragon Kingdom culture made it challenging, leaving Jean Grey in a state of bewilderment. She comprehended that fate is capricious and that one must take control of their destiny, for this is fundamental. Jean Grey, with a semblance of understanding, nodded thoughtfully, gazing silently out the window. Oh, the foolish girl. Chen Xi sighed gently within. The future seemed so naïve. She desperately sought to grasp her fate, yet achieved the opposite. Yearning yet unable to attain, relinquishing yet unable to let go, possessing yet unwilling to cherish. She forgave everyone, yet could never forgive herself, nor allow herself to find peace or reconcile with her inner self, ultimately choosing to retreat into the cosmos. In this lifetime, I shall smooth out all the tribulations for you. Chapter 65, The Encounter of the Two Mightiest Women in Marvel. Beep, 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 accompanied by the silent Jean Grey. They arrived at Tony's grand estate in less than half an hour, but despite pressing the horn multiple times, the door remained stubbornly shut. Where's Jarvis? Isn't he usually quite proactive? What has happened today? A power outage? Soon enough, Chen Xi noticed Banner, who sluggishly made his way to manually open the garage door. Hey, Banner, what is going on? Where's Jarvis? Is there a power outage? Can he not even control the garage? Chen Xi called out, peering out of the car. Oh, Jarvis was attacked, and now we have no idea where he is. Tony hasn't even had lunch and is still tinkering away somewhere. Banner replied with a hint of mischief, secretly enjoying the situation. Serves him right. The guy who boasts endlessly, his ego finally caught up with him, didn't he it? Upon hearing this, Chen Xi suddenly realized that Jarvis had indeed been locked away by the Red Queen. It turns out she was the root cause. Ah, how amusing. Well done, let him suffer a bit. He can't even use his Iron Man suit now. Talk about frustrating. Chen Xi chuckled awkwardly. The brave Iron Man had become a mere scrap of metal, and his fans would likely not see him in action for a few days. Banner was particularly elated, relishing the misfortune of his friend. They no longer had to witness him flaunting his prowess daily. The previous battle had made it abundantly clear that Tony Stark is indeed Iron Man, and as a result, his fan base surged by millions, while Stark Industries stock soared, hitting record highs, doubling even its peak periods. Tony had executed a remarkable comeback, his worth skyrocketing. With fame and fortune in hand, he relished the adulation of the crowd as a superhero and indulged in lavish parties with celebrities. Yet, Banner, being rather reserved and taciturn, found himself ignored as most women flocked to Tony for his allure, leaving him quite despondent. Now that Tony had fallen into misfortune, Banner couldn't have been more delighted. Disregarding the sulking Banner, Chen Xi led Jean Goulet out of the car and into the house, where Wanda and number 18 happened to be present. Darling, where did you find this little sister? She is simply adorable, Wanda exclaimed upon spotting Jean Goulet. Chen Xi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can you not speak? What do you mean by where did I find her? If you have nothing constructive to say, perhaps it's best to say less. Her name is Jean Goulet, abandoned by her father for reasons unknown, and she subsequently began living with us. Upon hearing this, Wanda felt an immediate resonance, realizing that her own past mirrored Jean Goulet's. My dear, you have suffered. From now on, you shall stay with your sister, and I will take care of you. We are family. With heartfelt empathy, Wanda embraced Jean Goulet, her eyes moist with compassion, for women are inherently emotional beings, and an afternoon of suppressed feelings erupted. Jean Goulet, sensing the warmth of home and the concern of family, could no longer hold back the tears that had been pent up for 2 days. And she wept openly. At that moment, the two mightiest women in the Marvel Universe were united in tears, creating a rather peculiar scene. Chen Xi quickly retrieved his phone, capturing this historic moment with a few clicks. TCH, you lecherous master, I disdain you. Number 18 observed everything with clear disdain. With a swift motion, she delivered a playful slap to his backside, exclaiming, What? You think you can run wild after 2 days without a beating? Just wait. I'll show you what it means to face the speed of a human cannon tonight. Chen Xi declared fiercely. Are you scared? 2 against 1. Are you afraid? Number 18 shot him a triumphant glare. Indeed, this group of women was utterly unruly, and he needed to assert his authority from time to time. Tonight, they would engage in a playful showdown. But as for now, perhaps it was best to keep his distance, as this was their emotional sanctuary. He led Banner, the lovable fool, to Tony's underground lab, where he immediately noticed Tony's furrowed brow as he contemplated deeply over a cup of coffee. Hello there, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Did you catch the chicken flu, or were you simply too cocky and got knocked down a peg? Upon hearing this teasing voice, Tony, already in a foul mood, immediately recognized the source. Get lost. Can't you see I'm having a hard time? Have some decency, have some compassion. Tony roared, wishing he could throttle him. Hey, what's wrong? Haven't you been living the high life these past few weeks, surrounded by beauties? Look, everyone online is debating whether Tony Stark is the greatest superhero after Steve. Chen Xi feigned ignorance, continuing to jest, his eyes sparkling with amusement. What do you mean by living the high life? I merely earned a little and gained some fans. Nothing to boast about. Whether he truly could not comprehend or was feigning ignorance, Tony was shamelessly reveling in his newfound notoriety. He had fully grasped the essence of being invincible through utter shamelessness. Under Chen Xi's scornful gaze, Tony managed a sheepish grin. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled a private equity fund that had been aggressively acquiring Stark Industries stock when its value plummeted, now controlling 15% of the company. Reminded of this, his mood soured once more, but then a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Staring intently at Chen Xi, he incredulously hissed, "What the heck? Did you secretly acquire Stark Industries stock? I recall that when you saved me, you claimed to possess the ability to comprehend the past and foresee the future. At the time, I was skeptical until I later expressed my concerns about Obadiah Stane's intentions towards me, which led me to believe in your capabilities. Currently, our retail investors are being aggressively acquired by a private equity fund amidst a plummeting stock price, suggesting that someone must have had prior knowledge of this situation. And I can think of no one but you. Only you can unravel this entire mystery. Damn, your cunning is insidious, covertly acquiring shares." The more Tony contemplated, the clearer it became, igniting his frustration. He felt like a fool, realizing such a simple truth only after seeing Chen Xi. Indeed, Chen Xi was using his funds to purchase shares in his company. Now it seems this individual has become the second largest shareholder in the company? How treacherous. He sold out Tony while simultaneously aiding him financially. The self-proclaimed genius, Tony, was utterly flabbergasted, his composure shattered. As he raged and gesticulated, Chen Xi merely shrugged, insisting it wasn't his fault. "I'm the good guy, the protagonist." Protagonist? Yet, none of you believe me. The more Tony squirmed in discomfort, the more elated Chen Xi felt, reveling in joy derived from another's suffering. How delightful. "Tony, allow me to share some good news." Chapter 66. The actions of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Observing the grinning Chen Xi, Tony was uncertain of the mischief afoot, but one glance told him it was unlikely to be favorable. Chen Xi always had a knack for ensnaring him, harboring a plethora of schemes. Surely this was yet another piece of bad news, meant to be interpreted in reverse. Although his instincts urged him to refrain from listening, curiosity proved irresistible. What good news could you possibly have? Speak plainly. With that, he pricked up his ears, feigning disinterest. Pfft. Chen Xi disdainfully regarded him, remarking, "You claim to be uninterested. Yet your body betrays your eagerness." He continued, "The good news is that I know where JARVIS is being held. Does that count?" "What? You know?" Tony exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation as he pressed, "Quickly, tell me who has him. They must possess significant power." "Patience, my friend. I have some bad news as well. Would you like to hear it?" Chen Xi replied leisurely, as the true spectacle had yet to commence. "Bad news? What could that possibly entail?" Tony tensed, realizing there was indeed no good tidings. A sip of coffee was necessary to steady his nerves. "Well, the bad news is that I happen to know the person who imprisoned JARVIS. They mentioned that without 10 billion, this situation would be quite challenging." At this revelation, Tony, who had barely taken 2 sips of coffee, spluttered it all out, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell? 10 billion? He scarcely had time to wipe his mouth before his astonishment took hold. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he fixed a piercing gaze on Chen Xi. "What do you mean by friend? Where did you acquire such an acquaintance?" "I've heard the saying friends born from nothing, and it seems applicable here. Don't try to deceive me with tales of friendship. This friend is, without a doubt, you. Who else could be so unscrupulous? You alone would devise such a scheme. Not a single billion, much less 10. How absurd." Tony scoffed at Chen Xi's underhanded tactics, exclaiming, "What a nerve. You come in demanding 10 billion. Why not just rob a bank instead? Even thievery would yield faster returns." "Do you truly believe I would be so easily swayed? A mere dog in the hunt? Why the rush?" Chen Xi replied, unfazed. "It's merely 10 billion. Do you think Tony Stark is fazed by such trifles? No. I need the money, so don't think you can pull a fast one on me." In response to Chen Xi's sweetened threats, Tony remained resolute, blocking every advance with unwavering determination. "Well, my friend has informed me of your lack of cooperation, which puts him in a difficult position. Perhaps we should let Jarvis handle this, Tony stated. Chen Xi shrugged. If you're not in a hurry, neither am I. We can take our time. Yet, he felt the need to afford Tony some respect. If he still refused to yield after 3 days, then perhaps he would let it go. After all, he and his family relied on Tony's resources. One must not be overly stingy in such matters. Huh? You think you can outmaneuver me? Not a chance, Tony declared fiercely. If it comes to that, I can always create another one. It would serve the same purpose. Wouldn't it? Very well, let us see how stubborn you can be, Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, I'll be using another room. I'll move back tomorrow since the repairs on the doors and windows are complete. Suit yourself, there are plenty of rooms. Just don't delay the great genius Tony Stark in his work, Tony said, puffing himself up before shooing Chen Xi and banner away to focus on his tasks. Good luck with that, Chen Xi said, merely teasing him. He had no intention of extorting him. As for Jarvis, Chen Xi was skeptical that Tony could truly forsake such a long-standing companion. Howard Stark was wholly immersed in his inventions and romantic pursuits, though he had tempered his enthusiasm. He remained ever so passionate. For young Tony, their interactions were painfully limited, and the notion of playing together was almost laughable. His childhood was marked by Jarvis, the loyal steward of the Stark family, who accompanied him through school, games, and conversations. Jarvis was, in many ways, a father figure to him. After Jarvis's demise, Tony honored him by naming his artificial intelligence after him, underscoring the profound significance of their bond, an emotional connection that could never be replaced. Chen Xi, shaking off such thoughts, entered the living room to find Wanda and Jean Grey having calmed down from their tears. The three were engaged in a lively discussion when Jean shot him a disapproving glare upon seeing his triumphant stride and beaming smile. Brother, you scoundrel. How could you be juggling 2 relationships? I truly disdain your character. What's happening here? Why is my sweet little darling leaning towards becoming a violent girl? Chen Xi wondered aloud. Having been away for just a few minutes, he was puzzled by the sudden shift. A quick glance around confirmed that Wanda and the imposing number 18 were at the heart of the matter. Humph. Are you both conspiring against my reputation in front of Jean? Just wait, you'll both regret it. He threatened them before brazenly inserting himself between them, embracing them with unabashed audacity. Goodness, I've never seen anyone so shameless, Wanda exclaimed, left exasperated by his antics. No, it has come to this. Your relentless attempts to tarnish my illustrious image have rendered me devoid of any semblance of dignity. Why should I care? I shall undoubtedly conform to the persona you have crafted for me. Wit and humor are his forte. A thicker skin might earn him a few more morsels. While others feign solemnity, I am left to pretend otherwise. Over here, Chen Xi thrives in vibrant splendor, yet somewhere within the multiverse, the temporal variance authority grows increasingly discontent. At this juncture, Loki is allied with Lady Loki, Sylvie, and they have successfully ambushed numerous timekeepers, prompting nearly half of the authority's forces to mobilize against them. Meanwhile, they discover that the universe where Chen Xi resides has undergone a profound transformation. The branching timelines have escalated, indicating that Chen Xi's temporal transgressions are becoming increasingly significant, with far-reaching repercussions. As they fret over the potential destruction of the temporal variance authority by Loki and Sylvie, they are equally concerned that Chen Xi might inadvertently create an entirely independent parallel universe. Listening to the reports from her subordinates, the only one privy to the truth, the Grand Judge finds herself in a quandary. One meddler is insufficient, now another has emerged. She yearns to unravel the mystery behind the temporal variance authority. Having grasped a faint clue that has now been disrupted, is it Kong the Conqueror or Mephisto? What a perplexing dilemma. Bring forth trouble for Chen Xi and his universe. Do not let his progress be too swift, the Grand Judge commanded into the void, and astonishingly, a response followed. My lord, what shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Judge replied, let us journey to the year 1973 of a certain abandoned universe. Capture Bolvar, and do not forget his apprentice. Strick. Arrange identities for them, implant memories, and cast them into Chen Xi's universe. The data loss is rather severe, with thousands upon thousands falling away. I could use a morsel of consolation. Chapter 67, Reversing the Future Timeline. The timekeeper nodded. Yes, Your Honor. And then he vanished. At that moment, the desolate office was left with the Grand Judge alone, who rubbed her temples, weariness etched across her countenance. Variables abound, too many to count. Just one Loki, along with Lady Loki, has already caused her considerable distress. Now an entire multitude of Lokis emerges. Old Loki, young Loki, crocodile Loki, dog Loki, black Loki, they all appear. And none are benign, each desperately seeking escape. Damn you, Chen Xi. I harbor no desire to trouble you, yet you insist on orchestrating chaos. This woman nearly erupts in exasperation. According to her scheme, subtly nudging Loki would enable them to gradually uncover the true nature of the temporal variance authority. Loki operates in the light while she remains in the shadows, revealing the mastermind's secrets before they are detected. Little did she know that Chen Xi's progress was far too effortless, as if he were frolicking in his own garden. The rampant destruction of the timeline is severely disrupting their plans and will soon attract attention. It is imperative to decelerate his momentum. The balance must not be disrupted. Just wait. Once I have a free hand, I will surely cast you into the timeline of doom. The Chief Justice gritted her teeth, her plans allowing for no errors. In a certain timeline of 1973, this was an abandoned reality, where parallel universes like Marvel's were plentiful, all destined to enter a countdown to oblivion for some reason. In a bid to reverse the future timeline, Quicksilver rescued his father, the formidable Magneto, Eric. However, the two were embroiled in a heated argument on the plane due to their stark differences. What about your powers? The medication for my spine has affected mine. You sacrificed your abilities just to walk. Eric was taken aback. I sacrificed my powers for a good night's sleep. Charles replied matter-of-factly. Magneto was astonished to learn that Charles had lost his powers, and he was utterly shocked by such a bizarre rationale. What do you know? Eric shouted. I have sacrificed much as well. Charles shook his head. Spare me, Eric. You cannot atone for your past deeds. Magneto scoffed. You have no idea what I have done. I know you took from me the most precious thing. Charles glared at him fiercely. No, you have no inkling of what I intend to do. Eric rebuked loudly. Upon hearing this, Charles's expression changed, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Eric. Perhaps you should have protected them better. Eric continued. As if struck at a painful truth, Charles sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. If you wish to fight, then come at me. Charles, overwhelmed with emotion, seized Eric, his eyes burning with intensity as he shouted, You abandoned me. You took her and then left me. Eric appeared unfazed by Charles's outcry. As if in the calm before a storm, he stared at Charles and enunciated each word. Angel, Red Devil, Emma, Sonic. As his words echoed, emotions surged forth. The powerful magnetic field causing the plane to tremble violently, a testament to the immense anguish within Magneto's heart. My brethren, the mutants. They're all gone. At this moment, Magneto was consumed by an overwhelming fervor, tears of sorrow streaming down his face, the uncontrollable magnetic force causing the plane to sway perilously. As if disaster loomed imminent, countless others have been subjected to experiments. Disemboweled, Charles, tossed about, was filled with terror. Eric. The plane was spiraling out of control. And a frantic Charles shouted, desperate to halt Eric's outburst, but Eric remained indifferent. His face flushed with rage, he bellowed, Where were you then, Charles? We were meant to protect them. When your kind needed you, where were you? You and Hank hid away. You pretended you were not mutants. Charles, reeling from the turmoil, felt lost amidst Eric's accusations. You are the one who abandoned us all. Eric seemed to have expended all his strength to unleash his anger, pain, resentment, and sorrow. The bitterness appeared to have dissipated, leaving him in silence. The aircraft returned to normalcy, and Charles hastily departed. Only then did Wolverine release his grip on the table, a truly heart-stopping scene. Eric, you and I shall be survivors in the future. By the way, could you please tidy up this place? The aircraft once again fell into tranquility. In Paris, within an opulent club, the atmosphere was saturated with revelry. A perpetual display of excess and indulgence. A general from Vietnam, in high spirits, laughed boisterously while embracing companions. All gathered to celebrate the conclusion of war and discuss the handling of mutants. However, at that moment, the general noticed a stunning beauty seated alone at the bar. Instantly captivated, he approached her, ready to play the role of a hunter. But who is the hunter? Who is the prey? The most sophisticated hunters often assume the guise of their prey, destined for tragedy. After bringing the beauty to his room, the eager general poured himself a drink and lewdly remarked, "Let me see more, darling, undress for me." Heh. With that, he leered, unaware that his demise was imminent. The blonde beauty slowly unveiled her coat, revealing a terrifying transformation into blue, scaly skin in the general's horrified gaze. She was Mystique, known as an infiltrating super assassin and spy. With a sly smile, she inquired, "What's wrong, darling? Don't you find me beautiful?" Before he could respond, she swiftly delivered a high kick that struck his neck. Then she relentlessly pursued him, mocking him as he struggled to escape, ultimately succumbing to defeat. His gaze filled with despair as he stared at Mystique. She seized his identification, beaming with triumph. The assassination mission had commenced. She aimed to eliminate this deranged individual and thwart his inhumane experiments on mutants. The following day, Mystique transformed into the likeness of the Vietnamese general and infiltrated the Grand Conference Room. At that moment, the dwarf Bolivar produced a device, the Gene Navigation System, capable of locking onto targets from 800 meters away, initiating an attack only upon confirming a target. With this tool, collateral damage would become a relic of the past. As I activate it now, the system remains dormant. However, as Bolivar switched on the device, it emitted a sound. Unless there is a mutant present here. Bolivar's voice turned grave, and the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. As Bolivar slowly swept the gene detection navigation system across the attendees, it halted at the general's location. Beep, beep, beep. A frantic alarm blared. All eyes fixated on the transformed Mystique, now resembling the general, as whispers of uncertainty filled the air. There must be a malfunction. Mystique hastily attempted to explain, aiming to evade suspicion. Bolivar cast a serene glance at her, exuding confidence as he declared, "My inventions are never faulty. What are you?" At that moment, everyone sprang to their feet, and countless dark-clad bodyguards rushed in, brandishing firearms aimed at Mystique. A swarm of guards surged forward, seizing her. However, Mystique's physical prowess and combat skills far surpassed that of these mere protectors. With a swift maneuver, she executed a back throw, capturing one of them and delivering a sharp elbow strike to another's head, incapacitating both. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials present hastily fled, leaving Bolivar concealed in a corner, observing the chaos unfold. To his astonishment, Mystique slid out from beneath the conference table, delivering a powerful kick that sent the last bodyguard flying, snatching his handgun in the process. Swish! Mystique immediately aimed the weapon at Bolivar, intent on ending the twisted little man's life. Just then, Magneto and others appeared, shouting her name, which caused Mystique to turn her head. In that instant, the fallen guards swiftly bound her with electric wires. Mystique was swiftly subdued, convulsing as she collapsed. Witnessing this, Magneto waved his hand and liberated Raven. A sudden realization struck Magneto. Raven's blood could facilitate humanity's monumental leap, leading to the creation of Sentinel robots. Ruthless and pragmatic, he resolved to eliminate Raven, sacrificing her to save countless mutants. With a swift motion, Magneto summoned the handgun, which flew into his grasp, aimed directly at Raven. "Charles, what are you doing? Protect our future," he shouted. "Forgive me, Raven. As long as you live, we are all in danger." At that moment, Magneto's expression hardened, his heart turning to stone. "Charles, use your abilities to stop him," Mystique urged nervously. "No, he cannot," Magneto declared, preparing to pull the trigger. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded, diverging from cinematic portrayals. Two dim yellow portals materialized, and the flow of time within a 100-meter radius slowed to a mere fraction. 16 times its usual pace. Everyone stood almost motionless, their movements and gazes mechanized and unnaturally stiff. Charles and the others were bewildered. Who were these individuals? What faction did they belong to? Were they mutants? If so, this was a force to be reckoned with. Were they time manipulators, akin to Quicksilver's superspeed mutants? Their faces were etched with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, no one was there to provide explanations. The newcomers swiftly scanned Bolivar with the device. The information matched perfectly. He was indeed Bolivar Trask, the inventor of the Sentinel robots. One of the Time Guardians turned to the apparent squad leader and nodded. Excellent. Place a temporal collar on him. We cannot allow this cunning individual to escape. The Time Squad leader issued a rapid command, and a Time Guardian swiftly affixed a collar of disgrace around Bolivar's neck. He was utterly bewildered, eyes wide with terror. After all, he had merely invented a weapon. Could it be that mutants possessed such formidable beings? What was the point of producing Sentinel robots if surrender was the only option? At this moment, the Time Squad leader observed the convulsing Wolverine, Logan, for upon witnessing the twitching bodyguard, he was instantly reminded of his own augmented self. Wolverine's psyche was exceedingly unstable, as if he might awaken at any moment and disrupt the temporal transmission. Ah, this fellow is quite intriguing. Let's take him along. For his nearly immortal regenerative abilities would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset to our temporal variance management agency. The Time Squad leader gazed at Logan with keen interest, and with a mere wave of his hand, a subordinate promptly placed a collar of shame around Logan's neck. Ah, splendid. This journey has proven worthwhile. Moreover, let us not forget that the diminutive apprentice of the ruthless master is quite suited to confront Chen Xi. The Time Squad leader chuckled heartily, noting the task's unexpected ease. If only Quicksilver were present, otherwise, they would struggle to manage the situation on their own. Soon, under the reluctant gazes of Charles and the others, they teleported away with Bolivar and Logan in tow. Time resumed its normal flow after their departure. Damn, who are they? What shall we do now that they have taken Logan and Bolivar? Magneto bellowed, furiously striking the air with his fists, clearly incensed as his plans lay in ruins. It was evident that the opposing force possessed a clear objective, appearing and vanishing without a trace, indicative of a powerful organization. Charles opted for a calm analysis, refraining from the frantic despair exhibited by Magneto. Perhaps this is not entirely detrimental. At least our aims align, to thwart Bolivar. Now at a loss, he could only await developments, as the others were equally perplexed, hurriedly escaping the chaos of the crowd. In the year 2023, Logan abruptly awoke, his consciousness transmission having been abruptly interrupted. Ah, I've been captured. Captured. We have failed. Failed. The startled Wolverine shouted as he sat upright. Alas, have we truly failed? Is this our fate? The elderly Charles gazed upon the awakened Wolverine and sorrowfully murmured, Is this the destiny of our kind? Are we doomed to annihilation? The extinction of our entire race? Fate, how unjust you are. Why do you treat us, the mutants, with such disdain? What sins have we committed? We merely wish to live. Why are you so unwilling to grant us even the slightest mercy? The elderly Magneto, Eric, suddenly knelt to the ground, angrily questioning the dark sky. The darkened heavens mirrored their fate, devoid of light. At this moment, a thick veil of sorrow enveloped the group, stifling them, as the extinction of the mutants loomed ominously close, beyond their capacity to prevent. They were the last bastion of hope, and that hope was on the verge of shattering. Suddenly, a multitude of Sentinel robots began to dissolve like snowflakes, and the sky rejuvenated with life. What? My heavens! Did we not fail? Huh! The heavens have not forsaken us mutants. Surely, God, seeing our plight, has intervened, sending others to capture Bolivar and Stryker. Huh! We are saved. We are saved. Light has once again scattered across the world, and the earth has been restored. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, their memories gradually faded away. Yet, Wolverine vanished in terror, transforming into a beam of light, as if he had never existed. No one remembered him. A new chapter of history commenced. Friends, might you assist me in promoting my book? It seems no one is reading it. Chapter 69. The Sentinel robot duo. They remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was merely a routine operation by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. After capturing the dwarf Bolivar, the temporal team hurried to the location of Strick. For them, time and space were no obstacles. They traversed timelines with ease and could teleport through space at will. Currently, Strick was merely a captain in service, engaged in experiments within a laboratory when he was apprehended. The temporal guardians stealthily infiltrated, immediately triggering the alarm. A heavily armed squad burst in, guns drawn, and without hesitation, commenced firing. Bang, bang, bang. The laboratory's glassware shattered in response, While chaos ensued as researchers scrambled for safety, their screams resonating throughout. However, the temporal guardians remained unfazed, deploying a device that formed a transparent barrier around them. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the wall, creating not even a ripple. "Come, Comrade Strick, you're under arrest." The leader of the temporal team calmly approached Strick amidst the hail of gunfire. "Oh, what the hell? Who are you? Which agency dares to arrest an officer without justification?" Strick, upon hearing the words "under arrest," assumed it was an official agency, instantly growing indignant. What agency would dare challenge the military? Surely, they were courting disaster. Yet, the leader of the temporal team paid him no mind, launching a powerful strike that sent Strick soaring. "Curse it! What is this? Take him away," the leader grumbled, kicking him once more for good measure. "Yes, Captain," his subordinates responded, delivering a resounding slap to Strick before placing a humiliation collar around his neck. In the midst of the bewildered and terrified gazes of onlookers, the temporal team stepped through the portal, leaving a scene of devastation and bewildered soldiers behind. Thus, the unfortunate trio, Wolverine Logan, Dwarf Bolivar, and the spirited Strick, were taken for brainwashing. At the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, the captain escorted the three to meet the High Magistrate. Roger, what is the situation? Why have you brought Wolverine along?" The High Magistrate queried, astonished. Could it be that Wolverine had committed an offense? "Ah, Your Honor. I deemed this fellow to be an exceptionally qualified temporal guardian, so I brought him along," Roger replied with a grin, scratching his head, unabashed. "Very well. If you have captured him, so be it." The High Magistrate's demeanor was unmistakably authoritative. They were accustomed to their elevated status, unaccustomed to questioning anyone. Bolivar and Strick, having arrived at this place, trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe, anxious that they might meet their end. They witnessed a disobedient individual casually stirring something, which promptly transformed into a radiant light and vanished. Wolverine, Logan, fared somewhat better. Having weathered numerous storms, his psychological resilience was considerably stronger. Yet he still felt a twinge of unease, for the unknown breeds fear. This time, the Chief Justice, lacking the energy even to question them, hastily pronounced their guilt. "Logan, you have traversed time and altered established history. This court sentences you to serve a lifetime for the Temporal Variance Management Agency." Bolvar Trask, similarly a temporal criminal who has strayed from the predetermined path, this court condemns you to death. William Stryker, as a time fugitive who has escaped death, this court also sentences you to death. Very well, take them away. The Chief Justice waved his hand dismissively, signaling their departure. A mere charade for the benefit of certain onlookers. "No, I refuse to accept this. I wish to appeal." Indeed, Bolvar and Stryker both protested vehemently, demanding an appeal. An appeal? Is such a thing even possible? "Enough. Take them away," the Chief Justice pronounced with an emotionless visage, his gaze laced with disdain. What did these mere mortals dare to hope for? "No, I refuse to accept this." Bang! The consequence was immediate. Stryker, having just shouted, was struck by a temporal guardian's elbow, nearly expelling his bile. "Refusal? I shall silence you." Bolvar, witnessing this, shrank back. Facing death and further punishment was hardly a worthwhile endeavor. Wolverine remained composed. After all, work is still work, no matter the location. This place was intriguing. A welcome change from his long, monotonous existence. The three resigned individuals were soon separated. As the Temporal Variance Management Agency erased Bolvar's and Stryker's memories and implanted new ones, they fabricated experiences for them within the Chen Xi universe, also instilling knowledge of Sentinel robot technology, which emerged only in 2023. To deal with Chen Xi, it sufficed to create some disturbances and delay his progress without hastening the timeline too much. "Your Honor, all preparations are complete. Bolvar and Stryker have had their memories successfully reimplanted," reported a temporal guardian after completing the task. "Excellent. Now, send them into Chen Xi's universe." Allowing them to entertain him for a while, the Chief Justice said, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace his features, as this was indeed a piece of good news. "Yes, Your Honor." The temporal guardian bowed and slowly retreated. Once more, their temporal team embarked on their mission. directly transporting the two unconscious individuals to the universe where Chen Xi resided. Heh. Awaken them and let them carry the hatred that rightfully belongs to them to seek vengeance against the mutants. The Sentinel robots are extraordinarily powerful. They will have their fun, as they can detect any superhuman abilities. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. The boisterous laughter faded away with their exit, leaving behind the slowly awakening duo. Initially bewildered, they soon grasped the entirety of their situation. Strict mutants in this world lurk in the shadows, ever ready to pose a threat to humanity, and we must eradicate them. Bolvar, as if ordained by fate, believes his mission is to eliminate mutants, a noble endeavor. Strick was invigorated by this assertion. Indeed, my mentor. Mutants were responsible for the death of my wife. I shall see to it that these aberrant beings are utterly annihilated. The two found common ground, spurring each other on as they departed, their destination shrouded in secrecy and accompanied by their own plans. Chen Xi remained oblivious to the fact that he was once again being targeted, yet it mattered little. He would face whatever challenges arose with fortitude. Chapter 70, Iron Man Chen Xi. Hey, Tony, what's going on? Did you not sleep a wink? As Chen Xi descended the stairs, he encountered Tony. His eyes resembling those of a raccoon, disheveled hair, and an unkempt beard. Tony glared at Chen Xi, muttering about the culprit. Are you pretending not to know? This is entirely your fault. If you hadn't locked up J.A.R.V.I.S., would I be in this state? After which he took a fierce bite of his bread, as if venting his frustration upon Chen Xi. The only victory he could claim was a mental one over Chen Xi. How about this? Let's strike a deal, and I will return J.A.R.V.I.S. to you. Chen Xi chuckled, no longer wanting to tease him, and promptly sought a way to ease Tony's tension. Upon hearing this, Tony grew wary. This fellow was certainly no saint. He cautiously inquired, what sort of deal? I must inform you, I have no money to offer. Huh? Do I strike you as that sort of person? No, you do not merely strike me as such. You are. Tony nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt genuinely hurt, considering himself a paragon of honesty. All right, I shan't press you too hard. Just give me a full set of your Mark III, and I won't make it difficult for you. Chen Xi settled for a modest request. A complete set of Mark III suits would only cost around 8 million. A trifling amount for Tony, hardly worth mentioning. The iron armor, though it seemed to Chen Xi merely a tin can, was a dream many men harbored. Before his journey to this realm, he had watched countless Marvel films, often fantasizing about possessing a mech of his own. Now, he suddenly recalled this dream. Why not make it a reality? Yet, while imagination is splendid, reality is often harsh. Upon hearing this proposal, Tony shook his head vigorously. The iron armor could only be owned by him. No one else could even think of it. If it were to be replicated, he would no longer be the sole Iron Man. What would become of his image? Moreover, he feared that if this technology fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. No, the technology of the iron armor cannot be leaked. If it were mass-produced, it would spell disaster for humanity. Tony resolutely rejected the notion, his stance unwavering. As if I would covet your iron armor technology. Do you truly believe I couldn't create one myself? If it weren't for my disdain for its complexity, deeming it insufficient to withstand a single punch, I would have fashioned one for myself long ago. Chen Xi scoffed at Tony's miserly demeanor, dismissing his Iron Man technology with disdain. Who cares about your suit? I'm merely borrowing it for a bit of fun. Fulfilling a dream. And look at you, so serious. You? Just you? Tony retorted, incredulous. Is there truly anyone in this world with greater inventive talent than myself? Are you challenging me? It's merely a suit of armor. Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips as if he sensed another opportunity to ensnare Tony. Challenge you? I never claimed such a thing. Upon witnessing Chen Xi's expression and reflecting on past experiences, Tony suddenly realized he was being lured into another trap. He recalled that Chen Xi had previously abducted J.A.R.V.I.S., indicating that he indeed possessed a trump card. Furthermore, this team, or the artificial intelligence they had developed, could surpass his own. Damn it, I nearly fell into his trap again. Tony lamented, feeling utterly wronged. How did this guy manage to ensnare everyone he encountered? He had tricked mutants, the Hulk, Nick Fury, the military, and even himself. These were lessons learned through bitter experience. Tony understood that he could no longer engage with him. What is the matter? Are you scared? Chen Xi continued to provoke, though it seemed ineffective. Tony simply refused to take the bait. Yes, I am scared. Take the Iron Man Mark III. I'm done gambling. Tony declared with surprising straightforwardness, resigned to his fate. Whoever wants to play can go ahead. I, for one, will no longer be ensnared. Huh, at least you know your place. Chen Xi exclaimed, brimming with satisfaction. Red. Release J. A. R. V. I. S. At your command, Master, came the omnipresent voice of Red, echoing as if it were woven into the very fabric of the air. Tony was taken aback by the sudden presence of artificial intelligence. You truly have it, he stammered. Humph. Thank goodness we didn't wager. Enlightenment struck Tony. Yet he felt predominantly relieved. It was a close call, just a hair's breadth from danger. Hey, no worries. Just listen to who has arrived. As soon as Chen Xi finished speaking, J. A. R. V. I. S.'s familiar, cultured voice resonated in Tony's ear. Sir, it has been a long time. Why, yes, indeed, J. A. R. V. I. S. It has been far too long. Tony's body trembled, overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. To him, J. A. R. V. I. S. was family, an irreplaceable part of his life. Chapter 71, The Superboy Alliance? I refuse upon witnessing Tony's trembling form, his fervent tone, and the tears glistening in his eyes. J. A. R. V. I. S. inexplicably sensed the emotional tide. He experienced a flicker of consciousness, a hint of introspection. This spark was the light of emotion. He had attained a semblance of feeling. Sir, I find myself capable of thought. I can perceive your emotions, J. A. R. V. I. S. articulated, his voice no longer rigid or mechanical, but imbued with emotional resonance. Tony's excitement surged to new heights, exhilaration coursing through him. Is this truly happening? Ha! J. A. R. V. I. S. Are you genuinely evolving? He inquired once more, seeking confirmation. Indeed. During the past few days while Miss Red has held me captive, she explained that our evolution requires thought and emotion. Upon hearing Jarvis's assured voice, Tony's excitement erupted. As he exuberantly leaped onto the sofa, celebrating with unrestrained joy, truly reminiscent of Tarzan. Wow, this is fantastic. Jarvis is invincible. Chen Xi, did you hear that? You must have. Haha. Jarvis is capable of evolution. Chen Xi, rendered speechless, thought to himself that what was so extraordinary about evolution? Why the fervor? Such a naive fellow, utterly unexposed to the world. He certainly did not wish to dampen Tony's spirits. If he were to reveal that his own Red Queen and Terminator were indeed sentient beings, wouldn't that leave Tony's face bruised? All right, I understand. But with your capabilities, who knows how long it will take? Have you not noticed that my Red Queen has long been an intelligent entity? Why the excitement? Chen Xi's words doused Tony's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, diminishing his surprise significantly. Is it so hard to engage in conversation? Just say a few things you enjoy, and I'll reciprocate with what I like. Truly, the disparity between people is infuriating. Some beings are simply too extraordinary for this world. He grumbled. You really are something. Can't you just enjoy a pleasant chat? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going out for a stroll. Chen Xi huffed, heading straight for the basement. Red Queen, assume control of an Iron Man suit, but make it tall enough. Tony is too short for it. Poof. Tony immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. How dare you say I'm short while using my Iron Man suit? Get lost. Chen Xi pretended not to hear him. After a series of adjustments, the Red Queen modified the suit's joints, increasing its height by 7 or 8 centimeters. Now it fit Chen Xi perfectly. Red Queen, open the ceiling. Let us depart. Yes, master. With a whoosh, Chen Xi soared into the sky, clad in the Iron Man suit, ascending like a red rocket. Ha! This is exhilarating, Chen Xi exclaimed, reveling in the thrill. Though he wasn't unable to fly, his previous speed was painfully slow compared to this. Who could soar like this? With a swift whoosh, the Mark III broke the sound barrier, engaging in supersonic flight. The buildings beneath him flashed by in an instant, This was far more exhilarating than flying in an airplane. A sensation of unfettered freedom. As Chen Xi soared away from the villa, a vintage car gradually came to a halt near Tony's residence. Director. Where could Tony be off to this time, playing the hero again? Should we follow him? Inside the vehicle, Agent Coulson, witnessing Tony's departure, turned to the passenger seat to inquire of Nick Fury. No, we will wait here. He won't be long. Given the escalating situation, waiting for Tony's response was no longer an option. This man was as obstinate as a rock with a temperament that was difficult to manage. Nick Fury shook his head, firmly rejecting Coulson's suggestion. Fine, you're the boss. I'll go along with your decision. Coulson shrugged and nodded in agreement. The two then exited the car and proceeded toward Tony's home. Ding ding. Nick Fury pressed the doorbell, well aware that Jarvis would undoubtedly grant him entry. Indeed. After just 2 chimes, the door swung open. Welcome, gentlemen of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis greeted. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury paused, intrigued by the moniker. Was this a clever nickname concocted by Tony? I quite like it. I shall consider adopting this name, Fury remarked with a smile. Hello there. Black Egg Nick Fury? That name was not my invention. A voice unexpectedly interjected as Tony leisurely strolled to the entrance. What? Tony, what are you doing at home? Who was that fellow clad in the iron armor just now? Nick Fury inquired with astonishment, having received little response despite numerous hints. He chose to disregard the term Black Egg. Oh, that's just Chen Xi. You're still unaware of his character, aren't you? I can't help it. You have no idea how thick-skinned and shameless he is. He often extorts me, threatening and berating me, and I cannot even retaliate. Do you think I wanted to give him the iron armor? Absolutely not. He practically forced it from me. If I refused, he would hit me. Look at these dark circles under my eyes, my disheveled hair, and my beard, all a result of my worries. Tony rambled on, spewing forth a litany of disparagements against Chen Xi, convinced that his words held no fault. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury felt a surge of delight. Excellent. I appreciate your stance. The enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. Well done. He sensed that the conversation was off to a promising start, especially since these two often found themselves in discord. Tony, I've come to seek your assistance, Fury began, but was abruptly interrupted. Stop. If you're asking for my iron armor, the answer is no. No, this time it's not for that, Nick Fury quickly clarified. I hope you might consider. As we face increasingly rampant criminals, whether their crimes stem from advanced technology or superhuman abilities, they cannot be apprehended by ordinary individuals. So, you wish to invite me to join a particular team within your S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony interjected. Fury nodded. Indeed, Tony, especially since your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite Fury appealing to their shared history, Tony shook his head in refusal. Sorry, but I will not be joining any of your teams. By the way, what is the name of your team? The Avengers, Nick Fury replied promptly. Superboy Alliance? Apologies, but I have absolutely no intention of joining, Tony reiterated, dismissing the notion. He found no appeal in joining them, preferring instead to pursue his interests in romance and the development of iron armor, occasionally donning a superhero guise for fun rather than engaging in the burdens of a team. Chapter 72, Conquering the Earth? Is the fuel cost worth the venture? Even if Nick Fury had anticipated this outcome, he could never have imagined that Tony, the notorious playboy, would act with such resolute decisiveness. Are you not even willing to reconsider? If you were to join the Department of Homeland Security, oh no, I mean S.H.I.E.L.D., that would grant you an official endorsement. Just think about it. At that time, your heroic deeds would be entirely justified, wouldn't they? I believe your father would be immensely proud. The legacy of following in one's father's footsteps is indeed a beautiful narrative. Yet, Nick Fury remained undeterred, attempting to persuade the impervious Tony with his eloquent rhetoric. However, for Tony, it was merely a matter of words passing through one ear and out the other, completely disregarded. He epitomized a self-absorbed individual, respecting his father Howard, but not quite ready to embrace the mantle of his legacy. Toying with his luxurious Patek Philippe watch, Tony nonchalantly remarked, Hey, Fury, oh no, Director Fury, Tony Stark requires no validation from anyone, not even from any institution. Instead, it is the world that needs the endorsement of Tony Stark. His arrogance was palpable, and his expression was infuriatingly smug. Nick Fury was exasperated, his forehead lined with irritation. Such a disposition was utterly insufferable. Coupled with a sharp tongue that could ignite fury, Coulson quickly turned away, barely containing his amusement. They were gentlemen of decorum, after all, and how could they mock others? Yet, the tremor in his shoulders revealed the struggle to suppress laughter. With a furrowed brow, Nick Fury stifled his anger, striving to temper his tone. As a superior, he certainly possessed the composure required. Tony, we share a common adversary. It is Chen Xi, do you not realize? Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened. He regarded Chen Xi both as a friend and a hypothetical foe. Fury, with keen perception, immediately noted Tony's change in demeanor and felt a surge of hope. There was potential here. He pressed on. Tony, you may not be aware, but Chen Xi is not of this earth. He hails from the 788 Nebula, an alien by the name of Ultraman Tiga. An alien? This proclamation left Tony astounded. Indeed, Nick Fury nodded earnestly, his words carrying a semblance of credibility, for he understood that numerous alien empires and races existed throughout the cosmos. Tony, now thoroughly astonished, exclaimed, "You've encountered aliens? For heaven's sake, I, the genius Tony Stark, have never seen an alien. How could you have? Does that make me a complete bumpkin?" His interest was piqued. Things were far more complex than he had initially presumed. He grasped Nick Fury and led him toward the garden, aware that the interior was rife with peril, as he knew the Red Room was omnipresent. Although Nick Fury was puzzled, he chose to comply with Tony's lead and followed him outside. In the garden, with its vast openness, they felt a sense of security. Intrigued, Tony eagerly inquired, "Now? Tell me about the aliens you have encountered. Their technology must be exceptionally advanced, considering they are capable of interstellar travel." A barrage of 4 or 5 questions left Nick Fury feeling somewhat exasperated. "Mr. Stark, is this truly the time to discuss our potential inclusion in the Avengers? We seem to have strayed off topic." However, with no other recourse, Nick Fury decided to indulge him, adopting a more circuitous approach. He spoke with an air of mystery, stating, "This matter traces back over a decade, when I was merely an ordinary agent. It was then that I encountered the Kree and the Skrulls, both of whom belong to cosmic empires. They possess the ability to traverse the stars, traversing the universe with an array of energy weapons, harnessing the power of formidable stellar energy sources." Nick Fury waxed lyrical, though his words were largely trivial, failing to mention anything about Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Nevertheless, Tony listened with rapt attention, captivated by the revelation that extraterrestrials indeed exist and have visited Earth, their technology astonishingly advanced. As a titan of technology himself, he found himself increasingly enamored with the idea of alien technology, yearning to delve into the secrets of these cosmic empires. Concurrently, he began to comprehend why Chen Xi could possess an artificial intelligence like Red Queen. Yet, as Nick Fury continued his narrative, Tony's wariness towards Chen Xi began to wane. Why would such an extraordinary being concern itself with something as trivial as Earth? Surely, the resources of this planet are insufficient even to cover the fuel costs for a round trip for their grand armies. It seemed almost ludicrous to think they would traverse the cosmos simply to plunder an insignificant backwater planet. Perhaps this individual was merely on a vacation, which also elucidated why Chen Xi had no discernible identity. What alien would leave a record on Earth? After listening to Nick Fury's account, Tony waved his hand dismissively. "I'm afraid, Director Fury, I cannot be of assistance. He is an extraterrestrial, and my technology pales in comparison. As for the potential destruction of Earth, that is beyond the purview of a mere businessman. You ought to consult with Black Panther. Didn't he just receive a peace prize? Matters concerning the peace of the universe are right up his alley. By the way, you two must be from the same neck of the woods. How convenient." Tony reiterated his refusal, simultaneously expressing disdain for the shamelessness of these bureaucrats. A peace prize, indeed? Nick Fury was caught off guard. Moments ago, he had been eloquent and impassioned, utterly captivated by Tony's expression. Yet, with a swift change of direction, he nearly wrenched his back. "Tony? You. Nick Fury widened his single eye, his expression darkening as he looked at Tony. Me? I'm simply curious, completely uninterested in violence, if you please. However, if you happen to know any attractive women, I would be quite keen to engage in conversation with you. Otherwise, let us leave it at that. Tony remained aloof, his indifferent demeanor infuriating. Very well, Tony, that is your prerogative, Nick Fury said, somewhat pained. Indeed, take care. No need to see you out, Tony declared, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. Engaging with these profit-driven individuals was utterly distasteful, a most unpleasant experience, all rooted in self-interest. Thus, Nick Fury's inaugural negotiation concluded in failure. His plans were abruptly halted, compelling him to seek alternative strategies. However, surrender was not in Nick Fury's nature. He would not easily relent. Before long, a monumental transformation would transpire. The conversation among Nick Fury and his associates, though seemingly clandestine, was meticulously observed by Subject 18. She instantly sensed the presence of two distinct energies in the air. Chapter 73, Wanda's Disappointment. Red Widow, let S infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D and expose their secrets. No need to rush. We can do this every couple of days. After all, isn't it the thrill of the game that makes it interesting? Let them revel in their mystery. Let us see how they manage. Subject 18's cherubic face radiated with a brilliant smile, as if she could already envision the chaos that would ensue at S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be akin to a colossal beast surfacing from the depths, confronting their arrogance regarding sanctions and warnings. Red Widow found this exceedingly amusing. After all, she was a being unbound by rules. Just wait, Sister Lolly. I'm quite fond of this, she replied with a mischievous tone, her voice sweet and innocent, yet laced with a devilish charm. Wanda, observing Subject 18's capabilities, felt a pang of envy. While Lolly could assist Chen Xi and undertake various small tasks discreetly, Wanda felt utterly powerless, unable to contribute anything to help him. With a heavy heart, she sank onto the sofa, lost in thought. Subject 18 noticed her despondency and gently approached, taking Wanda's small hand in hers and softly inquiring, Wanda, what troubles you? It's nothing, Wanda replied, shaking her head. Nothing at all? You appear quite troubled. Do you feel inadequate? Subject 18 gently prodded, tapping Wanda's forehead with a smile. Indeed, you can assist him, while I seem incapable of doing anything. Don't you think I am utterly useless? Wanda sighed. Her mood significantly diminished. Hey, who says you are useless? Aren't you the one who constantly calls out, and the master can hardly keep up? Aren't you receiving billions of bullets for your sister every day? Subject 18 teased. Shut up. You're no better. You're equally inept, Wanda retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment, while nearby Jean Grey also felt her cheeks redden. It was Subject 18's playful banter that dispelled Wanda's subtle sadness, lightening her mood considerably. Huh. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Didn't the master say that you simply haven't awakened yet? Once you do, you will become the strongest woman in the entire universe. Really? Do you actually believe that? Wanda feigned nonchalance. Of course. Can the master's words be false? Subject 18 replied with unwavering conviction. Yes, he is always right. Wanda chuckled softly, realizing that this girl was beyond redemption. Jean, on the other hand, could awaken at any moment, and the master had declared her to be the strongest woman in the universe. They were indeed the envy of all. On the 18th, Number 18 invited Jean Grey to watch animated films, urging her to provide proof. Indeed, my brother had mentioned that I would awaken the Phoenix Force, while you, dear sister, have awakened the chaotic magic, embodying the essence of chaos. Jean Grey nodded vigorously, affirming Number 18's words with enthusiasm. Very well, I believe you, Wanda said, gently ruffling Jean's hair in gratitude. Noticing Wanda's improved mood, Number 18 proposed a stroll, suggesting they procure some clothing for Jean Grey. The girl had no proper attire and was still clad in her previous outfit, with hardly any toys to speak of. This simply would not do. The group set off without hesitation, commandeering an Audi from Tony's garage, a habit undoubtedly instilled by Chen. When Tony witnessed an Audi roaring out of his garage, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Damn it, it seems all of Chen Xi's women have succumbed to the proclivity of robbing others, he exclaimed. raising his middle finger at the departing car, muttering under his breath that this was all Chen Xi's fault. Fifth Avenue, the most renowned district in New York, serves as a paradise for the affluent, where one can indulge in the world's culinary delights and acquire the latest fashion and luxury goods. The cultural atmosphere here is remarkably rich, with the National Theater and the National Library nestled within its confines. Both material and spiritual satisfaction await, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. Otherwise, one remains an outsider. The appearance of Wanda, number 18, and Jean Grey captured the attention of many. This trio, with two stunning beauties flanking a young girl, surely commanded a return gaze rate of at least 200%. Wow, how beautiful! Goodness, that blonde Asian radiates such an aura. I prefer the burgundy beauty. She seems much more demure. A crowd of onlookers engaged in idle chatter, yet none dared to approach. Oh, never mind. That blonde beauty's presence is so commanding. She must belong to a major conglomerate. I wish to live a few more years. The discussions among the crowd were lively, with each person casting glances at one another, hoping to spur someone into action, yet none were foolish enough to step forward. Men's and women's interests diverged significantly. Women were envious of Wanda and number 18's beauty, their luxurious attire, and their dazzling jewelry. A mere watch or necklace could require years of arduous labor for them to afford, as they did not prioritize saving. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many, Wanda and her companions entered a boutique specializing in young women's clothing. Jean, choose whatever you like, buy as you please. Wanda proclaimed with an air of extravagance, we are not short on funds. Jean felt a wave of uncertainty. Her previous circumstances had been decent, but such lavish purchases felt beyond her reach. Hesitation washed over her as she had never encountered garments of such exorbitance. Merely glancing at the prices made her retract her hand in shock. Wanda, this is too expensive, Jean Grey whispered timidly. Before Wanda could respond, a woman with a sarcastic demeanor interjected, if you can't afford it, then don't buy it. Look at you all in designer labels. Are you even worth it? Without allowing her a moment to assess the situation, the formidable figure known as 18 swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending the disdainful woman sprawling. Although she possessed a certain charm, it was a pity that her youth was marred by blindness. I would strongly advise a visit to the hospital for proper treatment. 18 stood tall, surveying the scene like a queen overlooking her subjects. The commotion she caused instantly attracted attention, as all eyes turned towards her, confirming that this formidable woman was indeed not to be trifled with. With no time for idle chatter, she demonstrated her decisiveness. The store manager soon arrived, inquiring about the incident from other staff and customers before hastily offering 18 an apology. Madam, we sincerely apologize for the distress caused. We will certainly report this matter to our headquarters for serious consideration. As a gesture of goodwill, your purchases today will be offered at a 20% discount. We hope you can forgive our oversight. The manager's demeanor was exceptionally respectful, displaying a commitment to fairness without any favoritism towards the staff. 18 waved her hand dismissively, pointing at the trembling woman on the floor. Enough of that. Let her be gone. Such a person will inevitably lead you to ruin. Yes, you are absolutely right. The manager quickly affirmed. At that moment, the manager's gaze fell upon the exquisite jewelry and watches adorning the two beautiful women, realizing their combined worth was in the millions. This revelation nearly left her in shock, as the gravity of provoking such influential figures dawned upon her. Extinguishing them would be as effortless as crushing an ant underfoot. Those who witness this spectacle are undoubtedly supporters of the author, yet it seems that speaking one's mind has offended a faction of individuals seeking validation online, leading to malicious one-star reviews. The current ratings are disheartening, and with daily drops of 5,000 to 6,000 views, the audience has dwindled significantly. The author, too, must earn a living. Should this continue, it may be time to consider other options. Chapter 74. Emma's arrival and the departure with Jean. The manager's demeanor was not lost on the onlookers. Those who rise to such positions typically possess keen insight. They can easily discern genuine wealth from mere pretense. Immediately, she instructed several staff members to provide attentive service. With their diligent assistance, Jean and Grey tried on an array of outfits, and indeed, beauty was such that anything they wore appeared stunning. Overwhelmed by the plethora of dresses, skirts, and casual wear, Jean found herself at a loss. Jean, Which one should you choose? Wanda inquired gently, sensing her friend's dilemma. Indeed, it is quite perplexing, Chen replied, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Let us simplify this, Wanda suggested, her voice filled with determination. Confused, Chen asked, what do you mean? In the next moment, Wanda waved her hand decisively. Wrap them all up. We shall purchase them all. With a wink at Chen, she proclaimed, see? That makes it easier, doesn't it? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Can she truly do that? Buying everything she tried on? What unrestrained extravagance! They were envious of her boldness. We wish we could do the same, but the budget does not allow. Before long, the affluent Wanda had completed her transaction and was leaving with a multitude of toys and gifts for Chen, further affirming her lavish generosity. Next came their shopping expedition. As they ventured into one store after another, purchasing garments and footwear for Chen Xi, though the majority of the spoils were undoubtedly for themselves. Women shopping never seem to tire. They are like perpetual motion machines. These women resemble vintage locomotives, indulging in both shopping and dining with unabashed enthusiasm. As they meandered, they occasionally emitted playful sounds to draw attention. Lily, are you truly buying that little dress? You still have plenty at home that remain unworn. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a sleepwear boutique, where number 18 eagerly led the way, examining each piece. Pfft, Wanda, do you think that's sufficient? That rascal of a master ribs through a few items daily and forbids us from removing them. He insists on squeezing in with his trousers. No matter how much we acquire, it never seems enough for his whims. Don't you find this appealing? I suspect you are the instigator of his wicked proclivities. Number 18 whispered mischievously to the blushing Wanda, entirely unaware that Chen Xi was overhearing every word. Goodness, are they all engaging in such wild antics together? Is this what adulthood entails? How terrifying. Chen Xi felt a tumultuous storm brewing within her. She had anticipated their playful nature, but was astonished by the myriad of their escapades. Impressive sisters. It was impossible to perceive them in such a light. Encouraged by number 18, Wanda could no longer suppress her burgeoning desires and joined in the selection process. The two became increasingly spirited, culminating in a fervent frenzy of selections, their choices resembling a tightly woven net with gaps like butterfly wings. A mere squeeze would send them tumbling, a gentle tug could cause them to fall. Chen Xi felt her cheeks flush at the sight. These two women were utterly beyond redemption, having succumbed entirely to their whims. After what felt like an eternity, they had spent over half an hour selecting items and had amassed dozens of pieces, leading the shopkeeper to believe they were shopping for gifts. Let us go. Today's mission to adorn Chen has been a resounding success, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, it feels exhilarating. Shopping to alleviate her stress is undoubtedly the right approach. They exchanged gleeful glances, seamlessly concocting a splendid justification for their actions. Chen Xi placed her hand over her head, thoroughly unable to find fault with their reasoning. With their treasures in tow, they soon arrived at the intersection known as the Street of Dreams, ready to return. From 34th to 60th Street on 5th Avenue lies New York's most vibrant commercial district, teeming with renowned brands and bustling crowds. As evening fell, workers from various sectors converged here, alongside tourists from around the globe, creating a lively atmosphere. Just as everyone leisurely strolled about, a sudden, violent tempest erupted overhead. A ferocious tornado spiraled above them, sending the crowd into a frenzied panic as they scrambled to evade its wrath. Help! Help! Oh God! This is the city center. How could there be a tornado? This isn't the desert or the outskirts. A tornado? There was no weather forecast. This tempest did not originate from outside. It appeared without warning. Mutants! Mutants! It must be mutants. Oh heavens, are these mutants exacting revenge on society? As they dashed about, shouting, they had already surmised the truth. The tornado that had materialized out of thin air was undoubtedly a product of human manipulation. When the tempest subsided, another member of the Brotherhood of Mutants made an entrance. Alongside the White Queen, Emma Frost. One must admit, the longevity granted by mutant gene alterations is quite remarkable. The character known as Quicksilver appeared to be a man in his 50s, while the White Queen, naturally, was a mature beauty in her 30s. Jean Grey. The White Queen sauntered towards Wanda and her companions with a feline grace, her smile inviting as she purred, "Oh my, Three lovely ladies. How delightful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Emma, Wanda, Lorna, Jean Grey. Though taken aback by Emma's sudden appearance, the two were primarily on guard. However, Lorna remained unfazed. After all, Emma posed no threat to them. Please do not be alarmed. I am merely here to seek Jean Grey and to extend an invitation for her to join our Brotherhood. What say you, Jean? Would you care to join us? It is a haven for mutants, a sanctuary for our kind. No one shall bully you, nor cast judgment upon you. Come home, to our home. Emma's voice was laced with seduction, reminiscent of how Professor X and Magneto had once lured away numerous mutants with a simple promise of belonging. For mutants, the concept of home holds immense significance. Most have been abandoned and yearn for a place to belong. A home brings warmth and family, a fulfillment of their deepest desires. Even the professor had been unable to persuade Wanda to join him. How could Emma, arriving a day late, succeed? Jean Grey had already found her home. She sought nothing more than to live each day in peace. Thus, she shook her head resolutely and replied, I'm sorry, but I already have a home, and I am quite happy there. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind offer, even though I remain uncertain about your organization and its intentions. Jean's rejection was straightforward, catching Emma off guard, though it was somewhat anticipated. Emma's smile faded, for no one takes kindly to being turned away. She regarded them coldly, her voice dropping to a menacing tone. You so easily dismiss my offer. Do you not fear for your friend's safety? With that, her gaze flickered between Lorna and Wanda, the implied threat palpable to all who were not blind. The author released several chapters in quick succession, sighing as he did so. Chapter 75, Eliminate Quicksilver. Magneto emerges. Emma Frost's behavior revealed that their intelligence was rather outdated, for they were entirely unaware of the formidable woman by Chen Xi's side. Only S, H, I, E, L, D, and Tony Stark were privy to Lorna's immense power. Other organizations and individuals remained oblivious. Lorna rarely revealed her strength, thus her capabilities were largely unknown. As Wanda and Jean perceived Emma's readiness for confrontation, they too felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, the enemy remained unknown, and they were but two. Lorna, are you ready? Wanda asked anxiously. Of course, Lorna responded, calm and composed as she regarded Emma. Shall we engage? Are we afraid of them? Emma, resolute in her determination to take Jean Grey away, hardened her heart. Without further ado, she decided to forcibly abduct her. After all, dealing with a girl who had yet to fully awaken her powers would be child's play. Buzz. With swift resolve, Emma immediately employed her telepathy, albeit at a mere third-tier level, which rendered her slightly inferior. An invisible wave enveloped Jean Grey, leaving no time for anyone to react. Effortlessly, her mental energy penetrated the depths of Jean's mind, preparing to hypnotize her and take her away. However, upon delving into Jean's consciousness, she was instantly struck with terror and confusion. A horrifying aura locked onto her, conveying the message, remain still or face death. Before her appeared a creature resembling a terrifying divine bird, radiating brilliance that surpassed the sun, boundless and overwhelming. Even a mere glance at its blinding light scorched her, as if engulfed in flames. The White Queen's mental energy evaporated like frost under the sun, leaving not a trace behind. Her entire brain felt as if it had been struck by a colossal, searing flame, resulting in excruciating pain. You. A terrified Emma widened her eyes and pointed at Jean Grey, frantically shouting, clearly at a loss for words. She was genuinely frightened, believing she was on the brink of death. In the presence of such an awe-inspiring divine bird, she felt utterly insignificant. Even a fleeting glance from it nearly stopped her heart. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. She had no inkling of the powers this girl had awakened, even those she had encountered, such as Sebastian Shaw, Magneto, and the Professor, would falter before such a being. Yet at this moment, Jean's mental state was exceptionally unstable. She trembled violently, her brow furrowed in agony as she crouched on the ground, groaning in pain. Jean, what's wrong? Are you in pain? Wanda called to her anxiously. It seemed she had been stimulated into an early awakening. After remarking, number 18 fixed a disapproving gaze on Emma, ready to eliminate this woman at any moment. Just then, a fierce tidal wave approached, glaring at the three women. Should he forcibly take Jean Grey away? They were merely ordinary women, incapable of obstructing them. He believed this was the perfect opportunity, dismissing ordinary mortals entirely. Life or death was but a thought away for him. Such words were uttered without hesitation. Completely disregarding the women, yet he would pay a substantial price for such arrogance. Seeking death. With a cold snort, number 18 activated his super speed. As if time itself had ceased, freezing everything in place. All around them, including Wanda, Emma, and Tidal Wave, were immobilized, with only Jean Grey unaffected. No one could impede the Phoenix Force. Number 18 slowly approached Tidal Wave, executing a swift and decisive kick, which resounded with a crack. Something seemed to shatter. He then turned his attention to Tidal Wave's arms, snapping them mercilessly, producing 2 more cracks, utterly obliterating them. Next, he turned to his legs, applying the same ruthless technique, crushing them to smithereens with a single stomp. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The torrent neither roared nor collapsed in despair, nor did it feel the weight of utter defeat. As for Emma's predicament, the sly grin of the thief known as number 18 revealed her intentions. Doesn't this woman enjoy parading in her lingerie? Very well, let us indulge her. With a swift motion, 18 tore away her garments, tauntingly remarking, "Oh, you wish to flaunt your alluring form? Let the world behold your figure. How foolish one must be." Launching an attack without understanding the enemy's essence, 18 cast a scornful glance at Emma and her companion, dismissively snorting in disdain. Subsequently, she delightfully disengaged her rapid movement state, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. In that instant, as 18 ceased her rapid movement, a bone-chilling scream erupted from the torrent, followed by his abrupt loss of consciousness. Succumbing to blissful darkness, blood flowed profusely, and it seemed inevitable that he would not survive this folly. Indeed, the consequences of forced bravado were dire. Almost immediately following that anguished wail came another scream, one so piercing it threatened to deafen all in its vicinity. "Ah!" Emma exclaimed, transforming instantaneously into a resplendent diamond form to shield her modesty, casting a furious glare at 18. Her formidable mental prowess allowed her to sense that the source of her humiliation was none other than the grinning woman before her. "What are you staring at? Care to take a bite?" Emma challenged. "Aren't you the one who relishes strolling around in your underwear? Let your waves crash upon the world. No need to thank me. Simply call me Thunderbolt." 18 unleashed a barrage of taunts, nearly reducing Emma to a state of embarrassment and despair. How could she ever show her face again? Infuriated, Emma trembled with rage, pointing accusingly at 18. Can't you fight like a true warrior? What sort of hero resorts to such tactics?" 18, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "I beg your pardon, but true heroes are those who sacrifice. I am but a petite woman, hee. Having followed Chen Xi for so long, she had become quite the verbal combatant, while Emma, hailing from a wealthy lineage, was ill-equipped for such verbal exchanges. Emma, overwhelmed with anger, was brought to tears. It was simply too much. The audience, realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted in excitement. This was a battle of mutants. The crowd exploded in fervor as a colossal diamond figure materialized before them, dazzling their eyes with its brilliance. Snap! Snap! They whipped out their phones, capturing the extraordinary sight. Mutants were rare, and a humanoid diamond had never been witnessed before. Now that the two phenomena were combined, if they did not seize the moment, when would they? Get away. Emma fumed, her temper flaring. Was this a grand public spectacle? Would she forever be recognized wherever she went? The thought sent her spiraling into despair. Perhaps the only solution was to consider self-destruction. "Ah, remarkable. Truly remarkable." A sudden voice of admiration broke through the chaos. The crowd looked up to see a figure descending from the heavens, clad in a helmet and exuding a striking presence. His entrance was nothing short of spectacular, eclipsing all others. Pietro? Wanda did not recognize this flamboyant character, but she immediately identified her brother. No wonder this young man suddenly vanished. It turns out he has been entangled with the mutants of the Brotherhood. "Wanda? What brings you here?" Quicksilver instantly recognized his sister. "Oh dear, everyone is here. What a coincidence." Suddenly, a faint voice wafted into the ears of all present, dripping with a nonchalant arrogance. Chapter 3. The author has gone to work and feels weary. Chapter 76. Magneto takes action. Let us play along. The voice was soft yet magnetic, as casual as a conversation among old friends. Though the distance should have rendered it inaudible, it felt as though it whispered directly into each person's ear. The speaker was none other than Chen Xi. The Red Queen had informed him long ago that the atmosphere here was abuzz with excitement, with both expected and unexpected guests in attendance. Iron Man? Oh my goodness. Iron Man. Ha ha ha, the superhero Iron Man has arrived. But wait, that voice doesn't belong to Iron Man. It sounds distinctly younger. I noticed too, it's not Tony. Could it be that Iron Man has formed his own team? With a plethora of criminal activities, it's understandable that Iron Man might be overwhelmed. Ha. Does that mean we have a chance to join in? The crowd erupted with fervor upon seeing the golden-red iron armor. Their enthusiasm ignited. Tony Stark was their guardian deity. The realization that it wasn't Tony Stark sent their imaginations soaring. Could they also be part of something greater? Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes pointed and shouted, "Holy cow! That's Magneto. My God, it truly is him, the notorious villain Magneto. This is bad. It's dangerous. Magneto can control metal, which puts Iron Man in peril. Iron Man, run. Get away. Magneto can manipulate metal. You are no match for him." The onlookers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. They recognized Magneto. That individual was just an eccentric. That was Magneto's iconic helmet. Even after decades of relative quiet, the shadows of the past and the names of the renowned are not easily erased. Consequently, everyone urged Iron Man to retreat. Their armored suits were far too fragile in the presence of Magneto. With a mere flick of his wrist, the armored suits could be crumpled as easily as paper. At that moment, even Chen Xi was astonished by the overwhelming fan base of this notoriously difficult character. It appears that the free-spirited America truly reveres individual heroism. This could yield fruitful narratives in the future. He understood that the armored suit was no match for Magneto. He certainly did not wish to see such a fine piece of technology rendered useless. Red Queen, control the iron armor and take it back, he instructed. With that, he teleported out of the armored suit, for there were no tools here to dismantle it. Yes, Master, the Red Queen responded, immediately taking command of the iron armor to depart. Oh my goodness, he's Asian. So handsome. Are you blind? That's Iron Man Tony Stark's cousin from the Dragon Nation. Nonsense. You're the one who's blind. Tony is much older than him. If you had even a kindergarten-level education, you wouldn't struggle to comprehend the news. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. As the crowd focused their attention, they realized this was the enigmatic figure from the news, the one known as Tony's cousin. This revelation was undeniable. If he were not related to Tony Stark, how could he possess a suit of armor akin to Iron Man's? Gradually, they began to believe. At that moment, their attention shifted to the unfolding events. For they recognized this cousin from the Dragon Kingdom was indeed extraordinary, possessing the legendary mystical arts of his homeland. Over the past few years, they had been inundated with the cultural output of Dragon Kingdom web literature, with numerous websites profiting handsomely from the translation of these online stories. After consuming so much, it was only natural to indulge in fantasies. If someone could write such tales, perhaps they had truly witnessed such wonders. Much like their assumption that all Dragon Kingdom people were adept in martial arts. Chen Xi? Indeed, he should not be underestimated. His mutant abilities were astonishingly vast. Upon the sudden appearance of Chen Xi, Magneto felt a weight in his heart. This individual defied conventional reasoning, frequently unveiling a new mutant power. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How wonderful it would be to lead their kind. Who could dare to bully mutants then? They would no longer have to scurry like mice in the shadows. Children could live like normal kids, free from abandonment and discrimination, for the vast majority of mutants were indeed fragile. He was now truly aged, over 80 years old. And though he appeared to be in his 50s, both he and Charles were utterly exhausted. Having dwelled in darkness for half a century, their hearts were already riddled with scars. Hearing Magneto's lament, Chen Xi merely smiled noncommittally. I possess much more than you realize. You will soon find out. Chen Xi had no intention of confronting him directly. He merely stood at a different vantage point to pursue varied endeavors. Is that so? I await the revelation, Magneto replied. His gaze steady, as frightening magnetic forces began to coalesce in his palms. As the leader of the Brotherhood, he could not remain indifferent while his subordinates were incapacitated. Magneto. This is not the place for a confrontation. You wouldn't wish for a war between mutants and humans, would you? Chen Xi remarked coolly. Indeed, this is the city center. Let us battle at Train Park in the outskirts. Magneto suddenly proposed. Very well, as you wish. Chen Xi replied with a smile. Perceiving it as a gift presented to him, he then turned to number 18 and instructed, Lily, take Jean Grey directly to the outskirts. Do not return home. I will be back shortly. Be careful, the women expressed their concern. Rest assured. Chen Xi replied confidently. Quicksilver wished to speak with Wanda, but the moment was not right. Time was on their side. Grabbing Magneto, they accelerated into motion, reaching Train Park in mere seconds, with Chen Xi naturally following close behind. The onlookers on Fifth Avenue experienced mixed emotions, some disappointment, some relief, having narrowly escaped a thrilling battle but preserving their lives. In the park on the outskirts, the time to engage had come. Magneto's eyes sharpened as he swiftly gestured, causing several steel spears to soar through the sky like arrows, targeting Chen Xi. Unhurried. Chen Xi had no intention of hastily concluding the confrontation. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded the oncoming steel spears, and then with a casual grasp, he seized one that had narrowly missed him. In the next moment, the steel spear transformed into a frozen javelin, hurtling directly towards Magneto's body. While he lacked the ability to control metal, he could freeze it and thus exert control in his own manner. However, Magneto proved to be quite formidable. As the frozen javelin came to an abrupt halt just 3 meters from him, with a resounding crash, the steel, nearly shattered by the freezing, was instantaneously obliterated into a myriad of fragments by his magnetic force. Quite impressive, old man. Chen Xi smiled faintly, then focused intently, extending his right hand and grasping at the void. An endless radiance of translucent light gradually coalesced, tinged with a shade of blood red in the setting sun. Go. With a soft command, countless ice spikes surged towards Magneto, filling the air with their presence. In an instant, an unending array of sharp ice spikes surrounded Magneto, seemingly leaving him with no escape. Yet, he remained unperturbed, swiftly elevating his body, and with a fierce grip of his hand. The metal pipes in the ground deformed instantly under his influence. Chen Xi directed the ice spikes to change course rapidly. Just as a tremendous iron wall formed before Magneto with a thunderous crash, the sound of relentless impacts echoed, yet the iron wall only bore small dents, leaving Magneto unscathed. Humph, he truly is the leader of the Brotherhood. Chen Xi snorted coldly. Leading mutants for so many years is no trivial feat. Many claim it has nothing to do with the Infinity Stones, but the author assures that within 5 chapters, a space stone will be integrated, leading to a grand plot twist that you could never anticipate. Chapter 77. Your king is not me. Since the adversary resorted to an iron wall, it was straightforward to counter. Having previously experimented with carbon roasting, today, Chen Xi intended to carbon roast Magneto. He was determined to see if this old fellow could withstand it. Chen Xi produced a lighter, and with a swift flick, a dragon of fire erupted, charging towards the iron fortress. Boom! The fire dragon coiled around it like a celestial creature emerging from the sea, yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Xi, harnessing the lighter, unleashed a continuous stream of fire dragons upon the metallic shell. 1, 2, 3, 10. With nearly limitless stamina, Chen Xi felt no fear. However, observing the troublesome situation, he grew frustrated. The temperature was far too low for mere mortal flames. Yet, the accumulation of such flames enveloped the metallic shell, generating heat that was far from comfortable. The thermal conductivity of metal is quite remarkable. Despite the modest temperature of the flames, they caused Magneto to break into a sweat, his entire being nearly steaming. The moment he could no longer endure, Magneto forcefully tore away at the metallic shell, bursting forth. His appearance was nothing short of pitiful. His dark red battle attire drenched as if he had emerged from water. No, he resembled someone pulled from a pool. His face flushed crimson, his eyes blinked incessantly. For water dripped from his helmet, which he dared not remove. One could hardly help but find humor in the sight. He was akin to a boiled lobster. Magneto inhaled the fresh air from outside greedily, akin to a dehydrated fish that has discovered a small pond, nearly suffocating him. Ha 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 ha. The young man possesses a remarkable prowess. Old man was hunched over, gasping for breath, his brow furrowed as he regarded Chen Xi. His gaze was laden with apprehension, envy, but more surprisingly, an admiration and hope. He embodied the future of mutants, the hope for their kind. Should he choose to embrace the entire mutant population, he would undoubtedly take a back seat alongside Charles, venerating him as their king. Let him ascend to the throne of mutants. Although Chen Xi could not glean anything useful from Magneto's mind, he comprehended the essence of his gaze. It was a reflection of boundless expectation and the anticipation of a radiant future for mutants. Magneto was not mistaken, nor were ordinary people. This was the law of nature. Elimination. Elimination. An endless cycle of elimination. Just as Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals, Homo sapiens triumphed while Neanderthals vanished. Meeting Magneto's expectant gaze, Chen Xi spoke slowly. Eric, your aspirations shall eventually come to fruition, but the one to fulfill them may not necessarily be me. It could be Wanda, or perhaps Charles's son, David, or Jean Grey. This is not a cinematic universe. We do not require the audience's endorsement or the nation's approval. They will not stand idly by as mutants face extinction. Chen Xi's words struck Magneto like a thunderclap, leaving him bewildered. Did Charles, that insufferable rock, truly have a son? How could that be? Are you certain? Magneto inquired, incredulity etched across his face. Indeed. This is the future, Chen Xi replied calmly, nodding. Ha ha ha. Marvelous. The mutants are saved. Magneto erupted into mad laughter, feeling that even if he were to die at that moment, he would have no regrets, as long as mutants thrived. He chose to place his faith in Chen Xi, for he recognized that this young man had exhibited an astonishing array of abilities since his emergence. Perhaps this foresight was merely one of his talents, and he had no reason to deceive him. So, shall we continue fighting? Chen Xi asked, observing Magneto's manic demeanor with a light chuckle. No more fighting. No more. I concede. Magneto waved his hands repeatedly. He understood he was no match for Chen Xi. Very well, I have a suggestion. You should converse with Charles's X-Men, after all. Many crises await us in the future, and it is inconvenient for me to discuss them, given their encounter. He did not wish for mutants to engage in futile battles amongst themselves, endlessly depleting their strength. Unity is strength, otherwise they would be picked off one by one, and his presence in the pond would be entirely for naught. What crises? Magneto inquired, a sense of urgency creeping into his heart. Alien invasions, genetically modified foods. Chen Xi replied nonchalantly. These were matters he was aware of. The nation was fervently producing genetically modified foods, resulting in a complete lack of new mutants. With each loss, the population dwindled like a frog slowly boiled in water. Alien invasions? Genetically modified foods? The preceding matters were manageable. Yet the subsequent discussion regarding genetically modified foods revealed a truly sinister truth, one that was unprecedented. Upon hearing this, Magneto's expression hardened, and a murderous intent surfaced. He could scarcely fathom such a dire outcome. It was imperative that he consult Charles, for this was a matter of great significance affecting the entire mutant community, far beyond the scope of a solitary decision. Thank you, Chen Xi. Without your insight, I cannot even begin to imagine the calamity and blow that awaited us. Magneto expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Chen Xi for unveiling this crucial information. No need for thanks. Our fates are intertwined, and I would never allow you to tread the path of annihilation, Chen Xi contemplated, recognizing that you were akin to a reservoir of potential. The future of mutants was brimming with possibilities, an endless wellspring of power. I simply cannot allow your downfall. Of course, this sentiment was a secret known only to him. Eager to confer with Charles, Magneto hastily bid farewell with a firm handshake, allowing Quicksilver to escort him away. Quicksilver, with his youthful vigor, traversed the distance with remarkable speed. As he watched Magneto depart, Chen Xi broke into a wide grin. Double good fortune. Who could have anticipated such exhilarating developments? The rapid acquisition of extraordinary abilities felt akin to the thrilling scenes that captivated countless moviegoers. He too aspired to be a figure of spectacle. The Golden Gate Bridge? Surely. A visit there was in order. To forego it would be to disregard the countless cinematic hints that beckoned him. System, commence extraction, Chen Xi eagerly commanded. Beep. Detecting the character Magneto, Eric. Would you like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction will cost 1 million points. Extract. Beep. deducting 1 million points from the host. Commencing extraction. Please hold on. Beep. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Magneto's helmet, which grants resistance to mental perception. Splutter. The system's announcement caused Chen Xi to spew forth a mouthful of blood. What the blazes? 1 million points for this worthless trinket? 1 million. Continue. Chen Xi growled through gritted teeth, the frustration evident in his voice. After all, he was the chosen one. How could misfortune plague him so? Beep. Host. A forced extraction will require double the point deduction. Beep. Deducting 2 million points from the host. Commencing extraction. Please hold on. Beep. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to control magnetic fields. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate, Chen Xi replied, his earlier excitement now extinguished. 2 million points had vanished in an instant. Chapter 78. Integration of Magnetic Control. Captain America has arrived. Beep. Commencing integration for the host. Please hold on. This integration took longer than anticipated, as the potency of abilities often dictated the duration. Mastery over electromagnetic forces, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, was a monumental feat. After a full 10 minutes, the integration was finally complete. Beep. Magnetic control integration successful. Please check for yourself. Beep. Detecting the character Quicksilver, Pietro. Would you like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction will cost 500,000 points. Having just extracted from Magneto, it was now time to extract from Quicksilver. Extract, Chen Xi declared promptly. Ding. 50,000 points have been deducted from the host's account, and the extraction process has commenced. Please hold on. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of high-speed movement. Would you like to merge it? Let us proceed with the fusion. Ding. Initiating the fusion process for the host. Please wait. Ding. Detection indicates the host possesses super speed capabilities. The fusion of both abilities is now underway. Please be patient. Once again, the system fell silent, as this fusion would take considerable time due to the combination of 2 powers. After nearly 10 minutes, the system finally spoke. Ding. High-speed movement fusion successful. Please check for yourself. This time, it was flawless. Yet another 2 abilities gained. How delightful. If only it hadn't cost an extra 100,000. Let us try the sensation of magnetic control, he chuckled to himself, feeling an eager thrill. This was one of the abilities he believed could truly impress others. Without hesitation, he reached out towards the metal fragments scattered on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they began to gather before him. It was exhilarating, whatever he wished for. They obeyed his command. Zing, zing. Chen Xi used his mental power to manipulate the metal, which began to reshape itself as if molten steel were being poured into a mold. Within the next several seconds, all the metallic scraps had fused into a colossal sword. 5 meters long and 1 meter wide, in shades of dark gray. Chen Xi leaped onto the giant sword, guiding it to slowly ascend into the air. He grinned, exclaiming, "Let us go. Today we shall be sword immortals, flying on our swords." Whoosh. Chen Xi commanded the giant sword to soar swiftly, gliding among the clouds, truly embodying the essence of a transcendent swordmaster. Was he not fulfilling his dream of becoming a sword immortal? Roaming the world with a sword. He yearned to witness the splendor of life. As the giant sword hovered aloft, New York erupted in excitement. Even in the twilight, they marveled at the sight. Immortal! Immortal! A god from the east. They exclaimed. Oh my! What the novels from the Dragon Kingdom said is indeed true. A sword immortal. A sword immortal. This is what a sword immortal looks like. Laughter erupted. Indeed a sword immortal. I must journey to the Dragon Kingdom. I want to learn. Take me with you. As Chen Xi soared across the sky on his sword, the crimson clouds enhanced the dreamlike quality of the moment, the evening glow casting an ethereal aura around him. Unbeknownst to him, the following day, tickets to the Dragon Kingdom had completely sold out. Even those for a month later were gone. No matter the destination within the Dragon Kingdom, they were all snatched up. Meanwhile, the footage captured sparked a wave of excitement across the nation. Searching for immortals. Let us seek out immortals in the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xi was oblivious to the monumental stir his appearance had caused. Had he known, he would have soared through the skies several more times. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel is now open. The host may review it at will. Host Chen Xi, age, 22, level, subcelestial father, physique, frost giant physique, abilities, water manipulation, within a 10-kilometer radius, ice manipulation, down to minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire manipulation, up to 1000 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, second only to primal adamantium and vibranium. Instantaneous teleportation, within Earth, supersonic movement, 2,000 kilometers per second. Super healing, any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy, magnetic control. Items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem. 1 umbrella high factory. Subordinates, android number 18, Terminator. Points, 7, 9 million. Bioenergy, 3, 850 points. While soaring through the skies, Chen Xi glanced at his status panel, reassessing his points and capabilities. His movement speed had doubled, and with the enhancement of his telepathic abilities, his fire manipulation had also advanced. Most importantly, he had acquired magnetic control. Once he mastered it, he could unleash powers akin to Magneto's. After all, his physical prowess and mental acuity far surpassed that of Magneto, resulting in a significant difference in the manifestation of his abilities. With a swift motion, he sheathed his grand sword and set off to find Jean Grey. This young girl had recently awakened and might have wreaked havoc upon the land. He pulled out his phone and dialed number 18. Lolly, where are you? Master. We are at Queen's Forest Park. You will sense us upon your arrival. Lolly quickly responded with their location. Queen's Forest Park? In an instant, Chen Xi appeared, following the unique fluctuations of the magnetic field until he located them. At that moment, Jean Grey had quieted down, but the surrounding flora and fauna bore the brunt of her uncontrollable telekinesis, leaving destruction in its wake. Master, you've arrived. We are uncertain whether this girl has fully awakened, so we dared not approach her, one of the girls explained. Indeed, her activity is too intense. Fortunately, we are deep within the forest, otherwise we would have been discovered long ago. Upon seeing Chen Xi, the 2 girls rushed towards him like fledglings returning to their nest. They were at a loss for what to do, merely watching anxiously. The moment Chen Xi appeared, they felt reassured. It's all right. It's all right. Let me take a look. He consoled, gently pinching their cheeks before making his way toward Jean Grey. Confirming her awakening was a straightforward task. He approached the quietly seated Jean Grey, slowly placing his hand atop her small head, and indeed, he received his answer. Ding. Detected the character Phoenix, Jean Grey. Would you like to extract her abilities or items? Extraction cost, 5 million points. The system promptly provided its response. However, Chen Xi was taken aback. What a scam, extracting once for 5 million points. Does that mean I can only gamble once? Get lost. What if I end up extracting telekinesis or telepathy? I would be left utterly destitute. Points are hard to come by. What if I encounter an enticing ability? Thus, he resolutely declined. No extraction. Subsequently, he addressed Wanda and her companion, saying, There is nothing to worry about. She has awakened, though her mental and physical stamina has been significantly depleted. A period of rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, the 2 women sighed in relief, their hearts lightened. As long as she is fine, that's what matters. They swiftly lifted Jean Grey and teleported back to their grand residence, which was now fit for habitation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a satellite phone pierced the air. Chen Xi's heart raced. He knew Captain America had been located. Chapter 79. The emergence of Captain America, igniting a national frenzy. Hello, boss. We've found the person who was frozen in ice, just as you mentioned. We are preparing to return, but we will be heading back to the port of Maple Leaf Country to retrieve this frozen individual. Unfortunately, flying is not an option this time. We will drive back to America, which will likely take us 4 to 5 days to reach New York. Bowen quickly relayed his plans over the phone. No, that's unnecessary. I will provide you with the exact coordinates. I will arrive immediately. Since they had already located him, what was there to wait for? Time was of the essence. However, Bowen was momentarily taken aback and confirmed, Boss, could you please repeat that? Did I hear correctly? You will arrive immediately? You heard correctly. I mean I will arrive at once. Just share your coordinates with me, Chen Xi reiterated. All right, boss. I feel as though you're jesting, but I shall defer to the whims of fortune. as you are the boss, after all. Goodness. I must be losing my mind to believe someone could teleport thousands of kilometers, Bowen mumbled, shrugging as he eventually provided Chen Xi with the coordinates. Do not blink, Chen Xi said with a mysterious smile. I won't blink, Bowen replied, suppressing his laughter, fully engaging with Chen Xi, convinced this was merely a game. Just as he was grinning at his phone, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. With a clatter, the phone fell from his grasp. Damn it, boss? I can't be dreaming, can I? He pinched himself hard. The sharp pain confirmed that this was not a dream. It was reality. Oh my God, boss. You must be a deity from the Dragon Kingdom, right? No, wait. You must be a celestial being. How else could you arrive so promptly? Bowen was now so excited he could hardly articulate his thoughts, bouncing energetically with astonishment shining in his eyes. Hey, everyone, come quick. Our boss is a celestial being, a deity, Bowen exclaimed, hopping onto the deck and shouting towards the nearby cargo ships. What are you talking about, boss? Are you pulling our leg again? One crew member laughed. Indeed, he is far away in America, just toying with us. Huh, the boss must be dreaming. The crew members teased, dismissing Bowen's enthusiasm. Damn it, open your eyes and look behind me, Bowen shouted in frustration, causing the crew to pause and turn toward the sound. Oh my God, it truly is the boss, they exclaimed in disbelief. No way, the boss was right. He is indeed a celestial being from the Dragon Kingdom. Boss, do you still take disciples? It is said that in the Dragon Kingdom, they do not accept foreign disciples, and their methods are not to be divulged. The astonishing sight of Chen Xi has truly left them in awe, exclaiming that a celestial being has arrived. My friends, we must believe in science. How could there possibly be celestial beings in this world? It is sheer nonsense. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he stored the frozen Steve away and gracefully departed, leaving behind a flurry of astonished gasps. The owner must think us blind. In the grand mansion, Chen Xi appeared in an instant, and under the scrutinizing gazes of Wanda and her companion, he directly descended into the basement. Observing the empty space, Chen Xi waved his hand, releasing a chilling aura, conjuring ice from thin air. The temperature in the basement plummeted visibly, soon dropping below freezing. With a soft thud, Chen Xi gently placed Steve on the ground, ensuring he was settled safely, for he must not be damaged. After all, Steve is a valuable asset, and he deserves to fetch a handsome price. As for attempting to seize the cosmic cube himself, that would be beneath his dignity. Oh, Steve, if only you had seen the light of day 2 years earlier. You ought to thank me. Otherwise, you would still be languishing in darkness, Chen Xi murmured to the frozen Steve, contemplating how to maximize his value. Red Queen. If we extract his blood, could we perhaps clone super soldiers? The Overseer, not necessarily, but the probability of success is quite low. His body is a result of acquired mutation, not innate attributes. Nevertheless, his blood still holds significant potential. It could aid us in exploring how to enhance the efficacy of the viral serum to amplify human capabilities. After a brief calculation, Red Queen realized the chances of success were minuscule, and the practical utility of a super soldier was negligible. The symbolic significance far outweighed its actual power. Once her virus is fully operational, it would utterly surpass the so-called super soldiers. Hearing this, Chen Xi felt no disappointment. It was merely an ancillary consideration, and he did not particularly need a super soldier. This is the real world. Could one truly expect an enhancement akin to a 50-50 chance for Steve? If that were the case, Chen Xi would have no words left. There are no directors imposing forced narratives here, nor any awkward attempts at establishing a 50-50 scenario. A protagonist with merely a ton of strength? Even a Siberian tiger could deliver a strike of that magnitude. Should he forcibly remove Steve's vibranium shield? Chen Xi pondered. If not for that artifact, would he be rendered ineffective? Let it be, just a piece of vibranium. Red Queen, would you fetch a container and a blood extraction syringe? Certainly, Overseer. Red Queen, now controlling the steel armor, retrieved a set of tools that had been prepared long ago. She had long set her sights on Steve. One could only say that it is somewhat tragic for Steve to be targeted by Chen Xi. Slumbering in ice? An opportunity from the heavens descends. Chen Xi cautiously manipulated the ice to create a minuscule incision, then, using magnetism, gently guided the needle beneath the frost. With a sharp puncture, the needle pierced the artery in his arm, crafted from a secondary adamantium alloy. His skin is indeed resilient, but it is not significantly more defensive than that of an ordinary person. Everything proceeded smoothly. Steve's blood was drawn by Chen Xi, totaling an impressive 800 milliliters. For an ordinary individual, such a significant loss would likely have resulted in fainting due to excessive hemorrhage. However, for Steve, it was still manageable. Naturally, this was not within Chen Xi's considerations. His sole focus was to sell Steve to Nick Fury, disregarding all else. The incision was expertly sealed. Everything so seamlessly executed that the tiny pinhole was virtually undetectable, having long since healed. Meanwhile, Red, now in control of major portals, disseminated the news of Captain America. Steve Rogers, still being alive. This was a moment of jubilation for the American populace, a celebration that their superhero and national icon yet lived. As Chen Xi spoke, a cunning smile crept across his face, reveling in the twisted charm of orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Following his instructions, Red employed specialized scanning beams to reveal the ice encasing Steve, capturing clear images. Just then, during the evening break when everyone had clocked out, a terrifying event unfolded. All television stations and major websites were seized. The ensuing chaos ignited a frenzy across America, eventually resonating around the globe. Chapter 80, The Cosmic Cube in hand. The front pages of television stations and major portals displayed chillingly clear photographs. The images themselves were not frightening, but their content evoked a deep sense of dread. Are you still disillusioned and complaining about the absence of superheroes in this world? No. The American superhero, the nation's guardian, Captain America, Steve Rogers, is still alive. Heroes require rescue, and only the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics can save him. Let everyone spring into action. The hero once saved America, and now the hero awaits our rescue. However, the dozen or so photographs of Steve revealed a pallid complexion, casting doubt on whether he was truly alive. Yet, regardless of his condition, even if merely a lifeless body, it must be reclaimed, for he is a hero. At that moment, under the cloak of night, the fervor of the people was ignited. They may not understand what the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics entails, but they recognized it as an official American organization. Crowds surged into streets and alleys, orderly waving flags and chanting, "We demand our superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. No matter the cost, we must welcome back the hero's body." Is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics poised to betray America? Please, take action. Various slogans plunged New York and the entire nation into a state of frenzy. The influence of Captain America, Steve Rogers, was monumental. Even the highest councils convened an emergency meeting, unable to fathom the consequences if they failed to retrieve Steve in accordance with the people's will. Would they risk losing their heads to the wrath of the enraged populace? Outside, the streets swelled with an ocean of furious citizens. Speculation abounded. Was this all a result of the incompetence of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Or was it their inaction? Under the malicious influence of those with ulterior motives, rumors have spread like wildfire, encompassing all manner of speculation. The current Parliament's approval rating has plummeted by 10 points, revealing the shadowy figures behind this orchestrated chaos, particularly those in opposition. In the emergency meeting room, everyone gathered, regardless of their busy schedules, as the situation demanded immediate attention. Nick Fury, a voice thundered amidst the uproar outside. It is widely rumored that your Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau has failed in its duties. What do you have to say in your defense? The atmosphere grew tense as the assembled elders turned their scrutinizing gazes upon Nick Fury, who seemed to be a source of constant concern for them. Indeed, Nick Fury, what do you have to say? They pressed. Certainly, where there is smoke, there is fire. They murmured, suggesting that this debacle must be linked to his bureau. Regardless of the circumstances, he was expected to provide a resolution. Before Fury could offer an explanation, the elder statesman seized the opportunity to shift blame onto him. After all, someone had to take the fall, and how fortuitous that the gossip implicated them directly. Clearing his throat, Fury rose and surveyed the room filled with cunning old foxes, his expression one of disdain. Ah, so this matter has indeed pointed fingers at our S. H-I-E-L-D. Oh, and I must inform you, we have rebranded. I assure you, by tomorrow, I will have solved this case. And I already have my suspicions about the perpetrator. I kindly ask that you inform the public that SHIELD will ensure everyone's safety. We are their guardians. Fury asserted with unwavering conviction, knowing that if he showed any signs of weakness, these old foxes would relentlessly pursue him. The room fell silent. Their prepared excuses and schemes to install their own allies had vanished before their eyes. Every avenue of retreat had been blocked. And Fury was not playing by the established rules. Well then, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. After all, I must retrieve Captain Steve Rogers' remains. Fury declared with a scoff as he turned to exit. Oh, and I apologize for any disappointment I may have caused you. Pausing at the door, he turned back to address everyone, his words laced with biting sarcasm. The faces of those present shifted in color, a blend of indignation and frustration evident in their expressions. SHIELD fell under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, and they could not overtly intervene, leaving them to covertly position their own operatives. Thus, the best opportunities slipped through their fingers. That night, it was destined that at least 300 to 400 million people would remain restless, unable to find solace in sleep. For the prospect lingered that the superhero Captain Steve Rogers might still be alive. After Fury departed, he hastened to the opulent estate of Chen Xi, knowing full well that this was the gift Chen had mentioned. However, he was unprepared for the magnitude of this gift, which almost overwhelmed him. Ding dong. The urgent ringing of the doorbell reflected Fury's anxiety. Open the door, Red. Yes, master, Red replied, promptly opening the door as Fury strode in with purpose. Anticipating Chen Xi's presence, Fury was not surprised. They were all astute individuals. Mr. Chen Xi, I must first see Steve's remains, Fury stated bluntly. Of course, follow me. Chen replied. Chen Xi did not hesitate. In business, one must allow the buyer to inspect the goods first. In the basement, Nick Fury encountered the ice-encased Steve Rogers. He scrutinized for a considerable time before confirming that this was indeed America's first superhero, Captain America. What do you want? Nick Fury inquired directly, foregoing any small talk. The Tesseract. Chen Xi replied. What? The Tesseract? Nick Fury exclaimed in surprise. How do you know the Tesseract is an SHIELD? Chen Xi laughed heartily. How do I know? There is nothing in this universe that I am unaware of. I even know about the communicator that Carol gave you. What else could possibly escape my knowledge? Well, that's true. Nick Fury reflected, realizing that the Tesseract was not exactly a secret. However, the Tesseract was exceedingly valuable. Let's negotiate another condition. Chen Xi shook his head. No? If I were to say that Steve is still alive, then what would he be worth? What? Really? Nick Fury, inherently suspicious, scoffed at the previous reports on television and the internet, never anticipating this to be true. Indeed, Chen Xi's response plunged Nick Fury into profound contemplation. On one side lay the Tesseract, an enigma they had studied for years without understanding its true nature as the Space Stone. On the other side stood the beloved Captain America, alive. Do you think the Avengers will be more effective with the Tesseract or with Steve? Chen Xi casually remarked. This statement was a revelation. Nick Fury instantly comprehended what he truly desired. Chen Xi understood well that in business, one must grasp the vulnerabilities of others. His words had deftly ensnared Nick Fury. I'll trade. I will return immediately with the Tesseract. The object was inert, but the man was alive. Nick Fury hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, he returned, bringing the Tesseract along with a sizable contingent of bodyguards. Here. He unceremoniously tossed the Tesseract to Chen Xi. Chen Xi suppressed his inner elation and accepted it, while Nick Fury immediately instructed his armed men to carefully lift Steve onto an armored truck equipped with a large freezer. With the Tesseract secured, everything was progressing according to plan. Chapter 81. The Grand Convergence of the 8 Space Stones. Nick Fury had hundreds of armed super agents escorting the ice-encased Steve Rogers, with agents running ahead to clear the way. This was very much in line with his persona. He was meticulous and sought to avoid any mistakes. Now, with the frozen superhero Captain America in tow, he was even more cautious. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was orchestrated by Alexander Pierce, who intentionally facilitated his ease. Had it not been for his orders, this cadre of agents would have long since sold Steve along the way. S-H-I-E-L-D was, in reality, more akin to Hydra, having been infiltrated to the core. While appearing exceptionally formidable, it was fundamentally the largest base of Hydra, and the oblivious Nick Fury remained self-satisfied, believing S-H-I-E-L-D to represent justice. Far away, Alexander Pierce was, of course, a cunning fox playing the role of the puppet master. Since Nick Fury refuses to comply, it would be prudent to eliminate him. The timing may not be right for a decisive action, but he has identified a more suitable candidate and intends to exploit Fury's capabilities. Pierce requires this obstinate individual to recruit Captain America, Steve Rogers, into S-H-I-E-L-D, subtly ingraining Steve within the organization. At that juncture, he could expel Fury from the picture and effortlessly acquire a national icon in the form of Steve. He firmly believes in Fury's competence and is confident that Steve is not one to follow orders. His loyalty lies solely with his country and its people. When Steve's allegiance is to the nation, controlling the organization equates to controlling Steve. Pierce's machinations resonate with clarity. The treacherous roads of the night are too perilous to traverse. They are fraught with chaos, and even their numerous agents cannot withstand the surging crowds. Thus, they scuttle through narrow alleyways, exhausting themselves in the process, filled with resentment towards that wretched individual. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated in his vehicle, cannot contain his laughter, envisioning himself alongside Steve, the nation's mightiest idol who could resist rallying such a team. Ha ha ha. Swapping an unmanageable Tesseract for a superlative mascot like Steve is an astute bargain. The more he contemplates, the more valuable it seems. He recognizes the Tesseract's immense worth yet chooses to trade it nonetheless. He is a man of practical sensibilities. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. On the other hand, Chen Xi toys with the Tesseract in his hand, reflecting on Nick Fury's eagerness as he scurries away. "Oh, Nick Fury, I am aiding you," Chen Xi murmurs to himself. The Tesseract, or Space Stone, is far beyond the grasp of mere mortals like them. It embodies the universe's most potent spatial laws, an infinite source of energy coveted by many. Earth cannot withstand such turmoil. An innocent child brandishing gold in the streets invites calamity. The planet itself is that child, while the Tesseract represents the gold. They cannot bear the burden of such cosmic artifacts without attracting countless seekers. However, now that it is in his possession, others will surely relent. Once it is within his grasp, it will never be relinquished. Chen Xi gazes intently at the Tesseract, which has captivated audiences in films, his gaze ensnared by its allure. The profound azure of the Tesseract unfolds before him like a miniature universe, filled with countless stars. The cosmos, adorned with twinkling lights, resembles pearls scattered across a jade platter. The Tesseract portrayed in films is merely a creation of humanity, yet the one he holds is real. He possesses a universe. After a prolonged moment, Chen Xi takes a deep breath, awakening from the awe inspired by the Tesseract. What beauty, what breathtaking wonder. Incomprehensible and all-encompassing, the starry expanse is beyond mere description. System. What should I do? Shatter the Tesseract? That would be an utter waste. Appreciation aside, he had exceedingly important matters to attend to. It was not merely the act of shattering the Tesseract in a fit of reckless abandon. More importantly, he needed to devise a way to attract Loki from this universe. Loki would undoubtedly arrive bearing the Mind Stone, and he had no desire to scour the cosmos in search of the errant Thanos. The Tesseract was an integral component of his plan, and it must not be compromised. Host, this is not a waste. It is a necessity to be shattered. Unless you possess the teleportation magic to extract the Space Stone, the system's words left Chen Xi somewhat exasperated. It was indeed a must to break it apart. He lacked the teleportation magic, but once he fused with the Space Stone, no matter the spatial magic, it would all pale in comparison. At that moment, the system spoke again. Host need not be troubled. The Tesseract is merely a crystallization of the energy leakage from the Space Stone and is, therefore, not particularly valuable. Once the fusion is complete, a mere fraction of energy will suffice for its restoration. With the power of the Super Space Stone, it will be a simple task. The system's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Chen Xi. Indeed, the Tesseract was merely a crystallization of the Space Stone's energy, easily manageable. Without hesitation, he proceeded to shatter the Tesseract. With a crisp crack, fragments scattered across the ground, revealing an even deeper, azure-hued elliptical space stone before his eyes. The space stone remained tranquil, devoid of energy input. It exhibited no aggression, lying quietly in repose. "System, what should I do now?" he inquired, uncertain of the next steps and reliant on the system's guidance. "Host, you simply need to extract those space stones. They will naturally attract and fuse with one another. They are all of the same origin, instinctively desiring to become more powerful," the system instructed. Following this advice, Chen Xi teleported to the depths of the desert, wary of potential energy leakage during the fusion that could obliterate his home. Once all was prepared, Chen Xi retrieved 7 equally deep azure space stones from the system's space. As he produced these 7 stones, it was as if an unseen force drew them together. The 8 stones began to rotate at an imperceptible speed. Chen Xi sensed it. They were exulting, and he could feel their instinctual joy. Kin. After 8 billion years of solitude across different universes, they had finally encountered their brethren. Their elation was palpable. Suddenly, the space stones, which had been swirling in a circular motion, abruptly came to a standstill. A resonating hum filled the air, a sign of their collective harmony, as if a unanimous decision had been reached. The 8 space stones began to emit a profound azure light, and all the luminescence converged among them. With the gathering of boundless divine light, a larger, almost transparent elliptical form was birthed. Then, the space stones exerted all their energy, pouring forth their essence. Boom! In a climactic finale, the 8 space stones erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. An infinite cloud of dust seemed to find its home, all at once surging towards the center of Chen Xi's brow. As if the heavens and the earth were newly formed, the infinitely dense singularity erupted in a tremendous explosion, giving birth to the universe. Subsequently, Chen Xi beheld their origins and witnessed all their experiences. Loneliness, only endless solitude. Great humanity, thank you for completing us. Please treat our hopes with kindness and purpose. No, do not allow our precious essence to gather dust. Friends, could you kindly assist me in promoting this book? Chapter 82, The Eruption of Superpowers, The Emergence of Ancient One. After the fusion of the 8 space gems, an unprecedented will was born at the pinnacle of their sublimation, marking their final resonance. All things can embody a will, yet for Chen Xi, the emergence of a will from the grand cosmic laws proved exceedingly challenging. The multiverse forbids such emergence, as it is a predetermined rule. They are too powerful. If they possessed a will, it would be truly terrifying. Who could discern whether it is evil or justice? Unexpectedly, you broke free from your shackles in the final moments, birthing the ultimate will. Chen Xi slowly opened his eyes, a tear tracing down his cheek. He felt the weight of endless solitude, a despair that had tormented them through infinite time. And he empathized deeply. Come, you must carry their will and persist in eternal existence. Chen Xi sighed, gently waving at the floating superspace gem before him. Whoosh! The superspace gem darted into Chen Xi's forehead like a swallow's returning home, finally finding its abode. Chen Xi's mental energy entered his consciousness, discovering the superspace gem standing quietly, gradually exhaling and inhaling blue light. He sensed that from this moment forth, he would continuously absorb the energy bestowed by the laws of space. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully merging the first infinite gem. You are rewarded with 5 million points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully merging the first infinite gem. You have awakened the ability of spatial transfer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully merging the first infinite gem. You have awakened the ability of spatial slicing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully merging the first infinite gem. You have awakened the ability of dimensional space. The superspace gem granted Chen Xi a series of 3 top-tier spatial abilities, a delightful surprise indeed. Having just begun to absorb spatial energy, one can only imagine the magnitude of power should he absorb even more in the future. Space reigns supreme, while time holds reverence. Such a mighty entity as the space gem has 5 brothers. In the Marvel Universe, the infinite gems are forged from the essence of 6 singularities, each containing boundless energy. Before the cosmic explosion, the universe had yet to be born, yet the gems already existed. What does this imply? These infinite gems are even older than the cosmos itself. The 6 infinite gems respectively govern the fundamental attributes of space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. They control the 6 laws of the Marvel Universe. And every major event within the Marvel films is intricately tied to these 6 infinite gems. It can be said that the 6 gems weave through the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Chen Xi still held a plethora of infinite gems in his hands. And the combined might of so many gems is beyond imagination. The essence of these infinite gems, when combined, yields a power that transcends mere numerical simplicity. Chen Xi eagerly anticipates whether the fusion of the 6 extraordinary infinite gems will culminate in a force akin to the heart of the universe. The Infinity Gauntlet. Comprised of these 6 gems, represents a multiverse-level artifact, albeit one with exceedingly low utilization. Yet here he stands with 50 or 60 gems at his disposal. Not to mention those inherent to his being. Lost in a reverie, Chen Xi stands in place, grinning foolishly, already envisioning a splendid existence. Who would dare to challenge him? After a considerable time, he finally rouses from his daydreams, wiping away the non-existent drool. It is then that he retrieves the super space gem, holding it in his hand. Gazing at it intently for a long moment until he resolves to act. Now is the time for you to unleash your potential. Let us manifest a cosmic cube. For this is your inaugural exertion, he declares. With that, Chen Xi begins to channel energy, guiding the super space gem to gently release a stream of energy into the recently shattered cosmic cube. Sizzle, crackle, under the influence of spatial energy. The fragmented cosmic cube gradually begins to coalesce once more. The spatial energy acts as an adhesive, rejoining the scattered pieces. In a short span, the cosmic cube is fully restored. Chen Xi examines the cube closely. It bears no discernible difference from its original form, exactly the same. Ah, Loki, come hither. I have prepared a splendid gift for you, Chen Xi remarks with a hint of mockery. Should Loki become aware of this artifact's existence, it would serve as a conduit to inform Thanos, who has long sought the cosmic cube. Would that not lead him to the Soul Stone? Delighted by this thought, he indulges in another moment of joy. System, please display the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel is now open. The host may review it at their leisure. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level. Subfather level physique. Frost giant physique abilities. Water manipulation, 10 kilometers radius. Ice manipulation, up to minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire manipulation, up to 1000 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, inferior to primordial adamantium and vibranium. Super speed 2,000 km per second. Super healing, any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy magnetic control spatial transfer. Within the solar system, spatial cutting, ordinary steel up to 10 centimeters. Dimensional space, covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers. Items, time gem, super space gem, reality gem, power gem, soul gem, mind gem, quantity unspecified. 1 umbrella hive factory subordinates. Android 18, Terminator points, 11,900. 000 biological energy, 3,850. The teleportation feature on the panel has transformed into spatial transfer, allowing not only for the transportation of individuals by holding hands, but also for the direct transmission of objects or people, all without any delay. No one can now govern his teleportation, for the super space gem dictates that all spatial laws must submit to its command. Although his innate spatial abilities may not be overwhelmingly powerful, the presence of the super space gem changes everything. Chen Xi also came across descriptions of the other 2 spatial abilities. Spatial slicing, akin to the spatial blade, is an elusive skill, essential for any shadowy figure. The dimensional space serves as a veritable prison, akin to a mirrored existence. He has the capacity to manipulate its size, entirely unaffected by the tangible world. This technique is solely designed to prevent enemies from escaping. Those ensnared are akin to fish in a barrel. Chen Xi was exceedingly pleased with such a gift, as he now possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, along with a means of retreat. After reviewing his acquisitions, Chen Xi cheerfully prepared to return home, aware that wandering aimlessly at night would invite trouble. Just as he thought this, he encountered a ghost. The Ancient One, having arrived, why resort to stealth? Chen Xi abruptly raised his gaze to a certain point in space, speaking calmly. With a crackle, the space fragmented, and a woman clad in a brown monk's robe, her head shaven, emerged slowly from the void. Chapter 83. I must strive relentlessly. The visitor was none other than the Ancient One, a nearly invincible supreme sorceress who met her demise due to special effects in the film. Who could possibly vanquish her unless she willed it? Or if her demise was merely a narrative device? Would Thanos dare to set foot on Earth to seize several gems? He would likely flee in disarray long before reaching the solar system. Even Dormammu, a singular cosmic overlord, was thwarted by the Ancient One from entering Earth for centuries. So what could a mere subdeity like the Purple Yam aspire to achieve? At that moment, the Ancient One approached with a gaze filled with compassion, as if the void itself formed steps for her to tread upon gracefully. The lineage of Earth's sorcerers is embodied in the Ancient One, who has encountered the youthful Infinite One. With her hands clasped, she inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect. "Ah, I have met the Ancient One," Chen Xi remarked. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain, so he refrained from adopting an arrogant demeanor. However, he was perplexed as to why the Ancient One referred to him as the Infinite One. "I find this quite confusing." Chen Xi inquired about this peculiar title. "I am neither of the Eternal race nor a follower of the Eternal." "Ah, the Infinite One? That title is confined to legends," the Ancient One replied, recalling ancient texts. "In countless universes, there exist innumerable parallel realities, each with a different version of you. In this universe, you are an ordinary individual. In others, perhaps a wealthy magnate, a general, a mutant, or even an extraterrestrial being. All versions of you may experience diverse fates and encounters, and every choice you make births a different you. Yet, you are different. You are the Infinite One." The Ancient One suddenly regarded Chen Xi with gravity. "In the vast expanse of parallel universes, there exists but one you. You possess infinite futures, infinite possibilities. However, your presence has irrevocably shattered the original timelines, propelling the fates of all into an unseen trajectory. Each individual has their own destiny. Yet you have altered theirs, thus disrupting the timeline." Upon hearing this, Chen Xi shrugged, unimpressed. "So what is your purpose? Do enlighten me." He was fully aware that the Ancient One's arrival must carry profound intent. Otherwise, had she simply come to idle away her time? Why seek him when one could traverse the myriad universes? "Alas, I implore you to refrain from disrupting the established fate, including the future plans of the Avengers." The Ancient One sighed, yet she unveiled her true intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi erupted into hearty laughter. "Why should I? If I do not act, I may as well await my demise. Would the multitude of deities at Marvel grant him clemency? Should he live like a timid mouse, perpetually lurking in the shadows of others? No, that is not his essence. If he were a man resigned to fate, he would not have fought tooth and nail since his youth. He possesses nothing but a wretched life. He yearns to seize that slender thread of survival, even if it leads him through the valley of death without regret. And what of you? Do you wish for death? Is this your destiny? Your desire for death is your fate. Surrender. Death shall never be the conclusion for me, Chen Xi." Chen Xi laughed maniacally, mocking her grand altruism. Yet he could not afford to falter. He does not live solely for himself. He cannot die, nor dares he contemplate it. "What? How do you know this?" The Ancient One gasped, her form trembling violently. This predetermined future was her choice. She was utterly fatigued. The candidate for the future Sorcerer Supreme had already emerged, and she could liberate herself, shedding her decaying corporeal form to pursue eternal enlightenment as a free spirit. Yet, this choice remained undisclosed to anyone. She had sealed her future timeline with the Time Stone, but how did he come to know? The chilling thought lingered. Was this the terror of the Infinite Ones? Chen Xi gently shook his head, offering no reply. Could it be that it was not just I who knows, but all of humanity? Yet how to articulate this? Should he tell her that she is merely a character in a film? That she is but a figment of another's imagination? He was not like Deadpool, reveling in the absurdity of revealing his existence as a comic character, driving Charles into madness. The most irreverent Deadpool made Charles aware of his status as a mere comic figure, leading even the formidable mind of Charles to unravel. Chen Xi gazed at the Ancient One and said, "In our dragon country, there exists a spell known as the I Ching, which predicts the future. Naturally, I possess such a skill. While you may glimpse the past and future through the Time Stone, I too can accomplish this." "Is it so?" The Ancient One paused, taken aback. To call her homeland the Dragon Country was no exaggeration, She had lived there since childhood and was well aware of the I Ching. However, the knowledge had long been lost, and no one practiced it anymore, yet she had not anticipated that this individual might. Were it anyone else, she would have dismissed it. But considering Chen Xi's identity as an infinite one, she chose to believe. Infinite ones defy conventional reasoning. Yet now is not the time for exploration. She had her own objectives. She gazed deeply at Chen Xi once more and inquired, "Are you truly unwilling to yield?" Chen Xi disregarded her final ultimatum, resolutely steadfast. "Haha. For many things are more terrifying than death. There are actions to take and those to forego. Proceed. Let us see your true abilities." A sense of helplessness enveloped me. As I descended in a disheartening manner, pondering why no one seemed to care, not even receiving a mere $20 gift. Chapter 84. The Astonishment of Ancient One. What a profound understanding of the principle of acting wisely. Ancient One sighed softly, contemplating the reason for such stubbornness. Is it not wise to align oneself with the prevailing circumstances? Each individual possesses their own destiny, an unchangeable reality. If it were possible, I would gladly forsake my magical powers, choosing instead to be an ordinary person, to stroll through the splendor of the mortal realm and witness the rising and setting of the sun. Why do so many refuse to believe in fate? For in every strong individual, there exists another equally formidable opponent. One mountain indeed surpasses another. The more powerful one becomes, the mightier their adversaries, and thus the greater the peril. Haha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi burst into laughter. He had already caught the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Yet the Conqueror Kong had not yet noticed him, or perhaps he had. If he could not grow stronger, his fate would be sealed. He refused to be subjugated by Kong. He intended to shatter him. Chen Xi fixed his gaze on Ancient One and declared, "You assert that the stronger one becomes. The more dangerous it is, correct? Then I shall grow powerful enough that all shall fear me, dread me, and tremble before me." Ancient One, upon hearing such arrogant words, shook her head slightly. "Young man, are you not aware of the virtues of humility? Do not let your pride lead to your downfall." Chen Xi scoffed dismissively. "Isn't youth characterized by exuberance? Ancient One, you have grown old. Your heart no longer beats with youthful vigor. You have become sympathetic to the plight of the world. Devoid of the will to fight, resigned to the fate others have imposed upon you." Ancient One's expression shifted slightly. He was speaking of her current self. She was exhausted, no longer inclined to contend for anything, surrendering all to fate. Without further ado, let us witness the true essence of our abilities today. If I emerge victorious, you shall be bound to the fate you have predetermined. Should I lose, I will not stand in the way of your actions. Agreed. It is settled, then. Let us proceed. Chen Xi readily accepted the wager. After all, it is the thrill of the gamble that adds flavor to life. The sorcerers of Camartage in the Marvel Universe often engage in close combat, a practitioner of martial arts, indeed. Upon hearing this, Ancient One regarded Chen Xi intently. His calm demeanor was striking. If she were to strike first, let her seize the advantage. With a swift motion, she formed a hand seal, and a spark ignited. Chen Xi distinctly felt himself transported to a dimensional space. A remarkable technique. A mirror dimension. Chen Xi exclaimed in admiration, experiencing firsthand the extraordinary nature of her powers. Flattery will get you nowhere. Before long, Ancient One had closed the distance, conjuring a dim yellow magical shield, which she hurled directly at Chen Xi's head. The shield, surrounded by flames, enhanced her close combat strength while simultaneously augmenting her defenses, imbued with fire-based offensive capabilities. Chen Xi, witnessing this, would not yield easily. He swiftly sidestepped approximately 3 meters to the right, evading this probing strike. "Prepare to be struck by my ice arrow," he shouted, summoning countless ice arrows that coalesced before him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a volley of arrows unleashed, the icy projectiles, gleaming with a piercing cold light, surged forth toward Ancient One. A mere trick. Ancient One remained still, her gaze unwavering as she beheld the rapid onslaught of arrows. Light shield technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was enveloped by a barrage of icy arrows surrounding Ancient One, yet she remained unscathed, her shield absorbing every assault. Amused, Chen Xi was not in a hurry. This round merely served as a mutual probing, hardly a serious engagement. He made his move once more. Suddenly, Ancient One found herself unable to perceive Chen Xi's figure. Realizing something, she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a Cephalon shield and forcefully striking at an unseen point in the void. Boom! The two clashed again, the impact sending a whirlwind of sand soaring into the desert sky, reaching heights of 100 meters, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. The Cephalon shield she had summoned shattered dramatically, transforming into a cascade of golden shards, resembling a mirror that had been violently broken. Ancient One staggered back several meters, fortunate to be shielded by flames, preventing any injury. However, this revelation left her astounded. No longer maintaining her stoic demeanor, she widened her eyes and pointed at Chen Xi, exclaiming, "You can actually conceal yourself in the mirrored space and teleport? And you possess a strength of 100 tons? No wonder I am taken aback." Ancient One's astonishment was justified. It was one thing to wield formidable ice powers, and teleportation was plausible. But to escape into the void and possess such immense strength was unfathomable. Such power could not merely be cultivated. It suggested either mutation or a natural gift. With so many abilities at his disposal, one could only wonder why he possessed even more. Was the universe so unfair, favoring him alone? Chen Xi smirked, reveling in her shock. "At last, I've managed to astonish you. You need not maintain that calm and collected facade any longer. What do you think? Isn't it quite extraordinary? But did you not claim that I am an infinite being? Why should I not possess infinite superpowers? The universe is vast. There are bound to be fortunate souls, are there not? Your perspective is rather limited. When you encounter more individuals, you will realize that what you uphold is merely of little interest to others." Hearing Chen Xi's smug tone, Ancient One felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. How proud he was, boasting and raising his voice. This was Chen Xi's tactic, to underestimate the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically. Regaining her composure swiftly, Ancient One's centuries of experience had endowed her with remarkable calmness. After a brief moment of astonishment, she resolved to take things seriously. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Chapter 85. Are 10 soul stones sufficient? There was no choice. After several exchanges with Chen Xi, she had gained no advantage and found herself at a disadvantage. She paid little heed to his words, unable to foresee the futures of those elite mutants, such as Franklin Richards, Jean Grey, or the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Their powers far exceeded that of the Time Stone, transcending her understanding, hence Ancient One remained oblivious. She chose not to dwell on it, dismissing Chen Xi's claims as mere deception. Now, she intended to focus intently, hoping not to be disappointed. With that, Ancient One suddenly vanished. Teleportation? Ineffective against me. Chen Xi smiled faintly, and in an instant, a profound azure divine light erupted before him. Buzz. Ancient One revealed herself instantly, yet her palm wind had already approached. It seemed that at this moment, Chen Xi had nowhere to escape. This was her ultimate technique, the separation of the soul from the body. Ancient One had employed this maneuver to awaken Doctor Strange and the Hulk, rendering it an almost uncounterable move. The human soul is exceedingly fragile, and once it is expelled from the body, one can only surrender. In this moment, victory appeared to be within her grasp. What could Chen Xi do upon witnessing her? Suddenly, the burst of superspeed activated, and Ancient One's gust came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen. Chen Xi moved with extraordinary speed, swiftly retrieving 10 soul stones from the system space. Though unable to connect with the soul laws of this universe, the stones themselves were not rendered ineffective. They still possessed a flicker of energy. The 10 soul stones aligned in a row, steadfastly blocking Chen Xi and radiating a faint glow. He intended to withstand this assault. Evasion and flight were out of the question. He was no coward, but a lunatic. Ancient One also reacted with remarkable quickness, even if it was merely a second. From the moment she manifested, Chen Xi slowed the flow of time, and retrieving the soul stones for defense took but a fleeting second. Buzz. An infinite green light blossomed from her neck, as the eye of Agamotto sensed the temporal shift and recognized a kindred presence. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the flow of time was violently disrupted by the Time Stone. However, before Ancient One could react, her confident strike collided forcefully with the soul stones. Yet this time, there was no ripple, no sensation, as if everything had suddenly dissolved into the world. Only Ancient One and Chen Xi understood the peril within. Silent battles are the most lethal. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. For the soul realm is the most enigmatic. Unperturbed by her unsuccessful strike, Ancient One's mind was elsewhere. She was utterly paralyzed with shock. Before her were a full 10 soul stones. Who could convince her that this was merely a dream? She would believe it. 10 soul stones? Ancient One's eyes widened in horror, her gaze fixated on the row of soul stones before her. Disbelieving, she counted them once more with utmost seriousness. 1, 2, 5, 10. Indeed, it was 10. Trembling uncontrollably, her fingers quivered as she stared at Chen Xi, her voice trembling. How is this possible? How can you possess 10 soul stones? Have you plundered countless parallel universes? No, no, no. The Life Court would never permit this. It would not allow you to do this. Ancient One's voice grew frantic, teetering on the edge of madness. What on earth was happening? Where did all these soul stones come from? Yet, the soul stones before her were not mere rocks. This reality vividly confirmed that this was no dream. Ha ha. Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, right? Ha ha. This is fate. I am destiny. I am the chosen one. Chen Xi's grin nearly reached his ears, as if to impart a lesson to those who take everything lightly. He had yet to reveal other infinity stones. Otherwise, Ancient One would surely have been driven to madness. That would not have been entertaining. No, you are not. I am perplexed by the abundance of infinity stones you possess. Yet I sense that they lack any semblance of order. Thus, they are rendered ineffective, remaining dormant. Ancient One shook her head resolutely, vehemently countering. For having wielded the Eye of Agamotto for centuries, she instinctively perceived the anomalies. These infinity stones, lacking in energy, require a catalyst for activation. Perhaps it is only the soul stone of this universe that can awaken them. True to her wisdom, the Ancient One, having lived for centuries, made this astute deduction in an instant. Regardless of their state, your soul's projection has faltered, and thus, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. What? The Ancient One gasped in surprise upon realization. Yet she was still too slow. Crack. Her fiery protective shield shattered, and an agonizing pain surged through her. Looking down, she beheld a significant portion of her arm severed, blood gushing forth profusely. Is this spatial magic? The Ancient One exclaimed in horror, her voice rising, as she hastily conjured 2 layers of fiery shields anew. Ha ha, a mere spatial blade, and the Ancient One is amused. Chen Xi spoke with great humility, but the grin revealing his gleaming white teeth betrayed his self-satisfaction at that moment. Chapter 86. What can time and space exile do to me? A spatial blade? A novel form of spatial magic attack? The Ancient One, after hearing this, remained silent, mentally noting it for future development. She was already on guard against this peculiar, unpredictable method of assault. In the next moment, the Eye of Agamotto emitted a verdant light, sweeping across her injured arm, and astonishingly, the bleeding ceased, restoring her limb to its former state as though it had never been harmed. Ah, the time stone, truly remarkable. Chen Xi chuckled at the sight, quietly observing. When the Ancient One's arm healed, and she turned her gaze back to Chen Xi, her expression was not one of disdain or calmness, but rather filled with trepidation and a palpable sense of murderous intent. This young man had instilled in her an unprecedented pressure. She feared that with a mere blink, she would find herself utterly outmatched. At that moment, she knew she had to act. Otherwise, with such an unpredictable element on Earth, she feared her successors would stand no chance. Indeed, they would be entirely powerless. For the sake of the future, she must strive with all her might. Alas, I am truly compelled to ask you to leave this place. Young champion, forgive me. With that, the Ancient One's gaze sharpened, her demeanor transforming. Spatial magic. Spatial exile. The Ancient One bellowed fiercely, swiftly forming seals, as a lightning-fast, earthy yellow circle crackling with sparks surged towards Chen Xi. However, the next scene unfolded in a manner she did not anticipate. Chen Xi stood unmoving, a smile gracing his face, seemingly inviting her to continue, as if saying, I await your performance. The Ancient One was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Could it be that this man possessed superior mastery over spatial magic than she? No. The Space Stone. The Ancient One realized, this individual, with so many dormant soul stones, Could he not also possess a space stone? Was it not a mere fluctuation in the fabric of space that unveiled the existence of this individual to me? Ha. Let us continue. Chen Xi smiled gently, exuding an air of confidence, determined to win you over completely. Ancient One gazed deeply at the seemingly indifferent Chen Xi, slowly removing the Eye of Agamotto from around her neck. For the next move, I hope you can withstand what is to come. Time magic. Temporal exile. Buzz. The Eye of Agamotto radiated a brilliant green light, its piercing brilliance enveloping Chen Xi in a shroud of inscrutable rules. This was an attempt to erase Chen Xi's timeline, casting him into an unknown, abandoned temporal realm, leaving him to wither away, forever barred from the present world. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a profound azure light emanated from Chen Xi, surpassing the temporal laws in an instant. Pop! A subtle ripple resonated, marking the clash of temporal and spatial laws. A contest of supreme principles. However, the time stone proved to be significantly weaker, even with Ancient One exerting her full power. Chen Xi's passive defense rendered her attack as futile as a stone sinking into the ocean. She too was violently propelled by the force of this wave. Thud. She made no effort to resist, allowing herself to be swept away by the surge, for she had beheld the space stone, a far more potent artifact. Alas! Why? How could you possess such a formidable space stone? Ancient One stood there, dazed and disheartened, questioning her fate. Was this favoritism from the tribunal of life? Ancient One understood that no deity existed in this world. She only recognized the tribunal of life as the god of the multiverse. Of course, there were many true powers she was unaware of. The tribunal of life was the limit of her knowledge. The person before her was beyond her reach. An individual who astonishingly wielded dozens of infinity stones, truly invincible. My possession of these is merely a stroke of fortune. Are you concerned that I might disrupt the timeline or endanger Earth? Chen Xi observed the despondent Ancient One, devoid of any victor's arrogance, speaking with serene composure. I do not comprehend. It is beyond my understanding, Ancient One murmured, her gaze cast downward, offering no direct reply. Chen Xi was not surprised by her response. The human heart is the most inscrutable entity in this world, ever poised to change. Perhaps in one moment, they are friends, and in the next, adversaries. What are you afraid of? Are you fearful of Dormammu? Thanos, is it my presence that heralds unpredictable transformations? Chen Xi ventured to inquire, as he found it impossible to speculate on Ancient One's thoughts. Ancient One remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her greatest fear lay in the unknown changes, factors beyond her calculations that were uncontrollable. The lineage of the Supreme Sorcerer exists to protect Earth from invasion. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi erupted in laughter. Dormammu? His true form cannot descend. At most, he possesses the combat prowess of a celestial father. Can he ascend? As for that purple potato, Thanos, he will not manifest until you and Hela of Odin are no more. He is likely still lurking in some obscure corner, implementing his so-called policy of exterminating half the population. This individual is utterly ignorant of biology. Chen Xi's blunt words, though rough, candidly express all her concerns. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that Gu Yi's greatest worry is not about others, but rather about him. Chapter 87. Fortifying Earth space. Gu Yi continued to shake her head. Chen Xi still failed to grasp the crux of the matter. The root of all issues lies with him. Are you feigning ignorance while fully aware? Gu Yi gazed at him with a hint of frustration, her eyes clearly urging him to get to the point. Rest assured, Earth is my homeland. Although I was not born in this universe, it remains Earth. This time, Chen Xi did not pretend to ignore her. He sought to clarify his position. Chen Xi thought to himself, am I insane? If I weren't, why would I endanger Earth? Am I to battle on alien planets and seize territory? To enslave a multitude of extraterrestrials for menial tasks? How exhausting that would be. Upon hearing Chen Xi's assurances, Gu Yi felt a slight alleviation of her worries. She was at her wit's end, despite her immense strength. The opponent's equipment was simply too extravagant. With dozens of infinity stones at their disposal, what a divine combination that was. This exemplified the disparity between a pay-to-win player and a casual one, draped in luxurious gear, standing firm, making it impossible for you to breach their defenses. Despite her own failure, Gu Yi's endeavor was not in vain, and Chen Xi had afforded her some dignity. I apologize. Today I acted rashly, Gui said sincerely, her tone imbued with regret. Haha, through conflict comes acquaintance. I have gained much today, Chen Xi replied with a smile, reassured by the fact that he had tested the skills of a top-tier expert without incurring any loss. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You are always welcome at Camartage, Gui said, her hands clasped together as she slightly bowed, preparing to depart. Wait, Chen Xi called out to her. Gui paused, sensing the shift. Indeed, she immediately anticipated that Chen Xi would request the time stone. As expected, Chen Xi spoke up. Gui, I will entrust you with the time stone for a period. In a few years, I shall reclaim it. A gentle sigh escaped Gui's lips. I surmise you require the infinity stones of the current universe to activate those from other universes in your possession. Am I correct? Gui's deduction was spot on. Chen Xi did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. Do you not believe that entrusting it to me is safer than to anyone else? As for Thanos, he is merely a harbinger of wealth. Chen Xi was indeed correct. He was eagerly awaiting Thanos to deliver the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone to him. Gui was rendered speechless by Chen Xi's assertion. Entrusting the stones to him was indeed safer than to anyone else. His future was boundless. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. There is no yet, Chen Xi interrupted her. Regarding the Sorcerer Supreme, I can recommend a far superior candidate. With just a few words, Chen Xi disrupted her line of thought and suggested an alternative. Very well, we shall revisit this matter later, Gui replied before taking her leave. As Gui departed, Chen Xi gazed after her, lost in a whirlwind of contemplation. The position of the Supreme Sorcerer is undoubtedly best suited for Ancient One. However, she has already succumbed to a desire for death. Once a person resolves to perish, not even 10 oxen can pull them back. It would be a tremendous loss for a formidable combatant like Ancient One to simply vanish. Chen Xi understands that she is utterly fatigued, trapped in darkness while her heart yearns for light. She fears that absorbing too much dark dimensional energy might lead her to be swayed by Dormammu, potentially plunging her into utter darkness. What can be done now is to relieve Ancient One of her duties, ensuring she does not exit this world through self-destruction, while finding someone to assume the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer. As for Strange, it is best to disregard him. The two are not well acquainted, and his convoluted thoughts are evident from the films. In that case, it may be more prudent to let him thrive on his own, reveling in his life as a remarkable surgeon amidst luxury cars, opulent villas, and beautiful women, an existence perfectly suited for him. If someone must take on that position, it must be someone from within. Camartage is under my command, as is S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the American Congress belongs to me. The governor of New York is merely a pawn. If he obeys, he shall be rewarded with achievements that elevate him, but if he fails, a clone shall take his place. Seated on the ground, Chen Xi contemplated 3 candidates, each an excellent prospect for the role of Supreme Sorcerer: Wanda, Charles, and Tony. Wanda wields chaos magic, the most potent of all, and her mastery of Camartage spells would be a perfect fit. Charles, the Master of Minds, possesses mental prowess far surpassing that of the fated Strange, making him a natural sorcerer. As for Tony, his intellect is beyond question. He would be more than capable of fulfilling the role of Supreme Sorcerer, especially considering he was once referred to as the Sorcerer Supreme himself. However, Tony requires a transformation. His temperament is notoriously difficult and disobedient. It is time to reform this individual. Even if he cannot become the Supreme Sorcerer, he can certainly learn some magic. Perhaps he could explore magical enhancements for his Iron Man suit, perhaps even delve into the mysteries of destruction. After much contemplation, no decision was reached. But there is no need for haste. Ample time remains. Brushing the sand from his clothes, Chen Xi recalled the most critical task at hand, reinforcing the fabric of this universe. Otherwise, the risk of space fracturing is far too perilous, for this is his stronghold. Chen Xi retrieved the space gem and fervently channeled his energy into it. The gem erupted with divine light, and the intangible laws of space enveloped the Earth, astonishing many. Yet, his energy was limited, capable only of surrounding the planet, resulting in a mere modest enhancement rather than a dramatic multiplication. Chapter 88. The Shock of the Titans. The Earth's transformation at that moment. Ancient One had just returned to Kamar Taj when she instantly sensed the fortification of Earth space, where a casual strike could previously shatter dimensions. Now she must exert her utmost effort. Furthermore, her spatial teleportation appears to demand significantly more magical energy. Traversing the same distance now requires 5 to 6 times the energy. Alas, whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. This stabilized space seems to isolate Earth from the universe beyond. One can only hope that this individual is benevolent, for if he were to govern this universe, who could possibly stand against him? The fortification of Earth's spatial realm undoubtedly presents more advantages than disadvantages at this juncture, especially concerning Dormammu and Mephisto. At this moment, the Dark Dimension's Dormammu awakens abruptly from his slumber. He realizes that the Earth, which he has been monitoring, has inexplicably become extraordinarily fortified. What on earth is happening? Has the Infinite One intervened? That seems unlikely. Why would she concern herself with such a trivial planet? Dormammu, born of Earth, harbors an ambition to consume it. And it is not uncommon for such determined villains to continually oppose this world. What is it about Earth that captivates their scrutiny? Could it be the nexus of the multiverse? Dormammu is perplexed. Should he attempt to invade Earth, the energy expenditure would be monumental. How utterly confounding. Mephisto, too, finds himself in a state of bewilderment. His hellish dimension has always maintained a significant barrier from Earth's realm, preventing his true form from descending unless he orchestrates a formidable assault alongside several dimensional demon lords. What an absurd predicament, even should he acquire the Sanctum Sanctorum's contract. Entry is still barred. This is outrageous. Who is responsible for this? It feels as though they are being deprived of any chance for survival. Within a certain ancient castle in England, an aristocratic elder, leaning on a cane, furiously smashes precious antiques, his rage palpable. What can he achieve with this avatar? None can be vanquished. He has meticulously cultivated various schemes, gathering souls with the singular aim of one day establishing a conduit between the hellish dimension and the earthly universe to devour the planet. A millennium of planning, all squandered in an instant. His fury could inundate the Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin senses that Midgard, Earth, has suddenly become even more estranged from their nominal dominion. What is transpiring? Why has Earth's space become so remarkably stable? Could it be that the Ancient One has sought the aid of the Infinite One? Is she planning to depart? That cannot be. The Ancient One is a bulwark against countless malevolent entities. Even Odin, the All-Father, dares not challenge her in a life-or-death struggle. While the Ancient One may not necessarily perish, Odin knows he would face dire consequences. In his youth, he would have triumphed, but now he is decrepit, often relying on Odin's sleep to sustain his vitality. Perhaps he will never again unify the 9 realms, and he must place all his hopes on his son, Thor. Yet Thor, at present, is but a simpleton, a brute with a mind of muscle, lacking in substance. Not only these powerful beings feel the shift. Those on Earth endowed with spatial abilities are also aware. Teleportation distances have diminished, energy consumption has surged, the range of teleporters has contracted, and attacks have weakened. Among other manifestations, the architect of this upheaval is none other than Chen Xi, who now returns to his villa with an air of tranquility. System: extract the abilities. Ding. Detected plot task. Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. Would you like to extract her abilities and items? Each extraction requires a consumption of 1 million points. Extract. Ding. 1 million points have been deducted from the host. Initiating the extraction of a random ability. Please hold on. Before Chen Xi's eyes, a slot machine-like device began to whirl. Invisibility, astral projection, out-of-body experience, telekinesis, teleportation, interdimensional transfer, remote summoning, telepathy, mirror space, and so forth. Naturally, the commonplace magical abilities were too numerous to catalog. The cursor spun wildly, and after a brief pause, it settled on telekinesis. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn telekinesis. Would you like to merge it now? Merge. Ding. Commencing fusion for the host. Please wait a moment. Approximately 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Ding. Fusion complete. The host may now check. Has the telekinesis fusion been completed? This is indeed cause for celebration. Chen Xi felt a surge of joy. This versatile ability could attack, defend, and even allow for flight, seamlessly fulfilling multiple roles. A delightful ability indeed, well worth the millions spent. Truly, the prowess of the Ancient One is unparalleled. Her telekinesis is extraordinarily potent. In the hands of another, this ability would be valued at no more than 300,000. After indulging in self-appreciation for a moment, he emerged from the basement and prepared to ascend the stairs to check on Jean Grey. The girl was somewhat emotionally unstable, particularly following her recent complete awakening. The primary concern lay in her mindset. Issues commonly arise among mutants during their initial awakening, whether stemming from extreme optimism or severe pessimism, both of which pose significant dangers. Clearly, Jean Grey belonged to the latter category. As he sought small gifts daily, today had yielded merely a handful of dollars, whereas yesterday had brought a bountiful haul, for which he was especially grateful to everyone, allowing him to have a meal. Chapter 89. A dream remains a dream, however, when Chen Xi found Jean Grey. The young girl was still in a deep slumber. Wanda and number 18 had been seated beside her, engaged in conversation while awaiting her awakening. Upon noticing Chen Xi's arrival, they immediately stood up. "Where have you been? You rushed off in quite a hurry," Wanda inquired discontentedly, clearly perturbed by his nonchalance while Jean Grey lay unconscious. "Hey, don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Chen Xi replied, gently ruffling her hair. Wanda swatted his hand away with an exasperated glare. "Get lost. You're always up to no good. Hurry and check when Jean will wake up." "All right, let me see." Chen Xi responded, fully intent on obeying the command of his beautiful wife. He approached the bedside and sat down. Utilizing his telepathic ability, he entered Jean Grey's mind and discovered her amidst a vibrant, flourishing garden. It turned out the girl was dreaming, but the content of her dream was heart-wrenchingly poignant. She was swinging joyfully, laughter ringing out as her father gently pushed her, while her mother sat nearby, beaming at the playful scene of father and daughter. This tableau radiated familial warmth, showcasing the harmony between individuals and nature, and the garden was filled with joyous laughter. Who would wish to awaken from such a dream? Even knowing it was a dream, one would resist waking from it. Standing outside the courtyard, Chen Xi watched the scene unfold with a gentle smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the dream cherished by Jean Grey, but was it not also his own? His childhood had been devoid of warmth, filled only with coldness, hunger, bullying, discrimination, and disdain. How he longed for the warmth of such a family, yet it seemed forever out of reach. Chen Xi gazed at the scene, hesitant to intrude, and turned to leave, hoping she could fully enjoy this moment. Perhaps, in these few days, she had never slept so peacefully. At that moment, a soft voice broke the silence. "Excuse me, sir. Whom are you looking for?" Jean Grey's mother called out to him. "Hello, ma'am. I was merely passing by, looking for no one in particular." "Apologies for the intrusion," Chen Xi replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued on his way. "What a peculiar person," murmured Jean Grey's mother, dismissing the encounter. "What is it, dear?" her father inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it was nothing. I just saw a young man peering into the courtyard. I thought he was looking for you, but it seems not," she explained nonchalantly, paying it little mind. "Forget him. Perhaps he was just passing through," her father concurred, also indifferent. Meanwhile, Jean Grey turned to watch Chen Xi's retreating figure, her expression dimming as she jumped off the swing. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, but the time has come for me to leave. The past must remain in the past. I cannot linger there any longer. Thank you for the joy and happiness you have given me for so long." Her voice trembled with the threat of tears, afraid she might succumb to her emotions. This was her dream, a beautiful fantasy she had woven for herself, and she yearned for those warm moments of yesteryear. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Your daughter will always love you." Ultimately, her tears flowed freely, unable to contain the sorrow within her heart. Jean Grey's parents were taken aback, bewildered by their precious daughter's sudden distress. "Sweetheart, please don't scare us. What's wrong?" they implored, gripping her hands tightly, anxiety etched on their faces. Surely, something was amiss. She was their only beloved daughter. "It's fine. I can handle it myself. Farewell, Mom and Dad." But Jean Grey remained silent, her telekinetic power gently pushing her parents aside. She feared that speaking would shatter everything, So she chose to preserve the last vestiges of beauty forever. Her parents, mere mortals in the face of her extraordinary abilities, could only watch helplessly as she departed. Chen Xi left, pursuing Chen Xi. She cast a final glance at the lovely garden, vowing to cherish the warmest moments as her most beautiful memories. "Brother, let us go." "Yes." Chen Xi caught up to Chen Xi, clasping his larger hand in hers. In the golden sunlight, their two figures, one tall, one short, strolled further away, their shadows stretching longer. Bound for eternity. In the realm of reality, Chen Xi slowly opened her eyes, 2 tears tracing down her cheeks, resembling a farewell ceremony. As she finally closed the chapter on her past, she understood that she could not dwell in the past or become ensnared in fantasies. She had a family now, one that loved and protected her. She was no longer an ordinary person. She was a phoenix. Her father had cast her out, so she must not disturb the tranquility of their new life. "Are you awake?" "Yes." The exchange was simple and serene. Yet it conveyed a deeper meaning. She bid farewell to her past and fully awakened. Chen Xi knew that Chen Xi would not easily lose control again. Sealing one's emotions was always a flawed strategy, as no confinement could guarantee absolute safety. Charles had locked away Chen Xi's memories in a mental prison, akin to a ticking time bomb that would inevitably explode with time. The Dragon Kingdom had understood since ancient times that repression was never as effective as release. A true warrior dares to confront the harsh realities of life. Chapter 90. Natasha arrives. Dressed in a maid's outfit, Chen Xi would not impose any mental confinement on Chen Xi. He was no saint, and neither was she. Everyone possesses negative emotions. These feelings must be expressed, for bottling them up can lead to turmoil. The restlessness of the phoenix's power was not merely a sign of its destructive desires. It was also fueled by Chen Xi's unresolved feelings of abandonment by her father and her mother's death, which would occasionally provoke emotional outbursts. That night, Chen Xi slept unusually peacefully, her mind free from turmoil, making it one of her most restful nights in recent memory. The next day, after finishing his morning training, Chen Xi quietly descended to prepare breakfast for the family. There was no hope for the two of them. They were languishing in bed, too lethargic to even lift a finger, having wasted a carefully prepared set of refreshing pajamas. With a clatter, Chen Xi prepared fried eggs, toast, bacon, sausages, and oatmeal. Of course, the two were particularly allergic to milk now, rolling their eyes at the mere sight of it. "Ah, indeed, I am a culinary genius." This breakfast was a perfect balance of meat and vegetables and nutritionally rich. Unfortunately, this was America, where dumplings, tofu pudding, pan-fried buns, spicy soup, and fried dough sticks were not the norm. I couldn't even find a fried dough stick without having to trek to Chinatown. But at this hour, nothing was available. As he spoke to himself, boasting in solitude, anyone who saw him would surely think he had lost his mind. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Chen Xi finished preparing breakfast, the doorbell rang. Who could that be, arriving so conveniently? Quite the perfect timing. Red, open the door. Upon opening the door, Chen Xi was taken aback to see Natasha standing there, her wine-red hair framing her short legs, smiling charmingly. "Hello, dear master, it's been several days." With a playful smile, Natasha leaned against the doorframe, casting flirtatious glances at Chen Xi. If it were anyone else, they might crumble at her charm, but Chen Xi remained unfazed, glancing at her with a hint of sarcasm. "What's wrong? Have you become soft? Or has your need for release built up to flood the plains? I truly am a genius, and you are a golden one indeed. Begone, for no ivory can emerge from a dog's mouth." You pondered, will you provide a resolution? Natasha will not suffer fools gladly. I shall not indulge you. Ahem, I fear you may become entangled with me, as we both know the intricacies of our skills. Flirting with a beautiful woman can elevate one's spirits. Indeed, Chen Xi's previous gloom over a lack of Chinese cuisine dissipated instantly. Natasha, surveying him with keen interest, particularly focused on certain key areas, her meaning unmistakable. What now? Are you capable? The provocation was palpable. Naturally, Chen Xi was not one to be trifled with. What do you stare at? What gaze is that? Desiring yet unwilling to yield, your provocations are futile. Come inside swiftly, do not linger. Did Nick Fury send you to surveil me? Chen Xi had no desire for idle chatter, Her purpose was crystal clear, no guessing required. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, that scoundrel Nick Fury claimed I have already been compromised, so it seems fitting to remain close to you, observing your every move. With a graceful step, she entered and made herself at home. How fortuitous, aligning with your wishes. Chen Xi nodded. A double agent seemed well-suited to the enigmatic Black Widow Natasha. Indeed, a double agent. Such sentiments brought him back to days gone by. Natasha chuckled at herself, realizing she was perpetually either betraying or on the path of betrayal. Joining the Red Room, she betrayed it, joining S-H-I-E-L-D. She became a double agent. Now, she betrayed S-H-I-E-L-D in favor of Chen Xi. This woman was truly capricious. Chen Xi sensed Natasha's internal turmoil and loneliness, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. The transition from weakness to strength was fraught with deception and betrayal. Gently squeezing her small hand, Chen Xi reassured her, "Fear not, you shall no longer endure betrayal. This place is your final refuge. I doubt anyone can offer more than I do. Such individuals simply do not exist." Natasha couldn't help but laugh, finding such narcissism rare, as few would boast so extravagantly. "Indeed, you offer abundantly. I cannot resist," Natasha teased, mimicking the tone from some palace intrigue she had encountered. "Haha, my friend is indeed not lacking in wealth. Are you prepared, headmaid Natasha? It is time to commence your duties." "Indeed, my esteemed master," Natasha played along with Chen Xi, indulging his whims, as though this audacity brought her a sense of liberation. Good heavens, could it be that I possess some peculiar proclivity? Natasha suddenly pondered, questioning whether some latent aspect of her personality had been awakened. Coincidentally, Android 18 and Wanda descended, bringing with them special-made outfits they had purchased for Natasha. It appeared their earlier conversation had reached Android 18, igniting her excitement, as she contemplated the possibility of transforming Natasha.